which included Guro. It's a category of not safe for work stuff that includes grotesque themes, and Chris specifies that the fan art of Sonichu that was sent to him included pedophilia. Surprisingly, this has been one of the things that he's been the most consistent on over the years, despite the blue spike occurrence. He also claims to have the mind of a family man and compares himself to Homer Simpson and Peter Griffin, as if that was necessary to justify his opposition to drawn CP. Approaching the middle of August, the winner of the SingStar Challenge is to be declared based on the votes of 6 judges.
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Last Epic Rainy Days.
Most likely due to the influence exercised by trolls, one of Solid's judge picks chose Liquid, giving him the win by 4-2. Liquid uploads a video celebrating his win, and at this point, he's become extremely good at impersonating the real Chris's mannerisms and way of speaking. After a few days of silence, Chris decides to manifest himself, only to claim that the contest was never to decide who was the real Chris, but just for fun, obviously because he lost. Behind the scenes, Chris was furious at the gal pal, Katie Bay, who voted for Liquid, emailing her saying, "You know yourself after the extensive online history that I am the real deal, so why did you final vote for that brown imposter? I am on an emotional edge right now, and I apologize for raising my voice like that. I implore you, Kate, please change your vote. I had just dedicated 2 White Stripes songs for you during a recent KCWC Light Everything lunch hour. Sigh. Stay safe. Christopher Christian W. Chandler." Unfortunately for Chris, votes couldn't be changed and the result was set in stone. For a while, he was noticeably affected by this, behaving a lot more irritable and vengeful towards people. Vivian Guy, who had been remarkably amicable to him in emails, would once again start getting Chris's negative attention for promoting DVDs of her audiobooks of Sonichu. He commented on a YouTube video of hers saying, "And you, Vivian, I liked your book, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let you get away with that counterfeit law-breaking stunt. Christian W. Chandler." To which Vivian laconically replied, "It ain't law-breaking, bro." On August 14th, Liquid Chris respectfully bows out of being an active Chris troll, with the in-universe explanation that he would be focusing his endeavors on turning Sonichu into an acclaimed media franchise. This once again aggravated Solid to no end, as he would publish yet another diatribe screaming his personal information at the top of his lungs to prove he was the real him. This is also the source of the Curse Yehameha video played earlier, but we'll play it again right here just for good measure.
Curse Yehameha!
It appears that Chris takes the Curse Yehameha much more seriously than everyone else did, as soon after delivering it, he becomes remorseful and fears that it was too great a punishment for Liquid, and decides to issue a retraction and forgive Chris for his past misdeeds. We stand a merciful king. As Clyde had previously mentioned, Bob and Barb purposely decided to not involve anyone else in the troll situation, claiming that they were dealing with it on their own terms. Partly, this was because they didn't want anyone else finding out how inept and negligent they were in regards to their son's obvious special needs. To an extent, it's also because they didn't know how bad it was, most likely due to Chris downplaying or straight up not telling them about it. The Chandler family strategy, or lack thereof when it came to handling trolls, was compelled to change after Bob found out Chris had uploaded 2 tours of their house, which revealed where they lived. In emails, Chris said, "Because of my months-old mistake," referring to the house tour, "my mother took away my car keys, my driver's license, trapping me in the house that love built. But years later, chaos ensued." Sob. "Mom and Dad are both very angry with me. I'll call my detective tomorrow. I don't know. You have in with the trolls. Please see if you can talk to them into helping me remove that footage off the internet. I know they'll be too damn stubborn, stupid, and cocky to help, but any port in a hurricane, feeling dizzy, I gotta get back to searching on YouTube for the similar videos and flagging them. Rally the good, loyal troops." Yet another major reason to take down that ED page, because they probably have all that shit on there as well. And all it took was one troll calling my house and telling my father about seeing a portion of his wall of records in pictures. The same day, Chris takes this concern to YouTube in quite the peaceful fashion.
Not even deserve a captain's log introduction, because this is dead serious. The inside and outside tour I did a few months ago of my house, everyone on the internet, my mother and my father are angry at me. They're blaming me. It's my fault. I admit it's my fault. I want everything about my house off the internet. I'll send in detectives. I'll send in police. I'll send in everything in my power. So yeah, please get everything off of the internet now, 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 now. Curse the trolls. Peace to everybody else.
You might have noticed the strange jump cut in the middle of the video. That's because there is a full uncut version of it, which was leaked by Vivian Guy just a few days later after the upload. In this extended version, Bob walks in and begins explaining to Chris that the reason he's pissed off at him for exposing the house isn't just that it violates their privacy, but due to how filthy and unkempt their living conditions were due to the fact they were hoarders, the health department of Greene County could condemn the house to be demolished and they'd be evicted and left homeless. Because of this leak, along with their previous deeds, Chris was furious at Vivian, expressing his wish that she suffers a heart attack and subsequently blocking her. Concomitantly, Chris reveals in emails that he had recently begun applying for retail jobs like Target and Walmart, probably in order to soothe his parents' qualms about how much time he spent on the internet. However, he's stressed out about potentially losing his disability checks. When he looked for a job, Chris discovered he really enjoyed wearing sports bras, describing it as a guilty pleasure. At the same time, he'd been using comment sections to single that he was suffering from something like split personality disorder, and that his alter was a homosexual, asking to come out of the closet. For quite some time now, he had been talking to one of his gal pals about how he thought he had DID, which is a bad omen that his mental health started deteriorating again. In the middle of September, Chris finally registered Sonichu as his copyright property after around a decade of working on the project. He also puts up 2 of his Guitar Hero guitars for sale on eBay, which is a sign that he was either having to clear out his room or that he needed some money for whatever reason. Near the end of September, another of Chris's drawings gets leaked, this one of him having a foursome which included a black girl, signifying that he's overcoming his racial issues at last. Also, the girls with whom Chris is enjoying himself are the members of his Guitar Hero band, according to him. While September was somewhat of a more quiet month as Chris was putting his nose to the grindstone as far as work on Sonichu was concerned, October was full of interactions with trolls. On the first of the month, Barbara contracted colitis, and as soon as this news made it to Chris's online following, the telephone game turned that to AIDS, which upset Chris, prompting him to post it to YouTube in an attempt to dispel the AIDS rumors, as well as to defend himself against allegations that he was gay for the umpteenth time. He also posted this comment under a clip of Megan from Family Guy. Megan has always looked good, and here she is really hot, even better than when she had her makeover. If Seth would let her turn 18, I'd be all over her sweet breasts. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. This moment is not particularly important. I just wanted to share my pain with you guys, frankly. Moving on from here, we have a deranged video of Chris wigging out and breaking things in his room, as well as throwing them at the camera. This fit of rage was most likely prompted by his conflicts with Clyde Cash, which were still going on and developing into multiple threats and invitations to a real-life physical fight between the two. Later on in the month, Chris makes an attempt at blackmail by blowing smoke at Clyde, suggesting that he may have some kind of compromising picture of him and demanding that Clyde stop the trolling. Of course, Clyde calls his bluff, and nothing happens as predicted. In his attempts to be intimidating, Chris does some flexing of his massive guns, and even attempts to do 30 push-ups while listening to Eye of the Tiger. He does manage it, but it's noticeable that he set up the camera in such a way to conceal the fact that he had his knees on the ground the whole time, which made every single push-up way easier. Though not easy enough, considering he's grunting through the entire thing. During October, there's a brief return of the Liquid versus Solid conflict to fight for the heart of Casey, a mutual love interest of theirs. And the month closes with Solid Chris making a video addressed to her parents, saying how much of a better boyfriend he would be instead of Liquid. For context, Casey was Liquid Chris's real-life girlfriend who was roped into the trolling campaign and played along. After a 2-hour-long phone call with her retired Marine father, in which Solid is humiliated for being a narcissistic and entitled man-child, he uploaded Sonichu Special Number 4, in which he shoots Liquid Chris in the shins and gets together with Casey. This culminated in another call, this time between Casey and Solid Chris, that lasted for about a half an hour. For the first 20 minutes, Casey is reiterating what her father said, which really puts Solid in distress. However, this distress doesn't hold a candle to how he gets when Liquid Chris joins the call. A shouting match instantly erupts, with Solid losing his marbles every time he's referred to as Ian Brandon Anderson. It's interesting that when other trolls call him this name, he can keep his rage in without much of an issue, but Liquid saying it immediately gets under his skin. Insult is added to injury when Liquid calls him fat, which Solid strictly denies despite the evidence suggesting otherwise. Things really come to a head when Liquid says he and Casey made passionate love at Solid's house, at which point Solid decides to wake up Bob and Barb to get them to fight Liquid for him. Mind you, this call took place in the middle of the night, and this madman actually woke up his parents to vicariously attack an internet troll for him. The call comes to an end with Casey declaring she will marry Liquid Chris. One more call was made after this, and Casey continued to carpet bomb Solid Chris with the truth. She tells him he won't make it past 30, and that just like every other potential sweetheart before her, Chris will immediately forget about her as soon as she's gone, going back to his usual routine of playing video games and being a general man baby, while Chris does nothing but sigh. After Liquid and Casey's marriage, Chris actually did try and muster up some kind of genuine melancholy, even posting a video of himself doing his best to cry on camera. As Casey predicted, however, he was back to his usual self the day after. A little while after this, he shoots Vivian Guy an email with a very different tone. Now that I finally have peace of mind, I apologize for the past unformalities and emotional outbursts and past communications. I have decided I will fully approve your continued audiobook videos and sales, but in return, I ask for 25% of all the money changed to USA currency you have and will have made from all that you have put together and sold, as well as 2 copies of each CD and DVD of the audiobooks and 2 of each other additional merchandise aside from the audiobooks. I extend an olive branch of peace and I await your well-thought response. Have a good, safe day, Miss Vivian. Initially, Vivian is doubtful that this all-business act that Chris was putting on had anything behind it. In order to have him prove himself, she sent him an email detailing the kind of things he'd have to do if he ever wanted to make Sonichu anything besides these schizophrenic doodles on his website. She began pressing him on emails, asking him how he spent his time, telling him to get new pages of Sonichu done every day, suggesting new ways to market and promote it. It's actually impressive that someone actually put time and effort into trying to make Sonichu into a thing, because despite Chris's psychotic obsession with inserting it into every facet of his life and clinging to it as his magnum opus, he was more than comfortable to let it just fester in obscurity. For the rest of 2009, Chris was cooperative with Vivian's efforts to whip him into something resembling an actually productive artist, even if he frequently failed. Another thing Vivian pushed him to do is start taking and responding to fan mail, even if most of the mail won't be coming from actual fans. Surprisingly, based on the mail from the first edition of the mailbag, most of the interactions were pretty positive towards Chris, even if occasionally trollish and ironic. Until the end of 2009, he would do around 30 mailbag entries, and this proved successful at keeping his following engaged and interacting with the content. While things began running a bit more smoothly on the Sonichu end of the CWC operation, his YouTube was as erratic as ever. Upon Vivian's request, he posted himself doing parkour to promote Sonichu, except he calls it parquet and just does some light jogging. Also, due to some interactions from the mailbag, Chris also begins to attack the idea that Asperger's syndrome is in any way related to autism, and to this day it's not clear why he takes offense to that concept, as if people who suffer from Asperger's are somehow trying to attract attention away from autistic people. Autism's stolen valor. He takes this seriously enough to write an entire article about it. Good day. I, Christian Weston Chandler, of sound mind and body, type the following from honest personal opinions, and I apologize for all offensive remarks I'll be making in the statement. Asperger's is nothing at all like autism. I have stated this fact over and over in my replies to messages from people who tell me otherwise. I feel very sick and tired of hearing that false rumor that the two are anything to full similar. Firstly, I can verify that I was diagnosed with autism with papers in my parents' filing cabinets, and I quote, Mr. Chandler is a 22-year-old man with a history of developmental delays in autism. Despite these limitations, he seems to have been quite successful in maximizing his academic abilities. Despite his significant delays in language, he has over the years developed relatively effective communication skills. And with that, I have not only helped cultivate the first generation of autistic people, but I have gone beyond the Autistic Dreams Academy, communicatively and socially. Still, I have trouble maintaining eye contact. My mentality is sometimes slow yet quick at other times. The people who first evaluated me ever even stated that I would never even make it to high school, much less even write his name. Take that and smoke it, oldest doctors. And those with Asperger's dare to try and take the shine and limelight away from us autistic people, not only with their social flaws and such possibly similar traits to autism, but to shun us autistics by being better communicatively and mentally than us. I have received a message from one who dared to call me normal in comparison to him. If anything, the Asperger people are and have been normal. They think they can one-up or even match autism with the lack of social capability and their clumsiness and such. Those characteristics can be faked by them, who are most normal compared to us true autistic people. Even their title is flawed, Asperger's. It can be misconstrued into a most terrible cut of meat from any animal, even something that can be picked nasally. I have fought long and hard to make a stand for the autistic people. I will most certainly not let these imposters steal the true original title of autistic from any of us. Victory over autism belongs only to us true autistic people. You would never expect a mentally disabled guy to find a way to be ableist, I guess, but Chris Chan has no limits. To add to his war against Asperger's, he creates an extra mailbag called Autism Mailbag, dedicated solely to blowing up on anyone that tries to inform him on what Asperger's actually is. On the 9th, Chris makes a video complaining about how trolls bought up all the ad space on Wikipedia, a site created to document all of his adventures, only to use them to display gay ads. This complaint only served to make the problem worse, as the gay ads that were on the website were removed, only to be replaced by more gay ads, along with images of pickles to terrorize Chris even further. Besides this, the video also has him asking for 1,000 euros from his European fans, and then pitching a Sonichu-themed episode of Family Guy to Seth MacFarlane, who some troll said was considering making an episode with CWC in it. His pitch consisted of an elaborate crossover that concluded in CWC dating Meg, and he was confident enough that Seth would watch the video that he left his phone number in the description, which obviously was exclusively used by trolls who wanted to harass him and never used by Seth MacFarlane to get this deal of a lifetime together. In the midpoint of the month, Chris decided that the Hedgehog Boys music wasn't enough for him, and he tried out being a solo rapper. His first song, called iPods Down and Listen Up, has him describing himself non-consensually making love from the perspective of an animal. Not kidding, here are the lyrics. I tell you what, ladies, I have a game. Let's play Jungle Fever. I'm the manly tiger, you're the sleek, sneaky panther. I pounce on you, you run away. I haven't missed, but I chase anyway. And we chase for a while, and then you wear out, and you take it like a gal. And then we pump until we'll have your little tiger panther cubs. To top it all off, he finishes the song by shouting out Viagra. A few days later, he posted another rap, this time in full Juggalo garb, but this one isn't original and just a cover of an already existing song. The year closes with Chris expressing his discontent at the people managing the Wikipedia because they wouldn't allow him to edit it to his liking, which meant removing anything that wasn't saccharine Sonichu worship. The year of 2010 begins with the ads once again being replaced, this time with comics of Asperchu, a troll campaign designed to do to Sonichu what Chris did to Sonic and Pokemon. Copyright abuse and plagiarism. The tweaks made to the character in order to keep it original were also selected to maximize the amount of anger in Chris. The name of the character, Asperchu, is because he suffers from Asperger's. So if Chris were to accuse it of being derivative of the CWC Extended Universe, he would also be guilty of likening Asperger's to autism, which he would hate. With the success that Liquid had in infuriating Chris by imitating him, a combination of copying Chris with Asperger's was sure to be effective. The ads on the website even had depictions of Asperchu and Sonichu with some degree of homosexuality suggested, which ensured the CWC stamp of approval. Meanwhile, Chris quietly established contact with another girl, and though he tried to keep it private so the trolls wouldn't get to it, he couldn't help himself and began name-dropping her in his videos. In a lot of ways, this girl was Megan's successor, though her communications with Chris were a lot less cogent and lasted less as well. While Chris kept pushing for them to date and being a general weirdo, she kept herself at a safe distance. On the YouTube end of things, having a new good-intentioned gal pal did nothing to calm his anger, as after a wiki is created for Asperchu to further liken it to Sonichu, Chris threatens to kill them with psychic powers. While these visible trolling stunts tried to be as entertaining as possible when it came to annoying Chris, the demeanor of the trolls behind it was not particularly malevolent. Calls between Chris and the creator of Asperchu, who went by the alias of Alec Benson Leary, show that Alec was trying to do the same thing Vivian was doing, make Chris productive and care more about working on Sonichu and not letting it rot away. On the 2nd of March, Chris took to his Twitter to say this: "My father went to the hospital last night at 3 a.m. with a case of congested heart failure. He will be back out in a couple of days, but I have had a long, stressful day. I only got 4 hours of sleep. I will resume daily updates after this week. Redrawing on the last few pages of book 10 are in the works, so Alec, his crew, and I can be on peaceful terms, and that we can all move on with better stories that are more canon to all things Sonichu and Rosachu. Currently, daily updates will mostly consist of mailbag answerings, bio page creations, captain's log updates, etc. I appreciate your loyalty and patience. And also, thank yous go out to all who have sent me positive emails and US mail letters, cards, and presents with opposite feelings towards the few who sent me offensive, graphically inappropriate fan art." In the updates that followed this announcement up, Chris said that Bob had made it through safely and was no longer in danger. However, if this event didn't have enough of an impact on Chris, what happened soon after definitely did. Because of an oversight while making his little Big Planet level, Chris accidentally left in the full name of the girl who he had been interacting with, and the trolls picked up on it and immediately contacted her with all the defamatory information on Chris that the CWCpedia could offer. Her response was to tell him to get all of her information off of his things, and that if someone were to go after her and bother her, it'd be his fault. His reaction was this:
"God damn another story when you try to hurt my friends and get them involved like you've been doing."
After some back and forth, as Chris tried to do the same thing he did with Megan and placate her, just enough so that she'll overlook his blatant boundary violations, Chris decides to send her a letter and once again invite her out. This was her response: "Sorry, I won't be able to make it. Besides, I wouldn't want to go if you were going to be there. And I'm not going to the thing next week because I don't want to deal with you. By the way, that letter, don't do that again, ever. I wasn't even impressed with your little gift. I threw it away. Not only that, I was pissed when you said that we had been going out for a month and a half. First of all, I never agreed to anything of the sort. Second, I would never date you. You're not my type. Also, if you want me to stay safe, then you would leave me alone. From phone, email, and mail. I don't want to hear from you ever again. Do you hear me? And who cares if you're a fucking acoustic virgin? I'd rather have my best friend's boyfriend take me first because I trust him than you. Besides, I'm asexual, so there's no hope for you, at least from me. Not only that, not even a cheap would want your small dick inside of her. Neither would I. Pretty aggressive as far as put-downs go, but given how things went with Megan, it was probably for the best. Because of the compounded negative feelings, Chris quits the internet, only to come back in a day and a half to talk about Family Guy. Mind you, during this whole time, little to no work is being done on Sonichu, which drives Vivian, who up until this point was trying her best to be supportive and helpful, into giving up on Chris and Sonichu. On emails, she says, "Obviously you don't give a shit anymore, so there's no point in managing something you don't care about. You had weeks to update with anything. You're just playing video games and pretending you're actually putting effort into something. You've shown zero intention of actually updating. A week ago you said you might update, but then you do nothing. You told me like 2 days ago you would, and you still haven't done anything. How hard is it to do anything? You probably spend like 5 hours a day just watching TV and playing video games instead of actually doing anything productive. I'm still offering to take Sonichu off your hands." After this, their communication slowly died down and eventually stopped altogether. Through the month of June, Chris's drinking once again perked up as he began attending Fridays after 5, a kind of block party festival that takes place in Charlottesville. He's actually been cited multiple times attending it, sometimes dancing, sometimes just posing menacingly in his sports bra with the writings "Want Woman" emblazoned over it, and last but not least, mysteriously walking around with a hula hoop under his arm. An account of a sighting reads, he was wearing a bright orange sleeveless shirt with what looked like a beer logo on the back and holding a Budweiser aluminum bottle, a little minifan made to look like an iPod, and a hula hoop for some reason. Most importantly, he had a sort of basic attraction sign with him, nothing elaborate or directly sexual, but it says something like "friendly and flirty man zone" or something similar to that, and with more smaller text under that I couldn't make out. He was sitting on the back grass part and left a few minutes before the music was over. I would have loved to catch Chris's attempt at using the hula hoop. I bet it was funny as hell. Following one of his attendances to Fridays after 5, Chris goes to a bar and drinks by his lonesome until the brilliant idea of paying a visit to the game place crosses his mind. He instantly drives there while obviously under the influence and decides to try and take pictures of the manager, Mike, to use as a dartboard. That's the story that Chris told in this video about the incident anyway, because according to Michael, the police, and an unnamed woman, he was taking pictures not of Mike, but of his daughter. Chris alludes to this himself as he admits that the police made him delete the pictures, and if they had just been pictures of Mike, there really wouldn't have been any reason for them to do so. Regardless of whether he went there for Mike or his daughter, Chris certainly went above and beyond the call of duty. After police were called on him for trespassing on private property, Chris tried to make a run for it, and on his way out, he tried to run Mike over twice, as well as the unnamed woman once. Of course, Chris's retelling renders this as Mike and the woman jumping on the hood of his car to make him look bad. When the police showed up, he still tried to drive away, but due to his very limited getaway driver skills, he was stopped by the cops. In their interrogation of him, he immediately breaks into a monologue about how internet trolls ruined his life. It's safe to say it didn't take very long for the cops to figure out that Chris was mentally challenged. They decided against arresting him, settling for having him delete the photos. Speaking of the trolls, Christian decides to one-up them. Instead of having his mediums of communication be hacked by them, he takes the initiative to infiltrate the trolls. At least that's what Chris believed. In actuality, the trolls set up a fake forum and made it look like it was their main hub for planning out the next attacks against Chris. Falling for it hook, line, and sinker, Chris made an account on the forum under the alias of Jinkies Jenkins, followed with a truly bizarre introductory post. My real name is Junior Jenkins. Scooby-Doo was the inspiration behind the Jinkies. Lol. I had a birthday party recently on the 16th of July, so now I'm 15. I couldn't celebrate it with my friends like I would have wanted to, because I was hitchhiking my way to Ruckersville from Boston. I'm crashing at a house where I have some relatives there. They're the black sheep of the family, and they're not close within the same house. It is cool, because they won't rat me out to my parents and siblings. Like I need another damn minute with those assholes who overlook me. And a better part, their house is across the street from Chrissy's house. Sadly though, the blinds to his bedroom are always closed, but I still get some sights of him and the family out of their house. I've arrived at my new home a few days ago on the 20th. I'll be spending my sophomore year, and so on, in Greene County's high school. I promised I'd write my gal back in Boston, but what happens here, she doesn't have to know. I'll have to make some new friends come September, but I'll be cool. I'm a stud. I'll also miss my favorite duo of dudes, Jerry and Dino. They taught me the ropes of high school life. They were both 16. I looked up to them, like I would have for my older sister if she wasn't such a drag. They were a gay couple, and they respected me as a friend only. I made it my final realization I was not gay with the help of Jerry and my girlfriend Lisa. Sweet little took me in with gratitude on my 14th birthday. She had a few exes from middle school, and her mom was a bondage queen. What? Before then, I had a gay experience in summer camp when I was 7. My bunkmates were experimenting and made me their mofo unwilling guinea pig. I was blindfolded during the entire thing. I can't read this. I seriously can't read this. The next part is basically like a gay erotica that Chris is describing from summer camp when he was a child, I guess. I guess it didn't actually happen because this is the perspective of his troll, who he's like making out to be gay. So with that, I was able to move forward feeling more confident in my orientation. Anyway, after moving here, I've studied the times of exits and entries from the Chandler Chateau, looking for a pattern. There was definitely one with Robert, morning for breakfast at BK, and afternoon outings to I don't know where. Barbara appears to come out mostly either in the afternoon or night, sometimes in the mornings. And Chris has no set pattern as far as I can tell yet, but I'll post new stuff as I learn them. Some with, hopefully embarrassing, photographs of Chris as I learn and take. Smell you later, Junior Jenkins, Jinkies. I'm actually speechless as to this. I know I avoided reading a bunch of it. You can look it up for yourself, but it's basically like summer camp erotica written by Chris. What the f is this post? It makes sense for him to make the troll character he's playing kind of gay as a roundabout of attacking, you know, them, but the amount of detail he goes into is beyond disturbing. Did Chris just post like CP erotica? Did any of this happen to him? Is he telling someone else's stories? Did he witness this? I have a lot of questions. I mean, since the forum was a honeypot to begin with, and they knew from the beginning that Jenkins was Chris, how did the trolls feel when reading this? I don't think I want to know the answer to most of these questions, to be honest, but it does leave a lot to the imagination, so to speak. Something Chris did not do. All of his other posts as Jenkins are relatively normal, but that one was more than sufficient to dump buckets of fuel to the already raging fire of rumors that Chris was secretly gay. Around the same time, Alec, the guy behind Asperchew, was running the usual pretend sweetheart program on Chris via emails, and as their conversations drifted into the topic of sex, Chris messaged him this whammy. I've had the question of sexual fantasies posed to me before, and there are a few. One is having sex in a swimming pool to emulate a dream I had of being lost in a water-filled labyrinth where I was intercepted by a woman and we made out and had sex. I am game for sex as long as you're my partner and you wore a strap-on or used a butt plug in me, as long as it is not penis shaped. I would also like oral sex, swing set, pole dancing, me, you, or both at once, three-way with two women, role play, and others I can't remember right now. Feel free to suggest other topics, and I'll let you know if it's cool with me or not. It's not gay as long as it's not penis shaped, a quote to live by. Also, though it doesn't behoove me to body shame him, the only way Chris pole dances is if the pole is roughly the diameter of a fire hydrant. Another emails to Jackie, he also admits that he'd applied to an escort service, passed out cards, and even put an ad up on escorts.com under the name of Carlos Chanter, but never managed to score one single client. He's not managing to get with girls for free. Why does he think he'd succeed at getting paid for it? According to Chris, his attempt to become an escort wasn't necessarily related to his new forlorn and destitute love quest, but because he's in debt. In more emails, he explains that he has just one credit card and that he owes $720 on it, though he's only paid $50 on it monthly, which means that the interest rate would prevent him from ever being debt-free. Despite Jackie pleading with him to be more frugal, he's unwilling to cancel his Netflix subscription or sell any of his 400 video games. Actually, I have to correct myself here. After repeatedly telling him to sell his video games to pay off his debt, Chris did get rid of them, and by that I mean he exchanged them for store credit at GameStop so he could buy even more games. Truly hopeless. On top of that, every month he buys a $50 PSN card to buy add-ons for Guitar Hero. He also admits that, though he has told his mom and Rocky about the debt, he's kept Bob in the dark about all of this because he didn't want to get yelled at. Meanwhile, the troll set up a reward system for whoever gets their hands on or destroys relics that belong to or came from Chris. One of the larger payouts of $9,000 was for someone to sequester and destroy his PS3 due to how much Chris noticeably loved it. Initially, when Jackie brought this up as a potential way to make money, Chris reacts negatively, saying, I saw their rewards topic. Firstly, let me inform you that considering most of the trolls are immature, underage, demented, twisted, sick, evil, and such, the rewards would obviously be false. If a troll actually comes up with such footage and gives it to someone like Clyde Cash, Clyde would not give out any money. So with that considered, I would never make such a gay video, or PS3 wrecking video, or even $1 billion. And with that, I would appreciate if you would not even think of me making any footage for the trolls' money ever again. Please. However, in his despair for some quick cash to pay off his debt with, ideally before Bob found out, Chris destroys his PS3, which at the time was at least worth a couple $100, or maybe even more if he marketed it properly on eBay with some games. Given Jackie was the only one who talked him into it, promising the destruction of the PS3 would mean Chris was moving forward from being a man-child and becoming an adult who gets his joy from being with his sweetheart. Of course, as he himself predicted, Clyde never paid for this. This doesn't at all hinder his trust and love for Jackie though, and soon Soon after, he declares his love for her, followed by sending her multiple images of drawn, not safe for work stuff of her, which I obviously can't feature uncensored. Also, upon Jackie's request, Chris sings her a song while cosplaying as Dragon Ball's Mr. Popo, which obviously was just Alec getting him to do blackface. This was just one of many instances of Chris doing cosplay. Other victims of which include Fred Flintstone and the infamous video of him turning into Sonic with a defective ear.
Hello, folks. Well, and now for something completely different. Electric Hedgehog power. Pew! This is me in my super mode. If I actually had the superpowers.
Other illustrious productions from this period include not one, but 2 different videos of Chris simulating himself giving birth.
My goodness me, look at this. I had sex with my girlfriend, and it backfired on me. Can't believe this. Her egg went inside one, and now it's been in me for like 9 months. Ugh.
As well as an attempt at doing a single pull-up, which he fails. Finally, Alec is no longer capable of keeping up the loving Jackie facade, and after months upon months of half trolling him, half trying to genuinely help him, he cracks when Chris suggests a friends with benefits arrangement and replies with a barrage of emails with the most scathing words he could think of. There are some girls who are perfectly willing to have a casual sex-based relationship with no strings attached. However, these girls always possess the same qualities. 1, they usually have some kind of psychological hang-up, whether it be that they have terrible self-esteem and hate themselves, or they feel like no one could love them and that they couldn't deserve a real relationship, or something like that. Basically, every minute they're in this sort of hollow mockery of a relationship, they're in pain and suffering. But you probably wouldn't care about any of that, since all you want to do is have sex with them and then ignore them. 2, the thing I bet you will care about is that those women only care about the shallowest aspects of men. By that, I mean they want guys who are good-looking, muscular, manly, and have big nails. You do not fit any of those criteria, Chris. You are significantly overweight and flabby, you have virtually no muscle, your skin is pasty, and your forehead is covered in acne scarring that is the most readily visible thing about you even in low light, low resolution picture or video. Your hair is thinning and looks stringy and greasy all the time because you don't take care of it, your body isn't getting the nutrients it needs to maintain it, and you probably don't wash it all that much. When you dressed up as Christiane Sonichu, your distended gut was hanging so low it completely covered your belt buckle and much of your front pants. It reminded me of when Peter Griffin is naked and they don't have to blur his genitals because his giant gut covers them completely. All of those are things that you could take care of if you actually tried, but you just stuff yourself with fast food, soft drinks, and hungry man dinners all day and night and make no effort to exercise or keep in shape, which is why you can't do a single pull-up and your body is falling apart before you even turn 30. Also, your penis is rather small and bent at an awkward angle. Girls who want a friends with benefits arrangement just want the biggest, straightest dick they can find. And trust me, they don't have trouble finding them. For every one of a guy like you, there are 5 or 10 guys who actually take care of themselves physically that these girls can choose from instead. Oh, the other thing is that these girls will often forgive a less than attractive physique if the guy in question has a lot of money to spend on them, but having never tried to pursue an actual career or earn money with your comics, which you have claimed many times you always wanted to do, means you have no money either. In all our time communicating with each other, you show that you're incredibly petty and vindictive. You show that you care nothing for other people's property or livelihood, as evidenced by the ridiculous grudge you still possess against Michael Snyder. You went into the store he was in charge of running, you hogged his TV to play your games, even though he never owed you that, and then when he tried to assert his dominance over the business he runs, you scrawled vile graffiti slandering him in his own store, and you refused to play by the rules, and that forced him to ban you. And years go by and you still hold this childish grudge, to the point of repeatedly trespassing on the store's property and taking pictures of his children in a threatening manner. You are hateful and judgmental towards entire groups of people you know nothing about. You hate gays for absolutely no reason. You're afraid of black people. You think calling someone a Jew is an insult, and yet you still get super self-righteous and act all offended whenever you think someone is disrespecting you because they don't like your autism. You are a hypocrite of immense proportions, always holding other people to standards of behavior that you believe you yourself have no obligation to follow. You criticize other people for social networking, saying the internet is turning them autistic, even though you sit at home playing your PlayStation 3 all day long. You throw words from the Bible at people when they do something that offends you, even though you lie, cheat, steal, want premarital sex, threaten bodily harm on others, and a whole host of other activities that God doesn't like. And whenever you are cornered and can't explain away your rampant egotism and hypocrisy, you'll just claim that the trolls are responsible for all your problems, great and small, and act as though your bad internet experience excuses you from having to take responsibility for anything. And what's more, you expect others to do everything for you and offer nothing in return. Whenever either of us offer you an idea of how to deal with some problem of yours, you come up with some rationalization why you are too lazy to do it and beg us to do it for you instead. You'll complain about the same problems over and over, but you refuse to consider any solution that is offered to you. You've talked down to me, insulted me, lied to me repeatedly, refused to do something I asked you to do many times, yet you still expect me to be some perfect girlfriend who makes you happy all the time. You place your prized video games above all other concerns in your life. You drop the majority of what little money you have every month on video games, and then whine about how you don't have money you would need to accomplish actual goals. You complain about other people being addicted. You make excuses that once we're together, then you will improve yourself, suggesting that you expect me to be a babysitter and give your life direction because you're too lazy to give it direction yourself. If you had been a good person, things might have turned out different between us, but you proved your inside was even uglier than your outside. The most succinct way to put why you are not currently ready to be with a girl is that you want to be taken seriously as an adult man, even though you're a person who sits in your room playing video games all day, leeching money off the government that could be going to people who are homeless and starving, and at the same time convincing yourself that God wants you to have free money, have no goals, no aspirations, and no direction, who avoids any and all work like the plague, whines about his father telling him to do chores to real adults who have to work 60 hours a week and take care of themselves, all the while growing fatter, balder, greasier, and closer to death off your diet of fast food and hungry man's and a total lack of exercise or activity. You need to change all of these things about yourself before a relationship, friends with benefits or not, with any girl is practical. You might be wondering, after I just got done explaining why you're such a bad friend, why I would want to be your friend, and that's a valid point. Well, I want to be your friend because I think it is possible for you to change, become good, and get things you want, and it's not hurting me to help you to try. One more thing, I have to ask you again, what has Rocky really done for you? Has Rocky helped you get a girlfriend and or partner? No, you're still alone and a virgin. Has she helped you get healthy or develop a means of interacting with adults? No, you still live like a slob and play with toys all day. You are severely depressed because you don't have a social life, but she hasn't helped you with all of that. All she tells you is that nothing is your fault and that your problems will be solved when the trolls are gone. Well, when the trolls are all punished, you'll still be a lonely, depressed version with no real social life, no job, no hobbies, and nothing significant in his life. Why don't you ask Rocky to help you with your actual personal problems instead of just blaming the trolls for everything? I'm trying to help you by pointing out things you need to change about yourself. Doesn't Rocky? Or does she just tell you that it's okay to sit on your ass playing video games and doing nothing with your life? I've got news for you. If that's what she was telling you, it's because she believes you're too and stupid to accomplish anything, and she's just humoring you. Anyway, I know this probably sounds all pretty brutal and shocking to you. That's why I want you to save this email and reread it over and over. Read it again each day so the shock can fade, but my message can sink in. Because you really need this message to sink in, Chris. You need to do something different with your life. If you don't, then the life you have now is all you'll ever have. This email, unlike most of the other emails trying to get Chris to realize the cold hard truth, was effective. However, it wasn't effective at getting Chris to improve his life. Instead, it essentially caused what is called an ego death, though it would take a while before it manifested. He still replied to Jackie's email, only to say that she has hurt him deeply, and that his penis was in fact bigger than previously photographed, and no longer bent. Oh, and he's not overweight. In a follow-up email, he says, while the truth is appreciated sometimes, there is a certain level of truth-telling that should never be exceeded, because of hurting the other's feelings and emotions worse than they already are. Is sympathy a lost art in this damn digital communicative age that makes more and more society autistic-like every day? To which Jackie replied, sympathy has nothing to do with this. I have spent months sympathizing with you on every subject that bothers you, but it has gotten you nowhere. You still sit alone in your room, depressed and resentful towards the rest of the world. You don't listen when people sympathize with you. I chose my words very carefully because I knew they would shock you. I knew that shocking you was the only thing that might stand a chance of making you realize that you don't have a luxury of just sitting and waiting for the world to make itself perfect for you. Secondly, you complain about not receiving sympathy, but when have you ever offered it? When people sympathize with you, all you end up doing is demanding that they fix your problems for you. You don't sympathize at all with people like me or Samantha when we get frustrated at how you routinely ignore our advice and would rather piss your life away playing video games. Friendship seems to be a one-sided affair with you. You expect sympathy, which I think you misinterpret to mean coddling, but don't return the favor. The same day as the first email in this exchange was sent, Chris uploads a video announcing that he's leaving the internet.
Attention, read my lips. Online socialization is a bust. Socialize in real life is the tops. And also, no more videos. You most, and you social sites like MySpace and Facebook. I'm out.
Unlike all of his previous claims, he actually managed to keep himself from uploading videos to YouTube for a total of 8 months. This could have, and in my opinion, should have been a major turning point in the Chris story. Despite his obvious learning disability, it was an opportunity to turn his life around. It was when someone was bluntly honest with him about the current conditions of his life and what he needed to do to change it. Jackie was not kind to him, but she was honest, and if anything, that's what he needed. That's what a lot of people need. In this period of public silence, his conversations with Jackie Jackie continued, though they didn't become public until much later. In January, Chris mentions that Barb's mental health has also begun to deteriorate, as he essentially expresses that, due to how fragile their familial unit is given financially, emotionally, and pretty much every other day, she no longer wants to continue living. Within a month of this, Chris films himself sticking his in snow for a jackass challenge.
About 6 minutes in now. I've had previous experience with freezing my... and I've even stretched it a bit. Right, I'll be checking back in 7.
Besides his now private PSN, Chris was exclusively communicating through emails and no longer socializing online. This also marked an entire year of absolutely no updates on Sonichu. It wasn't until March that the aforementioned ego death that resulted from the Jackie email reared its head. Chris realized that indeed he couldn't go on as he was, but instead of improving who he was, he decided that he wanted to be someone else. Near the end of March, he emails Jackie saying the following: "The emails I'm sending you are strictly confidential. Do not share the content of anything I send you with anyone. I've gone through an emotional 180 more or less within the past month. In a nutshell, I've grown my hair out and am continuing to let it grow. I have learned the best term to describe me, Tom Girl. Yes, I am a Tom Girl, and I'm damn proud of it. I have embraced and appreciated my feminine side. I'm still totally heterosexual. Otherwise, I would be a full-blown you-know-what. I have also had my ears pierced with amethyst studs, my birthstone, recently. I've also been more self-confident, and I have a sweet sachet walk, hair, and wink flirts, and I am greeting women left and right. Hello. Also, here's another way to consider me. I am a Ken doll any Barbie can dress in her clothes, and I would feel most comfortable in them and to model them for her. Come shopping with me, sweetie." Chris, who is infamously homophobic, is now dressing up as a woman and has a sachet walk. Couldn't make this up if I tried. The pictures he was referring to in the email eventually leak, and they look about as mesmerizing as you'd expect. While Bob was going through a surgery to remove a tumor in his colon, Barb was concerned that Chris was becoming a transvestite or gay of some kind, which Chris resented. This culminated on May 17th when Barb randomly conjures up the idea that Chris is preparing to kill her, so she threatens to kill him, takes the car keys, and last but not least, she cuts Chris's hair, which according to him, broke the last straw on his camel's back, causing him to call her a B-word. Chris, being the complete deranged psychopath that he is, decides that he will wear the clippings of his hair as a necklace as a charm to make it grow back faster. I don't even know. On a forum for tomboys and tomgirls he joined, Chris shares that his parents hadn't been accepting of his transition and that Barb had tried to pay him to stop wearing panties. When Bob found out, he shared many of Barb's concerns. While he did stop uploading to YouTube, he was still producing videos, some even of an explicit nature, for Jackie, where he has sex with one of his dolls and twerks in the fitting rooms of a clothing store. A couple of months after this, Chris sits naked on a store-bought cake and farts for Jackie's amusement, while Bob dies of heart failure 2 days after turning the ripe old age of 84. Much later on, it's discovered that when Bob died, he had already been hospitalized, not for any cardiac issue, but for bug bites. As he aged and his health deteriorated, he stopped doing maintenance in the house, and since Barb and Chris never did any in the first place, their home became infested with the bugs. Poor guy, what a way to go. Just a month after his passing, Barb and Chris are arrested for running Mike over, this time successfully. The story goes that Chris saw the game place was under new management and deliberately ignored the fact that Mike was named as part of it. After entering it, which constitutes trespassing, he took pictures of Mike with his 3DS and yelled out, "For the internet!" Presumably, the cops were called by the game place's management while Mike followed the Chandlers back to their car. And, no joke, according to Chris, Mike began hitting himself with the car. And no, that's not a joke, that is what he claims. After that, what happened is no longer a matter of what Chris or Mike claimed, but what the cops themselves witnessed. Chris and Barb failed to stop after their quote-unquote accidentally hitting Mike, followed by Chris assaulting someone, most likely Mike, and Barb attacking a police officer. The court proceedings drew well into the next year, and thanks to a pair of CWCpedia users who lived near the court in which the hearings took place, the information about it was spread despite Chris's radio silence. Despite filing protection orders against both Barb and Chris, Mike didn't intend for them to get felony charges and hoped that the judge would take their plea bargain. Ultimately, Chris was sentenced to community service, 1 year of probation, mandatory psychological treatment and evaluation, which would result in jail time if he didn't comply, plus $247 in court costs. Barb, on the other hand, got community service with 2 years of probation and almost $500 in court costs. Besides the hearings, 2012 was a quiet year, and the only one since the beginning of his online presence with no YouTube uploads. However, there's one glaring exception to this uneventfulness. This is the year Chris lost his virginity to a lady of the night. night. He posted to Facebook about it, saying, "I've been in a good mood a lot lately because I finally had sex, so I'll divulge a couple of details. I mean, seriously, I literally awake, and the first thing that comes to mind is the occasion that I'm smiling for hours. She was a very nice and sweet early 20s woman, and even better, she's half Cherokee. We've hit it off from the shared characteristic of being good people and a very delightful and pleasant conversation. We exchanged phone numbers, and we did it in her room. I put together a nice gift basket for her to show my appreciation. Oh, I forgot to mention, she really enjoyed my dick. It was so big and good that it put the last dude she was with to shame." Her words. While initially pretending this was some kind of romantic rendezvous, eventually, over private emails, he would admit to having done it with an escort. Do yourself a really big favor. Go on Craigslist for your area, find yourself a to play with, dump your virginity. For me, it was the best thing I was ever able to do for myself, twice. Now I don't feel as bad because I won't be dying an untouched virgin, and I have not obsessed about so much since then. Plus, she was a nice woman, the one who did it. Caring mother of two, half Cherokee, she was really good. Much later on, he retold the war story of how exactly their interaction went down, which I won't read out for the sake of your sanity and my own, but it's not that hard to find. One thing that's worth mentioning is that he goes out of his way to say that he gave her the same strong-handed massage he gives to his mother, which is both deeply disturbing and incredibly foreboding, like many things are with Chris. Most of 2013 has little to no significant activity from Chris besides him wasting his time on Facebook and Twitter. A few more videos of Chris's house leak, and he opens up a group on Facebook called Brasseries for Males to see if he can find other men who share his interest in wearing bras as a totally straight heterosexual tomgirl. You can imagine how successful this endeavor was. In February, he made a new video but didn't upload it to YouTube, and we only have it now because it eventually leaked due to the diligent work of trolls. In it, he calls out his half-brother, Cole, for not inviting Chris and Barb to his wedding, and scolds him for not giving her attention as if it was his job, as if he hadn't extensively explained to him over emails why he moved away from the Chandler clan. Another sign that Chris was completely divorcing himself from reality was that around this time, he left his church, which had for a long time been one of the few positive influences on his life. Explaining the decision, he said, "I, Christian Weston Chandler, will not be attending church for a long time. The pastor banned me from the church for a month. He has banned me from speaking my piece during the sharing of joys and concerns, and from that, I have felt unnecessarily silenced. I also feel my meetings with Rocky no longer have much effect on me or my life. My life continues to be at a disappointing standstill of sadness, loneliness, and a great stress. Only the people way older than me ever do so much as greet me, and I have very little to share in common with any of them. Nobody even close to my age or even in their 20s gives me much to do, or include me in their conversations. Aside from that, I am hated by a number of people, for reasons beyond my full understanding, because I always tried to be a good and nice person for a long time, and in public I'm constantly overlooked, ignored, or ostracized by everybody. Even speaking out gets me absolutely no attention. I continue to be paranoid of most everyone because of them likely being among the internet trolls that still continue to haunt and taunt me. I am still long desperate for a woman to be my sweetheart. I am tired of being single, dang it. I continue to serve my family the best I can, and I continue to feel sad, depressed, and lonely. My heart feels numb, and I'm forced to keep a great emotional distance from everybody outside my house and home. I am an autistic, mental, and emotional mess, and there's very little I can do to help myself beyond my knowledge. And God sees fit for some hate-filled reason to continue to curse me as a jinx. And so the church is not helping me much in my life, mentally or emotionally at all. So I will not be coming back for a long time. Along with his distance from the church came his hatred for Megan after years of barely mentioning her at all. In a Facebook post, he called her an ungrateful B-word, essentially saying that she owed him $6 for the stuff he chose to buy her voluntarily from eBay. He also says that the version of her he put in the Sonichu comics, Megagi La Skunk, no longer trusts her, whatever that's supposed to mean. To top it all off, he accuses her and the army of trolls he's now convinced was being ordered by her of being responsible for his dad's death. Certainly, the fact Bob ate at Burger King for decades, or his multiple bypass surgeries, or the fact he was 84 had nothing to do with his passing, and it was all Megan's fault. Finally, he comes back to YouTube, but only to post a Lego recreation of his high school, which is a little too close for comfort to a doom wad of his school, if you get what I'm saying. For the longest time, Chris, much like his parents, was a pathological hoarder and only bought more and more paraphernalia he just kept around and never got rid of. It's the man-child classic. However, it's at this time that we see him putting up certain things for sale, which is quite unusual. The first item, comically enough, was a package of all his used that he listed on Craigslist. This odd action went overlooked, at least for a little while, because all of the attention towards Chris Chan was drawn to when the Chandler household went up in flames. The main theory as to why it happened was that, due to the general hoarding, the kitchen sink was inaccessible, leading the downstairs bathroom sink to be the main source of water for the Chandlers. Because of this, an unusual amount of electrical devices were plugged in or near the bathroom. One of these things was the coffee brewer, which had an extension cord looping over a door. Because of the door opening and closing, the cord's plastic covering was gradually chewed away, day until the wires were completely exposed. This part is pretty much confirmed, as the fire department itself named it specifically as the cause of the fire. After about 3 hours, the firemen managed to put the fire out, while Chris went on Facebook to complain at Keurig, blaming them for the brewer's faulty wiring. With a house that was as much of a fire hazard as theirs, it's unsurprising that a 3-hour-long fire absolutely ravaged their living space. At the time, they made it out with pretty much nothing but what they had on their backs. It would take about a year for the house to be restored to its former glory, and during this period, Chris and Barb lived at a rental house provided by their insurance company. Fortunately for them, after the place was cleared for them to visit and inspect the objects that had been damaged by the fire, many things were left unscathed. As soon as the chaos died down, Chris returned to selling things on eBay for cash, though people generally presume this need for money was caused by the fire. On an unrelated note, in April, he says this on an email to one of the pretend girls he was communicating with. "A new feat. I have just randomly done something that would normally be useless and trivial, and it would be something that would be more often done in a dream. But I actually did it, and I felt like I wanted to tell someone who would keep it confidential and possibly be interested. Right now, I'm telling only you in confidence. Warning, it is obscene, and I mean no offense. I have reached from behind and under and pulled my penis and literally stretched it to being wedged between the middle of my butt crack. I could push the head into the hole, but it was really smelly in there, and I have just bathed. Oh my god. Oh my god. And while stretched, the balls can remain tucked in, and I can walk like this. It is that long. And to take an opportunity, you and a lot of women around here and wherever, not counting the Cherokee women, are really missing out. Thank you for listening and keeping it confidential. On second thought, I gave you permission to tell other women about it, only if you feel it valid for the conversation. Just when you thought that Chris couldn't be any more of an elegant gentleman. He's now practicing aerobics. People have been speculating that he had some psychological complex that made him want to bang himself all the way back when he created the Crystal character, and now it had come full circle. However, through some unimaginable mental acrobatics, he remained homophobic, struggling to consider gay males a legitimate category of the LGBT acronym because of his feelings towards them. Another exquisite morsel of Chris's gender expression is the, and I quote, unclipped. You may be wondering, Tom, what Lovecraftian horror beyond human comprehension are you talking about? Well, I'll let Chris explain it. I had something done to me that is radical, that I did for my lesbian soul. I got a new piercing on my taint on Monday the 15th, about where my clitoris would be if I was a woman. It is a short, steel straight piece with steel spheres, of which I rendered to them as my unclipped. I am tending to its cleaning personally in daily baths or showers, as well as cleaning the area with rubbing alcohol twice a day. I, Christian Weston Chandler, with no other outside opinions from anyone, have long been thinking about getting a piercing on my taint with a steel sphere from where my clitoris would be if I was born female. In my soul identity as a female, and a lesbian as a fair substitute for that, and to stimulate the woman's clitoris via scissoring. Years ago, after watching the lesbian couple tribbing each other in the softcore movie The Key to Sex, and to make sure everyone understands me once and for all, lesbian soul trapped in a male body. Or to put it another way, I am a lesbian transgender. I am seriously into women. Males offend me, even my own totally grosses me out. I'm glad that I tuck it underneath my taint so I don't have to look down at the ugly bulge. I have come out as the lesbian transgender that I've always been and ever will. And for every one of you sods who continue to mislabel me as a homosexual male or hint towards anything of that even in distasteful jest, you can all kiss my vagina of my soul. You might have noticed that I deliberately expunged the parts of his little missive that go into the ins and outs of bonobo clitorises, but I wouldn't punish my worst enemy with that information, so consider yourself lucky. Also, I'm real iffy on how accurate his locating of the organ is, and I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to use rubbing alcohol on a recently done piercing, but then again, even if he got both of those things hilariously wrong, there's just no topping the fact that he chose to pierce his perineum. The words perineum and piercing shouldn't even be in the same sentence. And here we are, Chris Chan. Once again, Chris gets roped into dating an online troll. This time it was an open relationship that included Chris, Catherine, and another guy, Colin. Because of his plethora of bad past experiences with purely online dating, there was a lot more riding on going on an actual real-life date, and eventually it did take place. Catherine's retelling of how it went down follows. Chris wanted to spend an entire day together, go bra shopping at Target with him, wanted me to spend the night and watch movies with him, even asked me what I liked for breakfast so he could buy it. It would have been kind of nice behavior if it weren't the first time he was going to meet this woman. I told him a few times that I wasn't going to spend the night with him, but he persisted in believing I would. He was 2 booths down, I bit the bullet and went over. He wanted me to use some stupid pickup line. What's a pretty girl like you doing in a place like this? But I just asked if he was Christian. He all but leaped up and squawks, "Catherine, you're here!" Then he side-hugged me before I could employ evasive tactics, and I led him to our table. The look on the waitress's face was priceless. She may need some serious therapy after this. Chris was wearing a red t-shirt and gray undershirt. His kilt, really some some old lady-style plaid skirt to the calf with turquoise tights and grotty sneakers. I hoped he would wear high heels since he said he likes wearing them. His hair looked like straw, probably from the bleach he used to use, and he had a silver hairband and green earrings. He had on blue eyeshadow and purple eyeliner and red lipstick that appeared to have been applied by someone with advanced Parkinson's. He smelled very strongly, and what we later found out was that Britney Spears perfume. He seemed genuinely amazed I was even there. He kept trying to hold my hand, so I negotiated lunch like a T-Rex with stumpy little arms. Then he tried footsie under the table, and he stared at my a lot. In retrospect, I should have called him out on it. Barb's family apparently also think Barb is a useless drunken whore too. A few days after the meeting, Chris told me that when Barb was young, she aggressively went after her sister's husband or fiance. When he offered to show us his house, we took him up on it. We followed him even though Al knew where we were going. Chris seriously drives like my demented old grandma who doesn't have a license anymore because she kept going the wrong way up one-way streets. The place is bad. Much smaller than I thought it would be too. It's overgrown and there's broken glass everywhere. Everywhere you look there's stuff, all garbage. Bob's old workshop is full of rubbish. His greenhouse is doing slightly better but not much. There's an early 90s Cadillac in the yard covered in plant growth that hasn't been moved since the fire. They want to sell it and expect $2,000 to $5,000 for it. We go to the rental. It is literally stacked to the ceiling with stuff in places, no exaggeration. Chris occupies both upstairs rooms. One is full of Lego, including melted, warped, fire damaged Lego, a lot of it, and the other has the same grotty bedding from the old house. The Chandler's pets pee and poop in the house on newspaper because they're too lazy to take them for walks. The dogs are untrained, hate strangers, and are at least 20 pounds overweight. Their bellies all but drag on the floor. One nearly bit me when I offered to let it smell me. When we made our escape, Chris said, "You asked what a girl like me was doing in a place like this?" Which I didn't. "Well, I'm waiting for the sweetest, most honest woman in my life," and put his arm around me to kiss me, so I sneezed again to get him to back off. I waved at him when we got in the car, and he still thinks I blew him a kiss. It's been over a decade now, and Chris is still as absurdly inept at respecting people's boundaries. It's good to know some things don't change. Or maybe bad. Probably bad. After this, Chris goes to a gay club looking like a creature out of Goosebumps, and then he attempts to donate sperm, but gets rejected. Truly, nobody wants that comeuppance. Another unexplainable surge of aggression would flare up in protest of Sonic's arms and the Sonic Boom game being blue instead of classic beige color. No, it's not a joke. That actually pissed him off and led him to create entire groups to protest the change. His obsession with stopping the game from being sold around him got so bad that, after he had already been banned from every game store in the area due to his protests, he decided that on the day after Christmas, he'd once more go into GameStop and vandalize Sonic Boom copies. A Tumblr user who happened to be present and know of Chris Chan eventually made a post detailing the occurrence. I was in GameStop looking at the 3DS rack when I heard a racket from my left. I looked up and saw Chris surrounded by 3 to 4 employees in a corner. I recognized Chris's voice before their appearance. A woman was telling Chris that they'd been banned from the store and needed to leave, to which Chris responded with something like, "Oh, come on. Can't we let bygones be bygones?" The employees ignored him and continued to tell him to leave and threatened to call security. Eventually, they dispersed to do so, which is about when I began filming. A woman buying a game at the counter asked the employee she had been interacting with what had just happened, and the employee replied that Chris was some guy that came in from time to time to mess with the Sonic Boom games because he was upset that Sonic's arms had changed color or something to that effect. Sadly, I did not check to see what happened to the Sonic Boom and only stayed for another 5 minutes or so before leaving. In the brief but very telling video that we have of the occurrence, we can see Chris in what can only be described as an incomprehensible getup, imperatively telling people not to call anyone, presumably because of his terrible fear of being pinned down and handcuffed. As he speed walks out of the GameStop, it's visible that he sprayed something on one of the employees' faces. Later on, it was revealed that he had maced this man for simply standing in his way. Unbeknownst to the bystanders, Chris was at the mall with his mother. He got in such a state of nerves that in his hurry to leave, he left his elderly mother alone in the food court and drove away. We know this because when the police arrived, she was interviewed, and soon after Chris was located, he was arrested and charged with, and I quote, "dangerous gas unlawful release," which is quite fitting. A few days after the arrest, Chris was released on a $2,500 bail, and in October of the next year, almost a whole 10 months after the macing, Chris managed to plead his Class 6 felony down to a misdemeanor level assault and battery, and was served with 180 days of probation and a $541 fine. This is a relatively light sentence if you consider the fact that, while he was attending the court hearings during the time it took for the case to close, he never showed remorse for his actions. In a Facebook post he made immediately after being released, he said, "To preface what has happened recently, I simply remind everyone that Sonic the Hedgehog's arms are not freaking blue. If hashtag Sega had never changed them or reversed the change between February and November of this year in the new Sonic Boom video games and cartoon series on Cartoon Network, as well as the toys and whatever else, I would never have had to protest and rebel the way I have. I peeked into the GameStop and I spotted a new Skylander figure, Blastermind. I was set to buy it and I was going to consider checking out of their Wii U pre-owned software selection in their 3-for-2 deal. Innocent, I was not looking for trouble. But then this male loomed out in front of me, frightened the crap out of me, and he said in a booming voice that only scared me worse, "You are banned from here, you need to leave now." But still determined to continue my shopping, I veered into the Wii U direction, when his female accomplice startled me and boomed in as well. Still feeling frightened and mentally overloaded,
Spartans,
I made a grab for my pepper spray
welcome to my channel.
I offered a few peaceful solutions, but she ended up sending him to go get security. So I shouted, "Fine, I'm leaving," and I dropped it.
Jedina stvar koju možeš kupi jednu flašu vode od 5 litara, daću ti koliko treba, 200 dinara, nebitno. Onaj bidon uzmi jedan. Ja ne pijem vodu iz česme, a mi nisam bio do prodavnici. Juče me mrzalo od kuma da vučem bidon od 5 litara. Evo ga ću vrati do kuma da pogledamo sinoć film, ali bolje što nisi. Kum je bio diplomat. Da tako kume.
Meni mrci da idem dalje poji shi imam ja pasi u donat odikius imam par bidona.
A ne moraš, idi, svrati samo do kako se zove, Perovića. To ti nije daleko. Spušti se dalje do Pige i stati do Perovića, ti bar imaš kola.
Ima kusai ja2 vodu. Dunko.
Kako ugurut ćeš?
Pagel.
Yes.
U is epino sene olazimai seu radnye.
Nemam daske.
There's no space in my inventory. I must make room if I want to carry that. My bags are filled.
Hmm.
My bags are filled.
Baš.
There is no space in my inventory.
Isto bilo.
Evo, oko sam kući za tek, trošili smo je.
Dobro, mogu da steti za prodavnice,
Neću,
nije
ne,
bila
ne,
namera da
ulazim,
ljudima
Iscijepan sam,
Welcome to my
došao
channel.
sam s posla, dok stane ne mogu stati kod Perovića, tamo na sve ceste, četvoro ima unutra, neću idem tu da sam odmah skrenuo ovuda i tako. Više me mrazino što mi znači. Evo ti pol, više ga nikak je kupuš.
Apollo.
Pa toko sam na šakući.
Mene rekao sam Apollo, 13. Ja sam trebao učiti kozama danas, ali poslije...
Da imaš neku kremu, izjeo mi je ruke, malka.
Imaš tu livu, da. Tu kod ruke, vidiš.
Dobro, a šta, može ovo?
Da, priču se da je to masna krema.
A šta je ovo? Da ovo nije Pavlović, ako je Pavlović onda može. Pavlović,
To neće vidjeti Pavlović.
Ne, nije.
Neće vidjeti.
Ništa, da ćemo ovo. Šta god je.
Jele, šta si to danas radio?
Nisam danas radio, Ilija, betonirao sam cijelo dvorište.
Nisi-
Par dana.
Ej, nisi ima za ruke od tad.
Ti nisi ima?
Nisi ima za ruke od tad.
Pa nijedno danas sam vidio, a i to samo desnu ruku mi je pojeo malter.
Da,
Cimenat.
da. Vidio sam, pokazao se slike
Ali nije mi jasno kako mi je samo jednu ruku pojeo. U stvari, znam kako mi je pojeo.
stvari, sipao sam
Ne.
desnom rukom.
Ne. Znaš šta je bilo? Ovako je bila šupljina uzida, ovoliko, vići.
Da.
Ja sam to morao da napunim malterom i onda nisam mogao ničim, nego sam ovako pogače pravio rukom i šklapa nabijao umir.
Šklapa.
A nabijao umir. To sam radio upravo s desnicom rukom svojom.
Mi sunce, kako se ti onaj momak iz Hrvatske kontakte, on je baš agresivan.
U igri?
Da.
Ja to volim.
A ne možeš ti to da ispratiš.
Ne, mogu ja to da ispratim.
Nemaš.
Nego, znaš šta je problem? Problem je što moj treći igrač, Drakula, ono će da stane tu, neće, znaš, možemo mi njega da ispratimo, nije to problem. I to je okej, kako on igra.
Teško. Ja sam ga dosta puta vidio da on sam gura.
Da, pa dobro, taka je bila partija, 2-3 puta.
Ne, sam gura u smislu da...
Čekaj,
niko ni ne
ovo
treba,
ti moram ispričat, slušaj. Ja prije 2 dana kući...
Da igra loša, ali baš je agresivan.
Čekaj, majko.
Ajde, reci.
Ja prije 2 dana kući igram igre, Suje neđe po šat, bos je po kući, ja čujem neko na verandu ako iđe. Ja izlazim, džip mi ušao u dvorište beogradske table, što kažeš ti, ja rekao da nijeđe on došao po svoje. Izlaze momci obučeni, kombinezone A1 ili ti VIP, mobilna telefona. Dobar dan.
Čekaj, ti on tu da imaš.
Ja rekao, izvolite što je trebalo momci. Očistio sam noge, nemoj da misliš.
Ne znam da razlačeš blato.
Ne. Evo ti pogledaj.
Da, vaš.
Ja rekao, što je trebalo momci.
Ne moraš da pričaš na taj...
Parafraziram, ja.
Jeste. I šta si stavili?
Kaže oni, znate kako kaže, mi imamo kao našu opremu na, kao repetitor koji, ne kaže na vaš repetitor, nego repetitor koji je u vašem dvorištu.
Naše kod vas.
Da, ja kažem da, ajde li ja načito, pošto sam mi ruke tkrenuli. Ja kažem, izvolite što je trebalo. Kažu oni, pa mi koristimo kao usluge Cetina, ja kažem sve, sipaj, spusti to sve. Ali kaže, znate, Beotelnet je kao provuk optički kabel do antene. Ja kažem, dobro. Kaže, znate, nama treba optika.
Šta im treba?
Optika. Zbog 5G.
I šta, kakvi sad ti veze imaš s njim?
Pa imam, zato što moram da mi platim. Zato što sam ja toliko bio pametan da sam napisao ugovoru, ali ja
Welcome to my channel.
50 eura. Pravni savjet.
Da moraju da pitaju tebe ako...
Ne, gledaj, znači, Beotelnet je...
Kao što se radi prošli put.
Čekaj, Beotelnet je provuk optički kabel za sebe. I ja sam stavio u ugovoru, svaka firma,
Svaka sljedeća firma ili kompanija koja bude koristila vaš kabel za signal, ide aneks ugovora. I oni su pristali na to. I znaš što su iz Beotela... Jer su sebe obezbedili, boli kure.
Ne, pa znaš što su iz Beotela rekli? kaže mene znaš šta, vi poće da ja ne bi, kaže, ti pregovaraj s njima, mi ćemo s njima lako, jer će oni to njima debelo da naplate, znaš. I ja kažem, dobro, u redu, kaže, pa eto, kao, rekli su da se, kao, jeste vi gazda, ja kažem, jesam, naravno, nisam. Kaže oni, pa eto, da se nešto dogovorimo, ja rekao, pa dobro, ja sam voljen za saradnju, trebate li da kopate?
Ja sam za.
Čekaj, ja rekao, trebate li opet da kopate? Ne, kroz njihov kabel ćemo uzeti signal, samo, pošto ima ugovor takav s njima, znači mi moramo da, kao, nešto se s vama kao nagodimo, zbog toga što koristit ćemo nešto što nije ugovorom predviđeno s njima. Ja kažem, tako je.
Da ne bi ti posle njih tužio, možda ti ne bi ni saznao.
Ne, saznao bi pa. Ne, on mora da dođe fizički da se ukopčaju, vidi. Pa ja ga moram puštiti da ode gore. Ne može on, nećeš ti doći da ukopčaš A1, nego on mora. I slušaj ovo, ili? I kaže oni, dobro, u redu, ja rekao, pa dobro, što ste mislili, ljudi, prvo ja puštim njih, ja imam iskustvo. Pa kaže, znate, pošto više godina sarađujemo, ovako, onako, mi bismo neku nadoknadu za vas, ja kažem, u redu, slažem se, ja počnem malo da ih opušta, ja rekao, služba je služba, družba, sir za pare, ljubav i to, kaže on, tako je. Kaže, mi bismo o jednokratnoj nadoknadi. Šta to znači? Znači, sad mi plati,
daj ti 100 evra i...
daj mi 1000 evra ili 100.000 dinara i to je to, druže.
Šta se radi?
Ja kažem, vidite, ja sam sa svima radio, ali s nikim o jednokratnoj nadoknadi. Kaže oni, dobro, pa šta ste mislili? Ja rekao, pa, ne znam, eto,
šta imate?
Welcome to my channel.
S ovima.
Bilo je bio odgovor, šta imaš?
Slušaj, a onda Ilija ide knockout, pošto imam iskustva. Rekao, a samo da vam kažem, ja sam vaš korisnik mobilnog telefona 8 godina. Stvarno, kaže ovaj. Ja kažem, da, VIP imam račun, plaćam 1450 dinara, 8 godina, nikad nisam zakašao. Kako ste, jeste zadovoljni našom uslugom? Ja kažem, zadovoljni. Kaže, sad ćemo, ako uzmemo kao ovaj signal odad, imat ćete mnogo bolji signal, 5G internet, imat ćete brzi internet, 500 kroz 1, sam ja kažem,
sve je to super, samo...
Gdje sam tu ja, ali ja ne pričam to. Ja kažem, dobro.
Sve je to u redu.
Pa šta ste vi mislili? Kaže, šta ste vi mislili? Kažu oni, pa znate kako, mi bismo, kaže, eto, kaže, vas da častimo, zamišlji, čuš, kaže, mi vas da častimo da kao tu pretplatu kao više ne plaćate, kao da na tom broju kao ste free. Ja kažem, da se odmah dogovorimo, ne trebate mi ništa da častite. Možemo mi za sve to fino se dogovorimo, pa kažu, aj, nazovimo to kako hoćeš.
Ne si zgazio. Toliko tome da nemamo.
Ja kažem, dobro. Kažu oni, pa eto, da vam damo kao taj broj, kao džabe, i kao da ne plaćam uslugu, njima. Da. I kaže, 30 evra mjesečno. Ja ga gledam, ja kažem, druže. Da ja rekao, znate gdje je Vrbas tu? Oni me gledaju u blidu. Kaže, pa tu je, kaže, da. Ja rekao, ja odem u Vrbas i popijem kafu i to me košta 2000 dinara. Pa kažu, aj. Pa kažu, aj, pa kako to misliš? Pa rekao, 1000 mi treba goriva i dvoje nas šedne, popijem kafu, pojedem u rek. Ja rekao, vi ovdje otvarate sebi posao. Pa dobro, kaže, ne morate vi o tome kao da brinete, znaš. Ja rekao,
sad napolje piješ kafu?
Ne, nego da si izujem, da me ne gledaš.
Pa ne gledam, samo sad čistio jednu grume za nešto što ti je od pasa obućenja.
Ja kažem, jeste vi menadžer? Kaže on, pa da, došao sam da pregovaram, ali ne mogu ja da odlučujem. Ja kažem, okej. Prenesite onome ko odlučuje. I nemojte, ja rekao, dolazi da gubimo ni moje ni vaše vrijeme. 100 evra mjesečno i džabe usluga, minimum na 10 godina ugovor. Pa kaže, pa to je 1200 evra godišnje. Ja kažem, tako je. Pa kažem, to je malo mnogo kao za prosto uzimanje signala. Ja rekao, pa ne morate vi. Ne morate vi. Pa dobro, ja ću preneti, malo je to mnogo, može li to da se koriguje nekako?
Dobro, možeš ti na 80, to već
pa ispod 80 neću da.
Mislim, ti si rekao 100, pa nek oni ponude svoje.
Ali od 30 evra govora nema. Neću.
Ovo ti smeđiš sve.
Ilija, zamisli, pa ja njima kažem, momci, 30 evra, pa ja vam plaćam 15 evra mjesečno pretplatu. Pa to vam je 2 korisnika. Pa nema, jako, nemojte podcjenjivati ljudi. Pa dobro, ja rekao, razumijem ja tebe, ti si došao, probasi, sve to stoji. Ali ja rekao, vidite koliko ih imam gore. Još ja počeo da kenjam. Ja rekao, pa ja tu mjesečno imam 600 evra od njih 3 gore. Pa dobro, nemojte 30 evra, nemojte da me vređate. Pa dobro, u redu, prenećemo, ajde, bit ćemo u kontaktu, A znaš koga još čekam, Ilija? I oni moraju da uzmu, MTS. Jer svi moraju da uzmu optiku da bi mogli da imaju 5G. Moraju da uzmu signal iz optike. Ja sam to znao, I zato sam napravio ugovor da svaki koji se kopča na optiku mora mene da pita. To jest ne da ne pita, no se sa mnom dogovara. Ja po ugovoru ne smijem da kažem, ti ne možeš. Nego jednostavno moramo da nađemo cifru. Ne smijem da mu zabranim rad.
Da. I onda ćeš napraviti problem firmi s kojom imaš problem.
Tako je. Ali na kraju krajeva, ako se ne
dogovorimo... To što ti onda njima pare izbijaš.
Čekaj, ali na kraju krajeva, ako se ne dogovorimo, postoji sud, ali jedna firma neće zbog toga ići na sud. Pa šta je njima 100 € mjesečno?
Ne znam, šta?
Pa to je ništa, oni vas
To se radi,
Ne, pa od njih se otima novac, na kulturan način. A koliko ima par, oni imaju para. Pa koristiš internet, koristiš mobilni, ti, Đuro, Pero, Janko, Marko, oni ti prodaju vazduh. Jeste, koštala ih infrastruktura, ne kažem da nije, ali to nije moj problem.
Alo?
Tako da ih čekam. Javit ću se, moraju se javiti, treba im to.
Jesi, šta ima?
Gdje si, šta ima jebote?
Sve tuče!
Evo ga, Milan nešto udara neki čekić u vazduh.
Kesik. Welcome to my channel.
Jeste meni sipaš šećer ovdje, jesi?
Ne. To ti je tako kako je. Šećera imaš tamo.
Ne, sipao si mi.
Smeđi šećer. Šta si sipao, ti je lud?
Slučajno si mi su. Slatko je, preslatko je.
Lud čovjek. Sipa sam sebi.
Nije, brate, sipao si meni.
Hoćeš da pogledamo sad na kameru da vidiš da sam sipa jednu šolju. Vidi se čitava soba, si plesa.
A ti imaš i video nadzor, a?
Imam surveillance, jes.
Hoćemo li Remnante igrati, šta ćemo?
Jebo, mater. Bio sam kod Ane za kameru, ima neka govna ili ne mogu da nađem driver, neke Vivaxe, neka govna. Neće to da uzima. Ne mogu da nađem driver za to.
Osmo Remtante grad.
Bravo. Da zovnem Ratel. Znaš šta je Ratel?
Opusti se samo i pričaj, ne moraš mi hipnotisati očima.
Ratel je kompanija koja se bavi zaštitom potrošača telekomunikacije. Kod njima možda šalješ tužbe tipa ovoga ako neće ti raskinu ugovor, MTS. Od njih možda tražiš savjet za telekomunikacije, od njima možeš da prijaviš ovo tipa ukopčali su se, nisu mi platili i tako dalje. A Ratel je skraćenica, od sad ćemo mimo čega ili.
Welcome.
Ratel.
Goodbye for now.
Regulator tela za elektronske komunikacije i poštanske usluge. Skraćenica Ratel. Znači, to je institucija koja kontroliše...
Ti me prosvetljuješ, šta?
Da. Znači, njih mora da zovnem, opet piše da je otvoreno. Naprimjer, njima mogu da kažem da mi provere kom je nakačen na baznoj stanici i tako dalje. Da po ugovoru imam te i te, da li još neku ukačeno da ja ne znam jer sumnjam da jeste. Oni mogu da provere, znaš. Tako da, a ako se ukače da mi ne kažu, to će tek da bude šklapanje puši. To će budu penali 5-10.000 € zbog bezobrazluka, povrede privatnog prostora, povređivanje ugovora, neispoštovanje uslova i tako dalje. To kad ti se advokat šedne na vrat, to s njima ne isplate se zjebaviti. Pogotovo te kompanije što imaju ogromne pare. Ja da štedim A1 MTS. Evo im kurac. Da im dam 5G signal za 2.000 dinara mjesečno. Kogo će da dobiju? A čuš, a Beotel neće im naplatit priključak 10.000 € mjesečno. A ja da mu dam za 37. Ovo ćete da dobijete za 37. I 100 € vam je pjesma. Jer ako budete bezobrazni reću, ja jednostavno kažem, ne želim, smatram da će biti mnogo zračenja na 5G, ne želim uopšte na priključak. Da tako je? Ne želim. Ne zanima mene. Kako naj kaže? Sutra do 12 ili dužem pare, od 12 i 5, novac me ne zanima. Znaš to? Leti ti glava, ne zanima me pare. Ti da nema, neću se vrati zračiti. 37 neću se zračim na 5G. Ćao, prijatno.
Na tom tranu, da.
A znaš, nama plavi i tražim.
Okay, let's do. Good job. Good job.
Ali moraš da priznaš da sam inteligentan. Ja puštim prvog da se ukopča. I onda se ovi svi ponade, evo ga, znaš. Ovoga puštim to baš jeftino, a onda ove Pušti mi, otvori im sos. Znaš za koliko je Suez htio da im da to dvije?
Da, znam, za jednokratnu upotrebu 1000 evra i to je to.
Da. Rekli su da će mu platiti 200.000 dinara, znači ni internet, ni televizija, ni mjesečna nadoknada. I znaš šta je reka Suez to? Možda si kaj,
Welcome to my channel.
Televizija, koji će mi to kurac, pa koji će to kurac kaj ja plaćam. I drugo, šta se?
I am Ripple. I don't know about you, but after seeing this behemoth, I may have deposited some minerals in the back of my underwear. As we now know, the release date for this season will be June 15th, the name of the infection, hence the falling meteors. I'm assuming critical corruption will mean the plague has now spread to critical levels and has infected other creatures of Hoxies. Hopefully we get that infected dreadnought. My guess is that this creature is an infected Corlock weed. It has a very similar shell and vines, although it could be its own entity. Just like in Starship Troopers, the arachnids shoot their spores into space to colonize other planets. This could be the same case with the plague. Its hard shell would ensure survival, entering a planet's atmosphere, and falling meteors would help it spread the rock pox. I'm glad to see that the lithofoam and vacuums are playing a part in fighting this creature, making this boss unique from the Caretaker. But whatever this thing may be, I can't wait to sharpen that pickaxe and dive on in. This is Gaming for the Recently Deceased, and keep watching for all your Deep Rock Galactic news.
A ti šta bi onda bila ponovno? A ja sam bio tu, kad me Vesna zvala, kad je 5 dana, kad ti sve tu izlomio, kad nije imao. Što ću? Ja sam bio nam, će sad otišao. Ne moguće, mi zvali. Čustvo mi sve ovo, ja sam došao,
nekako dođem na 2 minuta pa da se vrati.
Da mu, a dobro, bilo je svjetsko prvenstvo u fudbalu, znači to je bonus nivo bio što nije mogao da gleda. Kako je bio podimio 2 dana, Vesna je rekla da je bio nemoguće. Opuča je Vesnu Sima, znači izvaje se 700 broj.
Quite a lot of them.
Ja mislim da im je prijavio 40 puta.
Moment.
Gdje su ovi što ne dolazi? Tako ti to se stavio.
I was opening more than one. We could do that and the bodkin point since that one was asked. Don't have anything. Nobody else has any other missions either. Anything interesting around here? Nothing that's really standing out to me. Let's do an egg hunt. We haven't done one of those. Alright, would anybody like to see any other sort of build? Aaron, are you gonna try Starship Troopers co-op game? That just came out? Yep. Yes, I will. I was thinking of trying it out for the second stream today, because the devs were nice enough to give me keys to it, so... I'm gonna be trying that out a little bit later, go for our second bug mission. Yeah, it said I couldn't, part of the agreement is I couldn't play it until, like, when it officially came out or whatever. I think that was actually because they said it would be locked anyway, to where you can't rip accelerator. And I haven't used it in a little while, so it should be rather fun. Points, yep, all damage. The only good bug is a dead bug. Yes.
I stane 5 minuta i kaže da Lada Dimitrija, kažem ja sam, naravno neću ja reći sin sam.
It is accurate, but with Scout you can get close and run away.
Da. Kaže on, dobro, šta je tu sporno? Ja rekao, pročitajte, dobro, imate zakupninu, sve je tu u redu, mi redovno plaćamo, sve je to tačno.
Did you run so I can see? Sure.
Ja rekao, šta
I zip
pišu
around the map all the time. Yeah, that's true.
Za
I
rad,
find AI
servis
stability
i
engine way
montažu
more
i
consistent.
popravu.
Oh yeah, well it probably is way more consistent than
radnik.
Overtune particle accelerator. I think overtune particle accelerator can out DPS it, but you do have to be at close range. So, oh, tunnel rats? Yes, get some tunnel rats.
Ja tu radim prije 4 godine.
Dobro, možda on nije ni znao.
Pa nije znao.
Prvo nije ni znao, a drugo...
A ne,
on reka šta je tu lopticu, to naša baza stavica, to smo mi kupili, važi, šalje. Znaš šta je sad problem? Ovi se nakačili i napravili ugovor sa njima, nema sa nazad.
Nije to
I love that movie.
Šta?
To se već rešio.
I remember the very first time I watched it, because I watched it with my dad because he thought it was hilarious and figured we would like it. And yeah, we ended up liking it quite a bit. We thought the brain bug was kind of creepy, like it actually sucked.
Druže, ti suši pa šute na njega. Ali ćeš helikopterom da ih ubačiš ono.
Čuješ ti okis?
Pa šute suši, što mene.
Dobro si to smislio.
Pa za sad sam ili ja navuka, sad ću reći, 270 evra mjesečno i ovi će pristati na minimum 80, ako ne i 100, i ovo da ne plaćam govno. 1400 dinara 10 godina, džabe znači da pričam i to ću da im stavim notiran. I onda na šta će mi isto tu kuću samo?
As absolutely insane as it might sound, the title of this video isn't an exaggeration. Deep Rock Galactic literally tricks players into becoming a better version of themselves. Counter to most multiplayer games topping the charts at every turn, Deep Rock players are consistently some of the most wholesome people you can meet, and no matter where they are found in the deep recesses of the internet, they can't help but treat you as if you're one of their own. It's become so ridiculous that some people play for 100+ hours without coming across a single toxic player. People coming from certain fan bases experience a genuine culture shock when they pick up this game for the first time, and you can't exactly blame them for being suspicious. Entire analyses have been written on how in the world a small team of just 32 people have created a game that not only has a 97% positive rating on Steam, but seems to have the ability to rewire a person's brain. Let's examine how Deep Rock makes people so friendly, where other games go wrong, and whether some of this magic can be more commonplace in the multiplayer shooter genre as a whole. For those who might not have seen my other videos raving about this game, Deep Rock Galactic is a cooperative shooter, in which you and a team of 3 other dwarves are tasked with descending into the depths of a bug-infested planet to mine the precious minerals within. Players are given the choice of 4 different classes, which they can swap between depending on the mission, all of which are distinctly useful. Already, we can list several reasons why toxicity would fail to germinate. As a cooperative game, players are already incentivized to work together, as everyone is united under a common goal. Secondly, the class system is so well designed that not only are all classes viable in all mission types, but their unique utility genuinely rewards a team, no matter what a person chooses. Furthermore, unlike other similar games, there are no limits to how many people can pick a particular class, meaning, if you only ever play a driller, no one will ever tell you to stop. The class system is also designed in such a way where everyone can mitigate huge weaknesses from each other. The scout can provide more light than his entire team put together. The gunner can save his whole squad with a single use of his bubble shield, and a single driller is so efficient when it comes to shaping the landscape, it's almost insane for anyone else to even try. Even with an impressive range of builds from within each class, they all specialize in a particular area, no matter what wacky upgrades a person decides to use. Another important distinction is that, excluding a few endgame exceptions, all rewards are shared across all players in a mission, meaning even if you're not the person collecting all the shiny minerals, you still want to do everything in your power to help your new friend get rich. By the endgame, The main reward for playing Deep Rock is the prestige of being a greybeard, meaning you know how missions work, have some seriously dripped out cosmetics, and take genuine joy in helping new players learn the game. Communication is also an underrated way in which the game pushes players to work together. Most of the in-game callouts are entirely automated, meaning any...
Čekaj, otvorit ću igronicu u selu džabe.
Ti ćeš otvoriti igronicu. Ko će struju da plaća?
4 kod opštine.
Viš, tu sam te čekao, znao sam da ćeš to da kažeš.
Jebi ga, ako otvaram kao udruženje za omladinu,
nije problem,
mislim
problem je, ali nije problem jednokratno ono kao uzeti mašine. To će se isplatiti, neće isplatiti, ali svaki mjesec struju plaća državi i zakup prostora.
Pa čekaj, reci mi potrebi, može li se uzeti solidne mašine za igranje sa monitorom 2000 evra komad, može?
Šta hoćeš ti za 2000 evra komad, si ti lud?
Pa dobro, kartice su tu sve.
Što moraš da kupiš kartice za 500 evra?
Pa jebi ga, ako ćeš da igraju...
Šta pa jebi ga? Pa šta da igraju? Šta misliš? Samo malo, šta misliš da ljudi igraju?
A dobra, ipak.
Ne, samo misliš, šta misliš da ljudi igraju?
Welcome to my channel.
Han Shodan igraju, šta?
Uzeo bi Ryzen 5 5600X, to bi uzeo sve mašine.
Šta misliš da ljudi igraju?
Uzeo bi 16 rama i uzeo bi kartice, što kažeš ti, po 500 evra.
Znaš šta ljudi igraju? Znaš šta ljudi igraju? Dota 2 i Counter Strike. PUBG i onaj, kako se zove, Overwatch i tako te gluposti.
Ja ti garantujem, gledaj ovako, ja sam o tome razmišljao. Znaš gdje bi napravio top igronicu?
GTA 5, to je vrhunac igranja.
Saslušaj. Znaš gdje bi napravio top igronicu?
Topovska igranica.
Brate, u onaj podrum ispod Cetinja, znaš ono dolje? Gdje je nekad bio, gdje je nekad Škiljo držao kafanu. Gdje je Mirković zapalio sam sebi radio.
U centru Lovćenca misliš?
Da, dolje. Preko puta Džekne.
Ispod pozorišta.
Bravo.
A ti znaš da je to pozorište, znam.
Da, ispod pozorišta, dobro si lokaciju dao. Bravo. To su dvije prostorije ovolike. I slušaj šta bi uradio, ajde da kažemo 6 računara. Otišao bi u opštinu i reka, napravio bi omladinska zadruga Spartanac, lupam, pošto moraš imati tako nešto, znaš?
A samo nešto da ti kažem.
Da?
To možeš da uradiš i sad. Možda napraviš projekat za opštinu i da ti to država plati. Da kažeš da je neprofitabilno. Da nazoveš to kao...
Udruženje.
Ne, centar za obuku mladih.
Jeste. I, na primjer, da mi daju prostor da ne plaćam i da mi plate struju. A ja ću dovesti internet i kupit mašine i olijepit, okrećit, stavit stolice, stolove, kapiraš? Bi li tako imalo smisla, je li?
Yes, I guess.
I na kraju krajeva zaposlim tebe kao radnik.
Nemoj mene se postaviti.
Što da ne? Što da ne radiš tamo i da bi dobiješ istu platu ko što dobijaš tamo? Lupa ti, možda 45.000, ali si 8 sati tamo. Malo dođi popolne, ja.
To je to.
Da.
Problem je što ja neću da ti radim kao kod Bože, da ja radim 12 sati, da ti ja zatvaram, da ti ja radim bazar, da te ja krpim kad se tvoje smene. Ja sam tu 8 sati, ako ne dođe drugi radnik, ja zatvaram firmu.
Tako je, recimo jednu nedelju radiš od, 10 ujutro do koliko, drugu jebi ako...
Znaš kako je Bokačo vodio posao?
A dobro, vikend...
Samo malo, znaš kako je Božo vodio posao? A kako? U Bačkoj Topoli. Ja znaš? Jednom sam, jednom sam otišao tamo u taj PC klub igronicu u Topoli. Našao sam 2 momka, sjede na kauču, ne znaš. Sjede na kauču, igraju na PlayStation 4 onaj futbal. Božo nije tu, neđe je, ne zna se gdje je. I oni kao drže lokal. Yes, a on nije tu. Pa kako? Znači ne vodiš posao.
Ja bi mogao od ovih mojih da sredim da mi tu daju recimo brzinu interneta 1000/200 i to da raspodelim na 4 računara i to bi bilo okej, jel tako? Switcherom, jel tako je? To bi svaki dobio 200/20, jel tako? Tako. Da bi daju džab internet 1000/200. U tu igraonicu, a ja da podelim na 4 ili 5 računara...
Možeš da prijaviš komladinsku organizaciju, to ide u dobrotvorne svrhe, da se to skida s poreza, da je njima dobro.
A ja ću da uložim u mašinu. a oni da daju prostor mi džabe i da mi plate struju.
Ne, to ti opština sredi struju i prostor, a ako već imaš veze sa providerima interneta, da ti provider interneta
ustupe,
da ti daju konekciju na konto njihove poreske olakšice, kao razumijem da se računa u dobrotvorne svrhe, naravno da može.
I čekaj, reci mi sad jednu drugu stvar.
Aha.
I na primjer...
Velike ambicije, gleda sam ake ambicije, Kesiću pre 10-15 godina, bože ima ovake...
Ali pazi, ja bih to otvorio ne da zarađujem ili...
Neprofitabilno.
Welcome to my
ali onda moraš, a šta ćeš sad ću ti ja reći, moraš mišljati malo šire. Šta ćeš sa klincima koji ne idu u školu, nego pobegnu s časova?
Dobro, napravili ste
malo,
ne, samo napišeš kućni red.
Pa dobro, može i tako.
Kućni red se poštuje, znao. Vikendom se organizuju neki mali turničići, nešto, uzeo bi od nekog neki frižider kao ono PC bomb.
Kako ćeš dići nekoga sa kompjutera koji on recimo trenutno koristi, a ako ti dođe drugi isto tako pošto se nikom ne naplaćuješ, u suštini si ono koriste računar koliko im treba.
Ne, nema da se ne naplaćuju.
A ti bi naplaćivao?
Naplaćivaš nešto si bojiš.
Tipa 10 dinara?
Ne 10 dinara, malo 10 dinara. Tipa 3 dinara sat.
Znači, tipa, nema šanse da se to isplati, ali cena...
Opet da se malo održava.
Ne, nego cena stoji samo da bi...
Imalo nekog reda.
Ne, nego da ne bi bilo da neko dođe i da, znaš...
A zašjedne i zdrav, tako je.
Da legne tu čitav dan i ono, znaš...
Tako je.
Koliko ambicija,
znači 30 dinara ti je...
Bože, ima takve ideje.
30 dinara ti je sat vremena i zdrav.
Bože, ima takvih ideja.
A recimo onda organizuješ recimo vikendom, to recimo da bude džabe, da bi pokrio organizaciju. Vikendom 4 sata da se radi u Java programu ili u nekim programima, neka sitna obuka ili Corel, Word, Excel, to bi ti malo...
Office paketi.
Tako je, to bi ti malo tamo njima pokaziva i to odlično. Od tebe bi opština stavila na platu, ovako bi ti bilo, zaposlila bi ti.
Centar za edukaciju mladih.
Tako je. Oštampali bi ti neđe neki sertifikat da si završio neku višu za programera, to bi ti
oštampali... Ma ne treba mi za programera, dovoljno, imam ja iskustva u radu sa...
A nebitno, ali treba da se pokrije to malo ćagom.
Ma ne.
To ćemo štampat, reda da stoji na zid. Viša elektrotehnička ili viša za računare, nebitno kako se to zove. Da.
Nema potrebe za tim.
Kad te neko vidi u billboard izdanju, neće postavlja pitanje, kažeš 2 godine FTN i staviš.
Pa jeste 2 godine FTN. Nema lažnja, nije ni bitno.
Ali nije više.
Nije ni bitno.
Nije više.
Nije ni bitno.
Nije završeno.
Nije ni bitno.
FTN fakultet. Šta? A FTN fakultet, ali šta, završio si? Ne, bio sam.
Da, bio sam tamo.
Jel piše tu da sam završio? Ne. Jesam bio? Jesam, šta već je ti. Velike ambicije malih ljudi, viš ti, to je lako stvarili. Završio ja to u Crnu Goru. Ja to sve krpim s 5.000 €. Možda se dogovoriš svima što ti donosi iz Mađarske, hoću 4 računara takva, sigurno bi ti dali nešto povoljnije, znaš. Pa jesi.
Viš ti Kesić.
Ubačiš jedan frižider kao no PC.
Ja volim akcije, ne volim koplić.
Slušaj,
ti Kesić.
Jedan frižider, jedno kuvalo ovako, da se može, kupiš ovih mokata, ovih govana, to će doći neko malo starije, malo to neko bude da se to ne krade, da se to ne lomi.
A što se radi?
Istina se tu haos ne pravi. Sve može se srediti.
Može za pare.
A ne velike pare, male pare.
Može.
Nekom su male, nekom su velike, jel? I onda bi tu mogli da organizujemo neke turnire u nekoj pucačini.
U kantu ne možeš sigurno.
Pa ne bi tu kantu, možda igraš ovo. Učešće 500 dinara, prva nagrada miš ili tako nešto.
Nešto smešno.
Pa, slušalice, druga nagrada 10 sati džabe, 10 sati džabe igranja i ne znam, treća nagrada, ne znam, paket guarane i tako. Jeste li internet kafe nazoveš?
Jesi to pričala s Božom skoro?
Ne.
Jes, reka bi čovjek da jes.
Priznaj da je mjesto top. Podumano, ha?
Dosta ljudi je malo takih ideja kao ti.
Bolje u šupu nego u podrum.
Ljeti nije vruće, zimi nije hladno. Samo ne znam kakav je s flagom. U smislu... A stavio si malo...
Bolje da je u šupu tu igronicu napravi.
Ima to prozore, luftere da može ući vazduh, jel ima sigurno. Jer bolje je bila kafana.
To bi trebalo sve i tako da sav novac koji takva organizacija dobije da ne ide u tvoj džep i moj, nego da se recimo donira opštini, a neka opština da crkvi ili bolnici ili tako nešto.
Ma opština da mi kasapi moj novac,
Kako tvoj novac? To je neprofitabilno, sjećaš se.
Sve ostaje na račun da bi održavao sistem sebe. Mora se nekad platiti neko da uradi sistem, mora se platiti neko da promeni komponentu, po znacima naroda, mora se...
To priješ kao troškove.
Čekaj, mora se olijepit listra, mora se sudopera koja curi napraviti, kuvalo promenit, ubačit malo pića u frižider, kupit koja kafa,
oko ambicija, što?
Napravit kvaka.
A što sad nam došao dođe da mi drobi mozak? Nakesti.
Pijemo kafu, pita sam to
pa pijemo, jesi popio kafu?
Pa dobro da pričam.
Dobro, što mi sad ispiraš mozak?
Pa mi ispiram ti mozak, pričam.
To su ambicije koje je Božo imao prije 20 godina. Prije 20 godina. Pa ti si isti kon.
Jer ja mogu, ali Božo je to cijelo da bi napunio svoj džep, ja neću to...
Pita ga je li se dio skoro sa Božom?
To je razlog.
Jesi pričao skoro s Božom?
Nisam ga vidio 2 godine. Fizički. Nisam ni pričao.
A gdje je taj gospodin?
Zamisli, zabavlja se s nekom curom što drži menjačnicu Vrbas, vjerovno ili...
I?
Dotle je došla.
Možda mu je falo novca.
Mislim da je Vrbas, ali ga ne srećem u Vrbas. Čudi me da ga ne srećem, jer ja se krećem po Vrbasu. Maš vidio bi ga da je u Vrbasu. Bolan. Možda neđeš.
Ne uze kameru.
Ne, bio sam kod djelac, kod dane, ima neke no-name kamere i onda ne možeš naći drivera i...
Kak je driver, naćeš drivera, ima za sve jebote.
Ima, ne za 5 evra kameru. Zato ja ne uzimam za, on kaže ne bi dao više od 5 evra za kameru. Ali ta kamera nema drivere, razumeš, ima loš mikrofon, klima, kad je montiraš, razumeš, samo što ono padne i tako, znaš, ono kvalitet 0.
Pa da.
Sve košta. Što nisi uzao miš od 1000 dinara, on si uzao miš od 50 evra.
I zamisli ti, koliko god ti se zabavaš prestižijom, ja 10 godina uradi nema problem.
Prestižio? Vidim kako radi. Par puta si zabobio.
A to nema veze smiš.
Aha, oprosti, nema veze smiš.
Ne, to...
Nego?
Pa počelo da me to je počelo da me zajebalo.
Da ti koči kompjuter.
Ne da mi koči kompjuter, da mi izbace iz igrice od kad sam Mirror napravio hard na hard.
Nema to veze s tim.
Pa ne znam, možda neki file, mislim.
Nema to.
Otkad sam promijenio hard.
Nema to veze s tim.
Otkad sam sa ovoga stavio Steam na ovakav.
Otkad sam se rodio. Kak je to zima?
Znači, do tada nije projekt.
Ja tih zemancija nema.
I onda sam prije neki dan sam Microsoft update, ajde to u redu, napravio je i išao sam da verifikujem fajlove na...
Ej.
Ajde, jučer si igra.
Problem je tome što ti nemaš ništa drugo da testiraš, znaš, da si sad sjeo da uzmeš da igraš Witchera 3, jedno sat, 2 i da kažeš ok, ovo nije do kompjutera, nije do hard diska, ovo je do igre, verovatno igre ne valja.
Ima Witcher.
A što nisi ga igra jedno sat, 2?
Više ću da vozim kolima.
Uzmi, odvozi 2 trke pa probaj. Mislim, probaj sad, nemoj da probaš kad odigram 100 partija Hanta pa zaboravim. Ne, probaj pa utvrdi činjenično stanje.
Znaš što sam sad uradio dok sam kod tebe?
A sad si uradio, no.
Dok sam odšao pijen kafu, to mi je palo na pamet, to su uradio. Učio sam 3D Mark, to ne znam svidi.
To će pomoći.
Ne, i puštio sam da radi stres test. 100 krugova, 3 sata. 100% sve natezanje. I onda će ti pisat passed ili failed ili šta je problem, ako ima neki problem.
A ti znaš da 3D Mark ne može da testira toliko procesora, recimo kao da odigraš 3-4 meča toga Hand Showdowna u stranu.
Ne, nateže sve na 100%.
Važi.
Hand mi nateže procesor na 50% maksimum.
To ti misliš.
A grafičku zavisi kako je od 70 do 95.
Eto, stari kaže da ne može da tereti grafičku, sjećaš se. On kuka kako mu pada GPU load na grafičku.
A pada i meni, nije to problem.
A zašto pada?
To je do...
Zato što je igra loše urađena. Hvala.
A smeće bre, šta ti?
Igra stara 5 godina umire.
Sad kad sam pustio
5 godina keć. Imam, malo pre sam našao klip na YouTube-u, star 4 godine. Znaš kako izgleda igra? Izgleda bolje.
Bolje je radila u beta režimu nosa.
Pa izgleda bolje grafički, ali ono interfejs i one zebancije.
Interfejs. Ne čini ti igru interfejs.
Pa čini. Češ da ti isključimo sav HUD u Huntu. Da ne vidiš municiju, da ne vidiš health, ti ne piše stamina, da ne znaš koje oružje imaš.
A pisalo i tada samo možda
malo drugačije.
Jeftinije, da kažemo,
oskudnije. Ja.
Kad ti mnogo daje igri, kako ne?
Isključi HUD pa ćeš da vidiš. Isključi plave linije pa ćeš da vidiš kako ćeš igrati. Onaj momak kaže da mu se zabagovao, on nije isključio ko ja, njemu se zabagovao HUD.
I
ne verujem.
A reinstaliraj ga pa će ti se
neće da ga reinstalira.
Šta ima internet isto kani 500/50 za 8 minuta za
Ne, možda su u pitanju shaderi, instaliraj driver za grafiku i taj shader, taj cache mu se vratno zabagova i ne prikazuje mi.
Bravo, Ilija, maknući one shadere, možda mi zbog toga izbaci.
Ako instaliraš novu grafičku ili novi shader cache, moraš da ga obrišeš. Jer mora sama igra da generiše iz početka. Jesi ti slušao Peđu kad ti je rekao kad instalira The Last of Us mora da pre nego što uđe igru mora igra da generiše te kao shadere da bi uopšte ušao.
Da, išlo, baću i to.
Drago mi je da se toga setio sam.
Stavio sam ga 2 sata da radi, ja kaj da dođem kod...
Nema ništa od toga 3D Marka, bolje da se to uradi.
Ne, pa neko radi sad već, pa sad već radi sat vremena, neko radi to drugo sat.
To neće ništa dobro da ne.
Aj vidi sam li u 3D Marku, možeš to da vidiš?
Da vidim, otkud ja gledam.
Pa sam uđi u...
Šta radi sat vremena, ovdje piše 26 minuta, šta je lupače?
Kaže Kesi 26 minuta.
Sam već u 3D Marku.
Ne. To mu vjerojatno piše status u Discordu, ili?
Ne, s tim.
Da.
Ne?
Pustio sam ga da vrti, znači nije izbacilo, još radi. Zadao sam mu 2 sata da radi na 100% sve. Samo da bije krugove. Krugove stavio sam ovako, ili onaj znak obrnuti u slici za Immortal.
Da trči u krug.
Pa jeste 2 sata, stavio sam ring. Sve na 100%. Piše Burning Stability Test. Sve na 100%. Znaš on košta 3D Marka, 15 eura.
Koliko košta?
15 eura. Ja sam ga platio 2 eura na neki popust dok sam bio na Ruse u Rubi. 15 eura košta jebeni taj 3D Mark, benchmark test. Nije to samo benchmark test.
Što si ga uopšte uzima, pitam se?
A bio je jeftino, znao sam će mi treba za ovakve stvari.
Da se ne javiš na telefon, neću ja slušat.
Nema potrebe, imam kad. Došao sam kod tebe, ne pričam na telefonu.
Šta ako je neka...
Pa jeste, nije to problem.
Pa što se...
Imam kad, pa imam kad. Može mi si imam kad.
Znači ti ih voziš na mali gas, a?
Pa nije da ih vozim na mali gas, došao sam kod tebe, sad imam drugu priču.
A došao si sad mene da masiraš pa nemaš vremena za ljubav.
Pa nije nego neću da... Ja kad igram Hunt i kad me neko zove jedino stvarno da vidim da nije majke, ili neko ja samo...
Ako nije familija ništa.
Pa pritisne da stavim igram. A sada se javim. Da mi ona kaže, Jesse...
Danas sam doručkovala, da vidiš šta mi se desilo. Zvala me sestra da mi kaže XY.
Nešto sam ti bezvoljna, vidi kako vrijeme, nešto sam ti smorna kao ovo da ti, nemoj zeba.
Pa to se zove razmenjivanje emocija.
Ali ja nemam sad za to, ni vremena ni živac.
Pa ti nemaš nikad vremena za to. Ne smeti tebi deca, nego tebi smeti obaveze takvog tipa.
Pa, kako ti rekao, djevojka je obaveza i košta.
Jeste. Osim ako neće da sam u sebi izdržava. Ja kad slušam koleginica muka me uvati, morala sam da odem da mi srede nokte.
Zavisi.
Ili ne znam kako ono kaže, koleginica kaže, bila sam na trajnu depilaciju.
Ili u solari.
Ja ih slušam. I onda, ne, rekao sam im jednom, nisam komentarisao tu njihovu priču.
Čekaj, moram da uključim Kesića, samo ću ugasiti mikrofon u Discordu.
Kako su vaše babe i majke, kako su one, rekao, iše u solariju, na čupanju obrova.
To je Ilija, to je bilo...
Pa kao jeste, kao to je sad drugačije, mora kao da se održava, ja rekao, važi.
Koliki ti je taj voz, šta je to?
Odavno ne može mi ništa. Vidiš ovaj plavi štit za plave. To mi se puni non stop. Dok imam to ne može mi health skinuti.
Čujemo li se, Kele? Ne čujem. Gdje si ču?
Jesi mutira mikrofon sam sebe.
Jesam, ali nema veze. Viš da čuje se preko ovoga. Ali ne čujem njega.
Pa čujete on, nego neće da priča s tobom.
Welcome to my channel.
Otišao da pone. Jer ja čujem tebe.
Pa čuješ mene?
Ja sam mutirao mikrofon, a ne mi pravi rek.
Dobro, važi redu, ne čačkaj mi to. Drago mi.
Imamo. Lebati su ti odgovorili ovi?
Ne.
Nisi ti to na dobar mentost. Nemoguće. To je nemoguće.
Jes.
To je nemoguće. Da vidim.
Ne želim da gledam.
Ne, to je nemoguće.
Ne želim da gledam.
Šta ti odgovaraju?
Eto je Kesić, vidiš.
Kele, čuješ li?
Kesić ti ignoriš. Ovo se prediti Kesiću da ga ne čuješ. Viš da je naporan.
Nemoguće ti nisu odgovorili.
Daj mi... Daj...
Gdje si ima?
Pa ne znam, nisam ga gledao. On ti obično spava u dobu, pa znaš da ne radi.
Pa da.
Ovo razbijam opremu da mogu da dobijem ove materijale za napređivanje.
MT Symphony.
Ej, što s njim? Nema više ovdje. Što s MT Symphony? Šta hoćeš?
MT Symphony RS.
Što si ti sekiraš kad se ja ne sekiram?
Ali govorili su ti mi, reci bar pošteno govorio. Nemoguće ti nisu govorili.
Nikakve informacije nisam dobio.
Jesu ti bar rekli hvala vam, vi ćete proslijeđeni, primili smo vaš zahtev i tako, jesu ti bar to odgovorili? Jesu.
Da.
Pa to mi reci, pa to te pitam, jer nemoguće da nisu.
Da.
A dobro, dobit ćeš odgovor u naredne dan, oni će sad to malo da vide da kao nešto bagaju, gataju, drugo lakše.
Ne može da mu udari. Svaki udarac ga stanira.
Za 5 dana im pošalji ponovo. Imam problema sa internetom, molim da mi to riješite. Hoće pređem kod drugog operatera, nisu zadovoljni s vama i tako dalje. Opet mi piše s 5 dana i moraš ih malo jahati. Ali boli ti kurac, ne moraš ići u poslovnicu, jašaš ih preko iz fotelje ih jašaš. A da, pa izgledaj, Ilija, moraš malo svi potruditi.
Gdje je Peđa da je spas ovoga? Molim ti Kesiću zoni ovoga Predraga. Reci doći da igrate Hunt, kako mu ostavi namjer.
Ema te viš da ti dobro hoće da te ne deruti, brat.
Masiraš me tu da. Odmori se čovječ, šta ti? Danas mi je free dan Kesić, sutra preksutra radim ujutro, tako da i to računamo na ovu odmor, ali moram da dođe da me masira. Hvala što si došao na kafu.
Ja sam te pitao.
A nemoj da me masiraš čovječe.
Lijepo pitao, koja kafa?
Nemoj da me, ne smeta meni kafa i to, nego smeta mi ove tvoje priče, otvorit ću igronicu, za što je bilo za internet, ovo ono. Imaš ti neke priče normalne, brate? A daj nešto, reci. Ima li ti ta tvoja djevojka 25-30 godina, bar?
Gdje si ti, Apexu?
Ajde, ustani, ajde.
Ajde, ustani, kaže Snik.
Ustani odmah.
Hoćemo li tući? Evo ga, Kesić je tu isto, moj slobodan dan, hoćemo li tući malo Hanta?
Dobojan dan, kurec, idem odmaramo.
Evo te meni se, nemoj da zevaš toliko jad za spak.
Pa dobro, džape Apex, onda skuvaj kafu i eto i...
I eto ti ga. Chill chance.
Eto i to smo riješili.
Poison chance. Ignite. 11%. Ne znam šta piše ovdje. Your melee hits have a chance to ignite on hit and ignites the flick have increased effect. Dobro.
Ti si reka flip, uključiti?
Yes, here flick onaj iz one serije. Alo.
Flip je uključiti nešto.
Ne bi znam.
Ovo kao neprekidač. Flip the mixer je ne. Tako da ti ne puniš za... A ne koristi se često. Znaš da Amerikanci imaju izraz za plodne nigditelje?
Ozbiljno. To su mi rekao bar 5 puta.
A se rijetko koristi.
To niko ne koristi.
Ja su par filmova čuo. Eto, na primjer, ja sam legio da Will Smith ovaj kaže i nigde. U pod.
Možda kažu nun.
Ne, nigde. Bukvalno nigde.
Gdje si našao takve jezičke puritance? Da možeš naći ljude koji pričaju književnim srpskim, a ne književnim engleskim. Jesi Kesiću nekad bio, mislim, ja nisam bio sad na stotine.
Gledao sam onaj film online.
Čuti, bio sam 2-3 puta u pozorištu sa školom, znaš. I imaš književni srpski jezik koji niko ne priča normalno, znaš. Imaš onog glumca što je glumio u onoj seriji, kako zove Porodično blago, ona dvojica onih Srbijanaca.
Stojković.
Ona braća. Znaš ti da ta dva glumca i pored sve one sprdnje iz jebancije, oni pričaju književni srpski jezik kad u pozorištu glume. Znači čisto, bez ikakvog akcenta, čist književni srpski jezik.
Pa to su glumci, što?
Glumci koji znaju da pričaju, ali zarad, razumeš, ono...
Uloge, tika špici, bata, Đoša.
Jeste, i zarad toga što recimo oni kad živi čovjek u svoje mjesto, neće on sad da uloži toki napor da on priča...
Ne vika basanac. Jesi čuo što mi rekao juče kad smo igrali Hunt?
Ne.
Pa to je rasprava bila među meni njega. Igrali smo ja, on i... A možda Drakula igrao. Ili možda Kesić, nisam siguran. Kesić igra. I brate, došli smo do prizena gore i on ima sken. Ja krenem skenira i on skenira. Ja kažem, gdje su...
Umorio sam se.
Mene umaraš ti šidi pored mene, a ne tebi koji slušaš.
I znaš šta mi reka?
Vole. Šta? Vole?
Reka mi nešto između dole i gore. Voje. Ja kažem šta? Kažu on, voje. Ja rekao, šta ti je voje? Gore ili dolje? On ne zna kaže, znaš. I ja ga nerazgovetno ne čujem. On kaže, voje.
Ne znam šta si
znači. Šta, gore ili dolje?
Ne znam šta si rekao.
Pa rekao je voje, nešto između gore i dolje.
Pa i gore i dolje.
Pa u stvari su dolje. On kaže, rekao sam ti dole. On rekao ovako, dole. On dole. Ja, bolje ili gore, ne mogu da ga ne razgovetam i u razgovoru.
A dobro, on kaže da pričate neki austrougarski.
Ajmo pričati na engleski, lakše ćemo se sporazumjeti. Down. In basement, reci down, up. Eto, toliko može. Ili širok pojam. Gdje su Nenad, evo ih tu zakon. 180 stepeni šuma. Gdje? Mislim, kapira?
Negde.
U zakon. Ispre, iza, sa strane, dolje, gore. Šta? A naravno da isključio, to si ga ti naučio da isključio na plave.
Što je isključio? Pa to niko ne radi bez ja.
Ne, ali evo radi on znači.
Pa to je njegov problem.
Pa on je igrao Tarkov, on smatra da je Tarkov.
A to ne postoji u Tarkovu.
Pa znam, ali...
Pa ne postoji.
Ne,
ali ne postoji.
Ne, znam ja to
ne postoji. Ja i ti igramo zajedno. Ti ne vidiš gdje sam ja.
Znam.
Ti možda uđeš u sobu.
Ali on je to preneo u Hunt.
Ali nema to veze. Moraš znati gdje su ljudi s kojima igraš.
Ali ona će tako da igra Hunt.
Ali moraš znati gdje su ljudi s kojima igraš.
Ali ona će tako da igra Hunt.
U Tarkovu ti primaš 100% štete. Kad u Tarkovu pogodi olovka primaš 100 damage-a.
Znam ja to. Ali on je tako hoće da igra Hunt koji nije namenjen da se igra tako.
Kako nije namenjen da se igra tamo?
Znaš šta mi kaže? Ti mi ne daješ informaciju gdje si, ni u istom compoundu. Kako šta ti radi, Nenade, kao, pa promenio si poziciju, što mi nisi rekao, liče. Pa šta kao, sad pucam odavno dok Nenade 3 metra od gdje je, sad se penjem gore, da ti dam koordinatu svaki 3...
Dobro, ne, na račun toga što si ti rekao u odbranu mene, a u napad na Nenada, Nenad ima običaj da ne prati prostorno gdje su mu sa igrači. To je i sinoć uradio kad smo igrali onaj Remnant from the Ashes. On pretpostavlja...
Ili traži od tebe da mu ti kažeš.
On pretpostavlja da si ti uvijek pored njega. A ti si možda promenio poziciju...
A nisi mu rekao.
A zašto moraš da mu kažeš?
A to ja pričam.
Zašto moraš da mu kažeš?
A ja to pričam.
Moraš obratiti pažnju šta se dešava.
A on kaže ne vidi. Ja rekao imaš plave markere. Nema.
A ne treba ti ni plavi markeri.
Da, treba ni ne treba.
Jel imaš zvuk u igri?
Ali ne, ali onako...
Jel imaš, postoji zvuk u igri?
Meni, ja bez plavih markera bi teško igrao. Ja ga
bi
čujem,
igrao?
aha, to je Peđa ili Kesić,
Kako
ne znam
bi
sad
igrao?
ko je. Ali vidim da je plav, da je moj.
Pa, jel znaš bez toga gdje su ti igrači?
A znam,
ali nije lakše. Ali lakše ti je. Jel bi znao da odigraš jedan meč, da se čitao vreme nasvrćeš i da gledaš žeko?
Gasio se ja to igra, znaš da sam
i?
Pa igrao sam, nije problem.
I jes kad igraš sam?
Ne, igrali smo mi.
Koji mi?
Ne znam, ja Peđi neko.
Mi. I?
Ja sam ga gasio par partija kad je ono Kane bio overpower, ili ti kad je bio... Onda sam gasio da mi Peđa kaže gdje se bukvalno ne vidim.
A to si samo probao na 2 minuta.
Ali ne, igrao sam par partija. Da mi Peđa kaže u kojem compoundu, u kojem uglu se ne vidi gdje. Pored cigala, pored ovog, igrao sam par partija. Ali znam da je Peđa Remnant. Jedino mi je problem ako u suparničkoj ekipi ima još neki Remnant.
Nema to vez. Vidiš kako se kreće.
Pa i oružje i ne
Peđa ti sigurno neće krenuti prema tebi da te upuca.
A znaš ko mi je hit?
Ko ti je hit?
Stari, ja vas da igram s onom slepicom, nazovi je tako.
Prorok.
Jeste.
To je prorok.
Dobro, ali ajde da ti je... Ja, brate, panem i pored mene padne, trading se s čovjekom. Ja kažem njemu...
A to sam gledao, to se priča sjeću ono.
Digni me i on ide ovo...
Commander
Makića, da.
Welcome to my channel.
Ne Makića, nego ide da digne leš koji je suparnička ekipa. I kaže, šta je ovo neće ti digne lutuje ga? Pa jesi ti normalno, nisam to ja jebote.
Da.
Pusti me, nisam spavao, umoran sam, celu noć su me jahali. Pa idi spavaj, nemoj igrat onda.
On sebe forsira da on mora da igra Hanšodan.
Znaš šta je sinoć bilo? Igrali smo do 2 sata skoro sinoć, znaš? Došao jedan i reka, ajde Milane, ovo nema smisla, idi da spavaš, da evo pa ne igram.
To ti je rekao.
Ajde, kaže zjebaj. Ide operi zube, popij mlijeka i ide da spavaš, to mi je rekao. Ja počeo se smijem.
Pa dobro, poslat u kretu. Kada imaš 2 godine. Inače to je kum sinoć uradio sa djecom, ali ima logike. Kum ima 30 banke, djeca samo imaju od 7-8 godina do, razumeš, 13. 13-14. Tako da to ima logike, ali nema veze. Staro konja od 40 godina šalješ.
Bile su dobre partije, sinoć, ja, Peđa i Milki. Imali smo 4 vajkovanja servera i to, bile su dobre partije. I onda stvarno oko 2, ja si prebačio normu, ja obično oko 10 jedno spavam, ja sam prebačio normu u 4 sata.
Da, to su se svi začudili kako si bio
budan.
I
to sam se digao u pola 7 bez problema. Digao.
Pa što bi ima problem? Jesi ti navikao na san za lepotu?
Beauty sleepis.
Ne. To Simo Kosović ima te egzibicije.
Tipa da pokrije lice s nečim bitnim.
Ne, nego pol dana da spava i tako.
Kako?
Pol dana da spava.
Što pol dana?
Pa tako kad ti.
Beauty sleep.
Yes. Naprimjer, koliko je sati? Idi gore, klanji se, ćeš ga u pidžamu naći.
Pa što nađi?
Ne u pidžamu tipa da se šeta po kući, imam ja običaj se šetam kroz kuću u pidžami, ono, ponad.
Ne, imaš ti taj.
Ali ne da sam u krevetu još uvijek. Često sam ga vidio u pidžami i u krevetu s telefonom. Ono, leškari. Ako dobro. Very good.
Kada imam jel mi... Imam Steam na telefon pa ću da vidim mogu.
Sa tim, sa čim?
Notification.
Sure.
Zanima me jedna stvar, možeš da povežeš jednim deskom
što?
Telefon i računar.
I šta ćeš onda raditi?
Pa dobro, pitam te.
Možda možeš kao surveillance neki da vidiš šta se dešava.
Ili share ekran.
Ne, surveillance da vidiš šta se dešava na desktopu.
To.
Ako te tako nešto interesuje baš.
Primjera radi, na primjer.
Jes.
Moguće, ne? Jer ja znam da mogu odavde s telefona da izdam komandu Steamu da mi skine igricu kući, to mogu, to znaš da se može.
Je li to pitanje ili odgovor?
Ne, znaš li da to može?
Aha.
Ja znam da može, sam to radio, no pitam tebe, da li ti znaš?
Aha, ti mi sad učiš ili?
Pa, pitam te da li znaš da može?
Da.
Ne znam isto radio, možda nemaš potrebe, ali ja recimo samo u Vrbasu, nebitno.
Yes.
I uđem na Steam, Peđa kaže, ja skinem igru, ja stavim da skinem dok sam u Vrbasi i kad dođem kuću, ona već skinuta.
Fuck.
Mislim, nije sad to ti nešto treba, eto da znaš da se može. Isto kada si na kompjuter staviš u koju direktoriju gdje ide i samo... I on tamo kreće ga skida. Evo što ti kažeš, sad ću ostaviti Vičara da skida, eto da probam što ti kažeš i Vičara, kući. Eto da si primjer Vičara, sad ću pokazati kako se to radi.
Yes. Rayleigh. Reichi. Husk Swordbook, Winning Sky.
Storm Changes, ne idemo u Liberiju. Evo iš Liberiju odeš. Mogu Battlefield 2, što bi ovaj rekao. Gears 5 ima više, moga bi to da probam.
Gears 5 nije baš tako dobro, bolje bi ti ima osjećaj da igraš onaj originalni Gears of War Kids. Iako je stara igra.
Imam Scum, imam Witcher, imam Boltsen, imam Vermintide, Tomb Raidera, par komada, Scum, Red Dead Redemption 2, ali online, PUBG, Quake Champions, Doom Eternal, Killing Floor 2, Green Dawn, Greed, Grand Theft Auto 5.
Si rekao Traps?
Skinuo sam u igru, sigurno.
Ghost Runner demo. Znam šta je, nisam igrao.
Nije loš.
I bet.
Imam Dying Light. Dirt. Modern Warfare. Borderlands 2, 3. Battlefield 5, šta je u kavi? The Darkness 2. Ne znam šta je to Battlefield.
Čekaj, Darkness Imprisoning Me.
All I see.
All I see, absolutely, I'm gonna die. And the landmine has taken us aside, taken us.
Welcome to my channel.
Ko bi rekao? Company of Hero dvojku imam, odakle mi ovo?
Free je bilo.
Destiny 2 imam, to nije bilo.
Company of Heroes je bio free na Steam Store.
I to sa DLC-ima, pogledaj.
Ma, Destiny 2.
Da. Ashes of Malmut i...
Neće biti da je to je Grimdon.
Killers za Titan, ne. Kako da vidim Ilija koje imam, vidim?
Kako da vidiš šta?
Gdje da kliknem vidim koje DLC imam, vidim?
My game content. Čuj me da nisi probao bez veze maka.
My achievements, my friends, my screenshots, my review, to imam.
A moga si da odeš i u store, da vidiš, piše ti u store kao štrikirano ti šta imaš u DLC-u.
Evo me u library, evo ti vidiš.
Ne u library, nego baš u store, imaš Steam store, da pogledaš.
Dobro, imam, pogledat ću. Steam Guard, Notification, Community, chat. Nemam neke notifikacije. Mogu misli kakve mi komentare daju. Evo.
Dobro, čitaj mi, ajde. Nemoj mi pokazivati.
A ovo je engleski, vidi.
Pa čitaj. Vežba engleski. Practice until perfection.
You are scam, to mi piše.
Ali dobro, to ti je normalno. Hunt community nije toksično ni malo.
Ne, hoću da vidim ovo baš za... Dobra, kodem store. Otišao sam u store. Store home, notification, new. I store home. Može li to vidjeti? Kliknut ću Destiny 2. D-E-S-T Destiny 2. Dobro, on je free, dobro, ja ga imam. Vidimo samo što imam od... kako da vidi sad ko imam?
Destiny 2, da.
Imam 2 DLC.
Imaš da vidiš...
Kupio sam 2 DLC. Malo glupo to je, gledaj.
A ne, nego se ne vidi, ovo ti je stranica za mobilni telefon, na stranici za kao, imaš kao, da vidiš...
Znam.
Na PC, kao u režimu za PC vidiš lepo, samo malo. Imaš da kupiš novac u igri. Možeš misliti za rubu. Nemaš, treba ti desktop kao verzija toga Steama. Shroud of Cinders. First one shield, chance of crossfire, aura and hit. Okay. Wait, damage per fire. Lightning resist.
Heroes of the Storm. Makić igra Heroes of the Storm. Kupio sam je 300 juna 2020.
Što nisi ćeo s nama da igraš onaj...
Evo ga, došao sam vidi.
Čuješ ti? Što nisi ćeo s nama da igraš onaj Remnant? Ne snalaziš se, ne?
Evo DLC, našao sam što imam. Beyond Light.
Whatever.
Shadow Keep. Imam ta 2 DLC. Beyond Light. Ili ti za sve postoje, tako ili?
Nije, nego na posledku. To bi ti bilo Beyond, ako ćeš već dobro objašnjenje.
I Shadow Keep.
Shadows of Mordor.
Ne, ovako se zove.
Yes.
Shadow Keep.
Shadow Sheep.
I ima još jedan da se kupi. Vidimo šta podrazumijeva taj pak.
Čekaj, Hewlett Packard.
Imamo ovaj ti Shadow Keep. Igrice džaga su DLC i drugo. Days Gone, ja imam Days Gone. Free to play.
Ja sam rekao free to play, ali problem je u tome što ja nemam vremena za free to play. Ako moram da igram 500 sati da bi otključao nešto što neko plati 20 evra, nije free to play.
Nego je pay to win.
Pa jeste pay to win.
Ne možeš ti mene i sad u drugi osnovu. A Plague of Tale, Relikvijum, ima mi tu igru, mislim.
Relikvijum ili Requiem?
Pa može, Requiem.
Relikvijum. Relikvijum of...
Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain.
Jesno, to je demo. Mislim da je demo.
600 ruba, ne. Ne gledam kada je demo.
Zato što ništa od toga ne možeš da kupiš.
Znači ja način da uplatim to. Zdravo, Đika. Si dobar?
Evo ti.
Evo.
Si izbačio kozić ono napolje.
Ajde, voći za veću pa ideš baci.
A nećemo ako je napolju pada kiša.
Čekaj, razumiješ da ti, što nema od jučer Teletex?
Aj, pofali se kako si napravio onaj, kako si izbetonirao doma ono bek.
A ovo, Đika, našo sam radio.
Pusti sad to, ne blej, budala!
Ispričaj.
On
neće, zašto nema Teletex?
Ja ne znam, ja Teletext ne gledam, ja pitam Suje da on ima, ja ne znam, nije mi se žalio.
Na prvu nema, govna Teletext ne mogu...
Propadalo mu je kupatilo u dvorištu.
Pusti sad tu priču, Điku zanima...
Ne blej, budalo!
Điku zanima ovo, ne znam.
Napustite objekat.
Ne znam
Da nije sve zamijenio
A ne.
Ko je zamijenio?
Govna program.
Od interneta? Ne, a imaš
ne.
kanal.
A neće biti se jednog neće Teletext.
Onda su isključili.
A to je verovatno do njih tamo, nema
do njih.
to je, jer da je on nešto zezno ti ne bi ima nijedan kanal.
To s toga
ne može ti on
isključiti Teletext.
Ali te mogućnosti su
velike.
Makli, znaš.
Pa moguće da...
Skratili.
Pa moguće.
Da se ljudi ne kockaju. To je Vučić reka, kockanje je loše za omladima.
Kako je to šoga? Đika, čekaj.
To je dio novih mera,
Ja, čuješ Điku, hvata se za glavu.
Kockanje kvari omladinu. Ajde okolo gre na mačke.
The Forest. A zašto?
No, I don't know. These sons of the forest.
Da. Te šume.
Ti sinovi te šume.
Tajnovi, da. Ne neki, nego taj baš.
These sons of the forest.
Ilija, naću ja načina, načina da uplatim u rublji. Imam neke Ruse za prijatelja na Steam, pitaću, poslaću im 10 € da mi uplatim.
Pošalje gift card.
Da.
Probaj to.
A čekaj, ako ja nekako na wallet ubačim rublje, ja ću možda kupim igre, jel tako?
Možeš taj jedan put.
Kako misliš taj jedan put?
Pa onda sljedeći put opet moraš iste te prijatelje da giftuješ da ti to isto uradi.
Pa dobro. Dobro, ubačiš 20 €, pa dobro.
Zavisi s koliko para si spreman da se oprostiš.
Oni nazvate uvijek onove i pitaš što nema Teletext.
Ne mogu da ih nazove, nek zove majka. Ne mogu. Kako da im objasnim? Jel vam rade kanali radi?
Ne, upravo tako, kako ti rekao Đika.
Kako da nazovem?
Pa ništa, kažeš na programima prvo i tako dalje gdje su do sad bili teleteksti, nemam opciju za teletekst. Da li je do vas ili je nešto drugo? Jednostavno je to tako kažeš.
Aj, molim će nazove.
To se jednostavno tako kaže.
Šta ne znam?
Evo ja ću, Đika, dođi. Ja ću ti to
nazovi, ajde, nazovi. Ajde, nazovi, prijavi kvar.
Kad imaš nesposobno, ja ću to dođi.
A ne znam kako to prijavim.
Kako to da prijaviš? Evo sad ću ti javiti kako to prijavim.
Znaš šta će se doradi, reći ti da resetuješ šuter. Reći da resetuješ šuter.
A dobro pa reći.
Dobro, neka reći.
Neka križi reći ko kući.
Tu nemaš to. Ni tu nemaš to.
Unesite broj telefona za koji želite da prijavite smetnju tako što ćete prvo ukucati odgovarajući pozivni broj, na primjer 011, a potom i ostale cifre tamo.
024 4 7 3 5 4 9.
Da.
Evo ću.
Broj za koji želite da prijavite smetnju je 0244 7 3 5
Šta ćemo sad?
Evo.
Ali to ne radi ništa.
Čekaj!
Ma kak? Ma neđe čutim.
Ništa. Ništa. Radi. Ja ću pričati.
Naravno.
Nema soker.
Nemaš teletekst na programe na koje si imao do sada. Ti čuti. Već kad ne znaš čuti.
Da.
Dobar dan želim. Htio bi da prijavim jednu smetnju sa ovoga broja na televizoru, na signalu. Sad, mogu da kažem o čemu se radi? Kosović Ilija. Broj telefona vam je 024 4. Dobro. 735.
Spartans. Welcome to my channel.
Ja sam vlasnik, ja sam Kosović Ilija. Pa, otac do sad je na programima na koje je imao teletekst tipa prva, ne znam ja šta, sad nema opciju, ne dam opciju da ode u teletekste, sad ne znam da li je to...
Da.
Samo i meni kući TV prva, postoji problem sa teletekstom, globalni je problem, znači nema veze kod vas kao pojedinca, već samo medijskom kućom i njihovom funkcijom teleteksta postoji problem. Da li ćeš na nekom kanalu uočili da nemate teletekst ili samo na prvoj?
Pa, koliko sam ja shvatio samo na prvo, a recite mi recite mi to će se riješiti, to nije do vas, to je do njih, je tako?
To je do same medijske kuće.
Aha, to...
Možete desiti da medijske kuće i ukine teletekst na svom kanalu, za sada imamo informacije da je problem i da se radi na rešavanju. Znači, nema veze da je testom i Telekomom, već kako
Da, sa prvom.
Prvo, tako.
Hvala vam, prijatno.
Hvala vam, prijatno.
Bravo.
Mogarcu.
Odlično se to sredio. Ja ne bi to bolje.
Eto, Žika sad dobio informaciju. Do njih je, hoće li ga popraviti, neće li ga, hoće li ga totalno ukinuti, to ćeš vidjeti za par dana. To ne navedite.
Ja ne bi bolje.
Tebi sam rješio dvomicu, tebi sam skratio vrijeme.
Ma nisi mi skratio vrijeme, ja neću da zovem.
A teraz će Žika. Tek ćemo drugi dan. Čakalamo. A sad kad pređeš na drugog operatera, oni imaju telefon.
Aj, bar Metallica pusti.
Znam na prvu imali...
Nema, nije, to je do njih tamo, nema, to veze. A čekaj, imaju neki drugi program i teletekst, Žika, pođi na neki drugi program. Ne znam ko ima, Nova ili ovaj.
Welcome to my channel.
This is becoming...
Prvi imao teletekst je na Pink,
ali ovi novi operateri imaju, Žika.
Kladionica.
Šta je to kod tebe s nekim?
Riješit ćemo ti to, Žika. Imaćeš teletekst. Samo moramo ga malo...
Nemoj li ja se angažuješ to?
Nemo,
Chaos and destruction.
Šta to prodaje Milan, priče?
Going crazy.
Ne bi ti ovo bolje.
Jeli?
BTW.
Jer bi to masira.
I am introvert person.
A moguće ovo.
If you didn't notice so far.
A če si Šimo, sad kad je sve prošlo, dolaziš na gotovo. Đika nema teletekst i onda razvali ili kao ne znam, se nervira i da ja skratim proceduru uzlo sa ja.
Doing poor job at being antisocial.
Ali gore, pitao mene što nema teletekst, otkud znaš.
Ma medijski problemi na tom kanalu, razumije, nema to veze s MTS.
No ajde. Ja njem dovoljava svakoj želji.
Played be rising.
Simo, kad si ide?
Pa uskoro.
Čekaš, jel?
Stigaj pasoš.
but so far I didn't see anyone on server.
Poslaš ga baš bukvalno. Ili preko, si ga skinira preko
New update seems nice.
Bukvalno. Da, poštom. Šalješ poštom i javljeno da je stigla. Odobrena ti je viza, jel tako već? Boraviš na tamo. Aha? Odobrena ti je da boraviš? Da. A sad ćete zvati za 5, 10 dana, 20?
Ne. Sve je riješeno. Mi smo dobili odobrenje od Kanade i poslali smo naš pasoš u ponedeljak prošli za Beograd i oni su slali, pošto mora se šalje za Beč, tamo se vizira i sad je javljeno da je vraćen nazad u Beograd. Tada viši budući da je
Savršen.
Ajde se čuje Miloš iz agencije su im šeji. Ali to je to. Kad ne ti tražite, kada su žuti čovjek mene tražite,
Jo, maj.
Pa,
Da. Si znao, predržao sam ja u suštini antisocijal.
Sinu, Cihu šedno 3 puta da nas...
Znao.
Znam, ali...
Si ukapirao? Ali, znaš šta je problem?
Zato se ja družim.
Ovaj zna da je opet bitno i onda se pravi.
Znaš šta je problem?
3, brate, godine.
Radim jako loš
posao. A ovo je bitno ovoga...
Znaš?
I onda ja...
Radim jako loš posao tome da stanem antisocijal.
Ja se lijeko su izbroj telefona.
Ne ide mi to od ruke, znaš.
749 problem smetnje.
Bože moj.
Kad sam završio Đikova kura, vidiš? Bagacu i čekaj. Nemoj sve kažu, Atili.
Teraj to kući, kažem ti go ti bez.
Što? To ti je jedan DJ radio soundtrack za jednu stvari.
Završavam top stvar. Koju ću brzo. Ti znaš da mogu spomenuti. Što svi kad sam pustio ovdje, svi oči bili otpustili zbog 5 pita. Moram mi ovi gore.
Dobro večer.
Dobro večer.
Ovo, vampire. Vampire.
Sad evo,
šta ima?
Godio 67.
Bila belada, montira internet kod
Ako budeš teo da igraš Remnant Recipic, nećete vući za ruku.
Pa ne, ja sam to mislio, pošto ćete vas troje igrati.
Šta?
A, nema, brate, mesta svakako.
Šta?
A ti, brate, Nenad.
Koji Nenad?
A on igra jučer.
Koji Nenad?
Nenad.
A gdje ga vidiš ti sad? A Kesića da vidiš isto? Gdje vidiš Kesića isto? Pa onda šta pričaš gluposti? Ne rekao, samo ga pitam. Ma ja. Hoćeš da ti ga pošaljem na adresu? Kako si rekao? Ljube Šercera, Beograd, koji broj?
Šercera?
22, idi na Ljube Šercera na 22. Jesi čuo? 22, je li tako? 2-0 kroz A. Dobro, Milane, 2-0 kroz A. Ne treba para, nego da dođeš Gardiju na kafu. Da njega masiraš malo.
Pošalji ga da ga nataknem nacije, malo je.
Ne može, ovu psihičku torturu ne može dugo da se drži. Popije kafu i tako to, sad je napred. Sad je u masiranju mozga u tom režimu. Vidio. Mamu liti jebe. Mać vašu, ne, otišao je sad da masira mog brata.
Snake, to je zvučilo pogrešno je.
Inače, moj brat je završio kurs baš za masažera. U Begešu, da. 6 mjeseci. Kao, kako se to zove, sportski kao fizioterapeut, tako neka forma, piše na diplom.
Ono, lomim pismu,
ne namešta kosti,
lomim pičku.
Sportska masaža, kako on kaže.
lešim đavolje rabote.
Je, spuštam krv, spuštam krv.
Egzorcizam, popa. Čekaj, luda.
Lešim svaki oblik đavolje rabote uspešno. Uteram, jem, isčeram đavola.
Čega, cijev?
A zato mi on nije opsednut đavoljom, nek Bogom. Njemu uteruju tu cijev i onda isteraju đavola crnog, razumeš? Cijevo se. Nije to najgore. Pametan je on, pametan, da vam ja kažem, pametan.
Yes.
A stavio si A1 bit mu se u glavi u gorište.
Došao mi Čale s pričom da mu ne radi teletext na prvoj. Na prvom kanalu. I ja ono, kao šta sad ja ti radim? Rekao, radi internet. Pa svi ostali TV kanali rade, rekao, ne radi teletext. Kakve veze imam s tim? Pa kao to treba da kao nekako sredim. Kako ću ja ti sredim? I kaže, Milan, ja ću da ti sredim. Ne zove službu podrške i mu kažu, pa kao imamo problem globalno, kao oni su to nešto isključili, pa kao to ne radi. Moj Čale se zahvaljuje Veladi kao ok, dobar posao. Ja ono... Dobro,
Nešto ne radi. Vidim crni, tanki optički kabel, jako tanak.
Da.
Makaze jedne.
A nemam ja...
Da, moguće.
A nemam ja optički kabel.
Da li možeš da ga presečeš za delić sekunde ili za 2 delice. I onda popraviš sve što se moglo popraviti.
Da, nemam ja problema s tim.
Nemaš. A hoćeš da imaš problem?
Nema nikakav problem. I'm all good.
To reši, brate. Moj Milan to kad reši.
Voli to da reši, ja?
Milan bre kad ga reši.
Životinje.
Rešio ga bre.
Evo ga palamudi nešto.
Nekoliko rakija, nema boljeg dana.
Nema, a?
Da, nema. Vidim ja da će biti danas vrlo zanimljiv dan na poslu.
Kako ima da ih pozdravlja sve?
Znaš ti šta sam ja uradio jednom? Ja ne znam Teodora kako nije otkaz dobila. Imali smo neki team building, nedelja bila i na Karaburni u Staroj Topoli. A Teodora je jedina bila da je ponela laptop da radi odatle. I neka dva smarača je drkaju pola sata. To bilo negdje 8 posle podne. A mi se skupili u podne. Ja mrtvo pijan. I ja kažem, sad ćeš da vidiš kako to rešava. I ja je uzeo laptop i odgovorim ovoj dvojici. Znači ja mislim da sam im napisao suck my motherfucking cock. Ja ne znam kako ono otkaz nije dobro. Oni su samo rekli opšte hvala.
A zato što gube, imaš 5G u nema konkurencije. I slušaj, ja rekao da se razumijemo, pravi ugovor minimum na 10.
Suck my motherfucking cock.
Ja rekao,
suck my motherfucking cock.
Da ne plaćam,
Čo jebot.
100 €.
My motherfucking cock.
Ali dobro, mi to kao.
Sure.
Ej, zovi tog, šta me je zvao taj ludak?
Evo ga sad, on samo nalazi žrtve, znaš. Znaš kako se zove...
Zvao me i kao, došao i on samo...
Znaš i kako se zove takav tip osobe? Emocionalni vampir. Isisava svu pozitivnu energiju iz tebe, razumeš? Znači, ne mora krv da ti pije, razumeš, ono, znači, bukvalno na slamku. Ne, toliko isisa iz tebe, razumeš, ono, emocije i ono, dobro raspoloženje, ti staneš prazan, razumeš? To on radi. To i kum radi, ali kum to radi na drugi način, znaš. On zahteva ogromnu koncentraciju da bi uopšte čovjek pratio šta priča.
Evo, petno svih vremena, evo vam, link.
Sti gledao film?
Linac.
Jel Boris?
A?
Sti gledao film?
To su Crank 2 film.
Ma ne, brate, nego onaj, kako zove, Sisu.
Ej, nisam gledao sam sinoć jedan mnogo poremećen. Cocaine Bear.
Da.
Znači, film je ludilo.
Ma ti si ludilo, bre.
Ludilo! Neki ludac, narko-diler poludeo u glavi. Izbaci 50 torbi puni kokaina iz aviona i za neke šume u Americi.
A, Cocaine Bear.
Da, Cocaine Bear.
Kako zove film?
Cocaine Bear.
Medved nađe kokain i navuče se i samo traži kokain i ubija sve redom.
Evo, mogu se.
Da.
Pazi, moram da pogledam film, znači ludilo je.
Evo ga drži govore.
Juče tao i gledao sam Renfielda.
I kakav ti je Montague? Kako se zove? Montague Renfield.
Robert Montague Renfield.
Jeste. Ako se sjećaš starih filmova, to ti je karakter ovoga, kako se zovu, Jonathana Harkera.
Jeste, bukvalno da se...
Ne, pa to ti je Jonathan Harker, jebote, po knjizi. Da, Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves je smešan u tom filmu, ni nema ga, razumeš.
Ova pesma Suck My Motherfucking Dick vam je iz Crank 2. Kad onaj brat blizanac sa pederima se vata u disku klubu.
Joj, uši probija.
Šta Kenju ti tamo?
Ma on masira mog brata. Ovaj će ga slušat dok ne kaže zove me cure ili ne znam. Moram da uradim to.
Jel Šimo jači od Milana?
A tu su negdje, obojice su pumpađi.
Aj kaži Šimo da ga veže u čvor i baci na ulicu.
A što se radi?
Ja to kad bi se desilo da ga neko veže u čvor i izbaci na ulicu, ja bi tu došli s njim bi za YouTube, znači ono gde. Live broadcasting, jeli.
A, moguće.
Pa kaže, ja ću pitati u komši, a ne može, ovo je nane. Ako bude bezobrazan, bit ću zid.
Znači, mora da mu Milan zašto je pričala držanje...
Prestani da lažeš, Milane.
Bilo si mu nima, jel? Ovo, uzdužno, ono, iza kuće. Oni su mogli da ga predstavi tamo.
Da prepričava iste priče koje je meni pričao, znaš. Samo sa više detalja.
A znaš šta je njemu? Znaš što, baš zato što on nema posao, nema nikakve aktivnosti, njemu je život, u stvari, moto da on ispriča neko možda tako prazni, on tako duše, to mu je duševna hrana da on ispriča svakom, nema zašto je ista priča, bitno je da on tera svoje, razumiješ?
Ta priča dobija nove detalje svaki put.
Kristijane, tijeli si?
Aj, pitaj brata da pita Milana kako je bilo nacijem kad je primio zadnji put.
Ne bi ja...
Koliko duboko je primio cijev?
Ne bi ja o tvom kumu. Znaš okle je to? Ne, kaže prdnem ti na kumu.
Da, doći on kad ja odem kod u dom zdravlja.
Šta ti su u dom zdravlja?
Pa po neke rezultate.
Ti dobro?
Jesu, ja sam okej. Nego mi nije bilo dobro.
A je ti sad dobro?
Jeste, sam mi da jednu vutricu da se nadu. It's absolutely godless.
Dobavljača za salati.
Ne.
Da se počastim, ajde ja.
Što je najjače nema dobavljača. Sorry, imam, ali...
Ajde nađi nekog ja častim.
Za salat, to sad tako za...
Da.
Dobro, samo da utvrdim.
Ajde nađi nekog ja častim da se malo obradujemo.
Ne. Mrtav si ozbiljno što?
Tako zvuči. On je uvijek ozbiljan, samo ti ne kapiraš.
Vidi, ovaj put da uradim sljedeći. Spremit ću ti ovdje ovaj rezervni krevet. Spremit ću litru domaće šljive. Salatu i nećeš ići kući.
Znači ima osiguranje sad za
mene. Da, ona tvoja sestra proziva 3 dana, posle toga ne, više to nećemo. Ima da te smestim u krevet, da se odmoriš ko čovjek. I leži, a ja ću da igram Hunt onda, znači. Tek onda ću da budem u elementu.
Biće zeleno, biće Field of You Hive, ko da ga pčela ujela.
Vidjet ću iz Cypress Hutsa ima da vidim Pearl plantaže.
To. Snake, ajde teraj to.
Ko može da priča? Rekao ti je Drakula se nosiš kući, jesi čuo? Reću da ako ne krene kući za 5 minuta da si otišao. Kaže Drakula da te čuje s ulici.
HVDES. Welcome to my channel.
Ne smetaš ti meni, znaš? Ne smetaš ti meni, nego ti sad prosipaš ovdje. Kako imaš energije da toliko pričaš? Ne možeš ga oterat. Aj zovni ga na telefon. Zove ga na telefon.
A neka, poslije kad me bude zvao neću moći da
igram. Hoćeš ti Remna da igram?
Neću, igram
Ne.
Ne igra mi se to.
Pa znam da ti se ne igra, zato što bi me pitao ti prvi. A o tome se radi. Ja ljude ne vabim, znaš. To sam rekao Nenadu 100 puta. Ako ti nećeš, ja te sigurno neću vući za ruka.
Vampire. Yes. Oni opet priča.
Ne može da prestane. On priča da god ima publiku. 100 ljudi da prođe pored njega, znaš. On bi sa svakim znao nešto da ne mogu ja to. Ja imam limit. On nema. Treba ga za političara nekog, znaš. On bi bio u stanju sa čitavim...
On je zajebao profesiju.
Znaš ono, recimo 1000 ljudi na mitingu, on bi u stanju da sa svakim popriča, znaš. Dok god, recimo, oni se ne bi razišli, oni bi se razišli sami, bez pendreka, bez išta. Ljudi bi se otili za glavu i otišli kući. Ako ti je jedini reper kako izgleda grafički, onda dobro.
Nije mi jedini reper, ali već kad igram nešto želim da...
Šta je...
Dobro, ovo je Unreal Engine 4.
Šta je najružnije što si ikad pokrenuo? Vizualno.
Verovatno je toliko ružno da se ni ne sjeća.
Pa mora da imaš neku lošu spomenu, tipa PTSD ili tako nešto.
Multiplayer neke igre.
Da. Ma i single player ne biti skoro.
Sunstorm.
Kako? Sandstorm i Sturgesi, pa čak ni to nije loše. Ne zajebavaj, ako ti je to najgore, to...
Zbog optimizacije one oče.
Ako to...
Interesting kako izgleda to lepo. Ali vampireš izgleda dobro.
Kini, ajde da igramo što?
Moraš da me podsjetiš kako ti igra.
A nema šta da ti postoji, pucaš, skačeš, šta ti je to?
Ne radi se to tako, Drakula, ne uvlačiš ljude tako što kažeš nema tu šta, ne kažeš hoću i onda ga pustiš sam da pogine no 20 puta i onda mu objasniš, ako je i dalje zainteresovan.
Ima tu botovi neki ili samo protiv ne botovi?
Šta ima?
Ima ljudi ako pitaš.
Botovi ili samo protiv ne botovi?
Ima ljudi.
A? Ima ljudi, ali igraju?
Ima
ljudi, bre,
bre. Jes da igraju kao botovi, ali ima ljudi. Mislim da si ti za njih kralj u suštini. Kad ih Peđa onako ubija jednostavno, ti ćeš još lakše. To su ti one fore tipa podzemni svet, ono, trčanje po zidovima i skakanje sa zgrade na glavačke. Kako se zove ona? Ona Kate nešto, ona glumica što je glumila. Ja je nigde nisam vidio poslije ni u jednom filmu poslije toga serijala.
Igrala ti u Van Helsingu.
I?
Igrala je u Remote sa Adamom Sandlerom.
Dobro.
Filmova da izgleda bolje nego ikad.
Dobro, ovdje je izgledala gotik, ono, žešće.
Riba je neviđena prepička.
Tebi su sve neviđene prepičke.
Malo koja da loše izgleda, pitam se.
Pa ima.
Ima, Milan Belada s perikom, znam.
Milan, pa Belada, pa onda PNP.
Dupla volim.
Volim na kvadrat. Evo, Drakula, skidam igru. Igramo ti i ja.
Ajde jebot, ajde. Ništa. Ajde. Vidit šta čilaš malo. I brate,
A znaš gdje će da zapne, Peđe? Jel ima nešto da se linkuje neki account ili da se pravi neki email kad ulaziš u igre? Siguran da ima neki dodatni korak. Znaš da Boris tu puca po šavama? Ja znaš, čim mora da se klikne, da se napravi neki mail ili da mu traže password ili nešto.
Nije on, brate, Milan.
Boga mi nije Milan, ali ima slabe živce po tom pitanju. Ne voli da deli lične informacije, ko da ga pitaju. Discord prvi špionira sve živo.
A što znači mrzi?
Da. Primetio sam da te mrzi.
Mrzi me da ja sad nešto linkujem, da ja puštam, nepotrebno nešto.
To se, nije to nepotrebno, oni žele da znaju tvoje podatke.
Dobro, to je normalna stvar, jeba ti igraš nikovu igru.
Kako misliš da prodaje informacije o tebi ako im ne ostaviš ništa?
Pa nekaj, brate, treba. Svakako imaš ličnu kartu, svakako znaš da se bre za tebe. Svakako, brate. Vi ga ovaj tamo, ovaj, onaj! Aj bre, beži tamo, bre.
Dobar mikrofon, a? Čuješ ga s ulice.
Lud čovjek. Ono je nenormalno.
Papire!
Jesi skino? Koliko treba? Da znam. Da znam koliko da igramo inače, da li da agresivno ili sporo.
4 minuta.
Dobro.
Ima neki vampireš?
Kako može toliko da priča?
Ima neki vampireš?
Milan, imaš neki vampireš u svoj guza? Milan? BMW!
Što ti njega zoveš BMW? Što ti njega zoveš BMW?
Belada Milan Volina na kvadrat. Obećao je da će ti ureže BMW škrge na backplate-u.
Moguće ovdje.
Moguće.
Aj čekam te, završi sam meč.
Evo bakte vidi ovaj isključeni gest ovaj, razumem?
Ima džabe isto Battle Pass skinove. Nije uopšte Fortnite fazu, nego skinovi ono, vampirski što bi se rekao.
Čekaj, neki borbeni pas.
Ne, nego možeš da izgledaš kao gotik, 100%.
Cool vampir.
Mogu da izgledam kao Kinez za Novu godinu.
Može.
Ako ne mogu...
Može kao Pennywise da ide.
Ako ne...
Čekaj, taj glumac što je glumio u Itu, je li tako? Bill Skarsgård. Gdje rekoše da treba da se pojavi u kojoj seriji?
Ne znam, ali bio je u John Wicku.
Ne, nije John Wick, sad ću ti reći. Bill Skarsgård. On ima 1,92 m.
Ima visoki, vidiš.
1,92 m čovjek ima. Niko ne bi rekao. Na zdravlje. John Wick, Barbarian, Eternals, bla 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 bla. Koji film seriji sam gledao da treba da...
Dobri djen, evo me opet polako nije mu dobro.
Who are you, the proud Lord says, that I must also know, only a cat of a different...
Hello, my name is Bill Skarsgård, and I'm going to see how well I know my IMDb page.
1, 2, 3, 4.
How many acting credits do I have on IMDb? I have 16, 20, more, 25.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm selling my store here. What 4 credits am I most known for? I think It 1 and It 2 it might be up there, right? Yeah. Castle Rock might be the 3rd one. Deadpool 2, of course. Deadpool 2. Divergent. Okay, good. What is my trademark? Is it my eyes? Large green eyes. And there you go. $139 uses of the F word. That would be probably Deadpool 2. Not. So the movie that has the most F-bombs is Assassination Nation.
What, do you think it's cool to tell your friends about it?
How many minutes of dialogue in It Chapter 2? 3.5. 5 minutes and 28 seconds. 6 minutes and 12 seconds. 7 sharp, okay. Yeah, I was surprised it was that much.
No one wants to play with the clown anymore.
I was just gonna say when we started this is like, depending on how self-obsessed you are, right? So like maybe me doing poorly on my own IMDb isn't such a bad thing. Hello, my name is Bill Skarsgård.
Brava.
Neka je dozvole da verovanje mog profila. Ajde, kakav intro sad, ne želim intro, ajde, dobro je, čao. Go to Discord.
Crow! Ja znaš da treba glumi u... Čuješ? To sam se setio. U Vrani treba da glumi, treba da bude
Čekaj, ajde, evo me u lobiju, nađi me, ne znam šta.
Ja sam u Armori dole ušao, da pucam.
Jesi gledao stari film Vrana? Dobro, ovo je bilo više pitanje za Peđu, pošto ja verujem da ti Bill Skarsgård treba da glumi ovoga...
Što je na setu umro.
Jest, treba da glumi onoga... Kako se zove?
Ja, meni to fantazija bila. A, mi... Jesi, samo si ti gore, ja sam dole u armori. Sad ću da spokam.
Šta treba sad da radi?
Ništa, to ti je lobby gdje ti sad tu imaš, ono... Imaš dole da testiraš oružje, imaš tu... Imaš 1000 stvari, ono, nebitno, to nije ni bitno, a startam ja DOS. Znači.
Čekaj, nemoj da startuješ nešto, mi se rezolucija koja pola.
Ajde onda, prekinu se.
Možda ne podržava 4K.
Ne, stavio je neku čudnu rezoluciju.
Čudnu rezoluciju, si ti gledao Peđin stream kad igra tu igru? A?
Pogledaj njegov stream i pogledaj moj sad, tako ono...
Jesi pogledao nešto muliči, nisi ti vidio čudno.
Ne.
On kaže čudno. Šta je tu čudno?
A što?
Dobro, možeš sad.
Može, evo. Ali sam, gdje si?
Ne.
Šta ima?
Drakula, Golišovci.
Dođemo da slušamo muziku i da pijemo mdmu. Šalim se, dođemo, evo ti ovdje da testiraš oružje.
Kome to pijete krv?
Dođi ovdje, uđi ovdje u dole. I uz elevator. Na F ti je interakt inače.
5%.
Fuck ja!
Dođi dole. Evo ti snajper, evo ti OMP.
Šnjuper?
Ovo je brz. A naša meč.
That's fine.
Uglavnom, nije teško, znaš, uopšte je dobro.
Anyway. Anyway you want it, just do it anyway you want it.
Ako spori internet skineš za 3,5 minute igre.
Ako želiš da skidaš svako malo nešto, I guess yes.
I
want to break free.
Malo, very često nešto.
I want to break free. Tamo ti jebi svoj hard disk.
Kupiš drugi.
Pa da. Šta je to svakih pola godine novi hard disk, tako da 100 evra.
Trkamo ovaj Transcend od 7. avgusta 2020. Evo ga na 98%. Ovo je M2.
Pa to i polako ide.
Šta sad?
Ništa, hoćeš Enforcera, tog ja igram. To ti imaš na Q da si imun 8 sekundi i na E da se flashaš. Uzmi njega, Enforcer ili koji god šta. Nije bitno. Nije bitno, to su ti klase koje imaju, brate, magije, znaš. Mislim magije. To nije ništa, ali korisne su svakako, ali...
Bruja! Ja sam Bruja, veštica, Bruja.
Bruha.
Bruha.
Na X ti je kao VH, kada neko pravi buku, da ga vidiš kroz zid.
Izgleda da mi je neki blur uključen, motion blur, a ne znam zašto.
To ti je default. Zato što developeri smatraju da to tako treba da izgleda. Zašto ne znam, ali...
Sniper.
Dobro, ostavi nešto i meni.
Evo ti, prati plavo samo, brate.
Pao sam dolje, čuj stari, pao sam dolje, daj mi gore.
Ako imaš armor stavi, na ovaj G stavljaš i onako vučeš prema dalje.
Ti znaš da ta grafička što je kod tebe je namenjena za 1018 piksela ova rezolucija Drakula. Tako kako ti igraš svaku igru, ne moraš da je menjaš još 5 godina.
Znam.
Čisto to znaš.
Ubio sam jednog. Da mi znati gdje moj ortak, nije tu. Evo ti ovo ako hoćeš. Duo shot. A plavo, bolje ti plavo da imaš, uvijek imaš ono, imaš zeleno oružje, plavo i Ljubičasto ti je
To je
najbolje.
ljubičanstveno sjajno. Gde si Drkulović? Popio
Gore.
si se negdje.
Stisni Q i E. Prvo Q pa E, vidi šta su ti moći. Okej. To ti je jump, to je da ga gurneš. Da ga odgurneš od sebe. A E? A dobro, stisao si zajedno to bio u isto vreme, tako? Ovo treba si jedno po jedno, dobro, ne vezi. Uzmi snajper, dajte snajper.
Kako ti popne tu gore?
Te, samo space držiš, jednostavno je, vjerujem. Igrica je jednostavna. 4K vs tvoja rezolucija.
Pazi, radi mi u 144 frame-a sve na maksu, 4K.
Nema to veze.
Imaš armor, stisni i privuci prema dole ako nemaš armor staviti.
Ne, ja piše 0.
Dobro, sad ćemo ti neći. Ispred nas stisni X, vidiš buku. Evo ga lik ispred mene, I to on. Nokar, ušt, kako sam ga skinuo. Jebeću ti mati.
Jebote tebrice.
Ti vidiš tu uopšte neko.
Dođi ovdje, imaš ovdje gear. A ubio sam se. Gdje si ti jebote?
Pa ne znam gdje sam, brate.
Ja sam ubio, ne znaš gdje si. Ja sam dole ubio, brate, lika dok si ti gore.
Ti ne znaš gdje si, ja ne znam ko si.
Dođi imaš gear ovdje. Evo ti kalaš.
A koji će mi kalaš? Samo šnjuper?
Ne, kalaš uz vrati snajper.
Evo, nešto pokupio sad, imam
armor.
armor.
Bravo, stavi ga. I dođi uzmi kalaš pored snajpera, samo promeni taj snajper, nemoj umjesto snajpera, nego umjesto drugog. Ne umjesto snajpera. Promeni na kec. Ne, promeni na drugo. Bravo! Sad, bravo bre, bit će od tebe nešto jebate.
Še mene vampireš neki jebate.
Aj jebate, normalne stvari moram da mu pričam, spardaš.
I kako ovo može biti normalno, ovo je retardirano do bola.
Ovo igre full bre. Ja sam već ubio 2 čovjeka. Da ćemo još igrati. Stisni X, to čuješ. Kad pucaju, kada prave buku. Ili ovako kada stisneš, to ti je kao
Da.
Kao Iron Sight. Nemoj, to je bot. To su NPC-evi.
Ja sam u nekom.
Ispod nas je čovjek. Evo ga dole. Lov je. I to on.
Ja sam nešto oborio tu, a šta sam oborio, nemam pojma.
Ne znam, ja sam bio... Nemam armor, treba mi armor.
Vidim nešto crveno na 68, jevi ga. Da vidim, ne znam šta je. Pa kad stisnim X vidim nešto.
Uvijek spamuješ to kada čuješ ljude da pucaju, onda vidiš buku kroz VH.
To ti je dark side. Ajmo pola, to ti je dark side.
Pa što nisi rekao, pa ovo igra mogu
Moraš bolje da objašnjavaš ljudima, ne možeš tako kao ti, to ti to.
Ne možeš da umreš opušteno. Stisni E da onako skočiš, ili to je E ili Q, šta ti je?
Si li gledao Underworld?
Ovdje skočiš, aj probaj.
Sa zgrade skočiš, ništa ti nije.
Bravo, doktore, kako dobro. Aj jebate, učim. A na E ti da baciš kada te napadne neko fizički blizu, da ga odgurneš od sebe s onim. To ispod neko se čuje. Ne. Zona ide.
Ona? Imamo zona.
Stisni E, spamuješ uvijek, ne moraš da čuvaš. Stvari možeš i da čuvaš ako te napadnu, ako hoćeš da pobegneš u pracu.
Dobro, ti su ti ljudi.
Sad ćemo ih naći polako, stisni imao, vidi kakva je zona. Sad ćemo ih naći, ne brini se. Ispred nas. Niko, ajmo dalje. Uradio on je tvoj kurac.
Kurac?
Evo, čujem ih. Svi su to. Stisneš X i čuješ ih gdje su, idemo prema njima. Vidiš buku. Evo ga. Noko gre. Hit, nokan. Ubija ovog što ga dira. Hit on. Ušao je u flash, sad će da se paruje. Nokan. I on. Ali gledaj, može da se uživi on. Znaš, 20 sekundi ima fora, mrtav. Beži, gdje si?
Ne znam šta mi se desilo.
Dobro. Tu si. Sve u redu.
Neki asist imam, ne znam šta imam.
Da, to i ja.
A što radiš, lik? Beka, stari džebalebaroš.
Maser.
Nije to ono džebalebaroš. Samo gleda na nekako ne radi i da pamet.
Ovo ti jako interesantna igra, ne znam da li može da ti radi na auto, čini mi se ti nešto posebno da te... Igraš kao jedan od ovih iz vampirskog klana. Ideš okolo i sisavaš šika. Ideš u stealth. Tap.
Beyond the grave.
Op. Ima, ubacili su jučer čim se je bio update i ubacili su Glumrut. Čitava zona gore. O. I tu imaš ove, kako se zove, imaš oružje na baruti kao ono, kako se to zove, onaj, nije cyberpunk nego steampunk.
Tehno, da, steampunk.
Steampunk. Kao oružje i kao gear. Interesantno, ima i PvP, znaš. Ja sam igrao uglavnom na PvE serverima, ali ovo je kao PvP, ali... Jedino što dropuješ kao, ono, resurse iz inventara kad te kao ono ubije, ako stigneš da pokupiš. Skupljaš resurse, ubijaš životinje, piješ krvi.
Bloodsucker!
Yes. Hello darkness, my old friend.
Naravno da mi da brat, ali nema veze. Evo ti ode plavo oružje. Hunting rifle, umreću iz zone u pičku materinu. Lik ispred nas je tamo. Leva strana naša je. Aj ovo.
Kako pinguješ?
Na scroll, kako bi pingovao ga. Olako sam. Ton. Nokon. Drugi je preko puta ovdje. Hoće da ga digne, evo ti ovdje, ubi ga. Nećeš tamo i... Dobro je ti da... Oni se biju dole jebate. Nokan, ubi ga, završi ga. Bravo. Jedan je lik pored tebe bio.
Preko puta, evo.
Uštekaj se. Uštekaj se. Dođi pre mene. Znam. Jedan long. Mamo im jebem u pičku, ko njih je zona. Repikuj, los.
Idam u 80, a nikako da ga...
Zato što nemaš range. Dobro, zona iti. Au. Nemoj da ti delaju. 4 HP imam jebate. Moram gužve gore.
Urzul Rulas. Welcome to my channel.
Hello Urzul, what's up?
Surrender your blood.
Da se pobiju.
Nice.
Ostao sam protiv jednog, znaš?
To je apsolutno sjajno.
All girls say I'm pretty fly for a white guy.
Opa, umro je od vrata izvana.
Od Zoče, a Zamfirske, a?
Idemo, prvi smo, prvo, matori. Ja sam malo izvadio po 10 kilova, ali dobro. Ovi su nas, bre, na vrate kraju zajebali, brate. Njih 3-4.
Ja samo 4 asista i ništa drugo.
Zato što sam ja sve to noko, a ti si to sve vršio. I to je meni uračunao kill. Znači ono koga ti nokuješ i ako neko drugi ubije tebi uračunava kill. Razumiješ?
Da.
Dobar meč.
Da.
Kako ti sviđa igra? Za, brate, chillovanje meni ove te... Isto ono... Rista tokena dobio sad. Daju i one premium pare. Mogu i da kuću.
Panguine, nešto. Prk, neki sam dobio.
Dobro.
Čekaj da samo podešavanja koja su meni ovdje uopšte u pičku. Display map mode borderless. Zašto nije full screen? Dajem neki. There... Abandoned. Oh jebem ti.
Nice.
Material quality, texture quality, effects high, quality of light. I sve na ultra. Motion blur. Šta je blue? Jel mi to treba?
Ne.
To su ti stvari. To ti je kad pogledaš u neonku ili u baklju, da ti onako...
Da ti onako presijeva. Kako god hoćeš.
Chromatic aberration.
Je efekat slomljene kamere. Svati kako god hoćeš.
Sve da ti bude wow, meni je super, a to što me kidaju igrači nikom ništa.
Wow.
Meni je grafički prelep.
Ličing, nima šta na ličing.
Ličing, nema šta na ličing, dobro. Isključio sam, ajde startuj. Trastuj.
Dođi ovamo da te vodim na noćnu...
Ko će koga da vodi?
Ko će koga da vodi, jel Milan još tu?
Još ovaj Cyber, već.
A on je.
Imaš tu Cyber muziku? A dođi ovamo. Da čuješ ovo. Ovdje je muzika najjača.
Evo family.
Isterivanje džavala,
Zemelirao se.
O, Rišti, brate, deruje. Ja nisam startio. Idemo, imaš ovdje da vidiš čitav Pariz. Ne Pariz, još Prag.
That's absolutely mine. Ampiriš. Evo Milan 3D markuje, mora da opet nešto...
Opet nešto sebi...
Sve moguće
ja mislim...
njegove grafičke...
Sve mi što ono normalno vrate gledamo, on svršava prema to, on voli da samog sebi impone. A kakav mi grafička, a kakav mi to, a kakav mi ovo, a kakav mi ono.
Grafika je prosek je. Da on divlja toliko na tu grafiku.
Stavi odmah. Riki iza tebe, vidiš levo. Iza tebe odmah, znači ulica ide.
Ulica i broj. Znaj da si moj.
Ali milion lipova,
Taste of knowledge.
To mi je uzelo...
Jes?
Oooo, promašio sam klasu, bre.
Jel jesi?
Moguće, a kurvu sam uzeo, bre.
Bitches be crazy.
Ova leti, bre.
Ovog sam malo napušio, jebi ga.
Da, vidio sam.
Oho.
Eno još jedan ispred, evo, pazi.
Gdje? To stiskam, ne vidim.
Tu je bio, sam ga vidio.
Evo je, ako je...
A neko je pretrčao.
A to su NPC-evi, bre, pretrčao.
A pobi govna, bre.
Čuješ ga?
Imaš civile, Boris, znaš.
Udo je armor. Stavi armor.
A, kurac.
Kurac.
Pa ne.
Evo dropat ću ti. Evo ti. Ajde. Evo ih ispred mene, dođi.
Da, ja s pištoljem, dragi.
Nema već. Eto ga lik. Aha! Ja otrovom ovo gađam je.
Ja sad ubio nekog ili šta?
Ne.
A?
Ne.
Jeli?
Ne!
Zašto?
Što ne? Ne i zašto ne?
Pa nekog sam downovo, šta je, o čemu se radi?
A ne znam da si... Piše ti gore desno da si napravio kill.
Pa nisam jeba.
NPC-a si ubio vojnika onog biti.
Pa neki je bio vrlo jako nauk.
Kako lik ispred mene je? Iton. Bravo. Priđi mu, mu stisni. Leđa. Nokan onaj tamo, kako sam ga skudio. Jebaću ti majku sad kad ti dođem tamo. Dođi. Imaš kod nje 20% lower cooldown of lead over, znači to imaš da jedeš NPC-evi, to je ovi civili ti daju moć. Znači buđeš moć. To da znaš, ali ne svi. Kada stisneš X vidiš. Ima snajper ovdje, to je smakca. Neko ovdje otvorio... kako se zove... Otvorio prodavnicu pa se čuo, ala. Sad ćemo da ga nađemo. Meni treba kalaš ako vidiš. Crnet. Može i ovo. Evo ga lik ispred mene. Broken armor.
Sam ga asistovo je.
Brate, šta sam mu uradio je? Imaš ovdje snajper. I to je epic. Njim jebeš keve be. 2 štotra mrtva.
Ajde popnite gore, jebem ti mater.
Rej. Samo nemoj da uzimaš umjesto toga nego. Pucam ovih.
A ne, daj mi bre!
Jebi ga, ne znaš da lutaš, moraš da saznaš.
Kad ti lutaš bre?
Uzmi bre ovaj bre!
A ne mogu da uzmem dobra jebem.
160. Nokan. Još jedan hit, skočit će dole. Jebem ti mamu tamo sad, budem došao.
Sniper rifle sad. Daj mi.
Gdje je on bre?
Neki bukovan, ne znam zašto imam bukovan.
Zato što ne znaš da lutaš.
Sad.
Gdje si imam mamicu, ja. Već ti mamu sad da budem naš. Gdje je otišao, smo ga ubili mi, nismo?
Ne znam, ja sam ga načeo, ali...
Nije, evo ga umro. Ne, ovo je njegov. Evo ga dole, čujem ga dole. Evo ga, ti ga iz sebe! Evo ga dole, ispred mene. I to. Penje se gore. I to nokan, uff. Kako ih hvatam, ko dobar dan. Gde si? Pošao, drože. Dođi, mam. Hoćeš ti da ga koljiš? Isprapa dole.
Thank you very much.
Imaš kod njega kalaš ako hoćeš. Šta je ovo? Može se volume. Tu ješ tamo gdje se puca.
Nekog crvenog sam ovdje video, ali...
E pa to ti je igrač. Crven, ako ti skroz crveni, tu na prvo to ti igrač. Crveni su ti igrači, to ti je kod Darkseid.
Isto kod Darkseid, drugačije se zove.
Ispred mene ovdje je. Broken armor. Jebat ću ti mamu sad ja u pičku. Gdje spaš? Dobar skin. Ali loš player. Imaš kod njega barrel. 9 puta puci. Hoćeš plavi. Kao neka šotka, ne znam nija šta je. Pucaj s njom, testujem. Može i rafal, ne mora, imaš ovdje. Stavi armor, to nemaš. Ispred nas je ovdje lik. Evo ih ovdje, iza. Ne bi ga ja previše agresivno jurim. Evo ga lik. Broken. Low.
Kako da te nađem, brate, mili, ne znam.
Kako da me nađeš? NPC-evi me razvaljuju, insta me
Evo ti kalaš ovdje.
Koji, plavi? Ne treba mi zeleni. Zeleno je loš skin.
Ja sam ga uzeo, ajde.
My bags are filled.
Rampage. Da, radi.
Ovdje je neki bio.
NPC je to. Evo ga, prestanem da ga roknem, pošto smara, bravo. Čisto je tu.
Ome je nešto, neko me snajpuje nekim laserom.
To su NPC-evi, laser čim vidiš pucate NPC.
Evo ja njima mako. Ne znam šta ovdje kad stisnem Q nešto mi sam se umetali.
Ti si uzao moju klasu, to ti je imun da si toliko, znači ako te neko raša dvoje njih, ti si što Q, oni tebe pucaju i ne mogu da ti skinu ništa, tih 8 sekundi koliko već, razumiješ? I onda kada skineš taj kamen, taj metal, onda im jebeš kevu, a oni istrošili svu, brate, municiju na tebe dok si imun bio. Znači taktika... Prešta. I gledaš uvijek u ovoj igri, bre, da nađeš high ground.
Pa daj, bre, ajde, ulepi se.
High ground gledaš uvijek.
You lost, Anakin. I have the high ground.
Ja mislim ne samo za ovu igru, nego za svaku igru. Ko to puc? Ostalo 6 njih, znaš? Ako čujemo buku, X, vidimo Darkseid, S. Imaš kej za ovo?
Ključ.
Alo, ključ. Da te Snake ne igra pa čuješ to. Aj vidi, otvori.
Frag.
Da si pokupio uspod, pa možeš si pokupio od ovih.
Frag.
Garaži se,
Nema šta. To se misli, ajmo u zonu da zvoni. Čim ti ako zvoni, ide gazi. Ostali smo 2 na 2, znaš? Šta? Srećno. Evo me prati. Nemoj previše da... Ostali smo 2 na 2, moramo da smo full focus. Jebote, kola sam... Stao sam bre na kola. To kad staneš bre na kola, to je zajebano. Alarm se aktivira i čujete svi.
I neko nekad rekao da je to apsolutno sjajno.
Jesu ovo dvoje retarda, bre.
Usmrdeli se negde, eto gde su, evo.
Da ćemo ih naći. Debili. Vidim ovdje, activity neki.
Ella, welcome to my channel.
Čujem ih. Iton.
Yes.
Lov. Gdje je pobjegao? Eno ga tam. Nokan. Evo je ortak.
Bio ti je levo, je.
A flešovao se na suprotnu stranu, bre. Ostaje još jedan. Eto.
My bags are filled.
Evo je retard.
Okay. Welcome to my channel.
Aha. Drži se. Dolazim. Evo ga ispred mene. Bam! Bam! Pomoć! Piton. Noko sam ga. Kako sam bez skopa ga noko. Bravo. Bravo, doktor. Čim provališ igru imaš ti da igraš agresivnije, brate, imaš da ih deraš.
Agresiva, to je samo jedna agresiva.
Što je mračna Prag, vampiri, rokanje, ludilo. Osjećam je na H1Z1.
Misliš dok nije postao komercijala?
Je. Tako da ja vratim ovog čarakčara.
Sam ja gledao da je jedan od developera toga H1Z1 da je čitavo bio. To bilo neka fore.
Idem da pišam dok ti to reguliš.
My bags are filled.
Čekaj, šaki.
Carry on my wayward son. Oh, brother.
There's no space in my inventory.
Jesi stisnuo?
Ajmo malo. Ostavim ovakav fazon.
Ići po hlebi, Nijesam kupio leba.
Nis kupio leba, ali kupiš leba.
A Milan 3D markuje, joj! Što mi drago.
Ako sad još jedan meč i možeš ići da kupiš leba. A ja moram do zdravi.
Ovo bolje radi kad sam sve nadrko na max isključio motion blur nego na medium sa motion blur.
Ne, ova igra je optimizovana, mislim, ona.
Radi mi sve na ultra, evo, na 144 frame.
Baš ću da pogledam poslije, jeli streamaš?
Ne.
Rekao da vidim nešto.
Mjerzić menja streamam. Posle ću, kad budemo ponovo igrali, onda ću da mistri udarim.
Može.
Mistriju?
Dobra je ova, brate, veštica, nova klasa, ali ipak je bolje. Ono mi je korisniji sistem koji imun sam.
Immune? Pa sam i ja sad isto ta klasa i bolje.
Jesi, ali moraš da klikneš, to je što on ti stavi zadnju klasu. Sad ne znam da li možemo zajedno koji si tu klasu. Ja sam je loko, ali ja sam je loko sad isto. Sad ću njemu.
Otvorio mi je neki školarac.
Ne može. I može samo jedan da koristi posao. I sad uzu ovu. Ne.
Uzeo sam školara neku novu, evo. Nije, ostao mi je.
Nije, a ja sam školar uzeo.
A jedi go.
Nema veze, nakon ću gledati dobro i ovo. Evo boli kurac. Samo malo da učim novu klasu. Ovaj moj leti, znaš?
Must make room if I want to carry that.
Gdje ti?
Osam.
Imam
Lutam,
nekog
bebo.
sačmaru imam, jel?
Ima ovdje prodavnica, sad ćemo u nju da upadnemo. Da sam je prošao, nisam, ona je napred.
Imam sačmaru, jel?
Imaš ovdje healove, uzmi.
A kako koristim i love?
Na G i imaš blood bag koji je ono kao...
A ima neku struju, evo te, neki
Kao,
utikač je.
to ti je kao bandaža, a ovaj
A šta mi je
špric
utikač?
Kakav bre utikač?
Pa imam neki utikač na G.
Red gas, neutrals, grants 10 of red gas immunity. Više ti sve kad staviš miš. Aj jebate, moram sve da ti...
Pa morat će jebi ga, šta sad?
A ne znam ni ja, brat, igram koji ti.
A nije u redu.
Bags are filled.
Da ti kažem nije u redu.
Armor imaš ovdje.
E pa.
Imaš i ovdje oružje, ostaje sam ti ovo. Imaš i kalaš u stvari i... Još evo ti kalaš ovdje.
Togler, pa imam neki kalaš.
Togler i kalaš. Ovi se nas čuju sad što smo ušli ovdje, to da znaš.
To je sjajno.
Zona već ide. Evo, aleluja. Evo, bot.
Ne, hrana, nije bot, to je hrana.
Ovo to je hrana. Opet heal.
Heal pack.
Heal pack.
A dobro, dis ti ljudi.
Dobra ova klasa. Kako se puni ovdje? Aha, puni se čar, dobro. Sad ćemo da ih čujemo, već. Mi smo pali, gdje smo ti jedan? Ajmo prema sredini, ajde. Sad ćeš ih tamo imati koliko hoćeš.
Ima neki oružje ovdje.
Katane, daj 2 katane. Ne!
Kaki, jebem ti mater tvoju, razmažem.
Od 25 smo izreče.
Oni se rokadu, a ja ne znam di se rokadu.
A, prema sredini, već.
Pusi, 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 pusi.
Pusi flare, pusi, pusi. Tommy Gun, nije Tommy Gun, ovaj, Togler, plavi sam.
If you find the cheaper pussy.
Jel ja gubim nešto kad skočim scrolla dole ili...
Ne postoji fall damage, jebo ti igraš vampire breš, koji ti kurac.
Aj pitaj gaš koji put. Molim te, pitaj gaš koji put.
Ovo ti armor ovdje, gubi, jeste, vampir baš umire.
Vidiš da te trola, Boris, razvaljet.
Da. Oj, tu sam ja da te spasim, ne brini se. Ljubavi moja, hoćeš ti da ga završiš ili ja? Di gore?
Iđi na huj.
Šta ima on? Pump action, imaš shot.
Ovdje, šta ti ga blokirao je?
Ispred mene, likuša, alo. Da, to je to. A ubio sam bota pored nje slučajno. I sad zna čito sere da smo ovdje. Već ću predazno.
To je apsolutno sjajno.
Uzmi, u stvari uzet ću ja, hoćeš ti ovaj legendarni silencer? Epic?
Neću.
Uzet ću li ja? Evo tebi plavi ako hoćeš.
Pa imam već neki.
This will not work.
Dobro dišem.
8 sekundi se još vidim na mapi. Ovdje me niko neće roknuti. To mi reći. Preskoči, imaš brat. Skočiš pa onda jest. Nemoj da padaš uzvodno. Evo sad odavde tamo skoči. No je, stisni je. Tako je. I iskorišćavaju uvijek da se ono džabe.
Ima neka legendarna sekira ovdje.
Sekira, to je rare, ali dobro. A vidi ove moje...
Legendarni mačevi.
Legendarni dabrovi.
Hoćeš ti ili ja?
Ma uzmi, sad raj.
Ovdje kad ti je čovjek blizu, isto kao hunt. Više će...
Evo, otvaramo ovaj sam.
Više će da te ubije, ajde. Više će da te ubije čovjek koji...
Ima neki pump shotgun.
Hoćeš ti? Neću. Si lud.
Imamo one duple ovako.
Legendarni ti je najjača, bre. Ima da ih ubijem. Šta sam teo?
Sad si dobio legendarca od mene.
Lakše ti kad ti neko close, uzmi ove dual ove.
Pa imam dual, gledaj.
Nemaš, prazne su ti. Nemaš ništa. Nemaš, ne bre. Brate, nemaš mail oružje, razumeš? Uzmi to mail. Tako, bravo. Ako ti je neko blizu, na trojku. Lakše ti da ubiješ lika ako ti je baš blizu da ga koljaš nego da ga pucaš. Ovo ti je kao...
To što radi masivan damage.
Zato što masivan damage radi. Ovdje si isto kolje. Lakše je liku da te zakolje na...
Dok te ona cilja sa automatom, ti njega prerežeš sa katanom.
Pa to ti nisi ubedio da instalira ovu igru.
Mene, ja sam igrao to.
Može da skine ako hoćeš neki, možemo i da motorija.
Ja?
Da je to,
Tako Hileš ne igra ovo. Skočio sam u zonu.
Nema veze.
Zato što je Peđa nestalan. On će da igra ovu igru još 2 dana, onda će da kaže da će... Ako izdržiš još 2 dana, 3 da igraš, to instaliraš.
Može, lagano.
Znam koliko te drži nešto.
Da, drži me ovo.
I heard that before.
1 sat. Ajmo prema zoni, ajde. 9 ljudi ostalo, ajmo prema sredini. Idem da ih izrečam. Znači da vidiš kako da ih karam.
Jel hoćeš?
Šta ću da vas karam? Evo ga lik ispred mene. Nokan. Šta ću da te karam? Bam! Idem dalje. Sad igram agresivno.
Evo ovi krst mapi, šta je to?
To ti je... Ne znam. Što znam koliko i ti. Još 3 njih ostalo. Gdje su ovi retori?
Maki.
Maki, brate. Tu si sliko. Dano me, alo? Ne ubija me, a pored tebe čovjek može da me ubije. Boli tebe kurac, brate. A jebate, moguće ovo, brate, koliko me pratiš. Pucaj ga kroz flešao te, pucaj ga, desnog ti je. Bravo, ubi ga, kolji ga. Kako šta radi on? Kako god hoćeš, samo ga ubi. Aj probaj da me digneš, evo ti napred zona, pinoć ti je. Digni me, to ti healing station. Vidiš ono belo, ti sneaks.
Na krst.
Da, šta je god to. I napuni oružje, nemoj tako god da hodeš. Koristi.
Ajde, skoči jebem.
Drži space. A gdje je to govno? Pa vidiš to belo, ajde. Da, brže, ostavi smo protiv jednog igrača. Ubi me čovjek pored tebe. Kao da si ništa, a ti polako...
Nemam pojma šta radim jebem.
Imaš, imao si flash. Nisi iskoristio ništa, brate. Gledam i ne... Kakav flash?
Čuti.
Gdje je ono, majke ti? Da uzmem svoj gear. Jeli?
A otkud znam, mene pitaš je.
Dobro, ništa ubijem.
Fantom je.
4 likova, eno i gore. Ništa moram da, brate, lutam ovdje dole. Aj jebat. Džiđara je ovdje. Nećemo da ih ubijemo zato što ja nemam oružje. Tamo mi je ostao gir. Čekaju nas gore, znaš.
Pa to je sjajno.
Imaju high ground. Op. Daj kalaš može. Možda i možemo da ih ubijemo. Dođi ovom. Ispred mene li gore, eno ga gore. Dođi s ove strane desne. I penji se za mnom. Ili unutra, s ove strane. Dođi ovdje. Penji se za mnom.
Nešto sam uradio, a ne znam šta je.
Šta si uradio? Lik pored mene dvoje, bre! Šta si uradio? Pucaj ih, jebote. Pucaj ga pored tebe, lik! Nahilovat ćeš. Bio sam jednog. Tu pored tebe, info mi daj neki.
Da, pa sjebao.
GG. Iši. Kako igra lik, dobri su jebati. Ali nisu bolji nego mi. Vele, sine. Kako sam ovo izvukao, brate, dobro špići. Rok sam dole roknu, uzeo sam mu Epic 2 Uzija. Opet se gore, ovog sam sjebao zato. Inače sa onim zelenim oružjem, ne bi ga ubio nikad.
That's absolutely mom.
To je to, napravit ćemo pauzu. Ovo se nastavi.
To je dobro.
Kako se sviđa igra?
Jeste da je. Kako Blade nese.
Pa to je to, bukvalno.
Ako nađem Vladea, igram.
Blade.
Štaki Duša. Štaki Duša, ti si kriminalac, man.
Ništa ne sluša.
Štaki Dušo, ništa ne sluša. Ništa, izlazim napolje, a?
Pa zašto me izlazim?
Dok ide, igra u 4K na 140 frame-ova bez problema. Bez ka problem.
Yes. Dobri su mečevi bili, bravo, bravo. Za početak...
A, odšao, ubio sam dvojicu sad.
Ideš, bravo je.
Ja.
Odlično, hitao si ovo dvoje, bitno je to.
Gavido, a? Sido iz Gavido. Još jedino ovog 3D Markišu da ubedim da...
3D komandant... 3D komandant Marki, si to rekao?
Jesi lud bre da on igra ovo?
Am da neće, samo kažem kad bi još 3D Markišu.
Boris je pričao fiktivnom, ono. Na nivou teoretsko.
Pogledaj general.
To se radi. Najsmešnija stvar što mi YouTube kaže da sam igrao umjesto Blood Hunt, kaže da sam igrao Hitmanom. Ako slušaj.
Pa jesi.
Pa jezi, to je YouTube detektor.
Da. Dobro je to
Ja
detektor.
podesim ime igre tamo u restreamu i onda on lepo auto detection odradi manual detection.
Ja, ovaj klip je najjači. Ova priča. Jo, Snake, znaš ti koliko mi smiješan bio, nije ništa što on tebi kaže za Red Dead i za GTA, nego mi smiješna ta priča sva, brec. Pošto kaže ono, aaa, legendarni dabar i voćkice u GTA. Slušaj ga, majke.
Yeah, very funny guy.
Tamo Alt F4 prijatno.
Voćkice 3 sata.
Kakve on je retard, znači...
A to sam ja radio isto uvijek, brec. Znači, stvarno, brec.
Ovaj Stodeh igra Warzone, šta je s njim, šta je pukus moj?
Neka Warzone propao. Warzone svaka sezona sve gore i brate gore.
Ovaj bre, Stodeh ovo je jedan od najjačih snajper igrača ikada. Ajde, poludeo igra, ovo smeće je.
Smeće zon.
Sad hvali na sva usta, hvali Warzone.
Možda dobio pare.
A nema drugi.
Kao Jack Frag. Jack Frag svako malo kaže, this is the sleeper hit, hunt shotgun is the best game. Pozdrav tako.
Kako ga je prozvao jedan za Battlefield, kad je nahvalio, kaže, aj majke ti, ne moraš baš toliko, znamo da si plaćen, ali ne moraš, smanjimo to što.
Da spusti malo loptu dole na zemlju.
Gdje ti je Pavlić, šta Vrković?
Ode on. Već je otišao.
Ode on? Otišao? Bombuz igra Hunt.
Bombuz igra sve što igraju mladi.
Ili ovaj Atomic Heart je totalno uvrnuto poremećena igra, ali totalno.
figure. And on my way out, I told the male to not get anyone, and we both stopped near simultaneous. I still felt my own worse for wear with the fear, startle, paranoia, and I did not want him following me and causing more trouble upon me. And then in my defense and not to make my escape, I spritzed a minuscule amount of pepper spray downward, not in his face, and then I left. I did not learn until much later that the spritz had done a lot worse than I had imagined it would, as well as learning that they were the so-called manager and acts manager of that particular store. I had no idea of the contents of the pepper spray or that it was illegal for use in certain situations in the state of Virginia at all. And I had tried the stuff on myself days before in the upstairs bathroom. A 2-second spray onto my left wrist, some of it got into the bathtub wall as well, like sampling a perfume or deodorant. It took me out damn well. I had to open the windows, turn on the bathroom fan, and aim the box fan in the bathroom to air the place out. And I wiped the wall off as well. And of course I washed my hands. It took 15 to 30 minutes to make it bearable in there again. In the end, I was the victim. I did not cause the original provoking. The assistant manager made the first attack onto me and provoked my defensive response. I was minding my own business, not looking for trouble. And then he startled me, similar to a potential rapist in a dark alley in a big city. Any of you would have done the same as I have in defense and escape. And we can sue Sega for changing Sonic's arm color and ultimately this male getting pepper sprayed. Think about it seriously. If this wasn't bad enough, just a few days after the GameStop debacle, he was up in Walmart causing a ruckus and threatening to pepper spray the employees when they told him he was trespassing. Over his correspondence with a Kiwi Farms user about the incident, he referred to himself as Badass, while explaining that he didn't know for sure the people at Walmart with Walmart name tags were Walmart employees. The cherry on top is that he considers anyone using a threatening tone with him is a self-defense situation that warrants the pepper spray. It was now 2015. In his downtime, Chris worked on Sonichu for the first time in 5 years and posted to YouTube apologizing for his past homophobia. This apparent change in his demeanor didn't last very long, as soon after, he tries to guilt-trip distant family members into contacting Barb, invites people to his lesbian sleepover, presumably so that he can sexually harass them, as he's known to do. His work on Sonichu wasn't exactly selfless, as the comic was only reviewed when one of Chris's donation tiers on Etsy, which promised a 100-page issue of Sonichu for $1,000, was met by some madman with a lot of surplus cash. The donation was to no avail though, as Chris defrauded him by neglecting to work on Sonichu, making only 16 pages out of the promised 100. Chris's videos take a serious turn for the worse at this point, as he shows frozen scene samples and posts a lesbian sex audition, in which he makes suggestions motions in order to impress a lesbian couple he supposedly was corresponding with at the time. Eventually, the reason Chris had been monetizing his creations more and more is revealed in a video called Please Donate, where he explains Barb has been sued for a debt of almost $5,000 that they need to pay off, and in order to do that, they need people to donate. Mind you, he says this while he's surrounded by a gaggle of expensive toys he's unwilling to sell. Later on, the money donated begins also being dedicated to Barb's dental work, which apparently is necessary because she has a lot of cavities and asthma meds. However, keeping in tune with his previously shrewd financial moves, Chris completely wastes the money by buying things like a PS4, Transformers toys, which he later destroyed when Trump won the 2016 election, and a plethora of other useless garbage. Meanwhile, he attacks Cole for not giving them more money and claims they're so poor that they can no longer afford soup. To make matters worse, Barb gets hit with more debt lawsuits, and so does Chris, eventually totaling over $30,000 worth of debt between the two of them. With all of this mounting, they begin struggles to pay their mortgage of $115,000. And to solve this, Chris asks for $250,000 on Patreon. When people begin telling him to get a job, he angrily responds that he already has a full-time job, which is taking care of Barb, and can't apply for any other job because of the trolls. He also implies a job would keep him from drawing and writing for his books, but at that point, new Sonichu comics are extremely hit or miss and a far cry from what they once were. Over at eBay, he manages to sell a Sonic totem for $1,500, but preemptively spends the money and then fails to ship the totem, which means now he not only owes $1,500 worth of garbage he bought on credit cards, but he also has a negative $1,500 balance on his PayPal. In a particularly pithy moment, Chris posts a video of Barb begging for money with a gold and pearl necklace on, items that he bought her with the donation money instead of getting food or paying off some of their debt. While the Financial crisis was going down, another arc reared its hideous head, the Idea Guy saga. I will abridge this as much as possible because it's so comically insane, it's not worth getting into all the details about. Basically, a troll called Joshua Wise emailed Chris pretending to be a character from the anime hyperdimension Neptunia, asking about Chris's Dreamcast and saying it held a portal to Quickville, the land where Sonichu lives. What became immediately clear was that it was extremely easy to get Chris to believe things when you dangled the possibility of leaving the real world and escaping into the Sonichu universe. It was like pushing a button that instantly detached Chris from reality altogether. In fact, his abandonment of real life was so total that it would even override his sensibilities. Through the Neptunia trolling, Chris was talked into drawing an image of himself anally impregnating Sonichu, which is a sentence I never expected myself to say. The result of this was that now Chris believes Sonichu and a bunch of other fictional characters and their respective universes were alternate realities that he could access. After tricking Chris into unknowingly spreading Wignat jokes, the troll posting to Kiwi Farms said, Chris doesn't actually know about the Nazi jokes he just told. What really happened was some white knight tried to explain to him that he was making Holocaust references, and the thing was that I saw that coming beforehand. So I told him that anyone who said otherwise was a troll. Really, convincing Chris all this is happening isn't as hard as you might expect. In fact, all it takes is one of the free photo editing sites in Audacity to make Quickville come to life. I actually once took audio from him during an interview and edited it poorly to make it sound like Christine was talking to random people fighting to save Quickville. The images in question are hilariously bad quality, but were more than enough to get Chris on board with pretty much anything the troll said, just as long as it was backed with some drivel about alternate dimensions and timelines. Chris promptly converts from Christianity to the religion of the CPU goddesses, which is something straight from hyperdimension Neptunia, and he now believes he is one. While this bottomless pit of schizophrenia was brewing up online, Chris's real-life adventures raged on. He attended MagFest to a very warm reception and even a standing ovation. Then he once again trespassed and was put on a therapeutic docket instead of facing jail time, which meant he was appointed to see a psychiatrist regularly. Later on, he asked for people to buy all of his Transformers toys so that he makes the $600 he needs to go to BronyCon, followed by his house almost getting foreclosed because they'd been delinquent on mortgage payments. Though the hyperdimension Neptunia trolling remained benign for a brief period, it quickly devolved into the trolls running it, manipulating Chris into making humiliating videos, such as one where he slaps himself repeatedly while sounding like he's calling himself a whore, or another one called Dick Licker, that is I, which they did because they had convinced him he was bisexual, and to act it out, he drew a penis on the wall and began licking it. Though it's not shown in the footage, he then showed it to Barb, who cried and ran upstairs. He attends another convention called Too Many Games and is banned from it for randomly kissing people without their consent, prompting him to crawl up in a ball, which he calls his hedgehog defensive state. A day later, he took to Twitter to justify his actions, saying the following: "One question, what is wrong with this world? A peck on the cheek from a celebrity that one likes, positively mind you, is not offensive to me." Finally, the Neptunia trolls are brought to justice, so to speak, when Null, the owner of Kiwi Farms, makes a thread called The Christian Extortionist, dedicated to expose how Chris was tricked into shelling out about $6,000 in gifts and cash to the trolls, as well as having Chris admit to being a pedophile and raping his mother in order to blackmail him. This shift in the tides pretty much marked the end of the specific troll's activity. However, despite this information making it to Chris and him becoming aware that the majority of his current beliefs have been shaped by malicious trolls, he would outright refuse to abandon those delusions. In the epilogue to Sonichu 13, called Awakening of a CPU, Chris said, "They were royally messing with me, as well as literally screwing up the Earth, Equestria, and even the CPU goddesses, themselves destructively. Wise and his associate, Stephen Boyd, extorted $6,000 out of me in Steam and Amazon cards and other toys. They will pay me back the $6,000 with interest. Regardless, the joke is on Wise, because his slanderous, destructive efforts only strengthened my own psychic links with our world. There. And the CPU goddesses and I became allies. And everything that was destined, prophesized, and fated of me, and the link between those earths and dimensions came full circle, deja vu, and all that. And we are still continuing on as such. Also, I am awakened, and I am still learning of my powers and everything. I had lived a long, trying, and mentally and emotionally enduring life, made my own progress, recovery, and whatnot. Me, a half-Sonichu individual of this Earth 1218, destined to be a console patron unit. So yeah, Chris's mental state was pretty much irreversible. He then announces the dimensional merge on his YouTube channel. Basically, it means that
like games of I mean changes. Hola. Games. They added games for spell slots. Looks interesting. If I may ask, if I may ask. Wow. Hello there. Well, I guess my way of reminding people I have solid memory. No. Yeah, there you go. Oh, The Office movie nights. Okay. Well. I became main pizza guy. That's a short version. I can type for hours, I guess. Pfft, what congrats. I am interested in promotion means nothing. It's like either pay me well or I don't care about title. Give me back my old minimum wage job. I care less. You know. Oof. This could be a problem. Kinda. Vroom. Where is that fucking archer? Far away. Okay, where is the woman? The fuck was that? Where is the archer woman? What is going on? No. By the way, that's a pretty interesting spot where you set up a, you know, castle. Eh. I guess with tracking of roaming bosses, but I will be here. You go do your stuff. If you come, Kelly Frost, Kelly Archer. Whatever it was the name. Whatever was the name. Kelly the Frost Archer. Far away. What the fuck is far away? Oh, wow. Oh. Deal. Oh yeah, I guess I could like you know, because you invited me into clan or whatnot. I guess I could like just hop into your base and just like take a look at the study and just learn all the recipes for free, no? And I unlocked 3 of them, so I mean, you can get that wool for free if you want. That's fine. I mean, what am I doing here? I mean, there is a boss here, right? The main lumberjack. Main lumberjack.
Security must be getting light. Let's get this over with.
Wait a minute. How am I level 27? Level 24 and you're level 27, so it's kind of a... You know, play this game like less.
I'm gonna call you target practice.
Oh my lord.
Always knew it was gonna end this way.
Yeah, if you didn't get it, we'll both get it, so... Oh, nice. You might want to check the... check... chest for X. Ooh. Thank you. It's a vampire. Oh, what's this? The leech. Oh, very interesting. Wow, I got 2 recipe books. I can share this with you. Like, I can learn it. Wait, how does that even works? Like, do I need to... Yeah. I am. I am easily distracted game-wise. Oh, there she is. This is close. She's here. Wait, what the fuck is this? A merchant? Oh. Hmm.
Can I
Oh, he actually trades with vampires. Whoa. You can actually buy books. Ah. That's a fucking interesting. Oh. Traders in wood. Oh, she's inside. Oh no, not that guy. Not that guy. Not that guy. Oh no. I mean, we can kill him, but... Oh, I mean, we can't kill him. That's what I meant. Tristan, you son of a bitch. It's the famous guy, Geralt of Rivia. Fuck him. Oh no! No, no. Lol. What is the aggro range of this guy? If you want blood, I got this guy here. No, you can't restore your max health as long as... You can suck that guy if you want. That's not like that. Not like that. Yes. Oh my lord. Suck it. Oh Lord. Good job. See, yeah. Distanza. Okay. Fair enough. By the way, can I swing by to your castle?
I have risen again.
Oh, good. We will make it better. It should be this way. The fuck? The fuck was that? What? You sucked the life out of the stone. Blood from stone. That's a new. Ah. This is kind of a cramped. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, by the way, I think was it this spot that I had once castle? I don't know. Oh wow, this isn't even a castle. This is more like camp. Yeah. Anyway. Let me show you. I can learn shit. So I learned the recipes from you. Let me show you something. I think I can make castle heart right next to you, and I can make like a workbench and just share the recipes with you.
I must gather blood to feed
Yeah.
my castle heart.
Take a look at this. I'm right next to you. Oh, you're going off. Okay. Take care. Planks, stones, planks. Where did you get the fucking planks? Woodstone. Okay.
That soon the Sonichu-verse and real life will become one, and he'll be able to transform into his other forms and use his powers. Of course, when this doesn't happen, he comes up with a cockamamie expression as to how it's being delayed by an interdimensional war between good guys and bad guys from every fictional universe. The very next video has him screaming because he got blocked by the Brony crew of TF2 Analysis on Twitter, to which he then begs to be unblocked. In December of 2019, Chris shares a dream he had in which his current self is being pursued by his old self, once again reaffirming his narcissistic fantasies. 2020 then rolled by, and of course, Chris uses stimmy checks not to pay for any of his insurmountable debt he was dealing with, but to buy an iPad. If you want to get a good feel for how decrepit and demented the Chandler household had gotten by that point, then just watch this.
Hi, Cole. Thanks for the flowers. They're beautiful. That was very sweet of you. I remember all the cards and letters that you mailed me when you were in college. I still have them, and I still read them. It's so nice to be reminded of your love and support. Thank you very much. I love you.
Very nice. Very nice. Alright. Hey, Cole. Got a little message for you myself. Brother, this is actually Sonichu. Yeah, the one and only prime of the Sonichu species from our sister dimension that's literally right next door to you. Hey, you've been hanging out next to Iron Man.
You could say Chris Chan's singularity was fast approaching. In his DMs with one of the enablers of the Neptunia delusions, he says, "This is seriously, strictly confidential. I genuinely do not want this to get out in public ears and radar, especially anywhere on the freaking Kiwi farms. I have been more
Welcome to my channel.
Masturbation has become easier and more fun with me in recent months. But the more recent significant detail, I have a sex partner of our 1218 half of our universe. She's been very satisfactory. Her identity needs to remain a strict secret, and this is a mutual, genuine affection. I'm finally getting a long overdue experience, and she's helping me explore. Since we started this ship progress with the first intercourse last Sunday, I've been feeling a lot less physically stressed and improved quality of life. We're mainly still exploring the options and teaching each other up to where we find what works best. She's physically older than I, considerably fragile, but she has great inner strength and soul power. This was odd. Chris was known to lie, but seldom did he ever lie about actually having sex with somebody, which meant that he was probably telling the truth here. But who could he have been talking about? Well, on the 28th of July, he had a call with another one of his online trolls, a girl called Isabella Janke, and in this call, he confided something he hadn't yet told anyone else.
I don't want to labels at all, but obviously, my incest man things have come true. And approach her with care and caution. And it was a time approach. So I just gave her comfort and talked with her, and we just branched out slow and steady, and then I encouraged her positively, let her make the first move. She wanted to do it.
Oh, she did? Really? She made the first move?
Yeah.
It's worth noting I have a separate dedicated video about Isabella Janke, which was released as of the time all this went down, which is pretty easy to find and goes in more depth about her. As soon as this call was made public, Null became involved and started questioning Chris about it, to which he replied that the sex was consensual with Barbara. The air had shifted, and Null became noticeably more revulsed while talking to Chris, and he shut down the GoFundMe page he had set up for him. The police were informed, and Chris was served with an emergency protective order until the 5th of August, and was forbidden from communicating with his mother while she was at the hospital for a senior care inspection. Furthermore, Null decided to follow up on another lead regarding Chris and Barb's relationship, saying, "Chris gave me access to his emails years ago to help out a while back during the Joshua Y situation. I've had access since. Chris is aware I have access to his emails, and after changing his passwords recently, gave me access to them again. I've helped him deal with trolls signing him up for spam and newsletters and other things like that. I was going to send Chris's GoFundMe money, but after talking it over and sleeping on it, I've canceled the payment and I've asked GoFundMe to do a total refund. I told Chris last night to spend one night sleeping in his vehicle and that this morning I would help him figure out a way to have a roof over his head until August 5th. I suggested that he take some time under the stars to reflect on his situation. Every so often, Chris gets an email alert that Barb has sent him money. I've always been under the impression that Barb tightly manages his finances and sends him a pittance. However, to my surprise, at 12:38 this morning, so less than 8 hours ago, Barb sent Chris $750. I asked Chris about this. The attached images show him questioning Chris about it, who replied that Barb hadn't sent him any money at all, which was a blatant lie, which he justified by saying that it was an emergency, and that he planned on sending her the money back. No, as this could classify as a violation of the protective order since he's prohibited from stealing from Barb, and he notified the police. At about 6 p.m. on the 1st of August, the police would arrive and arrest Chris while he rambles about Sonichu and the Merge, all filmed by Killstream host Ethan Ralph. Going to jail and being separated from his network of supporters and enablers certainly had no beneficial effects on Chris's state of mind, as he actually became more insane during lockup. In a letter of his he sent from jail, he says, "Firstly and vitally, it should be made obvious and clear that aside from Andy Warhol, my life events at present, and so far, can directly be compared and matched with that which have been chronicled of none other than Jesus Christ of Nazareth himself in any holy Bible." Sounds reasonable. In a later letter, he justifies what he did to Barb, essentially claiming he did it for her benefit. You may or may not have heard of Christine, our Lord, having foreknown of an eventual circumstance upon Barbara, that had our Lord not cleansed her aura and regrets, she would have ended up separated from our Lord by such a circumstance as a vehicular accident in August 2021, followed by a most paradoxical premature death from emotional depression and trauma. Wednesday, November 24th, 2021, Barbara was in the van and got hit by a tractor-trailer truck. The van is totaled, but Barbara survived and continues to live with positive emotions and greater divine protection by the power and aura of our Lord from that soul bonding. Barbara has 2 broken ribs and a bump on the head. Chris continues to send many more letters and even drawings from his cell, all the while continuing to ask for over $100,000 to pay off the mortgage of their house, though now he refers to the donations as tithe and the house as the Sonichu Temple. For a period of about 2 years, there was peace as Chris got settled behind bars. Onlookers wishfully believed that, perhaps this time, the people around Chris would realize that he was simply unfit for living in society. For just a hopeful second, the possibility of the CWC Sonichu Empire meeting its demise in a jail cell glimmered in the horizon, but in Christery, no hope is left unshattered. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, probably go outside after watching this video because this one was way too long. Leave me alone.
The boots.
Thank you for your hot takes, Asmongold. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Like fat phobia is cringe? You know who's fat phobic? Your body. Your body's fat phobic.
I said that.
Hello, people. First off, this is probably not an easy video for me to make, so please respect that. But you've probably already seen it.
Is this version of the Tier 5 helmet in the game? I'm pretty sure it's not. Yeah, I don't think it is. Maybe it's like with a, like, you know, he's in Botanica or something like that, so it has like a very high blue shader. I feel like this is a fake helmet. It's a blue Tier 5 not in the game. Yeah, it's not.
Probably have no idea.
This is not a real. It's
but
not.
The reason I'm making
it's
this
not a
video
real helmet.
Is Asmongold.
Uh-oh.
Asmongold been part of a lot of controversies about
everything,
his opinions and whatever.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm a big fan. I'm watching for a long time.
My man.
Probably since like the end of WAD. But that's not the reason I make this video.
That was a long time ago.
The reason is that I read stuff again about him being fatphobic and stuff like that, with people bringing up shit that he said and then taking it completely out of context, basically. So...
Oh, I don't have a problem with people doing, like, taking what I say. As long as you say what I said, then I'm okay with it. The only problem that I ever have is whenever somebody writes an article or something about me, and they draw a conclusion that I wasn't trying to make. And then they act as if that's what I was trying to say. That's what I don't like.
Even though it's a little bit uncomfortable, I wanted to show you the other side of what those comments could do.
Okay.
They could not just hurt feelings. They might be a push somebody needs to not go over an edge, but to get started changing his life. So I want to go completely mask off.
Okay.
Since I'm kind of pissed off because I made this model and everything to make some WoW videos about, you know, all the stories I have in 18 years of WoW about everything basically that happened to me in this game. But I wanted to, like I said, go mask off today.
Okay.
Actually, let's go
youngest WoW player.
Mask off one level further.
Oh, it's clever. Okay, what up? Oh, he's got Frostmourne. What the fuck? You want to get one of those? Is that an AK-47?
And I want to thank Asmongold.
You want to thank? Oh, wow! This is not what I expected.
People you see that weigh over 400 pounds. 0. You know why? Because they're dead. Hey, by the way, anybody who doesn't say what I'm saying, I think is doing a massive disservice to not only their audience, but to the entire society.
Yep.
Like, fat phobia is cringe. You know who's fat phobic? Your body.
Ooh.
Your body's fat phobic.
Oh, true. So true. Whenever I said that, that was a good one that I said.
Even
that.
though especially in online space, the word influencer
So true.
should be seen more in the marketing perspective.
Mm-hmm.
We should never forget the first definition it has. A person or thing that influences others. I never intended to make a video like this. But that was the point of me listening to somebody I just consume as regular content. That pushed me over the edge to change my life.
Wow.
So,
shit.
That gives me hate. I don't care.
HVDES.
That will only
Welcome
motivate
to my
one
channel.
Single person
No.
do the same thing would all be worth it for me.
It's good to hear that. You know, it's pretty humbling to have somebody say that about you, you know, about me. Like, that's crazy. Thank you, man. Like, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad to see this kind of stuff because everybody always focuses on the bad stuff, and there's a lot of good stuff, too.
So I want to share something with you. Something that was never meant for the public to see.
Okay.
And that's my video log, let me call it, of my weight loss journey that I started because of that comment that you just heard.
I try to put it in a way that's so matter-of-fact that people can't get emotional about it, you know? And I'm glad at least it worked. I mean, fuck, man. Like, that's so crazy. Now all I need to do is motivate myself.
Is it the sole reason I do it? No. It's probably years of uncomfort, being looked and stared at, absolute massive pain.
Dude, I had no idea that for fat people, it's actually like people look at you and they have like weird reactions to you in real life. I had no idea it was like that. That's fucking sad, man. That sucks. It's fucked. Yeah, I had no idea.
That I caused myself. I don't want to hide behind any excuses anymore.
Those fat people wouldn't make eye contact? That's nuts.
Act like I was not the one causing it. It's not like I chose to be that way. It's circumstances and underlying mental issues me into a place where that's what I became.
Yep. I'm glad he fucking lost weight. Yeah, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely.
I even paused this
He's probably 400
beautiful
pounds.
music right here, just so you can hear.
Probably more than that.
Just so you can hear my little struggle to just exist.
Jesus, that sucks. My mom was like this too. It was awful.
Just move in the slightest way.
It made me so sad.
Because at that point right here, I'm 194 kilos.
Jesus fuck, man, that sucks.
I'm very ashamed.
You know, like to me, you know, like I've been starting. I've exercised pretty much every single day. Probably 6 out of the last 7 days. And like the question that I found to like make myself like try to like I'm not talking about working out, okay? I'm talking about just walking probably like a mile. Like walking probably a bit more than a mile. I'm not talking about working out and fucking lifting and shit like that. Just being active and working out. You know, that's it. And the question that I ask myself is like, why are you not making your health a priority? And like, whenever I look at it from that perspective, it makes it easier to make the decision to go and do it. That's been like the mindset that was helpful for me.
Of those recordings. This is who I was. 25th of August. This right here.
Holy shit.
May 16th.
God fucking damn. Bro, he must have lost like fucking like 60. Oh wait, probably more. What the fuck?
I went from
Damn it.
194 to 100.
Taste of knowledge.
51 kilos.
Bro, that's like that guy just like it's basically that's like me. That's basically me. Holy fuck, that's crazy. Putting in work, yeah, that's
like
that's
roughly,
great.
115 pounds, I think. So yeah, thank you, Asmin. While I don't want to be, oh, he's the reason I did it. He's the reason I started doing it.
I think that for a lot of things, it's like somebody will say something that puts it in your mind in a way that your mind finds compelling. You know, it's like, you know, maybe for this guy, like what I said was that way. You know, like the thing, like, you know, making your health a priority, that's the way it is for me. And, like, and again, it's like, that's not really, like, I don't want to take credit for any of this shit, right? I mean, that's completely all him. But, like, it's just, over time, you'll eventually just hear something that changes your outlook on it.
He's the reason that pushed me to get my ass up and start doing something.
That's the first step.
If anybody's interested in any tips, comments, motivation, I will gladly do it. Because somebody else helped me. If I can do it for someone else, I'd be right happy to. Put it in the comments. I'll reply.
Well, it's like, you think about how big that is too, right? I mean, to go from like 428, right? To lose 115 pounds, like, that's actually so fucking massive. That is insane. That's life-changing? Yeah.
Sorry, but I just couldn't end this video on such a serious note because I wanted to make people happy and not sad.
This is the
All
first
right,
WoW
then. I guess
VTuber.
this is it. Once again, thank you, and... Oh, come on, who are you kidding? You think I would leave without plugging my shit? You're an idiot. I mean, what do you expect? I'll learn from the best.
If you ask me, your boy has been going.
This might have been a serious video, but please come have fun at twitch.tv/Tonky. I do Warcraft and Tarkov and other random games, so you better check it out. It was a while ago, but even
Isn't it sad what they did?
And Tarkov and other random.
Bro, they used to have chainmail bikinis, and now we have this shit. Isn't that fucked up? Isn't that fucked up, man? Oh shit, Tectone raided me? We're gonna do the spins in just a little bit. You guys about to learn how it's done.
Games you better
watch a
check
winner
out.
win.
It was a while ago, but even Shroud praised my skill.
1, 2. Missed that guy, then this guy got close. Okay, it was the one before. Killed 3. That was fucking insane.
Damn.
That was dope. Actually, though.
Sup, Nub? It's me, it's your boy Asmongold. Hold up a second. You're the motherfucker that I was told about. Jesus Christ, man. What the hell is up with that outfit? Hold on, let me inspect it.
Wait, so he predicted that I was gonna talk shit about his gear in the video? Oh my god.
Here. Oh my god! How can you be this bad? Do you have Mortal Strike bound to F12? Because you know what you should rebind it to? All F4. So nobody ever has to see you again. Granted, if people want to see you in the first place, they gotta scroll pretty far down on the damage meters. And you know something? After all my years of playing, I've learned something. It's the people who suck in the game suck in real life. Do you even have any friends? Because if you do, I certainly hope you don't ask them to play with you, because I would never inflict that on anybody that I care about. Honestly,
Oh my God.
This is the worst thing that I've ever seen in my entire life. Now, why are you even asking me for advice? You should open up your adventure guide, okay? You should open up Icy Veins. You should just Google how to get good, because that's going to be more than I can ever do for you. You are honestly at such a low level, I can't even see you, and I'm not even, this is not even about your damage meters. This is just about you as a person, okay? Just look at yourself. You even see a mirror. Have you seen a mirror? You know what you look like? You got your little tidy whities on. Like, you look like a moron, man. This is like the first transmog that anybody would ever use. They think, oh wow, I'm looking so cute. You don't look cute. You look like a goddamn idiot, and you play like one too. Get the hell out of here. Why are you even here? Like, you need to go back down the mountain, and learn how to play. Go kill boars, because that's where you're at. You're not anywhere else. And you know what? Maybe one day, probably not, but maybe one day, you might actually get good.
Bro, those used to be so fun. Oh my god.
Bye guys, thanks for watching.
To be fair though, you know, reality check here is that, you know, he's using the hammer of the Naru and the rest of his gear is blue. If it was me, I probably would use the heroic version of the Tyrant Valhari two-handed mace instead, which is supposed to be the updated version of the hammer of the Naru, because this is purple and the rest of his gear is blue. So whenever you really look at it, I mean, you know, now that you bring it up, I mean, I wasn't gonna say anything, but like now that you bring it up, I mean, you know, you might as well. Yeah.
Bye guys, thanks for watching.
Uh-huh. Yeah, there we go. Wait, that was not AI? No, that was not AI. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. Talking? Oh, yo, what up, man? How you doing? He's in chat? Yeah, what's up? I like the video. Congrats, man. 115 fucking pounds. It's like me. Fuck, yeah, there's the video. Go ahead and give him some support, guys. There you go. There it is. That's great. I'm glad that, you know, I was able to be a little bit of help, and man, that is really fucking impressive, man. That is so fucking impressive. 115 fucking pounds. Holy shit. Yeah, there you go. No, I'm glad to help out however I can. It's rough. Like, for me, the thing is, for me, it's kind of the opposite, right? I mean, like, I'm a really skinny guy, and like at this point, I've tried to not really worry as much about it, because like I just haven't really given a shit that much. But like for a while I was kind of I mean, as a kid, right, I would never want to take my shirt off in pools. I was really insecure about how skinny I am. Like, I have the same thing like Ludwig has with like the sunken chest and shit, and it really would bother me a lot. So like, yeah, I'm not the, you know, I'm not the most confident person. Like nowadays, I kind of am. The voice sensor in Nixium Warrior video. Oh yes, now I remember. Yeah, where I go up to the top there. And yeah, Aswin's skinny because he burns all his steaks. Yeah, true. Get some pecs, dude. The chest shit won't be that bad. Yeah, I'd have to do something different. But either way, yeah, it's called a Cactus excavatum or excavum or something like that. Yeah, I know kind of what it's called. But anyway, yeah, like I probably just need to eat more and exercise more. That's really the goal. That's all I have to do. I have it too, Sag. Yeah, it sucks, but there you go. Let's see here. Could not even tie my shoes properly anymore, so yeah, it was a lot. Yeah, what a fucking dude. That must be a completely different life, man. I'm so happy for you. That's awesome. Absolutely fucking awesome.
I want to carry that.
I lifted weights, skipping chest for 2 years, and now I look like a goblin. Well, I mean, to me, I would probably unironically skip leg day because people only see my you know, upper torso. So it's like that's really the thing that matters the most. But I used to actually run and be very active whenever I was younger, and then kind of I started playing World of Warcraft, and that was about it. That was just about it.
No space in my inventory.
Oh, fuck me.
There is no space in my inventory. I must make room if I want to carry that.
Alright, what's going on, guys? When it comes to Bloodborne and rumors surrounding a potential Bloodborne remake, remaster, or sequel, it feels like every other week there's a new rumor or new potential leak that turns out to be completely false. And it's like clockwork where Bloodborne starts trending on Twitter, and fans get excited once again only to have their hopes crushed, to realize that all the hype was completely false and unfounded. And admittedly, I am someone who has fallen for these leaks in the past. I've made several videos talking about the Bloodborne situation, and why I can't wrap my head around why we don't have a Bloodborne remake yet. But for about the past year, ever since Elden Ring's release, I've completely forgotten about Bloodborne, and I've tuned out any of the rumors going on in the gaming sphere. But we find ourselves here once again, with some new rumors that have a little bit of credibility to them, and some major PlayStation news that makes it look like this might be a chance to get our hopes up. But I want to present all the facts to you and break it down as technically as possible, so that we have a clear picture of what's going on here, and can give a proper verdict on how likely it is to be true. But as we get into all that today, I do want to remind you guys that since the channel is getting so close to 100,000 subscribers, I'm going to be giving away a copy of From Software's next game, Armored Core 6, once we hit that goal. And all you gotta do to enter is number 1, be subscribed to the channel, number 2, leave a like on the video, and number 3, leave a comment in the comment section down below. But with all that, let's go ahead and get into this discussion about Bloodborne. Just a few minutes ago, PlayStation announced that they were going to have a new massive showcase happening in about a week. Now that'll be shown on May 24th and is going to be one of their biggest showcases they've had in a long time. And here are the details on that. The PlayStation blog post reads, "It's almost time to see what's next. PlayStation Showcase broadcast live next Wednesday, May 24th at 1 p.m. Pacific Time, 9 p.m. British Time. The show will run for a bit over an hour, focusing on PS5 and PSVR 2 games in development from top studios from around the world. Expect a glimpse at several new creations from PlayStation Studios,
Ella,
as well as spellbinding
welcome to my
games from
channel.
our third-party partners and indie creators. Showcase. The live broadcast starts next Wednesday, May 24th at 1 p.m. Pacific Time, 9 p.m. British Time on YouTube and Twitch. Hope to see you there. Now, I just made a video breaking down the possibility about this showcase and other showcases where we might see new From Software information, because this PlayStation Showcase was leaked a little bit ago, and according to insiders is going to be a big deal. Now, what completely slipped my mind at the time, because I was focusing talking on Armored Core or Elden Ring mainly, but I had completely forgotten to mention the possibility of the rumored Bloodborne remake. And so I wagered that even if the showcase did get announced, it probably wouldn't be worth watching as a From Software fan, since Summer Games Fest is right around the corner. And that's a show that's much more likely to have what we're looking for. But now we find ourselves in a different place from when I made that video, since the Bloodborne discussion has been reignited thanks to a new rumor that kind of blew up. And this rumor comes from David Jaffe, the original creator of God of War. Now, here's the thing we kind of got to keep in mind when talking about this. David Jaffe used to hold a very prominent involvement with PlayStation, but he doesn't have all the connections that he used to. As we know, God of War has switched hands for a while, now under the guidance of Cory Barlog, with Jaffe no longer working at PlayStation. And we'll break this down more in a minute, but the rumor originated last week when during one of his live streams, David Jaffe talked about how Bloodborne was supposed to be getting a remaster, and an announcement would be coming pretty soon. And the tweet for this got over 4 million views, since it was coming right off the heels of the leak about the PlayStation Showcase. However, after this news blew up, David Jaffe posted another video attempting to clarify exactly what he said, since this was apparently taken out of context. So go ahead and give this a listen.
Hey fellas, real quick, this is Bloodborne thing. Look, please, I'm seeing people on Twitter, it drives me batshit. I don't have insider knowledge. I don't put any value on, I know something.
Well, so guess what I can do.
You don't. All I said was, and it's not like I'm breaking some big story. Everybody's been talking about the Bloodborne thing, the remaster, remake, whatever, for a long time. And all I said was, I know a reporter, she told me that she's like, it, and I never said it was going to be at the show, even if there is a show this summer, which I think there is, but I don't know. But that was never what I said. All I said was, she said that, hey, no, it's happening. It's a real thing. And we should be seeing a reveal sooner than later. That was it. I loved Bloodborne, one of my favorite games. If I rarely finish games, I finished that one.
So as you can see, after this started getting some traction to it, he made sure to clear the air saying that he doesn't have actual insider knowledge about it, and that what actually happened was that a reporter asked him if he was going to be playing the Bloodborne remake that was going to be getting announced soon. Now, how true is that? We have no idea. And I'm not gonna lie, the way his face looked when he was saying that makes me feel like he's lying a little bit, but I have no idea. But like he does say in that video, the rumor that a Bloodborne remaster / remake is coming has been circulating with PlayStation insiders for a long time now. The situation as a whole is very similar to the Colin Moriarty leak of last year, where a very reputable PlayStation insider stated that he was told that Bluepoint Games, the company that made the Demon's Souls remake, was taking a trip down Yharnam. However, a few months after that came out, he stated that he no longer trusted the source that told him that, and that the information was likely faulty. And that's kind of how every single one of these rumors goes. Some PlayStation insider will say that a Bloodborne remake is getting made, and then come out shortly after and say that they don't actually know if it's happening or not. So there's only two possibilities here. Number one, everybody's just lying and trying to start false rumors for clout, and the people that are leaking this information either don't have very much, or are getting it third hand as well. But let me paint you the picture here and tell you the facts of what we do know. We know for a fact, thanks to Omnipotent, the most credible From Software leaker, that FromSoft themselves are not working on anything Bloodborne related. We also know that Bloodborne as an IP belongs to Sony, and it's their decision to do with it what they want. So if a Bloodborne remake was actually happening, it would likely be outsourced to another studio entirely, the same way the Demon's Souls remake was. We also know that about a year ago, PlayStation actually acquired Bluepoint Studios and have them working on unannounced projects at the moment. And this is almost exactly what I said the last time we talked about this Bloodborne situation as a whole. From the outside looking in, the landscape is perfect for PlayStation to drop a Bloodborne remake, which is why these rumors get so much traction. And it seems like a very likely thing to happen. And what we might also want to consider is that all these rumors happening from these sources that do have credibility to lose if reporting something false, is that there is a good chance that people do know something, and the people that are actually leaking this are just doing a bad job at it, or keeping it pretty tightly under wraps. But as far as official information goes, there's almost none. Now, a little while ago, PlayStation did actually tweet out a pretty blurry picture of Bloodborne and said guess the game. However, they quickly deleted it after getting torn apart by the fans, saying don't post this if you don't have anything to show, which seemed to indicate by them deleting it that they didn't. So that's kind of how I'm feeling about this. I'm not putting that much stock in the rumor. However, I am going to be watching the PlayStation showcase. I do think that the rumor popping up right before the showcase happened is a little bit fishy, so I think that while there is a chance that we do see something Bloodborne related here, I'm not going to be disappointed if we don't. We have a fantastic year ahead of us as From Software fans, with both Armored Core 6 and Elden Ring DLC on the horizon. So a Bloodborne remake coming out right now would honestly be a little overwhelming, but hey, if it happens, I will be pleasantly surprised. Either way though, I just wanted to make this video really quickly to inform you guys about everything that's going on. It has been a while since we talked about Bloodborne, and I wanted to kind of levy expectations with this big news about the PlayStation Showcase. But either way, if you enjoyed today's video, be sure to leave a like on and subscribe if you want to stay up to date on all things From Software. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments section below, and with all that, I will catch you in the next one.
Bunch of cards here. Count them off. This is the best part of the trick. 1, 2, 10 cards. Okay, what I want you to do, place these cards somewhere where I cannot get to them.
Okay.
Okay, take them. Perfect. Can you just memorize one of these cards?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna make it vanish. It's gone.
Okay.
Do you believe me?
No.
Okay. What was the card that you saw there?
7 of diamonds.
7 of diamonds. You tell me if you see the 7 of diamonds here.
What? You don't see it? No.
Look,
Am I crazy? No. No.
it jumped. There will be 11 cards because one.
Whoa, we got a lot of stuff going on with Diablo 4 today, including a brand new Butcher tease. I kid you not, check it out. It says the Butcher has something he'd like to share with you coming 5/19/23. So I'm going to go into details about that one. Plus, check it out. All new gameplay showcasing the beautiful large open world we will be exploring, plus some really cool region-specific outfits as well. And yes, we've even got another new leak about Diablo 4 rewards, some really cool stuff that you can get your hands on. And more gameplay clips of never-before defeated world bosses that we have yet to face off against. And will a crucial feature from Diablo 3 be returning? We've got some new responses from Blizzard about that one. Plus, one of the worst takes ever about Diablo 4. We have got to dive into this one. It's kind of going viral. We'll talk about it a little bit more. But yeah, look at this gameplay. Look at this world boss. Absolutely beautiful. I cannot wait to face off against that monstrosity. But here we go. Let's get into the official stuff. First and foremost, the tease, shall we? So, yes, the Butcher has something he'd like to share with you coming May 19th, 2023. I have you guys covered. Now, they did show an image related to this, but I promise you if I showed you that image, it would likely be demonetized this video. Now, I could speculate as to what this could be coming up here on May 19th, but it could be anything. It's definitely part of their marketing campaign, so I would not read into it too much. I think it's going to be some sort of big marketing material, some sort of commercial, or maybe even some sort of big video they release. It looks like it could be live action, so yeah, that's my assessment. All right. Next up, we have this one right here from Adam Fletcher of Blizzard. He says, just a heads up, you do not need to keep your Diablo 4 server slam clients. The full version of the game will be wholly different, so there isn't a need to use drive space for it. So if you're worried about, like, not getting your rewards just because you deleted the server slam, don't worry, that's not going to be the case. Also, this is interesting to know. Check it out right here. Zaven of Blizzard said they are looking for a lead dungeon designer for Diablo 4. This is a rare type of role at Blizzard and a great opportunity. Got questions? DMs are open. Let's chat. Devil emoticon. So this could mean, of course, that someone has left the company, or it could mean that they are expanding their dungeons post-game. That would be really, really cool. I know a lot of you guys want to see like a Diablo 1 style endless type dungeon that keeps going down and down into the depths. That would be very interesting to see. Alright, also there was a recent leak we have to talk about. Check it out right here. As you can see, it says Diablo 4 support a streamer Twitch program leak, including a cosmetic mount. Interesting. Now, if we get into this a little bit more, we have another post here that says PSA, another mount coming through Twitch promotion, and as you can see, this was sent out from Twitch saying right here, if you'd like to be included, please fill out the form below by May 19th, 2023. During this campaign, selected channels will be able to stream Diablo 4 and their viewers will be rewarded with an exclusive Diablo 4 Primal Instinct mount, purchasing 2 subscriptions across participating channels. So there it is. Mount that you have a chance, an opportunity to grab just by simply watching some Twitch streamers play the game. I myself, I'm going to be busy playing the game, so I'm not going to have much time to actually watch some Twitch streamers, but here we go. Check this out right here. This is a great question. It says, please add rebirth option in Diablo 4. If you're wondering what this is, check it out. I'm one of those Diablo players who like to play the same character with the same character name and character customization. I like the seasons in Diablo 4 and want to play them, but I hope Diablo 4 can add the rebirth option so I don't have to recreate character every new season. Thank you. Now, this question goes on to Twitter. So we also got a response from Blizzard about this. Check it out here. So One more follow-up clarification, please. It was mentioned that every season you'll be making new characters. Will this make use of the rebirth type system Diablo 3 has, where you don't have to go through character creation again? Or will we eventually end up with a bloated roster? Great question. Adam Fletcher says this right now. We do not have a rebirth system in Diablo 4, but we'll monitor feedback post-launch. I've heard a lot of people actually mentioning this, that they would prefer not to continuously have to create new character after new character and end up with a crazy amount of characters. Someone also said that you're going to have like 50 characters when all said and done, and some people just do not like that. So I'm curious to see your feedback on this, if this is an absolute must-type feature. Sound off. Next up, we have Adam Fletcher, who says this. Today during the stream, someone asked if you could refund a seasonal blessing to get your smoldering ashes back and obtain a different blessing. Guess what? The answer is yes, you can, but there is a gold cost to do so, and it does increase each time you choose a refund. And this, of course, relates to the battle pass, but yeah, that's important to know as well. It's fun to know that. Check this out right here. It goes on to say this. Let us unlock the waypoint tuna vest at the start. Something that annoyed me every time I played the beta and started a new character was the fact that the game begins in a vest, but you don't unlock the waypoint, and then later on, you have to backtrack to unlock it. I know it's a minor thing, but it's annoying nonetheless. And a lot of people agree with this. I don't know why they just don't throw this into the game. And hoping this is actually patched into the game, it's a must in my opinion. Now also, this is another must that needs to make it into the game. It says, for completionists, make sure to mark down every quest you complete. This may sound a little obvious, but many do the opposite, which is looking up what they already completed when deciding to go for 100% in a region, which is fine for most games. Diablo 4 has a severe problem that renders this impossible. See, as of now, Diablo 4 does not have a completed quest menu. Wow, this game definitely needs that. You have no means of checking on which quests you have completed. There are some quests that only start with some very specific triggers, such as drops items from skeleton, or when you open up a chest, which isn't exactly location-based, so visiting every quest location in the interactive map won't do either. To avoid this crappy situation where you sit at 32 out of 33 quests without knowing which one you are missing, make sure to write down the name of each one you pick or mark them on the interactive map right away. It'll save you a lot of time later on. I'll throw that link in the description to the interactive map, by the way. Just something that happened during the beta, and it's useful to prevent from happening at launch. Absolutely. So that's great tips right there. Again, there needs to be some sort of tracking system in-game where you can track your completed quests. Come on, it's something very simple that most open-world games has, and this one definitely needs it. All right, so we got to take a look at that horrible take about Diablo 4. Brace yourself. This is definitely rough. Check it out right here. It goes on to say this. I have serious regrets about wasting my weekend fighting the Diablo 4 beta's awful world boss. So let's get into this and dissect it, shall we? So it says this. I was really taken aback by how conservative those first 20 levels felt. The early game is never where RPGs shine, but even by the standards set by the likes of Diablo 3, Path of Exile, and The Lost Ark, Diablo 4 is very restrained, revealing little in the way of novelties or fresh ideas. From the skill trees to the quest design, it all just felt incredibly basic, not what I expect from a RPG world. Let me know, do you agree with that or not? Do you think Diablo 4 is playing it a little bit too safe, or do you think they should do something absolutely crazy and amazing? I personally think that this game is made for an audience that has been a part of the franchise for a very long time, but also they are considering newcomers big time with this entry into the franchise. I think that's really what they're leaning into a lot. Next up, we have this. Setting the Silver Slam's level cap at 20 while still keeping a Shava at 25 feels like a form of bullying. Most of the beasties' attack seem to be one-hit kill bills, littering the icy battlefield with the corpses of a lot of frustrated level 20s. Resurrecting a fallen ally is as simple as clicking on them, but you wouldn't know that from how hesitant other players were to lend a hand, even when I was in a party with them. You know, my experience with the boss, the world boss, was that people were willing to help out, but it also depended on the instance. Some people were not at all helping each other out in certain cases, and then other times I'm like, whoa, this is a great party. And those are the parties, by the way, you want to send invites to friend invites immediately, because if you're with people, randoms, that are willing to help you out, I mean, together you can do amazing things. And the world boss is supposed to be trial and error. You're supposed to be able to die, learn from your mistakes, learn your lesson, and then go back at it again and give it another go. In my personal opinion, the world bosses are kind of somewhat like a Dark Souls, Elden Ring type mentality that you have to have when going into those. Next up, we have being able to respawn right next to the fight was handy, but respawning degrades your equipment by 10%. With all those one-hit kills and the awful cooldown on the evade skill, I suspect a lot of my allies were fighting without the benefits of their gear. Given that alternative, I can hardly blame them. Furthermore, says this right here, in one Ashava attempt, I thought I was being very sensible when I teleported back to town to repair the damage, but it proved to be a terrible idea. When I hopped back in the portal, I was deposited in a different instance where Ashava still had most of its health compared to my previous instance where it looked like we were going to win before the timer ended. I risked one more fort, but the instance I returned to was one where Ashava had already been defeated. Now, my opinion on that one, it almost sounds like a punishment in a way for actually leaving the battle. You got to remember, you got to be in the battle causing damage, at least in my opinion, and leaving the battle, teleporting out of it, I don't know. I still personally have my opinions about that even being a feature. Once you're in battle, I think you should be in battle. And I know a lot of you guys are like, well, Robbie, I need to repair. But yeah, prepare yourself for battle. Like, if you're damaged that much, you might have to try this world boss all over again. Again, that's a controversial opinion, I know, but I just think that everyone should be involved wholeheartedly, helping each other heal, and then also causing damage and staggering effects on the world boss, as opposed to completely leaving the actual battle itself. So I personally think there needs to be limitations on teleporting out of a world boss battle. Next up, we have Ashava's ridiculous reach and the featureless flat battlefield. Whoa! Make the fight especially irritating for ranged characters, since the best way to avoid its most devastating attacks is by sticking right to its arse, at least until the phase where it starts attacking the players to its rear. But my biggest bugbear is how Diablo 4, despite being more like an MMO than ever before, fails to replicate the teamwork component that inherent to most games in the genre. It's not supposed to be a full-blown MMO. They have gone on record saying that. This is a hybrid MMO, and as a result, you're not going to have that type of feature set in this game, of course. It says, I'm just talking about the basic stuff here, like players fulfilling different roles. I don't know what it's like to fight Ashava at 25, but at 20, it's not a monster you can tank. And Diablo 4 doesn't really have support roles. There are some healing abilities, I believe, that can help other players, but you don't have dedicated healers. And that makes sense in a game where your main goal is to eviscerate everything, but less so when you're fighting a single giant boss and everyone is dying. There are so many different passives in this game that are geared towards buffing and helping your team. So I just think that's a moot point in my personal opinion. And yeah, we don't need exact dedicated healers in this game, because again, this isn't going to be that MMO type experience. It's supposed to be different. Shared open world and huge bosses everyone in the area can fight is an awkward match for a game that's still focused on 4-player parties where everyone is on the up.
Hentaichen.
What makes sense for an
Welcome to my channel.
Where you'll never see more than 3 other players doesn't make as much sense when you're looking for trouble in
welcome.
wilderness. Yeah, it's definitely a different mindset going into the world boss, and I know that I've seen builds that are dedicated for like 1 versus 1 dungeon boss instances. Then you have world boss builds, and then you have in-game builds. So with world bosses, at the end of the day, it seems like it's all about survivability, number 1, and then how much damage can you output very, very quickly. That's what those builds are going to be about. It's not going to be exactly about standing there and healing everyone, and that's all you do. There is a time limit on the world boss. You need to take down its health in a specific amount of time. So you have to really be able to damage that world boss very, very quickly while being able to survive, while being able to stay in battle. So survivability is another element that you're going to have to really focus on upgrading when it comes to your build. Next up, we have your top comments from this video right here. Diablo 4, all new dev updates, a total nightmare, and wild necromancer possibilities. Reloading. Yeah, check out that video if you missed it. It goes over some really cool teases about Nightmare Dungeons, but let's get into this right now. So we have Stever24 who says, when teleporting out of a dungeon to a city for repairs, selling items, etc., when the timer of a dungeon reaches 0, it should prompt you for confirmation to reset it. Once it hits 0, you have an additional minute to respond to that prompt. If you fail to respond in time, the dungeon will automatically reset. If you can confirm to keep the dungeon open, it'll remain open for X amount of minutes. I think having control of when a dungeon resets will be helpful too. I love this idea, and I just think that type of feedback is important for when you want to hop back into a dungeon and try to farm it. I do get where the dev team is coming from because they want you to explore all of the dungeons, of course. So my personal opinion is I do hope they have like a nice rotation between those world events, which by the way, those encounters have been increased, I think by like 60%, I believe it is. So those are going to be far more commonplace, and you're going to want to roam around from like dungeon to event to dungeon. I'm sure you guys will be finding out about those really important dungeons, which are just easier to farm. That will be great to have that type of feedback. Hopefully they address that. Now, Jeff says, marking items protect for those that you want to keep is a fantastic idea for the sake of time, but it's also great because it is an active positive reinforcement, meaning you are asked to consciously acknowledge the good items you have found. The way they have it now with the salvage junk feature is an activity, that carries a negative connotation, forcing the player to review and identify everything they found that is bad, which of course any looter eventually ends up being the majority of items. After a few dungeons, the current system begins to drill into your head just exactly how much you don't want to keep. Dude, I'm gonna say something that is one of the best comments I have read in a long time. You should definitely be on a dev team because, yes, any type of subconscious, like, feeling that you are getting from a game, even without the developer's knowledge or awareness, definitely still exists. So you are 100% right. When you are going through and just adding junk, you have this habit of noting, like, man, this game has a lot of crap items in it. That's not cool. As opposed to what you're saying, where you're saying to protect your items. And another layer to that is when you protect your items, you actually do protect them from accidentally being salvaged. You know what I mean? So it's critical in so many ways that they have a protect option beyond just, you know, a junk option. So that's great how you worded that. I love that. Next up, we have this one right here from Hina Buddha, who says, honestly, I can't remember the last time I've been so excited for a game to come out. Can't wait until June 1st. Keep up the great content also. I have you guys covered. I can't wait. I am like literally counting down the days over here. My excitement levels are on a whole other level. This is reminding me of the Cyberpunk launch, but I think this one's going to be a really, really good game. I really do. You know, Cyberpunk had so many issues at launch, but from what we have experienced from the Server Slam, especially that Server Slam experience, I mean, I was really, really blown away with how improved the actual feeling of the game was. There wasn't much rubber banding going on with moving between zones. Love it. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. Stay tuned here for more Diablo 4 news and updates. Have you guys covered. I will see you all next time. Take care.
An achievement, to be sure.
Imagine if you lived in a world where you were constantly watched. A world where everything is controlled by the elite, where you're bombarded with non-stop propaganda. A world where everyone is repressed, lonely and isolated, existing as one insignificant cog in an incomprehensible machine. This is the chilling vision of the future that George Orwell put forward in his masterpiece 1984. And does it sound familiar? It's no coincidence that his predictions have come true in nearly every single way in our modern society today. So let's take a deep dive into the story of 1984 to learn how you're being controlled and if you can ever break free. Now the movie begins with a quote from the iconic book that it was adapted from. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. And this sets the stage. And then without delay, we are then shown the iconic shot of a crowd of people staring at propaganda presented by the party. The party is the shadowy government which controls every aspect of life through their ideology INSOC. The basic principle is to control information so tightly that every aspect of life is dictated and controlled by the party. Absolute obedience is expected, down to rejecting basic facts about life and even your own thoughts and memories. On the screen, a video player is creating an idyllic image of the country that the West has become, all under this totalitarian rule, Oceania. This is one of the 3 superstates which make up the world of 1984, with control over the Americas, Britain, Australia, and some parts of Africa. And this is when we're introduced to the concept of Big Brother, and a man named Goldstein, who attempts to persuade the people of Oceania that they are being duped. But despite the truth in what he's saying, he's drowned out by shouts from the audience. INSOC has conditioned them to reject the truth entirely, to the point they don't even want to hear it. Throughout the demonstration, you can see the INSOC salutes, something that was borrowed from historical totalitarian regimes, and after this propaganda video reaches its climax, the crowd is pacified by the symbol of INSOC alongside the face of Big Brother. It's afterwards that we're introduced to our main character, Winston Smith, who is working in an office cubicle for the Ministry of Truth. His job is to edit past broadcasts to reflect the current reality that they're pushing. So if the sugar ration has been reduced from last year, he will then edit last year's paper to imply that it actually went up instead. And then once he's finished with his day's work, Winston makes his way back home, where propaganda is already being played in his house. This time it's a man being shamed for falling under Goldstein's influence. The man has been charged for attempting to persuade the public that they're not at a war with Eurasia, but rather Eastasia. This information control and erasure is central to Big Brother's control of the people, as over time, the party has rewritten reality to suit their needs. Now Winston is a key part of this process, but obviously this brings up contradictions, and that's where the concept of doublethink comes in. The idea of wholeheartedly believing in two separate contradictory facts. One of the examples they give in the novel is the simultaneous belief that the party is a bastion of democracy, and also that democracy is impossible. And it's through this concept that the party rewrites reality, replacing it with an illusion of their own creation. And this is the all-encompassing lie that maintains 1984 society. It's only through everyone believing it that it becomes real. But this concept of a world founded on fiction isn't something that Orwell created all by himself. Instead, this is something that's very real and has been observed throughout history. Thousands of years ago, Plato wrote some of the first recorded philosophy on this concept, through what he called the noble lie, where people know their place in society through their belief in an entirely fictional story about the society's origin. The details aren't important, so long as it gives justification for the social order, and this gives people a reason to accept how the world is, and that their equal man is somehow better or worse than him. And we see this today, when our own version of Big Brother says one thing and then means another. Like when the establishment media, politicians and World Economic Forum claim to be working for freedom and free speech, also while doing everything they can to bully and censor all criticism into silence. And there are just countless examples of this, like when the fattest, most grotesque politicians of them all claim that they're promoting health. And this concept has evolved over time as people realize that all of society's institutions are built upon a necessary fiction, and this is known as the habitus. It's the veil you need to see through for society to make sense. Now the concept is similar to the noble lie, but the habitus goes much deeper. You see, throughout your life, you are influenced by your environment and your interactions with other people, and these combined with your personality create your view of the world. And it's in this way that you buy into the habitus, the shared societal illusion of how the world should be. You are socialized into the habitus. It's come down from above, and everyone else around you believes in it. The habitus is the social contract between you, your fellow man, and the government. And it's what determines your culture. It's what determines all the societal trends around you, and therefore also decides the rules of society. And this stretches to everything, our ideas of beauty, what's seen as valuable, what's seen as even right and wrong. But because it's influenced by the environment and how people treat each other, the habitus is always changing to reflect this. And the world of 1984 operates on a habitus. The problem with the 1984 habitus is that it's been cracked to the top and severely deformed, and because it's been poisoned at the top, it's trickled down into all elements of society. And this is why 1984 is so scary. In fact, 1984 is far more unsettling than any dumb horror film because it's so realistic. We all instinctively know what the future could be like because we're so close to it today. Our society that we live in right now is just a few steps away from totalitarianism, and Orwell was trying to warn us of all of this. Because throughout the story, we're going to see exactly how the party has warped the habitus and society, and how it's affected everyone within the society. So getting straight back into the story, and we see Winston sitting alone in his decrepit apartment, and it's here after lighting a cigarette that Winston introduces us to the concept of thought crime. Now thought crime is the act of going against the habitus of the world, even in your deepest thoughts. Just considering rebellion is already rebellion, because it's something outside of the party's reality. The party enforces this through the Thought Police, a secret organization which uses informants, surveillance and undercover agents to root out anyone who even thinks about rebelling. And as the propaganda continues playing in the background on the ever-present screen, Winston lifts a brick from his house and uncovers his journal. Something that's definitely banned in the world he lives in. And it's in this journal that Winston reminisces about a world where thought was free, a time where minds weren't controlled by Big Brother and the Thought Police. And by doing this, he's already become a thought criminal just through his own memories. And upon waking up the next day, Winston is then subjected to a mandatory exercise routine in front of his television, to which he is signaled out for not performing adequately. Winston then half-heartedly waves the INSOC hand signal and makes his way to work. And that's when he's treated to even more propaganda playing on the television during lunch hour. However, what instead catches the eye of Winston is a young woman staring at him. Winston then sits down and begins eating his meal when one of his colleagues comments on the new shortened dictionary and how positive the destructions of word really is. Newspeak, as they call it, is a new language invented by the party that reduces English to its bare essentials, where controversial words are removed, meaning that if it works then rebellion will be impossible, because it won't even be able to be considered. The words just won't exist for it. Back at work, Winston then continues his job at the Ministry of Truth, this time unpersoning someone. Now, unpersoning is the act of essentially removing someone from history and replacing them with someone else. And this is just one of the many aspects of 1984 which has its roots in previous autocracies. Now, in this, Orwell was specifically alluding to Stalin's dictatorship, where this was an extremely common practice. Enemies of the state, or rather enemies of Stalin, wouldn't just be executed. Every mention of their name and even their image and photographs was erased, completely removing them from history. However, this practice of course hasn't died out. The Chinese government, for example, was infamous for disappearing anyone they don't like. Jack Ma, the CEO of Alibaba, essentially disappeared from public view after making economic suggestions that would shift power away from the Chinese Communist Party. And today, he's all but vanished from the public eye, spending his time in exile under constant surveillance. But we're not just talking about China. This is happening all over the West. When anyone who speaks out against the agenda set in place by Western governments, they are then often censored or bullied into silence. Whether it be Julian Assange or Edward Snowden talking about the government's crimes, or any other supposed thought criminal who's been cancelled on social media for talking about COVID and its origins. Anything deemed a thought crime and you can be cancelled immediately. I mean, it's gotten to the point now where FBI and other government intelligence agencies are infiltrating and working in conjunction with all the big social media sites, and once they have control of sites like Twitter, they can then censor any narrative they don't like, shadow banning or completely deleting people from the sites. But it's not just social media companies. Now even companies like Uber, PayPal, and even Airbnb can ban you for having the wrong opinions online. And then over in China is their infamous social credit system. The basic idea is for each person to be assigned a personal score based on how trustworthy they are according to the Chinese government. Certain things can increase your score, like making a social media post praising the government. But on the other hand, things like getting into debt, buying too many video games, reading the Bible, or criticizing the government deducts points from your score. And if your score falls too low, the CCP will then severely reduce your already restricted freedoms, as people with a low score can have trouble buying train or even plane tickets. Some people have even had their pets taken away from them, with one student even being denied a place at university because his father had a low score. For now, the system has only been put into practice by some scattered regional governments, but it won't be that way for very long, and recently it's usually being pushed through new laws to lay the groundwork, meaning that a nationwide social credit system is just a few years away. I mean, recently it's gotten so bad in China that a new law just passed, which means that farmers can only plant the crops the government approves of, and the personal planting of vegetables like beans, melons, squashes in your front or backyard is now strictly forbidden. And in the West, we're also seeing a gradual progression of repression, which is exactly what George Orwell feared. So after he finishes with his work for the day, Winston makes his way to an antique store in the slum districts of London and meets the owner who sold him his junk. He buys a coral figurine, taped with glass, and makes his way out of the store, where he meets the same woman who was staring at him during lunch. The woman continues looking at him ominously, going into the proletariat zones in London, something that is forbidden by the party. She could sell him out, and so Winston considers killing her back at his apartment. Coincidentally enough though, the two see each other the very next day in an underpass. The woman stumbles and falls to the ground, but quickly makes her way back on her feet. Secretly, as he's helping her, the woman hands Winston a note before leaving. At work, Winston unveils the note, and it reads, "I love you," along with a meetup location on the backside. Seemingly without a second thought, Winston tosses the note into the incinerator, and we transition back to his apartment, where Winston is fixing his neighbor's drain at the behest of his neighbor's wife. At the apartment, one of the neighbor's children loudly accuses him of being a thought criminal. Obviously, this makes Winston very nervous. It's an accusation which can lead to death and suffering, and it's coincidentally true. But both of the adults ignore it. It's just the result of youth indoctrination. However, it's true all the same. Luckily, before the confrontation can go any further though, a news flash interrupts the engagement. The announcement states that the war with Eurasia is reaching an end. But with how the flow of information works in a totalitarian state, who can really say if this is the case? And as afterwards we see a mob of citizens cheering on executions playing from the television, along with a bunch of Eurasian prisoners being escorted to their impending death. Winston is among this crowd, along with a mysterious woman who hands Winston another note. She is relying on him to destroy it. Winston abides and says that he will finally meet her at the drop point, taking a train to the destination. On the train ride, a band of children are then singing a propaganda song where they pledge loyal devotion to the state and to die with dignity. And it's in these two scenes where we see a worrying aspect of the world in 1984. The party only came to power just a few decades ago, but the new generation of completely indoctrinated children is already approaching adulthood. In the novel, Winston notes that the children are the most dogmatic and fanatic supporters of Big Brother. Growing up in the system means their habitus is completely under the control of government. One day the last people who can remember the old war like Winston will die, leaving no one left who knows anything outside of the state's control. A truly terrifying thought. And so once Winston exits on his stop, we see our first glimpse of nature in the movie. This change of scenery is a stark contrast to the industrial environment that the majority of Oceania resides in. Winston is now out in the forest and looking for the drop point, until he hears a twig snap behind him. It's the woman, and she has been following him the whole time. When the two get to a scheduled hiding place, it's here where we get an insight into Winston's worldview. After learning that the woman has done this exact stunt with hundreds of men, Winston states that he hates goodness and doesn't want virtue to exist anywhere.
I hate purity. I hate goodness. I don't want virtue to exist anywhere. I want everyone corrupt.
Well, I ought to suit you then.
Winston wants everyone corrupted, much to the delight of the women. This state of mind is a direct response to the tyranny of Winston's society, meaning that everything the party and the habitus sees as good is turned on its head. And because of this overwhelming level of control in the society, all Winston really wants to do is yell bullshit at all the lies slung at him. But most of the things that Winston thinks are bad or corrupted just aren't. They're normal parts of life which the party sees as a threat to their authority, and therefore it's outlawed. It's part of the tactic of keeping the people impoverished and uneducated, as this makes them far easier to control. Because real education and economic prosperity are the two worst things for Big Brother. As they're not trying to enlighten you or save your soul, it's all about control. The more you commit to their ideology, the more they can poison your soul. And that's why in the book Orwell writes, every record has been destroyed or failed, every book rewritten, every picture repainted, every statue and street building has been renamed, every date has been altered. It's a beautiful thing, the destruction of words. And today in our own world, we're seeing a very similar process unfold. You see, things as simple as children's books, I'm talking Roald Dahl books, are now being pushed through a demented purity filter, where all bad words or paragraphs are now being rewritten. Words like witches are being turned to hags, fat turned to ginormous, black person to dark, cloudmen to cloud people. Entire sections of these children's books are being rewritten to eliminate any wrong thing. And this isn't just children's books. This is happening throughout all genres. Roald Dahl's just the most egregious example of this. But it doesn't even stop there, because even a recent UK government-backed report has now claimed that reading George Orwell's 1984 is a sign of, quote, extremism. So Western governments are now characterizing people who read 1984 as potential enemies of the state. And this isn't just happening with words. We're also seeing this in the same form of economic control. As we're all familiar with, the past few decades have seen enormous inequality that has steadily risen over the last 40 years, which is why by 2019, the world's richest 26 people owned more wealth than the poorest 50%. But then after COVID, the biggest wealth transfer in history occurred. Now to put into scale how big this wealth transfer truly was, we have to look at the stats. In early 2020, before COVID began, billionaires alone as just people owned 2% of total global wealth. And this is only including publicly available information. But just a year later, and this number was now 3.5%. 1.5% more of the total global wealth has gone to just billionaires alone, all in a single year. And the result of this is ginormous wealth for the top elites and a never-ending hamster wheel for the masses, where you can never control your own money, where you never own anything, where you have no property, land or assets, or even any prospect of owning these things in the future, just continually renting everything with nothing to your name. Because in the last couple years, as wages have stagnated, the cost of everything around you has gone up exponentially, only continuing to go up and up while your income starts to shrink. And so it was no surprise that as this great wealth transfer unfolded, the World Economic Forum unveiled their new plan, the Great Reset. Now for those of you unaware, the World Economic Forum is a priestly caste of people mixed up of global leaders, royal families, BlackRock, the world's biggest companies, the biggest banks, the biggest pharmaceutical companies, mainstream media outlets, and the top celebrities. Pretty much a culmination of the world's most powerful people. And these are the people who create agendas and policies that are then adopted by organizations such as the UN, World Bank, IMF, and national governments. And this private organization has no democratic vote, and yet it is quite clearly one of the most powerful organizations the world has ever seen, not just affecting the West, but also Russia and China. So when they unveiled their plan for a Great Reset, this marked a new chapter in human history, and the leader of this organization is Klaus Schwab. who claim the Great Reset will provide a unique window of opportunity to reshape our world.
And I see the need for action. I see the need for a great reset.
And one part of this agenda was to make the world greener and more carbon neutral, which sounds great, but what exactly did he mean by this? Well, as you might have noticed, all governments in the West in just the last year have promoted these policies heavily, with the West now being forced to cut their ammonium and nitrogen emissions by 50% alone. However, for many farmers in Europe, their livestock normally produce ammonia and urine in feces, and so farmers all across Europe were recently forced to cut 30% of their livestock, which meant huge swaths of farmers were forced out of business by the government. And yet these same rules never applied for sectors like the airline industry. So suddenly, farmers and workers across Europe protested. But at first, these protests were smeared as just crazy right-wingers. But as this resentment grew and the protests gripped European nations, the government acted harshly, with live rounds being fired upon these protesters. I mean, in the Netherlands, they even changed the law that officers who killed protesters were now immune from manslaughter charges. And whilst the media covered this up, the Dutch government would never receive any backlash, as they were cowering to the World Economic Forum orders. And the working class people in Europe were forced to see their futures destroyed before them, as they were attacked and mocked in the media. And so it's no surprise that around this period,
Welcome to my channel.
the leader of the World Economic Forum, warned of increasing anger.
We have to prepare for a more angry world.
Because Western governments were now forcing the food supply to run dry,
how's
whilst
life?
artificially inflating the prices amidst a global food shortage, only deepening the economic crisis that the majority of the West were facing.
How is going,
and in an
man?
act of doublethink, something that came
Not
straight
bad.
out of 1984, media outlets like Reuters would then claim that there was no evidence that the Dutch government worked with the World
Sucking
Economic
blood for
Forum
free.
to impose these new laws, which really isn't all that surprising given the World Economic Forum partnered with Reuters for exclusive content distribution, as
I
the
don't
World
hear
Economic
you.
Forum, otherwise known as Big
Sorry. Sucking blood for free. Joke. I guess it's my... I can explain like this. It's my free day, like after work. It's like my weekend day, you know, but it's not weekend because...
That's nice.
Yeah, I mean like... food processing job. Yeah, we are making tortillas in my company. So like, you know, pancakes,
If I want to carry that.
you might say. Let's take that. And I guess. Okay. So what was I trying to say? Yeah. So I have like a free time, I guess, but it's kind of a random. It depends on the shifts in a bakery, or you could call it a bakery, or it's like is it a bakery? Well, it's a factory that makes
Boring, huh?
tortillas. Yeah, it's not like, you know, you have to do something unless you want to be a thief, you know. Do you want to be a thief? Do you want to steal other people's shit so you can live like a parasite out of them? I don't want to do that, you know. It feels kind of bad, personally. So I would rather do boring
respect
than, you know, being thief. Like
My bags are filled.
Like I cannot like put myself so low, you know, that I have to, you know, leech out of the other people, you know, work. I guess, do I like want to be praised? I mean, thank you, but it's like, you know, like it takes courage to be also like a thief and a cutthroat, you know? Like, you can be a criminal, but not everybody can be a successful criminal. Does that make sense? Like, everybody can kill a man, but not everybody can do it and like get away with it, you know, like long term. you know, eventually they'll get you, either government or, you know, other mobsters. But
real gangsta.
yeah, but you know, like, okay, you're like a fraud. Let's say, you know, you're like tax evading, you know, like scum. And you can do that probably for a while, until, you know, like government like really starts digging shit about you, and you know they're gonna destroy you, because you can't do it like forever. So yeah, what's like as I like said to my friends, like, if you're not working for Mafia, you know, do you want to share like the source of your income? As I said, if you're working for Mafia, don't even, you know, I don't want to know.
There is no space in my inventory.
Like, I wanna, you know, live, I guess. Destroy stones. Try this. Merciless Night Stalker leggings. Give me vest. And give me...
Do you play GTA V?
No. And give me gloves. And give me merciless blah 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 blah. I mean, I do have the game, but do I play it? No, not really. I guess, like, it's not my thing. Ah, I see. These people are like selling shit. Yeah, nice, nice, nice.
Can I interest you in a little something?
Yes. I can buy a hat for like a bunch of money. And a sludge. Whoa. So... I guess give me this. And give me I guess crossbow. And we're done. I'm penniless.
There is no space in my inventory.
Blah 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 blah.
My bags are filled.
Don't mind me.
I must make room if I want to carry that. My bags are filled.
Oh. Okay.
Can I interest you in a little something?
Okay, they should like put an option to like sell shit. Let's go back home. Let's go back home and learn the shit. Bye bye.
My bags are filled.
Dutch Mafia. Oh yeah. You're that Dracula friend. The guy that he sent. Well, I don't play. Igram sa prijateljima uglavnom. Takve igre online. What's last night? Old man Finn. Finish commando. Bad ass.
Brother controls the flow of information, and while she might not see the anger in the news, these protests haven't stopped in Europe. I mean, just recently, protests have gripped the country of France. As the President Macron has risen the pension age, meaning it's going to take longer and longer before workers can ever receive a pension. Even though the majority of France hates this idea, this was imposed anyway, as democracy in Western nations is becoming a facade. In fact, democracies aren't even obeying the people anymore. They obey corporate and financial interests rather than the popular vote, the World Economic Forum over the people. And that's why our freedoms are slowly being stripped economically and socially. Because if everyone had social and economic freedom, then the whole system would collapse. And instead of new parties emerging and addressing these protests, you're now seeing the militarization of the police, more surveillance, more distraction. And it's following this agenda that people like Bill Gates are claiming at the World Economic Forum that during our current worst cost of living crisis and the ongoing fuel shortages, Bill thinks that workers should now also be paying carbon taxes, all whilst people like Bill Gates are using the most carbon of all. They'll preach things like private property for the average person will be a bygone relic, all while snapping up record amounts of farmland across the US, following their mantra of you'll own nothing and be happy. And all you're left with is again more distraction, more noise, more misery, more tension, more depression. No more family units, less farms, less freedoms, and no more rights to pursue happiness. And this is just one of the reasons our habitus has been violently shifted towards consumerism and hollow material wealth, because we're being starved of it. And it's the perfect means to keep control in society. But how did things ever get this bad? This has never really happened in living memory. But what Orwell didn't foresee was that pleasure was just as useful a tool to keep the masses numbed. You see, as they slowly siphon the wealth out of the economy, the elites keep us distracted with hollow, empty hedonism. And modern technology is the perfect tools for this. By exploiting the basic social need to be accepted, social media applications exploit your dopamine receptors in the exact same way as cocaine. Years of split testing, perfecting the algorithms, and billions of dollars in research have made big tech companies like Facebook and TikTok as addictive as possible. And as people build up a tolerance, they always need more content faster to stay engaged, all while procrastinating and wasting their life away, being numbed into flaccid apathy in their bedrooms. The rise of TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and all these other short-form social media sites is just a direct result of this process. It's why we're developing parasocial relationships with streamers and not our own communities, giving the people the illusion of community and knowing what's going on in the world, all without any real substance or true information, and by providing a drip of anodyne lethargic dross. The meaning in your life is sucked away. The resentment you feel at the government is numbed and repressed inside of you, and so you accept it. And anytime you feel depressed, isolated, like things are just outside of your control, there's always that little dopamine fix just sitting in your pocket, pushing people more and more into the online realms, stuck alone in your bedroom. And the result of this is what you see today, the most depressed and downtrodden generation in living memory. As the normal societal habitus is breaking down, it's taking away your motivation to go out in the world and make something of yourself. You don't have the energy to call out bullshit against your government and the people preaching their agenda. Responsibility, duty, purpose, these key pillars that have motivated men for millennia have all been pushed out of the societal framework. Instead, consumerism and greed are the only things to look up to now. But the worst aspect of this is the effect it's had on people's relationships with each other. I mean, our current habitus right now is leaving 63% of men under age 30 single and alone, and a large majority of them aren't dating at all. Millions of men are experiencing the exact same lovelessness that Winston's known his entire life up until now. But before we continue, I want to tell you about something I've been working on this past month. You see, I've built something that I legitimately think will change your life. Because you see, for most of your life, you've always been fed a constant stream of lies. Lies that have poisoned your value systems, purpose and passion in life, whilst also poisoning the community around you. And it's why you feel so lazy, so meaningless, so lonely. And so it's time that we've come up with real solutions. Not just modern day BS solutions. I'm talking about a new form of community. A way for us to take back control of our lives. Where I will go deep into the real solutions, answers and value systems of thousands of philosophers condensed into an easy to understand package. All to help you improve your life. All at no cost to you, I will send you a weekly essay on the solutions to the problems we discuss on this channel. So just click on the link in the description and add your email and name down below. After Winston and the woman get to know each other a little better, we then transition back to the antique store, where Winston plans on renting out the place. And once they're sure they're finally somewhere private, the duo secretly engage in an unsanctioned relationship against the state. We also finally get the name of the woman, being revealed as Julia. In this moment, both of them can finally relax and enjoy themselves, even if just for a little while. They then enjoy some contraband items that Julia smuggles from the party, like real chocolate and coffee. And for a while, their little conspiracy works quite well for them. Up until this point, Winston has been completely in the dark on whether there's an active resistance movement. But in his mind, he's certain that he has some level of understanding with an inner party member, a man called O'Brien. So when O'Brien corners Winston in a hallway, he's full of hope for a way to resist. O'Brien tells Winston that he's a fan of his writing, but he does mention that there were a few unwords in his latest piece, and recommends he reads the state's next dictionary edition. When he goes to collect it from O'Brien's office, Winston is astounded by the luxuries that he enjoys. He offers him real wine, something that Winston has never tasted before, and O'Brien can even turn off his telescreen. But the most precious thing O'Brien offers Winston is hope, when he tells him about the resistance against the party. And it's here that we get an introduction to the shadowy practices of how INSOC truly operates. Between the pages of dictionary that O'Brien gave him, Winston finds a different book titled The Theory and Practice of Oligarchical Collectivism, which is basically a manual on how INSOC and Big Brother operate, and the author is listed as Emmanuel Goldstein. Now it goes over a lot of what we've already covered, but it also tells Winston about what's really going on in the world's politics. You see, in the world of 1984, 3 superstates have reached global dominance. There's Oceania, which controls the Americas, South Africa and the UK. Then there's Eurasia, a Soviet successor state which rules over Russia, parts of Asia and Europe. And then finally there's East Asia, a successor of China which controls the Far East. The 3 states exist in a constant cycle of war, endlessly shifting alliances and fighting for control over the rest of the world. But they're not trying to win. They all have enough resources for their impoverished people. The states are also pretty much the same in their beliefs. Eurasia's neo-Bolshevikism and East Asia's obliteration of the South are almost identical to INSOC, meaning there aren't really any ideological differences. Instead, this war only exists to suck up resources and keep people in poverty. It keeps their societies and their brutal ideologies running, all in order to maintain control. George Orwell envisioned a dead end, to put it simply, a world where progress and forward movement have been stifled by 3 world powers to guarantee their control of the people. And so as Winston sits at home, we learn that Oceania has once again shifted alliances, and now the war is with East Asia, and Eurasia is now their ally, which is just another bit of doublethink, and it doesn't really change anything for Oceania's people. It's just more propaganda and more control for the populace. And that's why the parallels of our real life politics and that of 1984 is truly uncanny, where secret families and powerful shadowy organizations like the World Economic Forum fuel both sides of wars, where world enemies are friends behind closed doors, where governments continually change our enemies and ally with people that we're told to hate. But then this really does beg the question, where do these big powerful governments and these shadowy organizations actually come from? Why does Big Brother exist? And why do we decide as humans to follow the order of these totalitarian regimes and governments? Well, the answer simply lies in understanding how governments form in the first place. Now, Thomas Hobbes was one of the first political theorists to understand this, in his widely renowned book, Leviathan. Now, he wrote this after his experiences during the English Civil War, a brutal conflict where the country for over a decade was split into 2 by the parliamentarians and the royalists. During this period, beheadings were common, and the violence was barbaric, and it was this chaos that inspired his thoughts on governance. In this book, he first talks about human nature and primitive life, back in the time when humans were cavemen, living a tribal existence. And he famously described this life as nasty, brutish, and short. The lack of laws and complete chaos of nature led to a constant fear of death in the people. There was no actual progress, because people were either too afraid of each other or just too busy in their fight for survival. There was hardly any social cohesion, there was no rule of law, and there was no societal development. And it was this primitive fear for survival that laid the groundwork for society. So to avoid this constant struggle for survival, men willingly lay down their claims to the world to live in a peaceful collective under one powerful ruler. And for Thomas Hobbes, this was the optimal form of government, where one powerful state with a sole ruler did its best to protect the people. That way, everything follows one trajectory of the leader. All quarrels between the masses are distilled by ultimate power, and only then can the lives of everyone improve. But you see, Thomas Hobbes was actually wrong with this, as this only ever works with a truly virtuous and benevolent ruler. And yet the oligarchy of 1984 and the oligarchies we see today are just the complete opposite of this. But nonetheless, when there is this benevolent ruler who controls a massive population, the culture and societal norms of that population always trickle down from the top. And this is where a social habitus forms. Now it may change based on the environment and the people that form the society, but a specific code of conduct always takes shape along the same lines. You see, for example, in a healthy society, the habitus is always focused on ideals like liberty, responsibility, virtue, and discipline. These would be the values, virtues, and moral code of the elite, and then that would trickle down into all areas of society. So this is how the habitus works, and sociologists use the idea of habitus to illustrate the manner in which a society's culture works. You see, there are many unspoken assumptions and standards that underpin society. These are frequently carried out automatically, and they are more akin to acquired skills than deliberate actions. The French thinker Bordeaux, who popularized the word, frequently linked it to sports. For example, the rules of football are set in stone, and you play the game without thinking why the rules are there in the first place. And yet these rules are crucial, otherwise the whole game just wouldn't work without it. And this is also how societies and culture flourishes. And that's why the Renaissance was so remarkable. The new habitus that was developing in Europe in this time gave birth to a whole new wave of creativity, discipline, focus, moral code, and beauty. But then what happens when the values of the elite starts to crack? And the habitus becomes poisoned? What does this then mean for the rest of society? Well, you don't really have to look very far to see how fractured and malformed our habitus has become. I mean, we only need to take a look at who our icons are in society to give us an understanding of what has truly happened here. Due to our hyper-crony capitalist system, the elites and their greed and love of money has spread into every level of society. And I'm not talking about simple capitalism here. I'm talking about the special kind of corporatism and socialism for the rich. You see, for example, we no longer value the European holistic lifestyle, where a person's value is based on many layers of their personality. Instead, today in the West, we only value the superficial to understand someone's value. And this explains the rapid rise of these fake gurus you see online. People like Grant Cardone, London Real, and these vacuous new megachurches. You see, things like this would never even exist without millions of people orientating their self-worth and motivations entirely around money. You see, in contrast to the Renaissance period, they used to care about art and religion, but our new religion is following hedonistic and materialistic pursuits. Now obviously there's always need for money, and it's a great way to have freedom in your own life, but it's these sorts of scammers that completely rely on greed to survive, and greed is the name of the game in modern society. And that's why the greediest of all are then promoted even further, going all the way up to the top of the World Economic Forum. And in a lot of cases, people are just making money simply by talking about money and nothing else. Nothing on actual societal value. And it's not just these sorts of people. Our society now praises these celebrities whose only value lies in their image and wealth. The Kardashians are always mentioned, but there's just so many others, people like Cardi B, the entire cast of Love Island, or any other vacuous hollowed out shell of a human being celebrity. And because we praise these false idols, everyone then buys into the societal delusion, helping to perpetuate this broken habitus even more. And that's why lots of well-meaning rational people are swept up to becoming mouthpieces of a failing system. And one of the perfect analogies for our twisted habitus could be seen with the FTX scandal recently. From celebrities to established financial institutions, Sam Bankman-Fried fooled the world by using his own artificial pumped-up currency that had no attachment to anything real to make billions. Everyone believed in it, and that's where the value of these coins came from. By everyone believing in Sam Bankman-Fried's lies, he was able to make unthinkable money. But at the top of the pyramid of FTX, this CEO was a lazy gamer playing League of Legends in the Bahamas, with his whole value being tricking everyone into believing his money was worth something. But then when a gust of wind came, this whole facade came tumbling down in just a matter of days. And our society is heading exactly the same way. You see, as the habitus gets twisted even more, it becomes harder and harder for people to reconcile it with the real world. Then when the illusion breaks and people realize everything is built on a lie, it eventually collapses. And Winston and Julie have also been living a lie separate to the great lie of their society. You see, despite knowing they'll eventually be found out, they carry on seeing each other in the room above the shop. A taste of real life is just too tempting. So Winston enjoys reading subversive literature to Julia, all while enjoying the contraband food that Julia smuggled from the inner party. Things are going great, they finally escape the clutches of Big Brother, they've had a taste of freedom and love, all until one day, when Julia and Winston are relaxing in their room. As they watch a working class woman washing some clothes and singing a song, they marvel at the beauty of life, all the more stunning because they know their time is limited. Winston says to Julia, "We are the dead," and Julia says the same. And then a voice from behind says, "You are the dead." They turn around to see a painting fall off the wall, revealing a telescreen with the visage of Big Brother. The voice directs them to stand in the middle of the room as the Thought Police break in through the window and the door. Even worse, the antique shop owner walks up the stairs and reveals himself to be an agent of the Thought Police. Ever since Winston set foot in the shop, he was always under their supervision. The agents take Goldstein's book and smash the piece of coral, one of the last things of beauty left from the old world. And it's one of the last things Winston sees before they take him away to the sinister Ministry of Love. We are then shown Winston in custody, along with his neighbor Parsons. Parsons, not knowing it himself, is apparently an agent of Goldstein, and also a thought criminal. However, he reveals that he was taken in because his daughter reported him for things he said in his sleep. Despite Parsons coming across as completely indoctrinated, he's still going to be tortured and broken down anyway. The two remain in custody for some time, until an announcement wakes them up. Room 101. Parsons seems to already know what this entails, and begs the correctional officers not to take him there. Winston, on the other hand, doesn't seem to have a clue about what's going to happen, but gives a knowing look that it probably isn't going to be good. Despite all of his pleading, Parsons is then taken to room 101, and Winston waits alone in his cell for some time, until he is met with O'Brien. O'Brien takes Winston into an interrogation room, where he is tortured with an electric restraining device. Throughout the time, O'Brien educates Winston on the principles of doublethink. He reaffirms the notion that Oceania has always been at war with East Asia instead of Eurasia, despite the country being previously correct. Along with this, O'Brien then asserts that 2 + 2 can equal 3, 4, or 5, sometimes even all of them at once. And this is the final and most essential ingredient for keeping the party and their stilted habitus alive: rejecting real, authentic reality itself. They need people to trust the party over their own eyes and ears. It's how people are willing to accept that the enemy can change at a moment's notice, and it's how the party will have taken power in the first place. It's in times of great chaos and upheaval that regimes and governments fall and new ones take their place. It's just the cycle of history, and we've seen it happen over and over again. It's how the world order changes, and in our current world right now, the transition is almost here. One of the most famous experts in this field, Ray Dalio, describes the process in a study on historical cycles, beginning with the rise of civilizations. This is when a new state, founded on the dominant ideals of the time, grows in power to take control of their world, like the Roman Empire all the way to America after World War II. Then comes the golden age of prosperity, a long period of time where a civilization enjoys the position at the top. But this is also where the problems start to arise. People make financial bets on the world order continuing forever, unable to see a future unlike the present. As the leading power's economy grows to dominate the others, their currency becomes the international standard. Internal conflicts also arise as the founding ideology becomes out of date with the world, and eventually a bubble forms as people bet more and more on continued growth and prosperity, whilst internal divisions and problems only get worse. Those with power try to consolidate their grip on it, alienating more of the people whilst hoarding all of the wealth. And this then only fuels extremist sentiment and revolution even more. However, sometimes this can be peacefully dealt with, although eventually these problems get so large and the power structure becomes so stagnant that a revolution and changing of the guard becomes inevitable. Then another rise in power eventually eclipses the stagnating one. Most of the time there's a war or sets of wars until the dust settles and a new world power comes to the forefront. And time again this cycle has just repeated itself. In recent history it was the Dutch who were dominant, followed by the British, then the US, and now China is rising to challenge the US. And that's where we are today, on the cusp of this transitional period. And because of this, our current societal habitus just won't be able to cope with the changing world. As the cracks start to show in the habitus, and the society becomes more and more deranged, we'll then see a massive shift back towards traditionalism. Because as birth rates fall, young people fail to find love or happiness, the standard of living starts to drop, and the ideals of the constitution start to get ripped apart, right-wing sentiments will rise again. Meanwhile, the elites at the top are going to keep tightening their grip on power, bringing us closer and closer to a 1984 future. I mean, for starters, we've already talked about the Great Reset, but this is only the tip of the iceberg here. Because right now it's becoming very clear that corporate elites will keep pushing their elitist fake leftism on the masses, all to maintain control of the world order. I mean, we're already seeing this in the West, with huge companies like PayPal's recent announcements on handing out fines for, quote, misinformation, or like MasterCard's carbon fees, where their new credit card cuts people off for exceeding carbon emission levels, all while Meanwhile, oil companies make record profits but can't find the money to fix their pipelines and stop massive oil leaks. However, the most disturbing part of this is the new idea of CBDCs, one of the most odious forms of corporate control. And so if corporations and financial institutions manage to push the idea into the mainstream, it will eventually give the banks and governments greater control over people's lives.
It's digital currency but controlled centrally through the banks, Bank of England. So instead of having a bank account with whatever, HSBC or Bank of America, you'll have a bank account directly with, in the American context, with the Fed. In the UK, directly with the Bank of England. You have a personal bank account, and you're given digital money in that bank account. These are called central banking digital currencies.
Because a centralized bank digital currency means that the government then has full control of the money, and so that everything you spend it on is tracked by the government. And with one push of a button, they will be able to cut off your funds entirely, all for saying the wrong thing. And this will then paralyze you, leaving you at the government's mercy. And this is also a response to the rise of crypto. And yes, crypto may be a paradise for scam artists. The crypto world does also offer currency out of the government's control, which is a massive threat for the growing control in Western society, and is something that can't be accepted by the elite in this transitional period. Now obviously in 1984, the party and Big Brother are far more advanced in their efforts to control the people. But then again, all the ingredients for their kind of tyranny in our own world are already present. They won't need to torture or indoctrinate people in the way the party does. It's much more subtle than this. It's just a small shift in the habitus, but eventually the end result is the same: complete acceptance of Big Brother's control. And that's why during his torture, Winston begins to disassociate and hallucinates being in a grass field, along with O'Brien. O'Brien states that Winston is one of them, and under significant delusion, Winston says that he loves O'Brien, who suddenly turns into Julia. He still isn't broken down yet. His love for Julia is still there, but just as this happens, the image of Julia is shot, and Winston awakens back in his cell, where he is delusionally talking to himself. Winston then snaps back to reality after being met with O'Brien once more. O'Brien then asks Winston what he thinks of Big Brother, and Winston responds that he hates him. This comes to the distaste of O'Brien, who states that it's not enough to obey Big Brother, but in fact you must love him. So O'Brien escorts Winston to room 101. Room 101 is a torture chamber where the worst things in the world await his prisoners, a specialized room that houses the victims' worst phobias. Winston is then strapped to a chair and starts experiencing the horrors of room 101. Now throughout the movie, we've seen that Winston is deathly afraid of rats. He's dreamt about them and he associates them with his tragic past. And O'Brien knows about this, and he's going to exploit it to finally eradicate Winston's desire to resist. And so in room 101, we see a compartmented cage filled with rats, with a set of 2 doors that is attached to Winston's face. O'Brien then threatens him and opens the first door, letting the rats out within inches of Winston's face. And after what could have been months or years of this torture, this is the last straw, and it's here that Winston loses his final bit of humanity, as he pleads with O'Brien to do it to Julia, to finally put the woman that he loves the most through the same unbearable punishment. It's the final betrayal, and what seals Winston's fate as a broken puppet of the party. O'Brien is finally satisfied. Winston has been completely broken. Sometime later, Winston is released, and we then transition to the Chestnut Tree Cafe, where Winston awaits at a chessboard. Julia arrives, but they're both apathetic. They've been changed forever, and after their betrayals, they don't really love each other anymore. They only love Big Brother. And just as Winston makes a comment on thought crime, Julia then excuses herself with a half-hearted,
"We must meet again."
to which Winston apathetically agrees to. We are then shown Winston on public television, embellishing his supposed crimes, along with admitting to crimes he didn't commit, such as poisoning the water supply and guiding rocket bombs onto Airstrip 1 through coded radio signals. Eventually, Winston charges himself as guilty on all counts, labeling himself a victim of Goldstein's influence. We are then shown him alone at the cafe, fiddling with the chessboard. Using the dust on the table, Winston then writes 2 + 2 = 4 on the countertop, and grabs a night piece just as another announcement is made on the television. And that's when we are then shown a final shot of Winston gazing longingly into a picture of Big Brother. He then turns away with tears in his eyes and says, "I love you," as the credits roll. But then this brings up the question, how can we avoid a situation like this, where people are nothing more than just mindless individuals becoming statistics on a government database? How can we avoid being just another loveless, depressed, nihilistic cog in an uncaring machine? Well, I'd love to tell you that the answer is simple. I'd love to say that the solution is just waking up at 4 AM, having a cold shower and going to the gym. I'd love to say it's hiding away in the middle of the forest. I'd love to say it's money, or a Tony Robbins lecture. I'd love to say it's as easy as buying a $3,000 dropshipping course and escaping the Matrix, driving a Lambo in the Palm. But let's be real here, this doesn't actually do anything. By themselves, these are all great things to make you have an easier life. Self-improvement is vital, and it's incredibly lacking in modern society, but it doesn't really change the world that you live in. It only changes yourself, but it it doesn't change the system that put you where you are today. It doesn't change your values, the values of your associates, friends, and family. It doesn't change the why behind all of the self-improvement stuff. Why should you improve your life? Why should you seek freedom? Why should you even care about Big Brother? If life is just so cruel, hopeless, depressing, and empty, then why bother chasing rewards from that system, when the system itself is so demented? Well, trust me when I say that the solution to all of this is just so much deeper than you've ever been told. And to understand why, we need to go back 3,000 years in time, to one of the earliest philosophical texts in human history, a text that has transcended time, culture, and religion, a text known as the Book of Job. Now, for those who don't know, the book is a thought-provoking and complex piece on God, giving direction on the meaning of life in face of overwhelming nihilism. You see, the story centers around a wealthy and righteous man named Job, who is living a comfortable and prosperous life. However, in short, Satan challenges God's assertion that Job is righteous, suggesting that he is only faithful because of his good fortune. So God agrees to allow Satan to test Job's faith by taking away his possessions, his family, and his health. This causes immense suffering for Job, but Job refuses to curse God or renounce his faith. However, he does struggle to understand why he is suffering, and he moans about the injustice of his situation, as almost all of us would. He questions why God would allow such terrible things to happen to a righteous person like himself. He's forced to go through various trials and tribulations. Job is tested to his core, which forces him to grow through a journey of himself. Job's friends who come to comfort him offer him traditional explanations for his suffering. They suggest that he must have sinned and that his suffering is just a punishment from God, that he's a bad guy who deserves it. But Job rejects all these simple explanations, insisting that he has not sinned and demands an audience with God to plead his case. Eventually, this whole book culminates in God's response to Job's demands. God speaks to Job from a whirlwind and challenges him to consider the vastness and complexity of the natural world, asking Job if he can even comprehend the mysteries of the universe. And Job humbly acknowledges his own limitations, as God tells him that he made all these terrible elements of society and nature. He made the universe, and all of the badness in the universe is God's creation. And so God's response to Job is, how dare you question any of these things? As these challenges put on Job are just tests of his ethical ability. They're essential for Job to evolve and grow as a person, just like it is for us. You see, I'm not even religious here, but the terrible parts of nature and society that God has supposedly created are only noticed with consciousness. Like Job being aware of losing his family fortunes and the future he could have had, and then the resultant suffering from it that has come from his consciousness. And then you see, when we are unconscious like animals, we are always in the present, unaware of true reality. But as consciousness emerged in humans, we became more and more aware of the dark realities around us. Realities like the horrors of death and human suffering. And it's with these dark, soul-crushing realities that we have an impulse to return to unconsciousness. And we do this through instant gratification and empty pursuits, like never maturing, choosing to be ignorant, drugs, alcohol, and terminally living online. These are just some of the things that we use to cope with the real world and the pain that comes with it. But Carl Jung suggested that what the Book of Job tells us about our own life is that to escape the horrors of man, Job and you watching this needed to become more conscious, as consciousness was actually the true solution to all of this, as by being more and more conscious of reality, it allows you to elevate above it, because all the burdens and pain of life are just a necessary process to make you a whole person. To be a good person, to build a great civilization, you have to face these trials and tribulations. You need to be more aware, more thoughtful of all the evil in the world to be a better person. To be strong in the face of evil, you need to be strong in the face of all the devastating facts of life, of the derangement of the elites, and the degeneracy of the society around you. You should never avoid all the terrible thoughts and events confronting you. You should never ignore all the pain, suffering, and nihilism being thrown at you by our corrupt society. As Jung famously said, that which you most need will be found where you least want to look. And that's why instead of following your bliss like modern culture tells you to, you need to instead follow your blisters for a true awakening. And so with all of this in mind, Job then finally understood that God was there to build order from chaos, because he is the embodiment of evolution and growth. While on the surface you may just view this as some basic religious story, the actual meaning to the story is deeply profound, and provides a perfect solution to the problem of 1984 and our own modern world. You see the whole point of this, the whole point of why this text has transcended thousands of years of history. The reason it's been studied by millions of scholars is for a reason. The writers use the story as an allegory of the spirit of individual growth, and thus the whole of human civilization. God in this instance is the analogy for the spirit of meaning, growth, and human potential, the spirit that generates human culture. And that's why throughout all religions of mankind, God has been above the culture, as he is the spirit of it. And there's a reason this is so important to understand. I'm not trying to convert you to any religion here. This is just a very necessary foundation to understand the solution to all of this subversion and control of Big Brother. You see, this whole story is one of faith in the face of adversity, of trusting in your mind and intuition. And that's why God, the spirit of growth and potential, is revealed to us through the actions we undertake in our life. This is why prayer is a key element of all religions. And I'm not talking about the kind of prayer where you ask for something and God automatically gives you it. Prayers aren't a vending machine. The idea of true prayer is saying the problem and then changing who you are so that God treats you differently and the problem fades away. You're not supposed to be the same person before you pray. The prayer is meant to instead act on your mind, by trusting your intuition and mind to be the better person. And then through your actions, growth and rewards come to you, which is ultimately the solution to Big Brother in our modern world. By trusting your intuition and guts and by being an individual. You know, before in the US, the dignity of the individual was paramount. But now, if you notice, this concept is being betrayed. As Oscar Wilde said, most people now are just other people. Their lives are mimicry, their passions are quotation. Which is why you must trust yourself. You must reject Big Brother. All the supposed authority figures you're meant to believe are liars. They're the worst among us, and they will lead you to your own destruction. The world you live is not some democratic liberal utopia where everyone has a piece of the action, where culture and policy is determined by all of us. That is total BS. The priestly caste at the top, Big Brother, wants to control you. They're not there to save your soul or fire the spirit up inside of your mind, which is why the more you follow their narratives and their lifestyle, the more you start to poison yourself. You see, the reason you're lazy, the reason you have all these bad habits, the reason you never achieve the life that you want, or chase the goals and passion that you believe in, is because you've been repressed. The meaning and soul of your life has been stripped away from you, making you a cog in an uncaring machine. Your life is someone else's, where your best years, your character, creativity and hopes are being stolen from you. And that's why you must insist on your dignity. You need to free your mind. You must reject all the noise around you and embrace the chaos, the pain and the sorrow to grow. And if you don't, you become another pawn of Big Brother. You're the person who didn't even fight back. You never did anything to go against the system poisoning your life. Too passive to actually care what's happening to you and the people around you. Is this the life you want to live? Well, for many of us, we're starting to see the rejection of all of this. Because as we enter the age of Western civilization collapsing, with the government trying to control us more and people becoming more atomized, depressed and lonelier than ever, we're now starting to see antibodies being produced to overcome the societal disease. We're seeing more and more people rejecting the values of our twisted habitus. With all the bullshit fed to you by Big Brother, the pendulum towards individualism is swinging back. And that's why when I see this rise in self-improvement, this rise in individualism, when I see all these big political changes happening in the world, it just shows to me that the new world order is on the horizon. The spirit of growth is nearing. A spirit of dignity, empowerment and hope for young men. The hope that our culture has killed and used against us. And so after millions of successfully lived lives throughout all periods of history, the challenge to grow now passes on to you. You will determine the future of the next generation. Your mind determines the direction of everything. So don't just give it up for some sick cultural narratives, giving your genius to the worst among us. You should act without regret. Follow the path in front of you and take back control of your mind. I want to tell you about something I've been working on this past month. You see, I've built something that I legitimately think will change your life. Because you see, for most of your life, you've always been fed a constant stream of lies. Lies that have poisoned your value systems, purpose and passion in life, whilst also poisoning the community around you. And it's why you feel so lazy, so meaningless, so lonely. And so it's time that we've come up with real solutions. Not just modern day BS solutions. I'm talking about a new form of community. A way for us to take back control of our lives. Where I will go deep into the real solutions, answers and value systems of thousands of philosophers condensed into an easy to understand package. All to help you improve your life. All at no cost to you, I will send you a weekly essay on the solutions to the problems we discuss on this channel. So just click on the link. Tesla has broken records in their race to dominate the electric car market. Their charming CEO Elon Musk became the richest man in the world, with his jewel in the crown Tesla revolutionizing the car industry. And after growing by 800% in just a year in 2021, Tesla has now plummeted straight back down again. And Elon Musk, who once stood so tall, has started to lose the support of the public and a large part of his fortune, with the quality of Tesla going down the plug hole, with recent reports that Tesla's new cars can spontaneously combust. And in addition to this, competitors are now finally beginning to catch up and even overtake Tesla in key areas. And so with their lead dwindling, questions are being asked about Tesla's role in the future of electric cars. For how much longer are they going to overtake the competition? And where will Tesla be in the next decade? You see, if we go back 20 years ago, Elon Musk was never there from the very beginning. Instead, Tesla was initially created by two men, Martin Eberhard and Mark Tappening, who both saw an opportunity. You see, back in 2003, electric cars were more of a curiosity than a product, and there were two reasons for this: the batteries and the reputation. The first problem was practical. The current battery technology just wasn't up to scratch for an electric car with an adequate range. They needed to use much newer lithium-ion batteries, but they kept exploding when put into laptops and other electronics. And this then fed into the second problem of reputation. That and the fact that the only electric cars that had made a dent so far were all really ugly and utilitarian. And whilst Honda's EV Plus and GM's EV1 had a certain charm, they just weren't exciting. But where some people saw problems, Martin and Mark saw an opportunity, because they were both highly skilled electrical engineers, and they knew the technology existed to solve the battery problem. All they needed was time and funding, and this is where Elon Musk came in. Before the company had grown out of the ideas phase, Musk was guiding development and putting down money, contributing $6.5 million of the initial $7.5 million that Tesla began with. But how did Musk find out about this, and where did he get the money to do this? Well, of course, Musk's career began way before Tesla. Throughout his childhood, his father's personal fortune grew exponentially off the back of a stake in an emerald mine. They couldn't even close their safe at times because it was so stuffed with money. And so by using this early money, Musk would use his entrepreneurial genius to found a company called Zip2, one of his first major successes. And after the $300 million sale of the company, Musk personally netted $22 million for his share. But this was just the start, because Musk made his real money from PayPal, with a buyout of his shares giving him at least $150 million, and possibly much more. And so by the early 2000s, Musk was in his early 30s and had hundreds of millions of dollars. But this just wasn't enough. He wanted more. He's already beginning his plans to colonize space with SpaceX, but Musk then saw another massive opportunity, and this was with Tesla. After meeting with Martin and Mark, Musk was convinced of their success. He could bankroll solving the first problem with the battery, but the reputation part was a tricky problem to solve. However, the team came up with a solution. Their first car wouldn't be entry level or even designed for mass marketing. It was going to be a sports car. And this move was both genius and necessary, because even with millions of dollars, Tesla was still miles away from having the scale to make a mass consumer car. Plus, a sports car would help shake off the geeky image that came with the territory. And understanding this is key to understanding Tesla today, because it was this emphasis on the reputation of Tesla that would become one of the biggest problems that we see today. But at the time, this was groundbreaking, and the first Tesla car was born. And so by using new techniques to develop a safe, efficient battery, Tesla was finally ready to begin production. And this is how the Tesla Roadster was born. The initial demos and launch of the Tesla Roadster were a massive hit. There was a huge buzz over the potential of the car, and everyone loved the look and the design, much of which had been contributed by Musk. But it was going to be a long road until they reached the mass market and started shipping some real numbers. It would take years before they had a solid, predictable revenue stream. So like any other tech startup, Tesla relied completely on investments to stay afloat. In 2006, Tesla raised another $13 million in venture capital. Then a few months later, they raised another $40 million from other investors. A year later, this number was now over $100 million. Musk was also contributing from his personal hoard, with over $70 million of his personal fortune going straight into Tesla. But even this was barely enough at times. It just cost so much to develop the economy of scale required to develop and release a mass market car, especially one that relied on new and relatively unproven technology. It was also during this time that Musk cemented his hold on the company, and everything wasn't smooth within the company. The founders were having big disagreements with Musk, which is why Tesla was running through a slew of different CEOs and board members, but none of them really stuck, which eventually resulted in both Martin and Mark leaving within months of each other and taking significant shares of the company with them. Other controlling parties were pruned in a classic startup power struggle. There was even a legal battle over who could be considered as a founder, among many other issues. But once the dust eventually settled, Elon Musk was left at the head of the company and was now responsible for turning their buckets of potential into reality. As for the company itself, Tesla was now starting to make a name for themselves, selling the Roadster, but they would only ever make and sell 2,500 units. Instead, it was their next project, the Model S, that was the reason so many people were betting hundreds of millions of dollars on Tesla. In 2009, the first prototype was shown to the public, and 3 years later they were on the market, all to massive acclaim. And these weren't budget cars by any means, with an entry-level price of around $50,000, but they were still accessible to normal people. And once production finally started in 2012, they were only making around 15 to 20 cars a week, but in just a few years, this had risen to over 1,000 per week. And this was all because the Model S was such a huge success. It was genius. It revolutionized the electric car market, and there was now so much demand for Tesla that the company now was starting to issue pre-orders. Tesla even innovated in other small ways, like offering home delivery, something which other companies are only now catching up with. Regardless, it was the cars that mattered, and people loved the Model S, described as giving a phenomenal driving experience when it was released in 2012, and so the buzz only continued to grow over the next few years, as Tesla showed people the future of electric cars, and by 2014, Tesla had sold over 2,500 Model S cars. Then a year later, Tesla sold 10,000, and swept the design awards after significantly improving their batteries and adding a boatload of new features. However, before the success, Tesla's early days were very tough. The company only survived on investments, with people always predicting its downfall, and at one point the company was even just a few days away from bankruptcy.
Essentially, the company was bleeding money like crazy, and just if we didn't solve these problems in a very short period of time, we would die, and it was extremely difficult to solve them.
How close to death did you come?
Within single-digit weeks.
But the success of the Model S emboldened investors and Elon Musk himself, and their next release was set to change the entire industry. In 2016, Musk announced that Tesla were making a new car, the Model 3 sedan. It was going to be Tesla's first car that was truly for the mass market. Because of new features like a lower price tag and the fact that Tesla very rarely released a new car, pre-orders flooded in, with Tesla receiving 180,000 pre-orders in just the first 24 hours after release. But the release of the Model 3 was the beginning of a new alarming trend in Musk's running of the company. You see, he boldly promised that Tesla would be able to produce over 200,000 cars, all in the second half of 2017 alone. But once push came to shove, Tesla only managed a quarter of this figure, and the financial world wasn't kind to the company after this wild overestimation either, causing Tesla to lose $12 billion in value during the fallout. But this was seemingly just a momentary blip on the radar for Tesla's growth, as every new car wasn't just a sale, it was proof that Tesla's concept for the future of electric cars was the future. Because before, electric cars had been an untested concept in the world of cars, and they weren't anywhere near close to breaking into the mainstream. But this would change with Tesla, who made the public not just only accept them, but made them desirable. High quality and self-driving features that were far more advanced than the competition cemented this image. But it wasn't just the image that Tesla were building on. Their first Gigafactory was finally ramping up their production. Plans had begun years ago, but by 2018 there were over 7,000 people working on building Tesla batteries and other components. And once it's fully completed, it will have the largest footprint in the world. And this is just the first massive factory. More are under construction in New York, Shanghai, and Berlin just for starters. And this massive demand for Tesla, combined with the production ramping up, meant that there was a very real threat that Tesla would take on the whole car industry by storm. And when the world realized this, people started throwing all of their money at Tesla like there was no tomorrow. In 2018, Tesla's stock was worth around $20, rising to over $30 in the next 2 years. But in 2020, the stock went to the moon, nearly breaking the $300 mark in the first weeks of 2021. The pandemic had been incredibly kind to Tesla, much kinder than almost any other company, which continued to lead to massive demand for the stock and the company in general. But just over the last year, Tesla's stock prices collapsed a stunning 36%, and this is bad news for almost everyone, whether we know it or not, which is why I want to tell you about our video sponsor Masterworks, because you see, the average American's retirement accounts are actually closely entwined with Tesla's stock performance. You see, the S&P 500 is the most popular index used by the public to build their retirement investments, and it includes a lot of exposure to Tesla stock, so much in fact that it costs index investors billions of dollars, accounting for 10% of the S&P's total loss in 2022, and even more is at risk right now. In other words, whether or not you own Tesla shares, nearly every portfolio from the biggest asset managers to beginner investors experienced major pain in the last 12 months. But you see, there are always ways to protect your wealth and get back what you should have had, like an asset that's outpaced the S&P 500 by more than 2 times for the last 26 years, even through the non-stop bull market of the last decade. I'm talking about the art market. This market used to be nearly impossible to access, but now you can access it in just minutes without needing millions of dollars, all thanks to Masterworks. Masterworks paid out tens of millions of dollars to their investors last year, and that's not a one-off. Every Masterworks exit to date has returned a profit to investors like you. Just take a look at this performance. The results speak for themselves. With 630,000 plus users, Masterworks' offerings have sold out in minutes. They even had to make a waitlist for new users, but I got special access for my followers to skip it, so click that link in the description right now. Now, a lot of this huge jump in how people valued the company was justified by their sales figures and their overall potential, but a large part of it was down to Elon Musk himself. You see, Elon had always dreamt big, and his vision and intellect gave him billions, and society rewarded his overambition time and time again, so why not push it a little further? It was most visible in his online presence. As well as furiously posting on Twitter, Musk also made his political views and his opinions much more well known. But for all the hits, there were a few misses as well. For example, in July of 2018, Musk famously insulted a rescue worker after his ludicrous idea of a custom-built rescue submarine was called out, with Musk actually calling this rescue worker a pedophile, and was later forced to take back the accusation after it became clear that he really wasn't. later resulting in a massive defamation case which, to be fair, Elon actually won. But all in all, this was a publicity failure. Then just a month later, Musk made a much more serious mistake when he tweeted about his plans to buy the publicly owned Tesla stock at $420 a share. Predictably, Tesla's stock rose massively as a result, as did Elon's personal wealth. But when it turned out that there was no concrete plan to buy Tesla stock, everything fell apart. Now, to many it seemed like a premeditated scheme to tamper with stock prices, and the legal battle over the fiasco is still raging to this day. But despite the negative press coverage, the internet was still gripped by Musk fever. His Tony Stark-esque image of the genius billionaire was contagious, and for every detractor there were legions of fanboys ready to defend him from any criticism. He even sent a Tesla into space, with images of the stunt gripping the internet for weeks after, and this publicity extended to his other companies as well. Whenever Elon's popularity rose, it brought up the stock prices of his companies with it, and as Musk fever reached its height in 2020 and 2021, so did Tesla's stock price rising to $400 a share. But Elon wasn't just having an effect on his own companies. His ability to mess with the financial markets extended far outside of his direct control, and this was perfectly illustrated by Dogecoin. In 2021, Elon Musk made one tweet about Dogecoin and its value increased by 20% the following day. And then when Musk announced that it could be used to pay for certain Tesla products, it rose by another 15% again. Just his endorsement alone had added billions to the meme coin's value, which to be honest should have been a warning to people. A tweet shouldn't be the basis of billions of dollars in value being lost or gained, and it obviously wasn't going to last, with Dogecoin now languishing at less than 10 cents each. A far cry from its almost $1 value. But in a way, Dogecoin's rise and fall would be mirrored by Tesla itself. Throughout 2021, Tesla's stock price kept on rising, and it looked like that good fortune was going to keep on rolling until it didn't. Over 2022, Tesla slowly lost its value as a stock and as a company. Then halfway through the year, it really started to tank. May and June saw stock prices drop by $100, and by September they were dropping again, but this time it was going to be steep and sustained, with Tesla's value dropping by 70% during 2022, one of the largest drops it's ever seen. You see, Tesla's meteoric rise had briefly made Elon Musk the richest man in the world. However, this title dissolved away when the drop happened. And so Tesla and Elon Musk were left asking themselves, what happened here? Lots of people chalked Tesla's failure solely up to Elon Musk's Twitter shenanigans. However, the answer of course is way more complicated than this. The first problem for Tesla was simple to diagnose but incredibly hard to address, and this problem being that they were losing their market share. You see, in 2020, Tesla's market share was hovering at around 80%, with the company dominating the electric car market, but now this figure has fallen to 65%, and it's still going down. And whilst one of Tesla's greatest achievements was breaking the stigma surrounding electric cars, they have inadvertently opened up the market again, and whilst their innovations brought them years in the spotlight, it won't carry their monopoly forever, just like Uber's experience today. And now that other car companies have released electric cars reminiscent of Tesla's features, and at a lower price, Tesla is now losing their market share fast. They're losing out on a world of consumers who want an electric car but can't shell out the $50,000 plus it takes just to get the base model of Tesla. There are plans to release a new budget-friendly Tesla, but they're still just plans. We might not see it for years, but the competition has already got their foot in the door. Ford and Hyundai have both muscled in on Tesla's game. It'll be nearly impossible for Tesla to keep their dominance over the next few years, and when the market eventually becomes oversaturated, it will be even harder for Tesla to justify their higher price points. But Tesla still has the technological edge, right? Well, not exactly. Recently we've seen a whole host of mistakes, bugs and glitches from Tesla's software. Currently they've rolled out a new self-driving system designed for city driving. It's meant to be able to navigate complicated intersections and should be able to recognize traffic lights and other road systems, but it's still just a beta version. Real-world tests have found the system lacking, and the fact that it's only open to drivers who pass a safety exam and stay alert at all times is a good safety feature, but it betrays how unsteady this really is. Meanwhile, Mercedes-Benz's new self-driving system is miles ahead of Tesla's open beta, despite the fact that it still hasn't been released yet, and yet Mercedes has achieved level 3 of autonomy, a far more advanced self-driving system than Tesla's beta system, which is still just level 2. And whilst Mercedes-Benz are the first company to pull ahead of Tesla, they most likely won't be the last. Quality has also played havoc on Tesla's future. The past few years haven't been kind on Tesla's image, with tons of examples of public failures. Like for example when Elon Musk tested the new Tesla truck's unbreakable glass windows by hitting them with a bat that completely broke on stage.
Sure.
Oh, man.
And whilst this was funny and wasn't too damaging for Tesla, some of the other incidents haven't been very lighthearted. I mean, just recently, a Tesla spontaneously caught fire whilst driving on the freeway. It took firefighters 22,000 liters of water before the fire even went out, all due to how flammable the battery was once it got going. And this wasn't the first time. In September of 2022, another Tesla fire took around 90,000 liters to put out. Now, I'm not saying that your average Tesla is catching on fire, but it has been happening much more often. And a strange coincidence is that the quality of Tesla's cars are dropping dropping after plunging stock prices forced Tesla to lower prices by 10 to 13%. In 2021, Elon Musk had to apologize for quality concerns, saying that the criticisms were accurate, and since then not much has changed, with a viral video in November of 2022 showing parts of the car coming off when pulled on or wobbling when touched. And just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, Tesla is infamous for treating its workers like garbage. I mean, just a few months ago, a whistleblower who worked at one of Tesla's gigafactories came out with allegations of workplace harassment, constant health and safety hazards, and even wage theft. One worker claimed that his boss forged certificates for their workers, depriving them of essential training to save time and money. Another said that employees were forced to work on the roof at night without any proper lighting and without any safety masks despite working next to industrial chimneys. Tesla's also been in hot water for allegedly telling their employees not to discuss their pay with each other, which is also against labor laws. And every news story is another hit to Tesla's spotty reputation. But even with all of the accusations and evidence piling up, Tesla's reputation has suffered the most from Elon Musk's embarrassing botched takeover of Twitter. And recently, Elon's reputation as an innovator and a genius businessman has been under fire for his poor handling of Twitter. Now, it hasn't by any means been a complete failure, of course, and you have to respect how Elon Musk turned around Twitter's policy on free speech. In addition to his releasing of the Twitter files exposing how much they've been colluding with governments on censorship and promotion. Any move towards the truth should always be praised, but it's impossible to deny the awful public perception of the rest of what's happened. First, the deal to buy Twitter took years and involved a long and public legal battle, which isn't the best start. And once it was finally coming to a close, Elon walked into Twitter's main office holding a sink, making a pun about it, then proceeding to fire 50% of the workforce, finishing off his debut by having a long public Twitter argument with his employees and firing whoever called him out. And whilst I have to agree with Elon Musk on a lot of things about Twitter, the whole blue checkmark saga just led to more chaos and ridicule to the company, resulting in Elon Musk posting a poll asking whether he should step down as CEO, with 57% voting yes. And so whilst all of this was going on, two things were happening. Both Musk's reputation fell to tatters after every scandal, and Tesla's stock price also kept falling. And this is why it's getting more and more certain that Tesla will have a dominant place in the future of electric cars, as their falling market share is symptomatic of an eroding monopoly. And while 65% of market share is still an incredibly strong position, this position is fading very fast. The competitors have numerous advantages now as well. Being a faceless corporation might have hurt when Musk's reputation was a good thing for Twitter, but now that it's swung the other way, other car companies won't have to worry about the problems that come with personal reputation dominating people's perceptions. And when they crop up, controversies can be dealt with much easier and fade from the public eye faster if there isn't a face and character to associate with it. Corporations always get away with a lot more than people, and Tesla's competitors also have much more experience and infrastructure to produce cars on a larger scale. And now that electric cars are finally making their mark on the wider market, these advantages will matter a whole lot more than they did before. And lots of people expect electric cars to dominate in the ride-sharing Uber market. In fact, they already are in lots of places, with nearly all of London's black cabs being electric now. But Tesla's high-cost, middling quality cars will struggle to make a dent in an industry that values reliability and price above everything else, which is the opposite of Musk's public perception and Tesla's recent scandals. On the other hand, a successful breakthrough into the rental and ride-sharing market might not do Tesla any favors in the long run either. Plus, if the electric car market doesn't take off, the competitors have their own cars to fall back on. But Tesla doesn't have this luxury and is much more vulnerable to changes in the market. And considering the wild fluctuations of gas prices, traditional cars might still have decades left as the cheaper and more convenient option. The revolution of self-driving cars seemed to cement Tesla's place at the top of the car industry, considering their leading role with technology. But now that they've been overtaken, or at least caught up with, it's no guarantee of safety anymore. And so the future of Tesla is fraught with potholes. From losing the technological race to exploding cars to Elon Musk becoming a liability, there are just so many problems that Tesla now has to deal with. And we've already seen how overvalued the company already was from the massive drops in the stock price. And this is why in the next few years, Tesla's position could get a whole lot worse.
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has had a major box office film every single year for the past 2 decades. Nearly all of them were an overwhelming financial success, with the exception of a few. Over the years, The Rock has stamped himself as one of the most successful and beloved entertainers of all time, worth a whopping $320 million. He has Hollywood in a chokehold. And although many people think The Rock is simply just this perfect, family-friendly brand that sold out, left the WWE, and was embraced with open arms into the film world, that couldn't be further from the truth. Every single time he entered a new industry, he was rejected and had to prove himself. And with his back against the wall, he formulated a plan. That plan would be the catalyst to him absolutely dominating Hollywood for the past 10 years. Stay hydrated. Many of you got your first introduction to The Rock through the WWE. Even though he never saw himself pursuing this career, Dwayne Johnson was quite literally born to be a wrestler. His father, Wade Douglas Bowles, was a former professional wrestler who wrestled under the ring name Rocky Johnson. Through the late 60s to mid-70s, he was a major star in California. Rocky wrestled with the WWF in the 1980s, where he and his partner Tony Atlas were the first black tag team champions in WWE history. But it was
This is interesting. Okay. Anyway. Šta se dešava?
Ajde, rešavaj ga.
O,
Još
ime,
jedan tim.
Šimija, naš.
Šmići, šta ti je jebate?
A ne, kad mi uleć.
Lik je na prozoru.
Kako ima?
Dobro, hvala na pitanju.
Zato što kenjate i niste fokusirani ingame, zato te i ubio sam. Na prozoru oba. Aj, evo. Headshot. Ne mogu, ne metaka. Idem da ih rašam, jebaću vam mater sad. Aj sad fokus. Neću čekam.
Nema ceka laza. Tat.
Pomoć!
Kako pomoć?
Leon!
Dobro ga ubi. Treći! Na merdevine negdje. Eto ga, sam ti rekao. Pa brate, nisi fokusiran uopšte. Nisi fokusiran, druže. Nisi fokusiran uopšte, boli ti. Čuti! Čuti! Ne čujem ga od vaše sprednje, brate. Poduvajte mi kurac svi, brate. Kakvi idioti, brate. Da, tako.
Šta Nenadu?
Ja sam to bio.
Šta Nenad puša je pelice u
stazanu? Postoji treći, brate, i treći nas je pobio sve.
Znam i sjebo sam se, stisnuo sam shift i prebacio mi je leveringa u ajde jebe sam, ti subala je.
Šta Nenad,
Ajde, daj ono, idu ljudi. Molim te, ubaci to.
Treba ovo, treba i Peđe pošaljiti.
Aj, Peđe, nađi klip, molim te.
7 kilova sam imao
Peđe,
i jedan asist.
Pošalji onaj klip, idu ljudi, molim te.
Neki, koji klip?
Idu ljudi. Možda ga je Simon remiksovat.
7 kilova i jedan asist. Kurca nisi tu radili, biti. Ovog zadnjeg lika da samo... Znači ovo, brate, ja nemam...
Ne ti gledaj novački klip, nikad ti nisam.
Zato što mi je prebacio iz retardiranog leveringa unišanje je zato sam promašio čutice, sjebo sam sve. Znači, poludeću od te gluposti u ovoj igri, vaj. A stvarno, ja mislim da ako ne stisneš...
Imaš da staviš, Borise, da ti je toggle, da ne moraš da držiš oba dugmetara, pritisneš samo jedno. Znaš, Boris. Može samo jedno dugme da pritisneš.
Ko mu kaže?
Znaš?
Ko mu kaže?
Ne znam.
Kako ste ovo isfailovali. Sad zaslužujem jedan meč da ne, brate, napravim kila. Znači da... Šta Peđa, 7 kilova sam napravio, brate. Ne, hoću da budete malo priključeni. Pobili smo čitav server, zadnjeg lika niste mogli ubiti. Vrš bre.
Da.
O te spomenice.
Vrati.
Vrati, kurit.
12...
Dobro.
Redstone.
Čekaj, vidim gdje je to Nenade, da ti može.
Print to IM transition, da?
Da. Toggle.
Ne, gdje si?
Imam shoulder aim i aim down sight, nemam.
Kako nemaš? Gdje je to? Samo da vidim.
Dobro.
Eto to, dobro, nek ti on kaže. Ne hold, toggle, brat. Hold je retardiran, znači da ti se ruku ukoči držeći. Kaže ti čovjek koji ne uopšte ne ništa ne.
Dobro, stavio sam.
Probaj sad. Jednim dugmetom samo uđeš, drugo ne moraš da držiš. Ne moraš da držiš...
Da, levering sam teo sa terminusom i trebao sam da mu se približi, stisnuo shift i on mi nanišanio je. I tu sam izgubio pola sekunde i ubio me.
Ne znam, ti jebate ko da si prvi put upalio Han. Mi spredaj.
To što tražiš, tačno ti je tu.
Stvarno.
Stvarno niste ozbiljni, ovo je jako neprofesionalna ekipa. Nikad nećete dobiti pehar.
Da.
Eto ti ne rade.
Ajde. Učini magiju.
Ja ti zameram. Igram ovog, jedan neko sam. Ako nas je sjebu uzeo auto 5, to jebem ti. Kako mi se ne igra sad zbog ovog.
Od koga je uzeo auto 5?
Od Milana.
Aha. Baš čudno.
Stani bre malo koji kurac. Da vidim šta ću da nosim koji oruš. Nije point.
Smetaš mi baš toliko je. A nara. Ja mi kave tebe.
Ono sa Martini Dedaj. Sad sam počeo jedati tron.
Jedi.
Reci.
Sram te bilo. Kako ti nije sramotan Kuma Ivanovića? Slušaj, Borise, hoćeš da ti pošaljem sliku mog kuma u gaćama sa konzervom piva?
Hoću ja to. Hoću ja to.
Da. To sam uradio za slučaj, za ovakve prilike, znaš.
Ne, ja ne mogu rađe ovu sliku da čuva koze, ono to se drahu slao. Ovo je pao u nesmicu.
Koji ti je beše broj telefona da te dodam na Viberu?
Na Viberu mi je 060.
Moment.
Jo, imaš Viber, Snake, imaš?
Imam, ali ne koristim.
Čekaj,
Da se ne biste opuštali previše.
Daj da napravim ja grupu, bre. Da smo sve čisto ovako.
I dodaj kuma isto u tu grupu.
Hoću. Kako će da spamuje, čekaj. Kako se pravi grupa beše jebat?
Ideš na plus, vjerojatno. U donjem desnom ćošku imaš more. Koliko ja vidim, nije.
A bez te momci šta se radi?
Dobro je to.
Sad ćemo da odbor.
A bez te momci šta se radi?
Pome, ne, pome, ne, da. To ne dodao specijalne efekte.
Eno, poslao sam ti poruku na Viber.
Kako ja tebe ne vidim na Viber snimu?
Kome si poslao? Meni si poslao poruku na Viber.
Na Viber sam ti poslao, da. Molim!
Zato što je Kosović uglavnom offline, znaš.
Molim! Dobro.
Peđe, počaj mi samo novi idu ljudi.
Imaš poslan ti to.
Nema to, nisam uspio da skinem to.
Poslan ti, idu ljudi.
Nisam uspio da skinem.
Kako nisi uspio? Uzmi drugi browser.
Obesio Peđi.
Ne čujem te ništa preko ovog, ovo je urla.
Sve mi je na 1.2, sve.
Koji ti beše broj telefona? Hunter, jel?
Gle prase.
Evo, sad već počne da je svinjo jedne, podriguješ! Samo pošalješ ovo i...
Moguće ovo.
Evo ti. A prosipa mi...
Svinja! Pušaj mene!
Svinja!
Imaš u grupi si jebote.
Kako ga nije sramota, jebote, ko da je najbezgrešniji čovjek na svijetu.
Neki da ga stavim i vrat njega kum.
A gdje stavim to?
U grupni
Viber grupa.
brate. A dao sam ti.
A ja nisam u toj grupi. Ja nisam u toj Viber grupi.
A ja mogu. Alo! Adao sam. Posljednji put na mreži danas si bio, u 1.29. Evo, poslije sam i njemu.
Ovo... Peđem. Pusti Milana, nisam uspio da skinem.
Drugi browser.
Kako nisi uspio, brate?
A nisam, bacio sam.
Poslao sam ti file, brate.
A na Viber si poslao ili?
A?
Na Viber si poslao file.
Ne, na Discordu imaš file Milan gdje kaže idu ljudi, zadnji, posljednji, ja mislim da sam ti poslao.
Nema, to brisano sve, evo. Pogledaj, pečeš.
To si ti samo se...
A jebite se i vi, Viberi vaši.
Ali su ga izrešetali.
A bez te momci šta se radi?
Ja ne vidim ovu sliku što ste vi ubacili. Ne, a da.
Nemoj to, alo, Nenade.
Što ja, ne radim to ja.
Preka.
Dani bre, čuti!
Vrhunac trovanja.
Headshot, ajmo dalje. Nema polako, pomoć. Što igra polako? Ujebote! Više ti. Ne može, nismo fokusirani uopšte.
Pa i ne to
možemo
bude
igrati
fokusirani.
ovako. Oj, mator ide na sred mosta i brate umije, brate.
A evo vi Viberujete, jebi ga ne igrate.
Jeste mi.
Ilija.
Gdje ćeš da se odmori?
Pusti ponovno sliku od svakuma.
Ajmo još bre, ajde. Evo. Ne, ajde igraj na sebe.
Nema.
Nenade.
Znate, da smo u elementu. Da stavim sliku ovog kuma kao grupa.
Ovo, Pevo, pusti Milana da ubacim i njega. Da li je moguće da on ovako je, bem ti.
Eto ti i onda poslije, vi ste svinje, životinje, ja sam kultura!
Plus on ima žensku djecu i on ovako je. Meni bi bio jako.
Jesu. Mene ćeš vidjeti u pidžami, eventualno, ali to je to, to je maks.
Ti se naljuti na Iliju.
A nije nego nek se ljuti kako hoće. Rekao sam da ga slikavam, nije se on krio. Sljedeći put nek nauče gaći, šta da mu kažem.
Kako da nazovem grupu? Jesmo.
Jeste.
Se, ne nego svinje jedne.
Narkomančine.
Kako Hunteri?
A što ću ja ovdje?
Podrigaši, narkomančine.
Podrigaši, narkomančine.
Moram da napravim trasu, noge mi se smrzili. Da idem u šofer u papučama, evo. Sedim u šorcu u papučama, bre, ti lud. Pa ja...
Gadinovački nema cirkulaciju.
Ne rade ostije.
Ti ne znaš kako ne izgledaš, ne?
Ali nego za pare, ovo. Levering sam dobio, to mi reći. Moguće ovo. Ne radi se sam.
Ali neki podrigaš ovdje.
Svi.
Snake, ovo je genijalno što se piše.
Genijalno, ne nervira me kad neko se pravi, znaš... Ne on samo, da, kao ja sam najbolji, kako ja mogu sebe deko...
Šta radi ovaj? Ovaj se kocka! Pa bolje igrati Hunt nego ovo raditi što on radi, jebote. Slušaj, baca pare, ne? Ti gledaš u, brate, monitor koji je neko skripto. Kocka.
Ume, jesi li u tečnom stanju ili u gasnom?
A, odgovorio vam, jel?
Snima ortaki svoje, kako se kocka.
Pošalji to! Pošalji to!
Gdje da pošalji? Pa eto ti tamo u toj grupi.
Čekaj, ne mogu da skinem ovo.
Šta ćeš s tim?
Može.
Audio file, šta hoćeš?
Ja ga snimam. A gdje je skinuo od ovoga? Show in the phone. Ne vidi ga. Što ga ne vidiš?
A si mi jebo kevo. A si normalno stalonom si mi razvalio.
A to je ono da damo MP4 da... Znaš, kako da dam.
Aj Milane. Ućete neko na spawnom. Ćeš da kudiš.
Opa, Sparks pištolj, otključio si, ozbiljno.
A?
No.
Pošalji, Peđan. Pošalji mi Milana. Nisi poslao. Discord je obrisio ono što si poslao.
Idu ljudi.
Discord mi je obrisio one audio zapise što si poslao. A pušti kurac.
Evo ovako message, to je sve tu, evo ime. Evo sad ću opet.
Možda da ga zipuješ.
Još ja mogu da ga skinem od tome što si poslao, evo opet ti šaljem. Evo ti ovaj ovdje, eto, da ne bude... Kako ti obrisao, nije obrisao nego si ti čora.
Bot isprepada me. Ko glasi iz pakla je? Što je najjača fora.
Što ide na levu stranu pa na desnu prelazi ovako.
Znaš da ovo može bolje da se remiksuje, znaš. Kao iz pakla dolazi, znaš.
A jes? A ovo koji iz pakla to jes. Strašno izgleda, čuje se bača na levu stranu
Jebote da se čovjek naježi. Zamisli... Sotonski.
Golden Akis. Ajde da ubijemo bossa Milane, pa onda čačkaj bajde.
Čačkaj mečku. Posle.
Ajmo Godar Dokovi je. Golden Akis, kak je Golden Dokovi, što ja pričam.
Ne znam ja. Ti svašta vidiš i svašta čuješ.
Aj Milane. Dođi da ubiješ bačara već. Alo?
Sad je dete otkrilo novu igračku.
Doći ću iz brati igre već.
Dete otkrilo novu igračku.
Aj brate, neozbiljno si, jebati, dođi, ubi bossa i onda radi šta hoćeš, tako ja, kampuju bossa rema. Neći nije uče.
Dolazu ljudi.
Ne te ubacim gadine očal. Ujebem ti.
Gotovo agronji, ne možeš to!
Može.
Može, da. Prošamo jak.
A, gdje smo skidali u MP4 jebi. Ovo prihvate samo MP3.
Šta radim jedan? Evo kad se...
Kako to da izvedem?
Si vidio Viber, matori. Evo kad se mum ničim izvodom sprda i evo i on sa inom tranjom. Tranje. Evo te, O, koliko da igra GTA pa stavlja ono custom na plus 50 kapu. Šalim se. Zajebao se s nekim.
Nema veze, ja se ne vređam ništa.
A neko Milan.
Sve za ljudi.
Mora on sad tebe.
Otvorio ovaj prozor.
Sve za ljudi.
Što ljudi?
A?
Šta kažeš?
Idu ljudi.
Juri, a?
Idu ljudi!
Ne.
Moguće, ja. Aj sad ti pusti Milana, da, ne.
Ovi imaju bazuku jebote. Čime pucu?
Puca do iz topova.
Valja top. I to... Mator dobio headshot, a?
Sniper Mozin.
A Mozin? Spicer ili običan?
A, kurca sad.
Nisam probao.
Ta kurce, pa jesi vidio šta je?
A, nisam ni gledao, a digo si me.
Nisi ni gledao?
Nisi gledao.
Pa nisi, ja.
Zombi, Milane, smiri se malo. Upucao si zombija trenutno.
Dečki, kontrolirati.
A šta radi čovjek?
Pazi, desno je opet po jedan.
Nije desno, nego ispred mene.
Ne ubij pčelu, nemam nož jebote.
Mrtva, drugi tim.
A jebi ga, pčela će me ubiti, nemam nož.
Što nema nož?
Pucaj u nju, pucaj!
Što nema nož?
Ne mogu pucam u roj jebote, šta da pucam, kurac.
Uzmi nož, udari po roju.
Ne veze, ako imaš...
Nemam nož!
Pa jel imaš bokse?
Bilo šta. Bilo šta.
Ja mislim da može bokse.
Bilo šta.
Pas će ti fraktur. Ikica. Nemamo vratata. Uzi bounty ukrašćene me. Otvori. Čisto da ga imaš. 2 tima, ja znam sve. A čovjeka. Sorry jebote. Dao mi u toku leta headshot. Idite, pomozite. Vozio, matori.
Da li moguće pas da je ušao unutra?
Pomozi mu. Samo jedan lik, idi. Ja sam ti, eto ti ga, pored tebe! Iza tebe! Tu! Idioti jedan. Pretenski.
Tako da ga brzo voziš.
Čoravko jedan, čoravi, gluvi. Moram da mu ja pričam. Nemaš pojma gdje, gledaš pravo. Ne može da ti da. A, ti ne. Dobro je, bravo čoravko. Što se vređa od... Kaj reći?
Milan zvani uvreda, a?
Bravo.
Ej, jebite se s tim zvukovima iz igre. Ne znam je li mi stvarno nešto dolazi ili ne jebite.
Pa ti kojle, a?
Šta ne nade?
Sram te bilo ne da. Pi.
To može pušće koći. Tu je kurac, be! Je.
Što radiš to, Nenade?
Ne, da. Aj, je.
Ne, ovaj s mozinom što mi skinuo je.
Eto ga tamo, ubio sam ga ja. Uzit ću tu mosku, bravo.
A gde? Ga izluto.
Imaš ovdje Marksman, Springfield. Evo ti ovdje, ubio sam ga ovdje. To mi reći, to mi treba. Kako to vidiš, bravo. Ja. Ajmo naprijed. Ne, da.
Da. A čekaj, ti nemaš...
Kako govno.
Jesi lutovao ljudi? Pa Bog 7 puta bacio pogled. Čovjek ne veruje.
Pa, po govno.
D3 bacio sam malo pre pogleda, rekao bi ti da ima neko.
Govno. Već imam preko 15.000, brate. Kuku, pa ja ću da igram. A neću ti ništa, brate, davati.
Šta da mu da? Nema, zaradi sam.
Nema ništa od toga, brate.
Zaradi sam.
Drugo, namjerno hoću da nabođim pare da bi kupovao ove automate samo, brate. I onda šta ako izginem s njima, moram imati za još automate.
Tačno.
Zato...
To je logično.
A je? Ne, da.
Molim, ne gađam te ja, bre, što ti je. A skini mi ovako već skinute čankove, aj lepa ti je.
Probaj nekako da ga ubiješ.
Ajde.
Što niste deca mojih neprijatelja?
Ne, da. Nemoj da dišeš taj mikrofon. Naš na vrate koga mi ličiš sa ovom slikom. Isti ovaj.
Charlie Brown.
Šaljem ti na grupu. Ovako si ti vidim. Na despić.
Mirables.
Mirables? Les Miserables.
Monica Martinks. Welcome to my channel.
Ops, Milojko.
Milojko.
O,
Milojko.
Slot sam dobio, važi.
Milojko.
Ono sve potvrde, evo neko.
Jel? Dobio Milojka.
Na šta je poenta posle Snake?
Da...
Uđim lovca sve do 50 level. Dobar to.
Da, dobar si, nisi loš. Misliš ono...
Milan style.
Milan style.
Krstati.
Ovdje da sipam sok.
Koja Jenny?
J-Lo kad to uradi, urađeno je. Da je ovaj film Sisu, to neki snajper na čijoj strani?
Nije snajper.
Nije na čijoj.
Nije on snajper. Mislim, pretpostavljam da je baziran na onome karakter onoga kako se zove onaj Simo Hajne, kako li se zove, nešto je ubio u ruskom, finskom ratu, što je ubio oko 350 Rusa, čini mi se, za pola godine.
Što Rusa je, evo?
Što su Rusi u onoj koje je dobilo 38. nenade, ne?
Pobijemo im u cijelu familiju.
Pa dobro, nije samo to, već...
Vidim tamo na odrazu noža, vidim neke natiste.
A to je...
Zabo nož.
Ne, da ti sad ne kvarimo film. Radnja filma se dešava 44. kad je već rat pri kraju. A u jednom trenutku taj neki nemački oficir zovne štab, znaš, da proveri, ispale su ovome liku pločice negdje, one kao vojne pločice, znaš. I zovne štab da proveri kao broj, znaš, pločice. On kaže, to je kao, kako ono rekao, kaže, pokupi, kaže, jedinicu, kaže, kao, idi u, ne znam, povuci se iz kao Finske. Baš sam rekao, povuci se kao iz Finske. I ovaj kao, taj čovjek ima 300 i nešto kao na svom dosiju potvrđenih ubistava, znaš. I kao Finci nisu znali šta da rade s njim, kaže, pa su ga, kaže, 38. kao pustili kao da radi šta hoće. I kaže, sami kao prave zasede kao ruskim odredima i kao 300 i nešto kao... Vjerojatno je onda bio i kraj od toga sukoba kad je prestao. Dosta je jeziv film. Kao, znaš čime bi ti uporedio film? Sa Old Henry.
Ime?
Kao Old Henry je, znaš.
Old Henry?
Da, s tim bi ga uporedio.
Evo mi je moja baterija, dok ono dva.
Kad budeš vidio prvih 15 do 30 minuta filma, skontaćeš zašto.
Ja sam uživao.
Awesome Station.
Volim da gledam kako drugi dobijaju bol. Žao mi što ja ne mogu nikom da nanesem bol.
Nemoj tako.
Dobro, ispred tebe su. Lako. Možda su ti čuli. Možda ti čekaju.
Opet im nosiš shotgun po srenu.
Milan, to stano je. Zašto naši neprijateljima daješ oružje
Ti
koji
bi
će nas popiti?
trebao da baciš pušku prema što uđeš u boss arenu i ideš samo sa sabljom. A i onda je opasno.
Kad bi to moglo da se baci.
Izbaciš oružje i kreneš ono pesnicama.
Ko u CS baciš na G.
Da, baciš oružje i kreneš na njih, golu ruku.
To je dobra taktika, ko brate, ono, ostaneš sam protiv 5, imaš AWP, dođeš, frljneš AWP van, brate, mape, negde u kukuruzu ili negde u ono, cveću staviš. Uzdekaj je. To bi ovdje trebalo. Najke trebalo bi fizički da ti možeš ti. Ili isto jebate.
Šta, poneseš 2 puške, jednu da štekneš kao rezervu,
a? Bacaš
Feed.
koji nešto...
Welcome to my channel.
U taj to može.
Može, ali tu si limitiran s tim koliko možeš da poneseš. Pretpostavljam da bi bilo poželjno na početku meča da baciš to rezervno oružje.
Ja uvijek idem ono full gear. Ne volim to da se čepujem i to.
Primetio sam. Kaže Milan da igraš Hunt bez onih plavih outline-ova, kako smeš da to radiš?
Ma gdje igram, jede govna. Nego problem je u tome što on ne zna da komunicira. On drugu pucačinu sve Hunta nije igra.
Ni to ne igra dobro.
Dobro.
Zamisli sad u tajku je da ja tebi kažem ili ja se nisam pomerio kod tih i tih vrati, ti naiđeš i ubiješ me.
Pa u Tarkovu full damage primaš, tako da ako te ja pukne nema izvini.
Pucam si za 3 čovjeka, on čovjek ignoriše, neće da pomogne be uopšte. A čovjek 5 metri ispred njega da ga pukne sa saču, da ga sveta celu.
Plaši se za svoj život, nemoj tako. Moraš razumjeti čovjek.
Ne pomažu te plave, a?
Može, voda majko.
Ne pomažu te plave tačkice iznad, a?
Ne pomaže.
Ne pomaže, voda majko!
Ne vide se dobro, znaš, to je problem.
Sjajno.
Idu ljudi!
To idu ljudi. Ne. Možda ipak ne ide ljudi.
Šta je ja, bre? Dole. Kreten.
Šta hoćeš od mene? Šta hoćeš?
Ne, da stvarno. Nema smisla.
Jebote Drakula.
Kao imbecil.
To Žikina dinastija. Marš tamo, kako kaže ono, matora konjina. Ja, koliko imamo slotova za te klupove?
8.
Daj stavi neki Žikine dinastije majke.
To nije klip, to ja ništa jebe.
Ne.
Von line.
Jaj.
Iscrpili smo ga sat i po, sat i 47 minuta igramo Hunt. Evo, on je gotov. Rezerva, upaljena.
Mozak na rezervi, ja?
Meni jako spava moj glava. Malo pušneš ovaj staro, dobro? Možeš zvačeš, onda on digne i udari u zub i polomi tvoj glavu. A nemam pojma, imala me prošle neke Saške stupe. Pa se ne javlja, jebi ga, možda se nadrkalo, znači sam je odjeb. Pa da.
Hey.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Thanks for asking. Have we met somewhere?
Good to hear that. Monica Martins. Thanks for following.
Yeah,
How's your stream going?
Good. I'm gonna be extremely rude and I'm gonna say forward. Welcome. And
That's nice.
yeah. I'm not looking for a digital artist to make graphics for my channel. Yeah. I'm gonna say that forward. As I said, never meant to be rude. If that came out weird, it's because like, I don't know. I'm a casual, you know, like non-profitable streamer. Streaming mostly for friends and, you know, for kicks, and not looking to make any money. So if you came to talk or chat or something like that, or to share like a funny clip, not a virus, you're welcome. If you came to offer me your digital artist services, I cannot help you. So yeah, with that out of the way, welcome.
Izašao je napolje.
Ko je izašao napolje? Oh no, just another brick.
Hola, niño.
Oh my lord.
Evo, doktore. A pita me, matori, šta radimo? Čekamo.
Ostavili mene samo gore. Stvarno fantastični.
Lonely, I am so lonely, without nobody, I don't know.
Jasnek, bukvalno.
A znaš što?
Da.
Mim, znaš ti. Nemoj Boris, nije tako crno.
Da, može još crno.
Može.
Pa, pogovno, čisto svuda. Auto 5, Milane. Ajde, ljubi tata piću. Ajmo naprijed. Drugi put snajper uzijem ovdje i na isto mjesto. Sviđa mi se.
Free oružje, ozbiljno. To krag?
Jes, krag.
Vidim 6 metaka, zato mi je čudno.
Springfield. Krag sniper.
Springfield je fabrika. Evo, ovako free informacija. Neću da serem, ali...
Seri, Snake, seri.
Američka vojska je u periodu između 1850 i 1900 promenila 3-4 puške za svoju vojsku, znaš, nijedna im se nije svidjela. I ta se najduže zadržala, taj Krag Jorgensen.
Gađam tamo akumulatora. Konjo. Konjo!
Pa немає, а?
Konjo.
Konjo. Ujebate, dobri nam meče. Neće be ti da spavaš, bre, uzmi tamo kafu s koju metar.
Welcome.
Moguće da nema snage njemu više.
Čuvaj mi je Nena, dajte.
Moguće, bre.
Goodbye for now.
Well.
Evo, moguće ovo.
Looks like I insulted.
Evo.
Kad igre?
Wasn't my intention. Oh well.
What can you do? What can you do?
A ne mogu.
Možeš.
Ne mogu.
Po me, ne, da.
Jebote Drakula, nemam ja to idiote jedan.
A ne mogu.
Možeš.
A ne mogu. Matere mi ne mogu. Ne mogu. Još ovaj dosta idem. Pošetam čudno da radim.
Šta je? Zvučiš kao da ti je volja ubijena. Ti da ne možeš da igraš Hunt Shodan.
Imam koment on profil. Da vidim što su mi ljudi napisali. GG. Oooo, dobar su, kamu čast.
Sports.
GG napisu. Ja ću njemu. GG.
Sviđa, a?
Team happy. Ne, nebitno random, ali sviđa mi se napisu GG. Neki Lorenz here. Lorenzo here.
Možda je video 100 prestiž. Znaš. Ima i toga.
Nego ti imao, napiše GG i ja sam njemu sada otišao na profil i napisao GG.
Ja još nisam vidio čitera da je 100 prestiž. Možda Nerus, da ne. Da li sumnjam.
Pisali neku džidžu. Kleli.
A klela se klela, da me je volela.
I hope Putin will press the red button for you.
Šta je to da je ne? Da ili ne?
Da. Ne.
A po govnu, još izlaz ovdje. Uleći unutra, jebeš trek. Da. Jasno. Obi konju, a
Konj nije zaklon. Ko se ono krije iza konja, pa ste mu vi rekli ono, konj nije zaklon.
Tako, stani tu. Tu. Tako budi. To je nam stražno.
Ne. Imaš foru da ga zaglaviš na vratima, znaš, s unutrašnje strane. Ne može da izađe onda. Mogu si ga bejtovat skroz unutra i zatvoriti mu vrata.
A ne, može, gubi agro. Znači opet. Dobijemo. Moram jedan da, it's me.
It's me, Mario!
Ja. Moli!
Repojte, alo.
Joj, nisam ponovo u pičku, meti.
Ovo je Midhead otišao odavde, bre. Vratio se nazad na staru ponudu.
Osjećam tugu u tvom glasu zato što nisi poneo.
Barakuda!
Ne osjećam. Sram te bilo. Kume. Da ih podrigujem.
Kum trenutno govori narkomančina, sram te bilo, ali u gaćama.
E pa, čisto da... Nisam ja to rekao prvi put, znaš.
Neka si. Ekspozo si ga, njegove sramote. Tebe. Nije ni on čist, eto vidiš, on je gori nego mi. Mi makar ljudski, vrate, podrignemo, šta? A ja u gaćama nikad nisam ovdje, još eto.
A on leži pred ženskom decom i češe jaja da pije pivo, evo. Kaj si ti to stoka je, stoka!
Katastrofa.
Stoka, ona najgore. Pa ja sam se goš, eto, u stvari. Kad se sapletemo neki kabel da odmah zabodemo u pipljivšu, znaš, eto.
Dobro, diši.
Si ga čuo,
Diši.
Si ga čuo, majke ti?
Ja čuo sam. Sad ga čuo.
Čuo sam ga, ej.
Kako je bolestan, majku ti je.
Ste nas.
Da zabode odmah, flashu beži.
Da zabode flash.
Znate mu, ja imam full metal jacket, hitovo sam ovdje jednog na krovu, ali to je sve.
To je sve od tebe, znam. Aj jebete, moguće ovo.
Što se radi?
Još jedan ti desno. Ispred ovdje. Eno ga tamo. A pikuj majku mu jebem ako je mene hitao, šta si se usrao? Čekaš ja da opet pikujem? Pičko je jedno.
Ja pička.
Evo ga ovdje. Hello bro, what's up, idiot? Ulazite unutra. Bravo. Jesi vidio ono, mene hito, ja skillam niko da dođe da nastavi da ga puca.
Nema.
Da bi, dok on reloada metak, znaš da nema toga ništa, ne, nego ti džape opet moraš, šta je? Ajde ovo s tobom. Si vidio kaka sinhronizacija tima, be? Ja. Dobro, nego ti kažem za ono prije.
Evo ga, ja, i samo ja, i niko drugi sve mene, i opet ja.
Ja, mene, ja, mene, ja. Jel to?
Gde?
Dva tima. Na Northwest troje i na South troje. Moramo da pustimo da se oni pucaju. Čujete?
Krate zjevala, jebo majku.
Uličeš, bravo. Uličeš ti svakako.
I ovdje malo gličuješ.
Malo pičuješ.
Teška vam banda jedna. Kući, begaj.
Ajde stakla paras po blatu, uđi unutra, pičko.
Vidi tebe, opa.
Aj Melane, vikni preko mikrofona. Pusi.
Si vidio ono što rade, be? Sad će onda reloada pola sat. Najraze, druga ekipa prilazi. To mi se sviđa. Uvijek.
Tako.
Likovi u kući ovo isto. Čekamo da se pobiju. Prilaze polako. Znači trebamo da igramo pasivno, to jest možemo da ih pucamo i to, ali ne treba, Ono, ne samo da im izlazimo. Znači, poenta je da navučemo ovu ekipu na ovu. I mi smo na konju, može?
Yes.
Ne znam šta bi ti rekao, koja? Ne, mrš gore više. Jedino dole. Sad ću ti reći. Jebi ga onda. I čujete metkove. Da. Ta bomba, bolje da si čuo to su... To je toliko random bacio, nepotrebno. Je, ali vidiš da igraju pičkasto. Dobro, imamo mi 35 minuta još da ovako smrdimo. Nije to problem. Moramo, pa ne možemo ako se kurčam previše poštenost. Moramo ovako. Sad ću da probamo ovamo da dam headshot ovamo, ne se dam. Lik u sred. Neću, lik u sred dvorišta. Znaš?
Skuči.
Saralna. Welcome to my channel.
To se čekalo, taj znak. I drugi headshot. Idemo, džape. Dobro, sad smo uradili nešto, polako. Ja sam ubio vama ovog jednog, ovaj ubio jednog, polako. Spamuje ti tu, polako. Vidi što radi.
Hitovan.
Okej. Dao ti headshot s ove strane. Mašu sam u glavu, je moguće?
Što da nije?
Nije umro i to sitno sam. Ali moguće, ja.
Spart pištoljem nije umro. Ne znam, što to malo damage radi onda.
Ima ti ovdje metko, Milane. Ima ti ovdje metko. Dva tima unutra, dva lika. Ovdje treći. Mi imamo easy izlaz, hoćete? Da ih sjebamo sve. Ajde, to će biti najjača stvar.
Neću.
Neće izađe čovjek čaba.
Ovo je sos. Dobro. Sljedeći put ako bude nešto... Vi ćete biti krivi obojica. Otvori mi Milane, ovo, make it. Da ne. A šta, ko je, brat? Ništa, aj otvori mi metal. Samo mi otvori neka vrat. Ispao sam bi. Dobro. Iđi.
Nemam ja bounty.
Nemam bounty, imam ja, nemam. Na krov hladaju.
Da, tačno znam odatle.
Biće easy match. Ako ih samo hitate jedan put, oni su mrtvi, ginuli su mnogo puta. Znači, samo se opustite kad ih gađate, ubijate ih iz jednog metra, lagano.
Kod ih gađa Milan? S kilometra.
Dobra, ja sa Sparksom.
E pa, to je već
Milan,
bilo.
ja sad otrčim na stepenice gore, možda krenu ti uleti tu.
Ne, polako. Nemoj. Trepuje ovaj kuću vamo je. Ovu levu kuću.
Jednog sam ubio.
Bravo, doktore. Samo lagano.
Ovdje gore u kući. Dići će ga tamo je.
Neka, nema veze, ubit ćeš ga posle opet u tijesmetu. Ima 50 HP. Samo da ih faramo, što ih više faramo, to bolje.
Imamo negdje neki special ammo.
Mislim da ima u boss areni. Ovdje negdje na moj isprat gore. A gdje si ti otišao tamo?
A jebem te u žicu! Tvoju!
Ne znam, brate, on ne zna gdje je! Pa dođi pomozi mi! Puj jebote, on gore ide!
Žicu.
Diži me nekromancerom. Diži. A diži me nekromancerom, ne to! Nekromancer!
Čuti! Evo ga.
Aj jebote, nekromancer. Ne zna čovjek šta je nekromancer.
Ona hoće da čuje.
Znam da izađem, ali ne mogu kroz svoju jebenu žicu da izađem. Jebala te žica koja kurcu ne služi.
Služi da protrče kroz nju sa bomblensu. Da to služi.
Kurac, drži me s prozora na nišanu.
Trade. Kako smo loše ovdje. Šta sam pričao pre bio? Pre 15 minuta. Ajmo napolje dok se oni poubijaju, easy izlaz. Pošto su svi bili u kućama. Ovi s leve strane, ovi s desne strane. Mogli smo izaći s bounty, a ne, vi ste htjeli ovo.
Da kampuješ, šta?
Oj, matori ne zna gde, čovječe, ti nagonjan spratu dok jebote siđeš dole, si lud, brat. Znaš gde je izlaz?
Ja sam da iskočim kroz prozor, ali ima žica, naravno.
Žica,
a jebala te žica, te jebe žica, daj neko. Voli me kurac, neću više da je nosim uopšte. Znači jebote žica, te jebala glupa žica, da te jebe žica. 1017.
Dobro,
put
Boris,
skinem
ne
očile od tipske žice. Jebe
Dobro,
mi se
ja.
za jebenu žicu više.
Dobre, Boris.
Ja sam zato slušam
Boris.
tebe i od sad me boli kurac za žicu.
Boris.
Svu žicu koju baciš ću izlomiti, znači evo to ti odmah kažem.
Boris, tako je. Tako je, ja sam 100%. Peđe, znaš zašto je vreme, za? Ne, da. Ne.
Kinem zbog glupe žice.
Ne, da.
Ne. Evo da. Dobar meč bio. Ajde još jedan meč.
Ne mogu.
Šta ti?
20 minuta mora se logujem.
Ajde još jedan meč.
Idem da spavam, idem da prošetam šapu i da se ulogujem.
Jedno da ćemo pauzu ovdje ili... Želim, šta ću trebaš? Znači, želiš još nekom da na...
Ti želiš samoću?
Tako si imao fazon, mec. Jome. Moguće ovo. Već. Osjećamo bre, dobri su vrate meče i bili svakako. A veži kasnije ostao gore dok ja izlazim tamo da pređem, vidio sam je. Još na svoju žicu, zamisli na svoju žicu. Ne znam šta je radio u prošlom vremenu, znači...
A dobro, što vi njega forsirate da igra s tim, a on ne zna?
Ne forsiram ja slučajno.
Viš da ne zna da se kreće. Razumeš?
Ajde, moguće ovo. Nema nigde ovo ludilo. Nema.
Previše ga brzo vozite.
Ne vozimo ga brzo.
Da.
Granny crossbow i revolver.
Što ti to zadatak neki?
No da, za bespas. Ću preduzem ovo, bre, tvoj skin je do jaja.
Aha.
Krstača. Brutalno.
Za taj Battle Pass.
Yes, outfit. Dobar i ovaj. U našem meču. A čuš. Daj mi kalš.
AK-47 for everyone.
Yes. Ja malo dupkanem u vodu, pa da završim. Ključ. Ja.
Ta mapa nije loša.
Napak ide. Prag, bret.
Dobro, nije svaka ista, nije to jedna jedina.
Ne, jedna jedina.
To je jedna jedina mapa.
Da, nego je ovo, relativno.
Hanšodan, no?
Ogromne.
Hanšodan stil.
Iskreno, svet je vrh.
Nema ništa nisam rekao, nego samo... Kenjam.
Ona ide. Još jedan ključ. Imam već extra life, ne? To mi reci. Ovo sad uključimo. Daj drugi. Tebi ću isto gdjebem mater. Sam bota, jebote. Jebem ti mater.
Evo ti koga postoje, kada hoćeš sandvič.
Ono.
Ima, svašta imaš ono.
Uši kurac, majmune. Gdje si začao? Mater.
A to ti je dač mafija, ne? Mislim da ti je taj ortak bio kod mene danas na kanalu, pita me igram li GTA 5. Ako mislim da ti isti lik.
Ima ovo gore secret room. Puno ljudi, ne znam da su...
Malo sam se ispušao dovoljno.
Can I interest you in a little something?
7 kilo, idemo dalje.
Can I interest you in a little something?
Can I interest you in a little something?
Opuši mi kurac. Jebem te usta, kako me sačeka. Rijem još jedan život. Usam extra life. Ajde ga jebem li ti mamu, pičku ja. Žalik je previše dobar. Razvalim. Mnogo ljudi. 217 level. Ne skida se s igre. Očistiti.
Winter's come early. Better be prepared. little hot-blooded. Let me cool you off.
Ne.
Da.
A bez te momci šta se radi?
Gdje si Snake?
Gdje si, rekao što imam?
Evo radi se.
Mrš.
Marš, šta ti meni marš? Zašto me odbiješ? Čisto mu jebeš marš. Da pravim nešto drugo.
Nešto divno.
Yes.
There is no space in my inventory.
Who let the bears out?
Brate, 50.000 ljudi ovdje, popušite mi kurac. Čim jedan prepuca dođe čita server.
Da.
Aj.
Pa ti nema biti tu da se puca.
Da. I Beorova me lade. Popuši mi kurac. Ovo je strašno kad tipa srda došao sad ovdje. Ovo je mi kurac. Ne putaš. Dođu svi bre. Jebiš. I jebeš. Znaš malo je peders?
Ali nije uopšte.
No, uopšte. Vidim se što možeš uvijek naći extra life kod civila.
Da.
Znaš i boliti kurac.
Do kraja skoro, ali tako? Pred kraj meča su ti civili, ne možeš ih naći više, tako?
A je?
To ti zadnji krug, ono,
Opet
gasi.
isti lik me ubija, ovaj Joker, bre. Evo došlo drugi da ga rokne. Moguće ovo, isti lik koji me jure, šta je ovo, stream sniping, bre?
Alo?
Opuši, kurac. Daj mi još jedan extra life. Dođi, jesi ti? To mi da još jedan put da budem živ. Me ubio.
There is no space in my inventory.
Volim ovu igru. Koliko mi daje mogućnosti da se vratim in game.
Misliš da napraviš comeback?
Jes. Mislim da ono juče umrem od onog zadnjeg vrata jezika, respawnujem se, ubijem ga. I on pukne meč. Genijalno.
Yes.
I must make room if I want to carry that.
Flint fiber, whatever.
Šmamu ti jebem u pičku ja.
Can I interest you in a little something?
Yep.
Pa ako me izbejtovao bre. A opet drugi lik puca. Ja sam pucao, evo ga opet onaj Joker puca. A ja. Last chance, dobro last chance.
Ili kakav mu je to skin, objasni mi. Ili je to kao neka moć, to kad ga vidiš kao smetnje neke na tebi.
Moć, imun je.
Šta na sve?
Imun je 8 sekundi, ne znam ja 5 sekundi.
Wow.
Meni treba extra life. Opa, evo ga. Daj mi još jedan put extra life.
Šta to ljubičast? Piše 0 do 1.
Crveni.
Health per sekund.
Da, možeš da dodaš poslije još 2 puta da tako. Još jedan extra life. Ostavit ću je.
A šta ti civili ne beže, a?
Zavisi koji. Ovi specijalni ne, a ovi obični da vrišti. I ako ujedeš nekog da je pored tebe, onda oni polude i onda ti odaju poziciju. Šta ih je? Imun, gledaj imun je lik. Jebem ti mamu. Njega vi ga Spider-Man. Sist. Šta se dešava ovdje, pun kurac ljudi. Ovo mi je strašno kad sam između svih. Ajde uhvati se! Jebaću ti majku. Pičku.
Ubili ga. Je to onaj lik što te bio koknuo?
Evo puca me treći lik. Ne, neću da igram ovo. Jebote igra. Evo ga četvrti lik ispred mene. Evo ga peti. Ovo je strašno, bet. Ja ne mogu da dišem ovdje. Sine, sva sreća pa sam uzeo extra life kad ima još jednog sad. NPC-a. To je bilo dobro.
My bags are filled.
Nema. Ima. Na seri. Neđi vam. Ali ovaj me video drugi, vidiš civil me drugi video kako jedem ovog. I sad mi je odata poziciju 30 sekundi naredno. Jebem mu mater, pić.
Probaj da te ne vidi nekako.
A nije, pa mora sam ovo na brzinu da odbiti. Ono ga iznad. Jebem li ti familiju pičku ja. Nemam ni heala više. Moram kao pička da igram.
Samo igre kod igraš kančovan.
Da. Nemam armor, sam se ti armor mi treba.
Jesu domine.
Brate, ova zona ima da me uništi jebate. A ne može ovo, brate, ovaj me dole čeka, ovaj me gore čeka. Popušite mi kurac obojica, ko da timuju, brate. Aje, brate. Dvoje radi emote, brate. Ti beguje ovog. Ovi si znaju jebati, šta je ovo? Ne znam se.
Možda se zna.
Samo ne skillova ima, brat moj. Evo ostao onaj Joker jebate, ovak. Doktor. Koliko on killova ima kad mi vidim?
sandvič od 31. sutra, jel?
Da. Što pitaš?
Ti napravim sandvič ujutro. Imaš ti viljušku, majku ti.
Za šta viljušku?
Znam da si imao.
Ima 15 kašica, možeš slobodno poneti pola toga. O tome.
Kašika, Bog da te vidi. Na.
Hvala. Nisam znao da se pravilo. Šta je ovo sa jabukama?
Pa kad sam došla s posla.
Ja, obično kad ne radim, poslije toga sam prva.
Da. Evo 2 kašike nosim, 2 su ti ostale.
Oba, no?
Spakovo si robi svoj, jel? Spakovo si robi.
No je, pa gdje ću s njom?
Jel suva, jel?
Nadam se. Ja znam šta ti kažem. Ili je suva ili sam spakovao u gomilu mokre odeće.
Ja upravo gledam da su ovi ljudi normalni odgovor.
Što?
Narkomani.
Narkoman igra.
Gotov si. Moguće da ga izrasu. Što sada ga pusti? Oni se znaju. Smije. Kaka braća igraju, već.
It's good. Very nice.
Dobio ga i drugi put. I šta? Hoćeš da ga pustiš još jedan put, hoćeš da ga pustiš? Kako morat. Dobio njeg. Su normalni. Bi ga opet 2-2. Ajde, dašaj ga drži.
Šta je to, finale?
Finale, brate, ova dvojica su se našli i kolju se. Ovaj pusti njega pa mu baci armor, daša ga. Eto, a neći. Malo ga hoće, malo neći. A, džiđare. Bravo. Kako ima 6 kilova, a ona ima 20. Pustio ga na kraju, on bacio mu i armor i helte i ovaj ga ipak dobio. Napraću pauzu malo od igara, već. 3 sata već. Poznaje, poznaje.
Don't know. Probably missed a place somewhere.
Yeah, I know, but usually it shows up with the question mark. No?
If you're close.
If you're close, yes. I'm bleeding from my ass.
Really? Exciting.
It
the
is.
One we need.
It is smoothie.
Found another one.
Body you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I need a medicine. Another poster here.
Also not the one we need.
This is a fire. Bunny we need. Oh. Okay. Giordano Crescente, welcome. Guys, be sure that you follow the channel though. Again, if you don't follow the channel, I'll follow right away after we need a giveaway. That's called being a little shit. You know what I mean? Oh, first aid please, first aid please. Dude! It's only psychotic stuff, man. Oh my god. There's a star here. That's the one I found earlier. It's insane. I didn't see any... Oh, lore here. We should grab that. I think it works for both, right, George?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen any meds, guys.
I have meds for you.
Yeah, meds? Jesus Christ. Dude, I keep looking here without running and stuff. There's a bottle here. I can't find any meds. Coming to you now.
Meds on me. And also some freak.
Some freak, yeah? It's kind of people, man.
It wasn't just his father who has wrestling roots. The Rock's mother, Atta, was adopted into the most iconic Samoan wrestling family of all time, the Anawai family. Her father is wrestler High Chief Peter Maivia, and his wife Leah is one of wrestling's first female promoters, which makes The Rock related, through marriage of course, to the Wild Samoans, Yokozuna, Rikishi, Umaga, and Roman Reigns. It seemed like his destiny was written for him the moment he was born. However, The Rock did not want to be a wrestler. Growing up, Johnson moved around a lot. He briefly spent his childhood in Auckland, New Zealand, then he moved to Charlotte, North Carolina briefly, then to Hamden, Connecticut, where he attended elementary and middle school. When he was 12, they moved to Hawaii, where his mom's family lived. That's when it got rough, he says. His dad worked less, which sent them into poverty and led to fights with the family. He saw from a very young age how financially unstable a wrestling career would be. Frustrated with being poor, he started stealing, then getting arrested. He began getting into fights with kids at school and turning into an angry kid. As a 13-year-old child, he was lost and lacking guidance, so the family relocated again to Nashville, Tennessee before settling in Pennsylvania. Dwayne attended Freedom High School in Bethlehem Township in the Lehigh Valley. Freedom was his 4th high school in 3 years in 3 different states. Johnson found himself outside the principal's office at each school, frequently encountering conflict and participating in petty crime.
Što je odrao?
17, he was arrested.
Kad krene da priča okolo kuće, ide i priča, kako je odlično.
After settling an argument with
Bashchalik, welcome to my channel.
On the football field, Johnson was given the structure and
Gdje ne možeš kući?
Radila i onda se kući radila i onda sad sam išla. Eto.
Ja na školu.
Da, ja ne. Ti šta ima do toga?
Ništa da nas Nemanja nije radi jučer.
Radio.
Kad idem slobodno, da.
On je bio juče druga.
Sutra i preko sutra je treća.
Jeste.
U nedjelju je...
Danas je druga.
Nedjelju i ponedjeljak je slobodno.
Tako.
Ti?
Ništa, smo zajedno se ođe. Faliramo se da je kao, znaš, ono, nije ladno.
A više presmrdilo, brate, ovo i vreme i...
Preladno je. Uveče kad padne temperatura, ja nekad uključim grijanje. Ne uvijek, kao nekad, to je stvarno, ne mogu više izdržati. Mogu se u ćebe da šedi, razumiješ. Da legne, kao kokoška spanu se da nosi. Pošto je ladno. A pala je temperatura nenormalno. Tamo malo sunce ogrije, opet počne padat kiš. Gluposti. Majka smo se kao dogovorili, kao ajde, kao kad ustanemo ono ujutro, kao da čistimo ono kozama. Kao aj hoće, kaže majka, baci ćale kao koze napolje, znaš da ne smeti, ne možeš oko njih, svilom. I ja rekao je dobro, ja se ustanem 8:15, gledam napolje kiša ono pada. I ja rekao ništa dok.
Na spavanje opet.
A nisam, stao se pogleda neki film. Ja rekao proći kiša, šipka. Onda mi došao u goste Beka, kao da pije kafu, izbombardova mi je mozika. Ja taman ono, znaš, on se obično umori i onda ode ono, znaš, sam. Nekad nema više tema, dolazi ćao. A ne radi, ja ti pričao o teleteksu.
Ne.
Radi kao teletekst na prvoj. Da li su ime neke smetnje, nešto, uglavnom, normalan imaš televizijski kanal, nešto ne radi teletekst. I te ćale, kao ajde zovi da pitaš, šta da zovem? Rekao, jel ima televizija? Ima, jel imaju kanali? Svi imaju. Rekao, radi internet i telefon. Šta da prijavim?
Radi teletekst.
Ne radi vam teletekst. Kao u kvara, znaš. I Beka kao, ja ću da nazovem kad si ti nesposoban. I on, znaš, nazove u moje ime, znaš, postavi se kao ja. I nazove u službenicu, ona mu kaže, a znate, bilo je dosta pritužbi na to, kao, to je kao njihove su, znaš, njihov problem, znaš. Oni imaju neki kvar, kao ne mogu, kao taj teletekst, kao da šiju, možda će kao i ukinuti. Ja ono samo ćuti. I viče na kraju, Beka fala, jer kaže, Điketo viš. Kaže, ćale, fala.
I šta je rešio?
Kao rešeno, znaš. Mislim, ništa nije rešeno, samo kao, znaš, ono imaju...
Samo je rekao.
Da, samo kao imaju informaciju, znaš, imaju 100% informaciju, znaš, kao ništa od toga. Ja rekao, bravo. Mogao sam ti reći bez da zovem ništa. Druga je stvar kad ono, možda je to i kod vas bilo, ono, kad recimo baš nema neki kanal, znaš, nešto tako. Ne, ovo je vam pameti. Teletekst ne radi, možeš misliti.
Stvarno sad na leto, ovo ti ozbiljno kažem. Definitivno ćeš da mi...
Ovo za čega?
Da ono što smo gledali za onaj štampa, znaš, ono što si rekao. Jer Mihajlo će u septembru u elektrotehničku protokolu, mislim, trebat će mi štampač.
Da.
Tako da morat ćemo to odraditi, da bude mi do septembra završeno. Da li onaj kompjuter okej?
Ovo za čega?
Pa otko zna za njegove potrebe što...
Taj kompjuter je prije pripada meni, bar pola njega, to samo da znaš.
Ma znam,
tako da...
Mislim, može da obavljaš...
Može dosta da obavlja.
Eto, ne treba ništa da se dopunjuje i to.
Jedino da je Bog zna šta.
Jedino znači šta može se vidi.
Ne.
I onaj naš internet je okej, jel tako?
Imate internet, ja mislim, dovoljan za to što im treba za školu.
Pa to ti.
Zato što treba, ja mislim da je to.
A? Nemate vi potrebe za onim, kako se zove, videokonferencijama, da sad ono ima vas 20 u sobu, to bude nešto, kako ja znam.
Da.
Ste probali, jeste pričali s ovima iz Nemačke preko Skype-a?
Ma nisam. Mam na telefon pričam, preko videa.
Ja znam.
Mada ja ne volim da pričam preko toj kamere nikako. Meni to smara.
Nikad prekinut, jel to?
Kao staneš i onda... Ako bar kad ćutiš, ne vidiš toga, ako stojiš, ćutiš i gledate se, kao dva debila. Mislim, ne volim uopšte da pričam preko toga.
Znaš si staromad?
A nisam staromad.
Ne, to nisi. Da li si, kako su ljudi pre 100-200
nešto-
godina kad su...
Možda nešto što mi
Ne.
kaže, neko možda je ono u sebi, ono, znaš, napravim facu, ono, znaš.
A ovako ne
me
možeš.
može vidjeti.
Ne možeš budeš neiskren.
I to.
A to je, a?
Kako na posliću?
Ja sam ti glavni pizza majstor. Mislim, nije pizza.
Si bio i na onaj zames?
Ne, nego sam tamo svaki dan, hvala.
Ozbiljno?
Yes.
Nisi više na začin?
Ma, naši su od drugog. Samo što bojim se da je otišao na bolovanje. Ispresavija se preko palete.
Po padu?
A?
Pao?
Ma ne ja, nego taj što radi. Kao na začin. Na tamo razmeravanje začina. Prije neko ono, kad je to bilo prije 2 noći.
Pao?
Ma da.
Ko je to?
Ma kolega neki. Pa radi u firmu, pa onda radi popodne neku građevinsku firmu, neđe nešto.
To naj...
Nice. 2 posla radi.
Okle neće.
I onda odmara možda 5-6 sati dnevno, da dođe da radi večernju smenu, pa uveče, vidim ja pa njemu da mora. Još sam ja bio rekao prethodno, kao razmišlja o ovim nudem dobru dnevnicu, nema pojma 5-6 evra po satu, radi se dnevno, 8 do 10 sati. Pa rekao, pa što, šta god hoćeš, ja sam rekao, ja sam mlađi od njega ili stariji, nebitno, ja mu kažem, šta god hoćeš, samo izaberi jedan posao, nemoj da radiš 2, rekao, nema šanse, to normalan čovjek da radi. Taman da 2 posla radiš tipa da si portir u 2 firme, opet bi znaš, nije ti sve.
A kamo li da fizikališ?
Jes. Sluša, ovdje je najteže što dižeš, što kaže Nemanja, džako 15-20 kila, to ti je najteže. A obično su ili one kante po 5 do 7 kila ili džakovi po 12, nije to nešto teško. Ali radiš, znaš, uveče od 10 uveče, nekad, ne uveče, nego jednom nedeljno radiš smenu od 10 do 6 ujutro. Znaš, pa to baš nije sve. To se baš potrefilo ođe na pola smene. I zapeo za paletu i dočeka se na ruku i pošto je već prije iščašio zglob, isčašio nekako, što mu nabubrilo bilo ovako, odmah. Te neće ide kod doktora, hoće da ode u Srbru kod ovoga kiropraktičara, da mu, onaj što kao, taj kostolovci ti što namješta kosti, da mu kao on to vrati. Ja rekao, dobro, kako ćeš, najbolje znaš šta ćeš sa mnom. Te kao probat će da dođe, ne znam, sutra, naš ujutro kada radi.
Ma kako je ono?
Nemam pojma, poželj. Tako da, sutra ili će naći drugog radnika ili ću ja da radim tamo na ko zna.
Ko će umjesto tebe?
Ne znam, a ja već menjam jednog, tome se radi. Ja sam bio tamo na razmjeravanju tih začina, znaš, i onda radio sam možda nedelju i po dana tamo. I onda ovaj momak, i tamo kad je počela 3. nedelja, ovaj momak, to je prošla nedelja bilo, ovaj momak što radi te zamese, on otišao na bolovanje. I ovaj kaže, znaš ti to? Pa, rekao, nemam baš izbora, moram probati. I onda me ostavio bio jedan dan, znaš, ja i on smo po pola, ja i taj šef s mene. I onda me on me menja uglavnom kad je pauza. I onda, nije teško, donese ti sve sastojke i samo treba da paziš šta si stavio i kad ide sljedeća tura onoga testa da se mesi. Moraš da paziš da nema previše i eto, to je to. I da ne zezneš. Kao što sam jednom, nisam stavio džak toga, to je kao ta smeša zamis. Ide, ako ne staviš to, onda nije dovoljno testo ni slano, ni nema ukus, znaš, bude žito. I da smo jednom izbadili 100 kila i bačili u džakove u škrtu.
Zaboravio si da staviš.
A ko zna? Oni uvijek kažu da je ta kao smeš u pitanju, ne mora biti. Ja sam gledao recimo falilo je bilo 600 grama ovoga ulja i isto tako test ispalo nekako bljakavo, znaš. Ovaj momak što je merio, ja sam sve da mu pomognem, ali on nije nulira kantu, znaš, na vagi. I nije uračuna praznu kantu. I onda smo mi sipali tečnost, ja sipam. I kao to dobro, kao ovaj da je dobro. to je bilo zadnja kanta, ja ono zamiješam sve. I ono ja poslije, znaš, ja sve završio i ja ono penem po lice, ja gledam što vi radi. Ovi uzimaju ono, znaš, testo kao, kažu ne valja, kao, nisu rekli šta je, oni uvijek kažu da ne valja ta kao, na žaku 10 kila ti kao začina posebni. Kao nema kao smeše, jer ako gdje nema smeše, rekao, a ako zaboraviš da staviš džak te smeše, obično ti ostane na paletu jedan prazan džak, to jest jedan pun džak kao da iskoristiš. Kako nema viš kao gdje ništa. Onda se ja setim da uđem. I tako. Znači, nego što može sesija, zaboraviš što tu baciš. A kako ti se ne menja snalazi? Tvoj tata.
Što znam, ne žali se.
Vjeruj mi kak je posao on tamo radio i ja isto u LTS-u.
Bio i on 2-3 dana. Isto taj na zames je bio na godišnji, pa onaj Mihajlo i on su se mijenjali. 2-3 dana na začin, pa 2-3 dana na to.
Ne znam kako njemu ovo nije baš teško.
Kaže nije. Jedino kad kažu idu integralno. Onda je kaže.
A, da, kad ti ne ide ti pšenično brašno, nego ti ide to kao integralno.
A mora da ide tamo, pa
onda se šetaš.
Obično bi trebao još jedan tu da uskače.
Ali
obično više pomogne.
Da.
Kaže
Nekad ide brzo.
Da, brzo i onda...
Nema šanse, onda ideš, guraš troja kolica i treba da prazniš za jedan zamest, tada isprazniš 4-5 džakova. Onih po 20 kila. Ko će to stizati?
I onda kaže ovaj šef, je sve oko što brašna, šta ja znam, prosijavo i ostavlja da se...
Ma da, on ti dogura na paletu ti dogura kao 20 džakova po, ne znam koliko već, po 10-20 kila. Mislim po 20 kila. I da ti ono pocijepaš žak i staviš u mašinu, sama prosije. Ali što kaže, Nemanja, moraš da se prošetaš. A za to vreme, recimo, 10-15 metara dalje ti stoje dvije mešalice, moraš njih da paziš kad će one da završe i to. Malo je nezgodno. To je najteže. A kad je to najteže, vjerujem mi se ostalo lako.
A koje su vam išle? A da, juče je rekao ono da su otiče. Da, to se sve menja svaki dan, mislim. A ovo većinom kažu idu u običaj.
Većinom, da.
Kaže najgore, najče kaže jedna ide samo soda.
Jes.
Kaže smoriš se, brate. Varor. Kaže ne znaš šta će o sebi.
Da, zato što nema posla puno onda. Onda čekaš po 7-8 minuta dok imaš praznog hoda, dok ono recimo ne zamesi jedno. Da šetaš okolo, gledaš gledaš da li je temperatura dobra, pa pričaš sa njim, ako su žene tamo, znaš. Imaš 5-6 metara napred, imaju, ne znam, obično jedne ili dvije žene stoje tamo i paze da je ta delilica koja iz velikog kao rezervoara izvlači testo, da li dobro seče te kuglice, znaš, da li su dobrog oblika, da li je ukus dobar, znaš. Onda s njima možeš nekad popričati, ali istromirani su tamo žešći. Da, ja vičem, to ona ćerka od one goce. Ja vičem, Sidora! Ona, aha, šta je? Šta je kuku meni? Ja rekao, šta je? Ja gledam, rekao, šta vam je? A oni vjerovatno su imali incidente da nekom, ne znam, ruka upadne ili da se neko polomi tamo, znaš. Svi istromirani tamo kad neko vikne, ovi svi skoče, znaš, ono u fetu. Ja rekao, šta se radi? Isprepadan. Nešto isprepadan. Kako je u školi?
Dobro, još malo završava.
Ne. Je li imate neku pripremu za prijem ili tako nešto?
Doduše matematike nemamo, nismo imali.
Imaju iz srpskog, iz geografije.
Šta? Nemanja mi rekao šta će da upiše, ja sam zaboravio. Da nije...
A sad sam ti rekao.
Sad mi baš nisi rekla.
Kompjuter, elektrotehničko.
Mene ili Simu, kome si rekla?
A Sad sam tebi pričao.
Ovo je sekunde.
Rekao si samo u Topolu.
Rekao sam mu, evo.
Nije, ona je nešto, viš kako
Dobro,
Mihajlo
aj
zna.
nebitno, evo i sad.
Nisi spomenula koju?
Ne, nisi.
Samo si spomenula za kompjutere.
Možda se rekla gore Simo, a? Simo zna. Ba znam i ja, rekao mi je tvoj tata, samo se ja kao nešto... I tad sam ono bio u poslu, neđe nešto smo radili, pa mi to stalo malo u mozgu. Najviše para možda zaradiš, veruj mi, ako znaš da programiraš. Ali to ti ne dosadnije također.
I najteže.
A nije najteže, znaš, samo mora mnogo da se razmišlja. Ne volim baš to kad razmišljam.
Logički.
Mene to nervira.
Dobro, Mihajlo, ide ta logika.
Nije to logika. To ti je bukvalno da buljiš u redove onoga koda.
Da skontaš kako ide.
Jesi li kad gledao Mihajlo konzolu kad ti izbaci od Minecrafta recimo, ako ti izbaci onu grešku, onaj prozorčić pa ti piše 20 linija teksta, ne znaš zašto neće da ga pokrene. Naprimjer. A eto ti takva situacija. Kad programiraš nešto i nije baš zabavno, ali da?
U nekom programu da isprogramiramo sliku kao...
Animaciju?
Pa je tako, kao kuću.
Da.
I kao da uneseš u tom polju nešto da ukucaš, ovo smo iskopirali.
Da izgleda kao da se vrata otvaraju i zatvaraju. Ali to? Ne, tako smo mi nešto slično imali, evo se mi isto.
Nas veze s time nema.
Idemo. Do babe dođe ispušen cigar.
Čekaj, ste vi bili gore?
Jesu. To se javimo tebi, vidimo šta radiš.
A šta radi? Odmaram dok mogu, znaš. Kad mi Ćale ne daje domaći zadatke. Jes. Hvala je. Čuvac. Ćao. Oh my darling, oh my darling, oh my darling, Clementine. Кто это? Šta ima kuma?
Šta je? Mam ništa, gledam cijeli dan, kepec.
Ovo ništa. Si danas bolje?
Bolje, a ne znam šta je bolje, ako ja sam uvijek dobro, no...
No, ljudi oko tebe nisu dobro, no?
A, naš kako, ako ne djera nikako.
Puni su negativne energije, jel to?
Pa da, nema potrebe za tim, znaš.
Nema. Zbilje nema.
Nije problem negativna energija, no kad hoćeš da mi objasniš da je negativno pozitivno, ekstremno sam dobro naučen.
Alo?
To je... Da?
Mislim da ne priča s nama, priča s Tominijom. I kod njega ti je...
Ekstremno sam dobro naučen što je dobro, što je loše, bre. To je... Znam što je dobro, što je loše.
Nekad prviše burno reaguješ.
Pa moram reagovat zato što 100 puta ti kažem fino, pa to ti ona priča, gledaj. Kume, što si nervozan?
Da.
Ne, što si nervozan, kume?
Ali nisam.
Što si nervozan, kume?
Nisam kume nervozan.
Kume, nervozan si, kume.
Jel to pokušaš da mu ubediš da sam nervozan?
A što si nadrkan, kume?
Što bi bio?
Što si nadrkan, čovječe? Šta je s tobom, jebe? Što si
neka,
nervozan, ne?
To je neka obrnuta psihologija, a?
A ne, no, brate, što si nervozan? Koji tebi kurac? Zato što ko ti dira, bre? Što si ti nervozan?
Nemam komentar.
A, eto vidiš. Razumiješ? Znaš, što si? Čovječe, jebote li te dira?
Leave Britney alone.
Pa, leave Britney alone, yes. Znaš, ono, ako ti neko ne odgovara, fino mutiraš. Znaš, se ja mutiram malo nekome, i čao. Pa vidim da me dodaje tu neke Viber grupe, a vidim da su i tebe dodali.
To je šala i komedija.
Ali tebe nema tu, tu si jesi. Nenad Pantelić, Mr. Hanson, Komilija, dobro. A gdje je ploča? A gdje je ploča? Ne ova što je Beka izgorio sa nekim naduvanim likom, no keš je uvricuna keš. Da, šalno. Kao što sam rekao, a sad sam baš u kurac tako, nemojte mene, reći vam nešto ružno. Vidim da te forsira neki tu tip, nešto... Pa je? Muka kad dođe Đuka...
A Đuku ne zovete?
Malo
Luka.
I
malo sudbine.
Malo Luka. Moja bruka.
Počeš se bacaš stihove u slobodnom.
Aj, brate. A šta da radim, kad sviš da su kreteni, pojedu govna i neće da vidim da su pojedu govna. Kako se ljudi kume za dinar vati, ja znam šta je, pa dođe u Discord, pa pola je naš. Imaš Borisa, imaš Beku, imaš Nenada, ne mogu reći za narkomana smrdljivog. Ili se on jeba za pare, ne bi. Ja mislim da mali narkoman čuna ne bi, da, ne bi. Ali gledaj ovo, evo ti 3 na 3. Gledaj ovo, znači Boris, Beka, Nenad, vs. Kešo, ja i ti. To je to tamo. Ja, evo ti dalje. Vlado isto, koliko sam skontao, dinar mu je traktorska guma. Vlado isto malo, ali Vlado ne fanticira to, naš pare pucam u kurac. Znači Vlado je neutralan, da. Znači imaš 3 glodara za pare, znači 3 čovjeka koja bi se u bulju za pare. Imaš 3 čovjeka koja apsolutno im pare ništa ne znače. Imaš 3 čovjeka koja su neutralna. Vlado, Makić i... Ko je ono treći? Stani, ko mi fali jebote? Ko fali treći? A?
Simon.
I Simon, bravo. Bravo Simon, jes.
Pošta Srbije.
Da, 3, znači 3, znači ovo je strašno, ovo je pakao. Pa pakao, začarani krug, jes.
Vlada radi neke stvari koje ti radi, znaš. On uzme i izbacio na onaj bench forum, onaj RS. Uze mehaničku tastaturu i restaurirao je. Ja rekao što nisi kupio novu tastaturu. Pa kao, bila mu je fora da popravi stav, mehaničku tastaturu. Tastaturu staru 15-20 godina.
Čekaj, ne, samo. Znači, lapsus, ajmo opet. 15 godina mehaničku tastaturu.
Da, staro.
Ajmo opet ponoviti rečenicu.
Restaurirao je.
15 godina staru mehaničku tastaturu.
Jeste.
Mehaničku.
Da, mehaničku.
Prije 15 godina.
Da, ona iz kancelarije, znaš. Onih IBM.
To nije mehanička.
Jeste.
To nije...
Češ da pitamo Vladu?
A, brate, sad ću ga zvat, nije mehanička, ne može to biti mehanička, čovječe.
Jes, mehanička tastatura.
Ona što sam ja koristio godinama, nije to mehanička, čovječe. Dobro, stani, ja kažem...
Pitaj ga, ajde. Ne. Interveniš?
Polako. Nema Nenade.
Ima. Mehanička tastatura.
Prije 15 godina, nemoj me zajebavati.
Jes.
A nije postojalo, čoveče,
Yes.
nije mehanička, ima a ne lupajte,
Yes.
bijemo ja autoriči.
Postojalo mehaničke.
A nije no je zvonila ka mehanička, nije mehanička.
Jeste
Čoveče,
mehanička.
nije svako dugme bilo zasebno, nemojte lupat.
Jes. Tako su se preizađivale tastature. Ovo je kao u kvizu muzička slagalica. Stvari su mnogo starije nego što ti misliš.
S.W.Frost. Welcome to my channel.
Oh. Hello, greetings.
Samo. Samo malo.
Que será? Never will be.
Je lota, majke ti? Samo da pita me lota.
Ne znam, moraš vladu da pitaš.
Ova desno što vidiš, ne, ti pogledaj.
Ne, mora da znači da je kao tvoja. Ja sam rekao mehanička tastatura. Ne mora da bude, nemoj da me uzimaš da je to taj model.
Hoću da uzmem tebe za usta. Znači, ovi modeli su svi bili.
Znači, ako kažem... Benchmark forum, samo da nađem. Ima članak vladin. Benchmark forum.
Daj mi sam da imam.
Evo sad smo, našao sam prva mehanička tastatura.
Nema mi prva mehanička tastatura, pokažem mi.
Gdje je first mechanica keyboard.
Dobro, pokažem mi.
Ajde, kad?
Razum prije emocija.
Ima da ti ja...
Prva mehanička tastatura je, aj kažemo, rađe 1970.
Bravo, Nenade, aj pokaži mi tu sliku, Nenade.
Ne, mora slika, hoćeš taj članak, šta?
Možeš članak, koji god ćeš, aj pošaljem bilo šta, daj mi informacije.
Evo ti Reddit, sine.
Stani ti s Redditom, pušti kuma, alo.
Uzem sutra tortilje da napravim.
Molim te, samo daj mi, pošalji poruku u telefon da pogledam, mada sjetit ću se.
Dobro, Nenade, aj ti kume, samo mi pošalji ovaj.
Ja pošaljem.
Ti.
Moramo čekat Vlada da dođe. Nemoj da ti ja tražim njegove članak. Da, Vlada napisao je članak o tome na benchmark forumu. Ali nisam ja taj koji je tu radio, on je.
Ne, ti si reka, sad ću da ti pošaljem Vlada u članak i ja čekam.
Mrzi me da tražim, da ja si na benchmark forum da ti prekopavam. Zbog čega? Da bi se ja s tobom objašnjavao? Da bi dokazao da si u pravu, nisi.
Čekaj, samo stani. Vidi Nenada. Aj, Nenade. Ne. Hoćeš da dođem u taj smoljinac, svom tastaturu, da ti glavu zatvaram s njom.
Ja imam tako tastaturu.
Čekaj, jel hoćeš stvarno, brate, da dođem tamo da bijem redom ljude s ovom tastaturom? Ti normalan?
Dođi u gradski.
Ovo mehanička tastatura, bolesniče, može pisat tu šta hoćeš. Ja znam u tastaturu jer sam je otvara. Mehanička tastatura ti je svaki od onih dugmića je zaseban.
Pa i ovdje je zaseban.
A nije, čoveč ima onu gumu dolje, jao, nemoj. Pa kume, ovo sam koristio godinama, čoveč.
Jeste.
Zvoni kao mehanička. Zvoni, stvarno zvoni, Nenade. Znaš kako zvoni, baš ono full mehanika. Ali, brate, nije.
Šta nije?
Dobro, slažemo se da se ne slažemo.
Dobro,
pravo si.
First Mechanical Keyboard AMB Model M. Dobro, okej, super.
Ja ti pričam o onim glupavim kancelarijskim tastaturama, onim govnima. To nije ni PS2 port, to onaj serial port je meni.
Da.
Stari.
This is something that vintage keyboard is not wonderful. Družo, ta tastatura mi živice pojela.
Ma neću bre da se zamaram time, ja ti kažem Vlada je radio glupost. Ili kad je uzeo čovjek novog miša i zamenio mu je mikrokontrolere, da bi kao duže trajao. Ja sam ga pitao što nije uzeo novog miša umjesto da menja kontrolere na mišu. Eto, čovjek voli da se zanima time, to je meni van pameti. To je njegov hobi, meni je to gubljenje vremena. Shit. Oh my god, oh my god.
Discipline his life otherwise lacked. Quick became the strong male figure he needed since his father, Rocky, was usually away working. As a 6'4", 230-pound junior, Johnson wreaked havoc from the defensive line. He fell in love with the game. It gave his life purpose. Coach Quick sat him down and said, "Listen, your family doesn't have any money, your grades are average. If you're going to get out of this town and make a different life for yourself, football is the vehicle." Dwayne's mentality did a 180, from being a rebellious criminal to a fully focused and determined young man obsessed with making it. He became a 3-sport athlete: football, wrestling, and track and field. Liberty High School competed in the Eastern Pennsylvania Conference, in which the wrestling programs have been ranked best in the nation by Win Magazine, and have been described as among the nation's best in the sport for nearly 3 decades. And despite his wrestling talents, football was where his heart was. Dwayne had only played for 2 years, but he drew the attention of NCAA Division I collegiate programs. College football recruiters ranked him among the nation's top 10 high school defensive tackles. He received offers from Penn State, UCLA, Clemson, Florida State, and dozens of other top programs.
Gameplay loop.
Ne lupaj.
Prilično sam siguran da je to najbitnije.
Ne lupaj, pogledaj.
Da, to je najbitnije.
Pogledaj.
Ako igra nema poentu...
Pogledaj.
Najbitnije igricama, vrlo široko si me pitao.
Najbitnija stvar, da.
Najbitnija stvar. Interfejs također. Ako nema dobar UI... Ne znam. Ne znam kako možeš da igraš nešto što nema funkciju.
Pogledaj.
Trenutno bijem nešto. Moraš se čekat minut.
Se ponašaš ko da si malo uman. Bank ovaj grup.
A?
O majko moja.
Gledaj, ne.
Treba prevesti strano pročišćenje ljudske raste.
Pa karizma, kum ne može zajebati, sjećaš se u Fallout što je radio.
What'd you put the rest on?
Charisma.
Yeah, like, obviously, out of your 20 starting ability points, you put some into charisma. And then you put some into, like, constitution.
Imaš stvari na koje harizma ne radi.
Na koje?
Na primjer, ako pričamo konkretno u stilu tih...
Fallout?
Ne, mora biti Fallout. Imaš recimo bossa ili recimo lidera frakcije na koga ne radi tvoja harizma.
Evo sad pogledaj snimak pa ću vidjeti.
Hell yeah, I cannot wait to get to this.
Radi na njega, radi neku drugu ko će to odradi za tebe.
Radi na nižim pionima.
Radi na svim. Jel ti gledaj, kad imaš harizmu, prije svega možeš da kupiš stvari mnogo jeftinije i brže i bolje.
Pokušavam da čujem zašto mi pričaš kad ne mogu da vidim.
Gledaj, da.
Charisma, baby.
Show me a stat.
Harizma 20.
Put them all into charisma.
Hell yeah.
Look, you have to diversify your ability points, otherwise you're going to be completely unable to help in any situation. I don't know what you were thinking. Oh my god!
Huh?
What are you doing?
Look, we clearly have different playstyles. You want to kill orcs and slay dragons.
Well, how do you want to save the world? Look, I really just want to get through the campaign. Hey! Oh, come on, man. I really want to focus on the story.
Totally, same.
I don't know. Maybe we should just play this separately.
Hang on, what?
I don't know. I think our playstyles are just very different, and I don't know if we're gonna work together.
Come on, bro, you haven't even given me a chance.
I don't know, man.
Bro, please, this is really important to me. I promise I'll be an asset.
Okay, but look, if you're not helping, I'm gonna play by myself.
Deal. Okay.
I oni su krenuli da gojaju ovo. Penja.
You missed the whole thing! The whole fight! Okay, the Demon Lord is just up ahead. Okay, I should probably do most of this by myself, considering the fact that you put all of your stats into charisma.
Hang on, no, I can help. Haven't I been helping this whole journey so far?
Surprisingly, yes. But no, the Demon Lord is resistant to charisma like all demons. He's so deeply infused with dark magic that he hates all of mankind. No one can charm him.
Yeah, but
no, trust me, there is nothing you can do. I've been specifically buffing my constitution and my strength so that I can defeat him and I can take him down. No! There is no possible way that you defeat him like this!
Kao što rekao, ne radi na boss.
This fucking game, man, I swear to God.
Hold up. Did you guys know that you can join on YouTube and you can support us right here, where you can unlock exclusive emotes and badges?
I decided to join them on YouTube.
Despite his wrestling talents, football was where his heart was. Dwayne had only played for 2 years, but he drew the attention of NCAA Division I collegiate programs. College football recruiters ranked him among the nation's top 10 high school defensive tackles. He received offers from Penn State, UCLA,
Mislim, taj lik i nije gej, znaš, ali
dozens of
ispada.
other programs, but he eventually received a full athletic scholarship from the University of Miami, whose football program was then one of the best in the nation. In 1990, he made
A ovo nije gej što neće. Drugi snimak nije gej.
Nisam ni rekao, nego za ono prošlim posle.
Da, ali ovo drugo je
Hteli
dobro.
su nešto da dokažu, ali mogli su idu na drugačiji način na nas. Ne. To i čitava poruka koju ste da pošalji izgubila se, znaš.
Ali ova druga je bolja.
Da je krenuo da zavodi kao ženski NPC-e, pa bože sačuva ovo.
Da, pogledaj neki drugi snimak izdrži malo.
Mogli su da naprave, ne znam, da igra svojima karte ili pikade ili poker ili da obari ruke.
Da, sam ovaj drugi vadi gol, ne, vjeruj mi.
Meni se smučio...
Jes pa.
Ne znam šta su teli da napravi.
Dosadni su s tim pederskim fonima više.
Ali pogledaj drugo za pederske forice, baš se poslali po pederskim, pogledaj. Mada pedernik vlada i kao.
To je ovaj Kung Fu.
Pogledaj to.
Si znao da su mu skoro svi članovi familije bili rvači. Profesionalni rvači. I Keva isto, da misli.
Da?
Od ovoga Rock Johnsona, za Dwayne Rock Johnsona. Da, kažem, Keva mu je isto bila rvač. Među kao prvim ženskim promoterima tamo. O bože.
Jebote, kume, našao sam film, Ivo! Znaš mi telefon,
Smak svijete će bude shodno.
Hoće.
Šta je, Nenade, stvarno ćeš taj spolnino koji koriš, šta? Šta je to? To ću, brate, a šta ćeš onda kada ja dođem?
Onda neće se...
Ja se možda neću vratiti, druža, ali neće niko ni ostati za mene, znaš.
Znači ti zamišljaš da si neki epic hero, a?
Epic hero, ne?
On je glavni karakter.
Jako ti dođe u taj smoljinac. Malo će ti sudije biti.
On je glavni. A ja sam na... Aj zdravo. Šta kažu?
Znaš,
Što je bila poenta ovoga klipa Kung Fu, nemam pojma.
Jesi pogledao do kraja? A jesi do kraja pogleda?
Karaj muškarca da bi kao ukra to.
Kraj mu jebo maj. Nije, vidi da mu zabi nož u leđa.
Kome da zabiš nož u leđa?
Matahari, a?
Pa je.
Matahari.
Znaš ono, jebi ga. Znaš kao budemo dobri u ono, onda ti ga zgori je. Momci, niste mi ništa radili, tako da ne bi želio ništa da vam loše reknem. Odoh.
Ajde.
Laka noć. A nade tebi što se tiče spomenica, ja ću doći po nič
Taži se Nenad, živi mrtav.
Znači, prije mrtav nego živ. Doći tamo s bocom rakije, druže, zapalit ću vas i sve mene. Znaš ti to? Aha, tako sam mislio. Kako se sviđa. Viš kume kako se boji.
Oh fuck, my budget.
You can't say fuck. This is a baby website for little babies now. Oh no!
And Nenade!
Overwatch 2 Remaster. Sorry. It's been reforged. I love the fact that Kira used the title Blizzard just rug pulled Overwatch 2. Because this guy spends so much time covering crypto scams that's just the term you use whenever a company does something like this. Because really, is he wrong? Activision this one comes as no surprise to me and shouldn't for anybody else. Bad company. Blizzard. Bad company. Overwatch 2 devs announced that most of the original plans for PvE have been scrapped. Now, if you've not followed Overwatch at all, maybe this doesn't sound like a huge deal whatsoever. If you followed it even loosely, you should probably know at this stage that the entire reason for Overwatch 2 to exist, or at least a publicly discussed reason from Blizzard, is for the PvE. That's what my understanding was. That Overwatch 2 is a new game, and I played defense so hard. Like, can we go back and actually, let's see, fans, Overwatch...
Od čega, brate, od kukuruza?
Jesus Christ, this
ne pravimo, to pravite vi Slovenije u kukuruzi.
Sloveni, mi Sloveni. Mi pravimo od kukuruza Sloveni. Mi Sloveni. Ja sam Sloven.
Rakija se pravi od voća.
Slušaj, ako ne, moram ti objasniti stvar. Da, ja sam ti čovjek koji je prerasta nacija.
Yes, you're right. It's if you have Overwatch 1. So you just still are buying the same game. It's like, hey, if you want to buy this game, you did an update for it, and there it is.
Ali za mene ne postoji nacija, za mene samo postoji Crna Gora, razumiješ, sve ostale nacije su mi nebitne.
It's not like you are paying any extra money for Overwatch.
A imam i sad, mogu sad da odem da ga izvadim.
Idi izvadi ga.
Pa poći, što neću proći. Ali moram da prvo vama harač da platim.
So many times.
Možemo.
Because
smo te školovali.
Vi ste mene školovali. Ovo je mene, gdje ste me liječili, druže, bačili ste me tamo u Beogradu, mlinac za meso. Bio sam upišan i posran 10 dana. Gdje ste me liječili, druže?
No, the difference with New World is they actually made the game better.
I volja za život.
These guys didn't even do, like the New World devs were like, okay, you don't like the game, alright, we're gonna start changing it, adding new content. These guys did the this is like, imagine if they add in the 2 expeditions at the beginning, like the Genesis and fucking Lazarus, and they just make a post and say, we can't make any more of these.
Dobio sam rezenu gumu od, ne znam, John Deere.
I can't believe it, you defend them, but they fuck up, I can't believe this.
What they sold the game as. We're retiring Overwatch 1, a game you paid money for, but don't worry, we're upgrading Overwatch 2 into
Can somebody please make a compilation of all the times that I reassured people that Overwatch 2 would be good because the PvE is coming? Please, I want somebody to do this. Overwatch PvE could be fun. I played Overwatch 2 a lot off stream even. I find it to be fun. Am I crazy? Yes, because some people don't like Overwatch 2. I'm curious to see why people don't like it. The PvE content is that's what really is going to move the game forward. It is free. In every definition of the word, Overwatch 2 is a free game. It is a free game. I think that anybody who's trying to act like it's not is being completely fucking disingenuous. It's common sense. Like, I can't see how anybody would not see this. But we already paid for the game, we paid for Overwatch 2 because Overwatch 2 is PvE. Wait. You paid for Overwatch 2 because it's PvE? Have they said that the free pass of Battle Pass in Overwatch 2 will be able to be accelerated with real life money? No, they have not said that. They actually explicitly said the opposite. Tower Fantasy is a blatant, shameless cash grab. Yeah, it's standard gotcha garbage. But this is totally different.
New engine, which some people don't think it feels worse. We're going to rebalance the game, we're going to take it from a 6v6 to a 5v5, we're going to add a game mode, we're removing some stuff, including loot boxes because of regulatory concerns, and there's going to be PvE, missions, campaign, this whole hero mode, and that's going to be a big focus. That's why we've not been releasing content for Overwatch 1, even though we said this was going to be a game that would be consistently updated and be at the forefront of, you know, Blizzard's push forward as one of their main staple games. So when Blizzard comes out and says, oh yeah, you know, the PvE stuff we said we were going to be doing, that's the entire reason to sunset Overwatch 1 and give you Overwatch 2, we're just not doing it anymore. We just can't deliver on it. So obviously from 2019 until Overwatch 2's launch, which isn't even really a launch, it's kind of like an early access because obviously all they did was...
Well, that's what we thought, right? Is it was going to be like early access and then, like the real Overwatch 2 is going to come out at the end of the year. It's going to come out at the start of 2023, or it's going to be, guys, it's going to be out soon, right? And then like whenever it's out soon, then the game's going to come out, it's going to be like a whole new game. Yeah.
PvP, which you already had in Overwatch 1, so they just gave you Overwatch 2 when you already could have been playing Overwatch 1 and it wasn't the same game, but this is, how do you even fucking describe this to somebody? If you can't
well, you could describe it as like, you're making a maze, you're making the PS6, the PlayStation 6, and then Sony comes out and they say, we're still gonna make the PlayStation 6,
Fali zato što ne mogu da je nađem, to mi živce namješta u telefon. Daj mi broj pa ću provjeriti.
Pa uzmi onaj Tesla srpski telefon.
8.6. You can still buy the new console.
4.2.
4.5. So PS5, yeah, basically. Yeah, but it's like basically that's what it would be.
From 15 years ago, who was playing Blizzard games, where Blizzard was the king of game development. They could do no wrong. They just released banger after banger after banger.
Imaš
childhood, Blizzard, what's your favorite game? It's a Blizzard game from back in the day. And now you look at this, and they've... I can't describe this as anything other than lookable. It would be unfair to do so.
I love that. The fact that he's Blizzard. That's what it was, yeah. And it's like... I still do think that like Overwatch 2, like, you're not gonna get me to tell you that playing a free game is like a bad thing. Like they still did make a paid game free and they removed loot boxes. I would consider this a W. However, if you are a consistent Overwatch 1 player, and you like the loot boxes, and they took that system away, and now you have to farm forever, or you have to pay money to get the skins that you are already going to get on your own, I can absolutely see that. I would be, I think it really, you know what they should do as an apology for this? They should give people back the loot box system and make them only earn in the game.
065 248
They should give people back the loot box system and be like, listen, we know this is fucked, and just have it be in terms of, yeah, and that's it. Because if they did that, I feel like nobody would have any room to complain. The game's free, it's the same, you can earn the same shit, and that's it. Well, I mean, this isn't gonna happen, right? I'm making this up right now.
Cryptocurrency all the time. I can't see how selling somebody on this game will have this, buy this game,
Neću da instaliram kad ne vidim čeka ga nema. Hoću da ga vidim, observacija, druže, ja da tražim sad posebno tastaturu za mene neću, druže, ja se stapam s masom.
Remember what McConnell said during BFA about achievements?
Nešto stari Crnogorci bili rimokatolici.
I'm farming the achievements now, so in the future, if the game ever gets good again, they'll matter. I guarantee you that people bought skins in Overwatch 2 thinking that Overwatch 2 would pop off and be really popular, and they'd be able to see more of their skins whenever they played. I mean, there it is, right? Sad. Whenever they played the PvE mode. I did, yeah, there you go. That's your fault? I mean, is it really your fault for thinking that the flagship... It's like, imagine Blizzard, they're shipping Shadowlands, and like a month before Shadowlands comes out, after like 2 delays on the expansion, they're like, guys, listen. This whole idea of like us going to the realm of death and everything, like, it really just kind of like, it just doesn't really work. And so, we're still going to have the expansion. It's just that you're not going to go anywhere. There's just going to be like 10 more levels, you can level through like doing dungeons or whatever, right?
On je ispod tih cigala, znaš.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a bad example for Shadowlands. But yeah.
On je ispod nego mile
not delivering on the literal things that the game was sold on, I cannot understand how that is not just a rug pull. It sounds like a fucking scam. I would just like to know where the nuance is here that I'm missing, that this is considered some form of scam, some form of rug pull. Here we have it.
The nuance is that they are still doing some PvE functions, okay? Like, I don't want to completely shit on Blizzard. They are still doing it. It's just that, you know, whereas before it might be 50%, now it's probably like 10%. If that.
Here's the interview that they posted. All of the 23,000 to 2,000 dislike to like ratio.
Oh, no problem. And Jared, I think I wanna start with you. Is you?
Jared, we've got to throw you under the bus now, brother. Are you ready?
I've got to tell you guys, I really have got to say it. We gotta hand it to Jared here. Jared did such a good job saying it, because like whenever you're telling somebody the thing that you wanted isn't gonna happen, like people are already gonna get mad, right? But like he did his best to frame it in a way that wasn't just, it wasn't like, this is the best it could have gone.
Zato što su pretrčali da ga izvuku iz cigala.
Da, možda
A ti si to da vidiš nastavak. Nastavak je od trenutku, kako je moj kum. Radi.
Možda umire tamo neća.
Nema drugog dela. Ako pitaš da li ima drugi dio filma.
He's even saying it a lot of the point in
to su ti snimali
of Overwatch 2 was on the PvE.
Prema mom kumu su snimali onaj film, onaj Sisu.
And as work slowly continued on Overwatch 2, we began to put more
prema tebi su snimali onaj film Sisu, znaš kad se zabije s avionom u blato. Bljes.
Nenad misli da je to nemoguće. Nenade, trebaš da znaš jednu stvar, ja sam čovjek čiste volje, razumiješ?
Čovječija volja je neuništiva, ako želi da živi.
Ja sam ti, druže, kao ideal, Nenade, kao ideal. ideal, kume, ne možeš me ubiti, razumiješ?
Pa Josip Broz Tito, Stalin i Hitler zajedno, a?
Da, sve to pomalo.
Što si rekao, Nenade?
A?
Kažem, ko Josip Broz Tito, Stalin i Tito zajedno.
Nenade, ako ti ja dođem tamo, ima da te počneš da se krstiš,
da ga deportuješ, hoćeš da ga deportuješ.
Nenad ne zna kume ništa, brate, razumiješ? Ja njega razumijem, ža mi ga.
Kako ne zna?
Nenada ža.
Vidiš da zna.
Ne znate, zna. Sad ću ti Nenade poslat nešto, samo eto, vidiš. Vidiš no što se ja, brate moj. Brate moj, Nenade. Eto, ovo peše solidno.
Znaš, kad ljudima kad pošalješ to kome misle da si fejkao to, radi osiguranje.
Znam. Znam, ne, znaš koliko sam ljudi, na šta mi najjača fora, kume, kad kažem...
A ti si to sakrio iza, kao kad je to počeo pada i kao da bi isfolirao osiguranje.
Ja sam kao izaću, sad ću ja da izađem, da.
Kao ono sve u redu, kao snimanje filma.
A zamisli i to, jebate. Znaš šta mi je vrhunac, kume, što kad kažeš ljudima da ne slomljenih pršena, oni svi ono...
Ne verujem.
Da. Je meni onda ono, znaš, i obično je tu neko prisutan. Ja rekao, samo kažem, koliko sam ono slomio pršena, znaš, i onda ovaj kaže da neću. Ja me stavi i gleda, mi ništa mi nije jasno, znaš. Ti nije jasno kretenu jedan, bre, iskomplicirano.
Ne, nije jasno kako mrdaš i dalje.
Pa, to. To, znaš, bolesnici. Nenade.
Čovjek ako ne želi da umre, neće umreti.
Tačno. Bravo, kume. Bravo. Nenade, možeš sad, slušaš me sad?
Kaži, slušam.
Ne slušaš, slušaj sad. Ovako se desilo, mi smo propali. Slušaš?
Dobro.
I sad propali smo ja i taj skroz desno. Znači ja sam u sredini, ovaj desno, pošto ovaj s lijeve strane, on je u stvari u sredinu. Jer to je iz ugla naš snimano i sad ne vidi se tačno pravi ugao. Taj lik što je lijevo, on je u sredinu, ja sam lijevo, ovaj je desno, razumiješ?
Live game,
i sad kad smo mi pali, ovaj njegov brat ostvara, ovaj jedan sklizanist u gredu i nije mu ništa bio, razumiješ? A ja i ovaj smo bubnuli dolje, razumiješ? Na beton. Čuješ?
Dobro.
Šta dobro?
Ovaj zbrinuli smo neku gredu, ovi ste palili na beton.
Ko je ovaj? Što je slizan iz greda?
Pa brate od ovoga, otkud ja znam ko je.
Bravo. Dobro, ne, samo vidim da li pratiš.
On sam provjerava da li si tu.
Tačno, da si u toku. Slušao sam, ovaj je bubno glavom.
Ne. Da.
Evo. Šta je ovo?
Dobro. Bubno je glavom.
Hoćeš da ti pokažem? Otvori Discord.
Ajde.
Otvori.
Idu ljudi! A dobro, ali kako to dominiraš?
Bez te Nemci šta se radi? Skroz dole levo, vidiš da ti piše ikonica Montenegro. Imaš tamo crno kamera, imaš share your screen, imaš ono start activity, imaš soundboard kao notu, vidiš?
Opet soundboard.
Klikneš tu, vidi. Mi smo ubacili, vidiš, ovo je 4. Imaš tu Gamers for Life, imaš 4 koje je Nenad. Ja sam mu predložio, on je ubacio, bio 4.
A bez te Nemci šta se radi?
Ne. Da. Idu ljudi! A imaš i ono...
Da dodam, da ću ja dodam.
Imaš i... Može još 4 se dodaje, a šta bi ti to dodao, prosto?
Ne, Jasmo, hoću to da dodam.
Dobro, i ovaj bubno u glavom i što je bio dalje?
Čekaj, hoću Jasmo, to mi sad nije
znam. Pa nađi neki klip.
Nađi pa ću da dodam.
500 kilobita, ali tako? Mora biti 500 kilobita MP3.
Najveći što
MP3, ali tako?
Moram da ga napravim, jel?
Pa i sjeci sam.
Dobro. Ovaj bubno glavom, slušao ne nade.
Dobro.
Pa sad šta prolazi mi kroz glavu. I sad on je bupno glavom i sad on tu je meni kod noga, razumiješ, pošto on mene povuka me za rame i na ono daljinik se vadi, razumiješ. On je uvatio se za mene i svuka me ispod sebe, ali ja sam pa na kičmu, on je pa na glavu, razumiješ. Sila, inercije, bla bla bla, kako sve to ide i uglavnom noge su bile na glavi i bupno je glavom i uglavnom staje da diša, razumiješ, nije disa više. I sad je fora bila, ja sam bupnuo dolje dobro. I ono kad sam bupnuo, njegov brat je odmah istrčao napolje. Taj što je niz gredu siša, razumiješ. A ostali smo, ovaj tu, na liniju paljbe. Vidio si na snimak taj dimnjak što pada, vidio si?
Dobro, jesam.
Taj dimnjak je išao na mene, direkt na mene. Pod uglom, baš ono, tačno, znači cilja je samo mene. Ovaj je bio meni kod noga, njega nije mogao dokačiti jer na mene išao. A fora je bila, ja sam pa iza te grede na koju je ovaj sklizno, kontaš? Pošto sam bio, znači sa strane, nisam bio u sredini, kontaš? Ovaj se vratio za mene, gledaj, znači zamisli ovako, imaš 3 tačke u dvodimenzionalnom svijetu, kontaš? 2 dimenzije, 1, 2, 3 tačke. Srednja tačka je sredina, apsolutno, razumiješ. Ova tačka lijeva, vrata se za desnu i završava pored te tačke desne, kod noga, znači u dubinu pravimo 3 dimenzije.
Like these are the trailers and everything showing what, you know, Overwatch 2 big deal. And what he's saying here, if you missed it by the way, is he's saying they had people playing live Overwatch. So Overwatch 1, while the development team's main focus was on Overwatch 2. So he's saying that the vision of Overwatch 2 was pulling focus away from Overwatch 1's live service, which of course it was, but you made that decision.
Site, or change our strategy and get something in front of players sooner. We chose the latter, and we released Overwatch 2 last October with new heroes, new maps, new modes, and regular seasonal updates. But more than that, we shifted our values for how we want to develop the game. No longer would we store content up for really big releases and leave the game sort of languishing on the side. Now we made a commitment to always prioritize the live game and all of the people playing it, and to devote our development efforts there. This game is nothing without all of you.
So we're going to spit in your open mouth by not delivering the main selling point of Overwatch 2, which I do just have to say, they didn't sell Overwatch 2 technically, because obviously it's a free-to-play game. But you know what they did do? They sold pre-order packages for their free-to-play game to allow you to play the game early, which, as we all know, millions of people do when a new game comes out or a game that they're excited for. And bear in mind, Blizzard is pulling from a pool of hundreds of millions of people that own accounts on the Battle.net. They said, you want to get in early? Well, you can. Pay us some money and you can get in early. So while they didn't technically sell everyone the game, they did remove access to a game you paid for that worked in one way, and then sold access to some people and gave everyone access to a game that works in a different way, on the promise that there would be X, Y, and Z, but there's only X, and it seems like X is mostly monetization, which we'll get to in a minute. So I'll
He's completely right.
To je sve bilo u te 2 sekunde, 3, razumiješ?
I mean, there it is. He's totally fucking right. This sucks.
Just read you the quote because the video I just can't be bothered to find.
I don't think it's lawsuitable. I don't think that there's anything. I think as with every other nothing's gonna fucking happen.
Development on the PvE experience, although this is from this, I'll leave a link to this in the video description, you can go check it. Development on the PvE experience really hasn't made the progress we would have hoped. The team has created a bunch of amazing content, so there's awesome missions that are really exciting, there's brand new enemies that are super fun to fight, and some truly great and ridiculous hero talents. But unfortunately, all the effort required to pull all of that together in a Blizzard quality experience that we can ship to you is huge, and there really is not an end in sight. So we are left with another difficult choice. Do we continue to pour all of that effort into PvE, hoping that we can land it in at some point in the future, or do we focus on the live game? Bear in mind, it was 4 years ago they announced this PvE stuff in Overwatch 2.
Yeah, how does this take? What the fuck? Didn't they make Halo 2 in like I mean, it must have been like 2 or 3 years, right? How do you make all of Halo 2 in 2 or 3 years? What the fuck?
They launched Overwatch 2 without that stuff, and now they're saying, oh yeah, we just can't get it ready. With everything we've learned about what it takes to operate this game at the level you deserve, it's clear that we can't deliver on that original vision for PvE that was shown in 2019. We won't be delivering that dedicated hero mode with talent trees, that long-term cooperation. Those things just aren't in our plans anymore. So this is not just them saying, oh, it's not going to be here for this year, it's not going to be here for next year. They're saying it's not in their plans. Full stop, it's just not coming. The things that they sold people on, the reason, the crucial core reason to create Overwatch 2 in the first place no longer exists. They're just not going to do it. Which I think is absolutely fucking ridiculous. But I'll just read you this post from the gaming subreddit to summarise why people...
Oh man, that sucks. The vast majority of the workload was fleshing out and balancing the talent trees, so much for that. I mean, who gives a fuck about the talent trees? Like, that's... Like, who I don't care about... I think the talent trees were stupid anyway. I don't think they would have worked. Just didn't like, change the way you're gonna do it. Don't just throw in the towel.
Well, we're upset with this in as concise of a manner as possible. Number 1, destroy the original game's balancing and meta with heroes that create harmful metas, stop developing Overwatch content causing it to die, and leaving it a balancing mess so people would lower their standards to view any change as a good change. Announce sequel with ambitious PvE campaign mode to justify it. PvP is revealed to be the same with minor reworks, and 5v5 making PvE the only thing to actually look forward to. Announce that PvE won't come at launch, and release it in early access. Delete the original game.
Yeah, and I defended this. That's fine. Just release it whenever you can. Holy fuck, man. This is so sad.
Paid for to consolidate player base.
You know what this really makes me concerned about is like Blizzard's survival game.
Panika, šta li već, kako god. Meni je to dugo trajalo. Oni su ga iznijeli I neko se šetio da ga uvale u bure od vode.
Yeah, like, is it gonna be the same stuff or what?
Aggressive monetization of skins and a battle pass to increase revenue while still holding PvE over our heads. More silence on PvE, players get angry, but many, myself included, have faith they'll deliver on their promises.
Yep, I did too.
Then they announce a PvE update interview, misleading everyone into thinking we would see anything. Number 11, announce its cancellation on the grounds it was taking too much away from the PvP that they released in early access, and the whole reason Overwatch 2 existed. So I would say, other than the, I guess, opinions about balancing and things, this is a fairly objective analysis of what happened. It obviously doesn't include the entire fact that Overwatch is not on.
I think this is relatively fair. Somebody also said, remember Warcraft Arclight Rumble? Yeah, did they ever make that phone game? Whatever happened with that? No?
Vrće se taj isti brat, njegov bak I dolazi kod mene,
Oh my god.
I sad on sino je napolje, kakav si ti? Ja rekao, bato, totalno sjebano. Šta počeo da priča? Rekao, bato, ne paniči.
A game, but an e-sport that Activision Blizzard propped up and sold to investors for tens of millions of dollars per team, and it is an absolute abject fucking failure, a complete joke, where there's even lawsuits going around now, and the viewership for it has been a fucking mess. So Overwatch 2 was even in some ways sort of a
waste. Let's see how many people are watching Overwatch 2 right now. Let's take a look. I mean, they have dropped, which obviously helps viewership, but it's not as bad as I would have expected.
Izašao zove hitnu za tebe za ovoga, evo te. Šta na to je
investors, when Overwatch 2 comes out, everything's going to be fixed. It's going to get a big influx of players, big influx of eyeballs, and you'll be able to stop making return on that tens of millions of dollars investment into our dog shit esports league that nobody really cares about, which of course hasn't happened and is going to happen even less now because more people are going to quit based on the fact that Blizzard have literally sold them a lemon in the purest sense of the...
It's not even a lemon, because if you buy a lemon, you know you're getting a lemon. This is like you buy a lemon and then you cut it open, and inside the lemon, there's nothing there. You have the skin around the lemon, right? But you could see that, right? But you open it up and it's just no, it's not an apple. No, it's just there's literally nothing inside the lemon. It's like empty. It's like a basketball. It's just air.
So in terms of monetization, what did they do? Because they removed loot boxes, right? Which is one good thing, good job Blizzard, you did it. Obviously there was reasons to do that, like certain countries in Europe blocking it. More countries going forward are going to block loot boxes. So now it's a pretty good time to veer away from that, especially considering there's other ways to monetize your audience. So what they did in Overwatch 1 was they sold people on a box price of a game and said, you'll never have to buy heroes, ever. They'll all just be released and you can play the game. Which means without massive backlash, they couldn't sell you heroes in Overwatch 1, right? So they released Overwatch 2 as a free-to-play game and monetize it like a free-to-play.
So are we thinking that this was just a massive false lemon Zakar use term? No, I understand. There's a lemon law that you can return it after 3 days. I know, I was just making a joke about the idea of an actual lemon. I understand the metaphor. Like, so we're saying that this was all just a massive false flag operation for Blizzard to rationalize. Holy shit.
Oni ne znaju gdje da dođu, čeč. Ovaj otrčaj nađe ih neđe na pol puta između lođice te uprave.
Operation Debate.
So essentially, you have the battle pass, you have rotating skin shops where skins are incredibly expensive. Then you also have heroes that you just don't own by default because it's not a purchased game. So how is Overwatch 2 different from Overwatch 1? Well, they removed some of the maps people like, I believe, don't take my word for that, no,
there was that one thing that would go around. I remember I'd play Bastion and I'd sit on it. And like they got rid of that one. And I think there was another one. Fuck, what was the other one?
Prsa su mi slomljene I sabijene,
That's the one I
ja
remember.
pokušavam cijelo vrijeme da
dišeš.
Da, ne mogu.
From what I've seen in comments,
ne mogu.
they made the monetization, I'd say, objectively worse in terms of you used to have everything, but now you don't. They made it 5v5, they rebalanced the game, they added a bunch of heroes, which of course plays into the monetization. The engine's upgraded so it looks and feels a little bit different, and they added a new game mode. Aside from that, Overwatch 2 is Overwatch 1, just monetized worse, and with the promise of things that now don't exist. So if you had an option of playing Overwatch 1 or Overwatch 2, I think a lot of people would probably prefer to just play Overwatch 1. Obviously you don't have that option anymore. And Blizzard...
I mean, I didn't play Overwatch 1 for a really long time, but I had more fun playing Overwatch 2 than I did playing Overwatch 1. Like, you can take that for what it is. That's just ultimately the way that I feel about it. Like, yeah, I actually liked Overwatch 2 more.
I've just done another one here where it's really hard to say that they haven't just said the words literally out of their mouth, fuck our fans. Maybe I've just not thought about this enough, and I'm admitting that that might be the case. But I don't see any nuance here that immediately jumps out as like, oh, it's okay, Blizzard are actually not in the wrong here, they've done nothing wrong, this is totally normal and acceptable for someone to do to their consumers. I think this is absolutely ridiculous. One of the most ridiculous things Blizzard have done in recent years, which is saying a lot.
Also, I think this is probably, this is in the top 10 biggest Blizzard L's. Yeah, I think it is. This is in the top 5. Well, I mean, that's. You really think it's top 5?
Sreće, stvarno, evo, ovo je bilo 100%. Hvatili smo svi njih, hvatili me na 6. Digli su me na nosila kao da dižu ciglu. Znači, ono, iz jednog. Znači, bez greške. Stavlja me na nosila, upačujemo hitnu, kreće hitna, ovo, no.
Not just from like an optics perspective and from the perspective of a consumer. From the perspective of anyone who has faith in Blizzard at all, even from an investor.
That's the thing is like... Because, you know, now, think about this, right? So let's think about something else that we heard a lot of Blizzard employees talking about. Remember how they were saying that they needed to make crisis maps and they didn't know if they'd be able to ship certain games? What if that was the reason why a lot of the employees started speaking out about this? What if this news was one of the big reasons why? Like, I feel like the timing lines up really well. I mean, I don't know.
But there it is.
The standpoint. What kind of faith do you now put in Blizzard as a company that announce a product, tell you what's going to be in it, create it, not the stuff that was announced, deliver some of it, and then say, we are not good enough to deliver the things we sold you on? What does that say about the competence of this company and the faith that you would put in them as any consumer, any investor, anybody looking at Blizzard as a company? How are you supposed to think that future games are going to be good and give them money and trust them when this is what they're saying? We can't deliver on our promise.
I'm really sad about this. I have to say, like, I talked about this before, but like, I actually really thought the world building in Overwatch was incredible. I thought they did such a great job, like fleshing out each character. The premise of the game was really cool. I loved a lot of the cinematics. Like the Reinhardt cinematic was so fucking good, man. I love that one. I think that was like 2017, 2018, one of those. And it was like, yeah, it was 2018, I think, because that was whenever. Who cares? The point is that, you know, like that one came out. I remember. What were the other good ones?
I čujem ovoga, majku ti jebe.
Oh, the fucking, the Hanzo and Genji one. Oh my god, that one was so fucking amazing. I still remember that. Like, the characters in Overwatch were are so cool.
I ajde, to prošlo mi došli u Vrbas. Ja tamo, snimam neki radiolog.
And like, I'm repeating what I said, I'm repeating myself. I think that really, like, yeah, I can be mad about this, but it's also, it's just sad, man. It's just sad that they have, like, this, like, Overwatch, whenever you think about it, is their newest IP. Like, Diablo 4 is just Diablo. Overwatch was new. And
I ono bila je fora, gotov je ovaj, razumiješ?
It's just, like, not, like, what the fuck, man?
Fora je bila, oni su to snimili, sad ja sam tu nanosila. Oni nešto me gledaju, bla bla bla, nešto petljaju, ne znam ni sami što će. Ja pume miču sa strane, tamo će sam bio naš, kao u centru pažnje i stavlja nekog drugog, razumiješ?
Overwatch is one of the biggest wasted potentials
ja onako gledam s desne,
but I do think that the scope of what they could have done is so much bigger.
S desne strane, lik me
gleda,
Nenade,
and it's sad to see them just throwing in the towel for it.
Baš bolesno.
Like, I don't know, maybe they'll make it better over time with these new PvE missions, and we'll still see some form of PvE content in Overwatch 2 in like 2 years. But bro, we said that 2 years ago.
Neno, zatvori vrata odmah.
Like, at this point, yeah, it's copium. Like, I'll believe it when I see it. It's a massive fumble. It's such a huge fumble, and it's so disappointing.
Nemoj ti šetat, mažduk.
And we are not good enough. I just don't know, man. Everything about this just stinks. It's a really shit situation. I feel bad for the Overwatch fans again. I'm not proud of them. I'm just jumping on the bandwagon here of I like Blizzard. Of course, going to play Diablo 4 because fuck me, right, as a consumer. I'm just going to keep consuming as we do. But at this point, there's no words of defense.
Everything with Diablo 4 like looks really good. Like, guys.
I odlomak taj dan.
I mean, I will tell you, like, I feel like the Diablo team and the WoW team. I really think they're doing a great job. I do. Like, I'm unironically, like, I think they're doing a great job. Is Diablo 4 like perfect? No, but like, the biggest problem that I had, even in the server slam, the fucking game director came out and was like, yeah, this is fucked, we're changing it.
Ne, ovo nije to. Ovo nije to.
Second use for Blizzard. I'm sure there's a lot of people within that company that really love the games that they work on, really love the audience, and it's not the workers usually that are the problems. of course, when we talk about Blizzard as a company, we're talking about usually executive level decision makers.
I mean, I'm sure, like, if you can't ship something and make something workable and you have to throw in the towel after 4 years, it's probably a group effort of like whose fault that is. But it's just really disappointing that it happened. Like, I don't care whose fault it is. It just sucks.
They're the ones that set the goals, set the release dates. They're the ones that are okaying things like the initial release, talking about what was going to be in it, over-promising and ultimately under-delivering. But either way, yeah, that's Overwatch 2, man. What an absolute fucking joke. I'm so glad I didn't bother playing this. I had no real interest in Overwatch anyway. I didn't particularly like the game when it first came out. It was okay, but I'm not a big hero shooter person in general. But it is crazy to me that tiny companies and much smaller companies than Blizzard make games, sometimes that Blizzard even pioneered as a genre, and just blow them out of the water now. It's a fucking joke with how much money, experience and pedigree this company has. Then again, it's just shipper Theseus, right? They've replaced every part, and now what you've got is just a horse being worn by Bobby Kotick running around playing fucking ghost stories or something, so... Yeah, there we go.
To be fair, Bobby Kotick's owned the company for a really long time. They've released good games under Bobby Kotick, but or Kotick, or Kotick, whatever. But I mean, yeah.
Sin od načelnika psihijatrije u Vrbas.
Peace out.
Man. I'm not even really mad. Like, I'm not really mad at Blizzard. I'm just disappointed.
I slušaj ono,
I thought this was going to be a cool game.
Ulazi brat radiolog, tačno se sjećam i face i svega stoja, točno sjećam i kreće. Kreće brat na ovoga. Tu je milici, tu je sve, znači nikom nije jasno zašto su doveli ovoga što ga izbolo tu da gleda ovoga kako umire, razumiješ?
I don't care whose fault it is.
Shvataš?
Znači ovaj se bore
za život, a ovaj što ga izboje tu i gleda. Gleda to što se dešava, razumiješ?
I just want to play the game. Just make the game.
Nema smisla.
Is it Bobby's fault? Is it Mike's fault? Is it Jeff Kaplan's fault?
Doveli su ovoga da gleda ovoga što izboje, što već nakon ovoga došli.
Aaron guy, is it his fault? Is it
Jared's fault? I don't know.
Is it Mike Warheim's fault, like in some residual way? I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I'm just sad that something I thought was cool isn't gonna happen. That's really all I feel about it. It just sucks.
Borim se za vagdu.
Messed up, Aaron?
Cijelo vrijeme je borba za vagdu. Znaš kad sam već mogao da dišem, mogao sam ići u Novi Sad da dišem. Našao mi se ovoga prije tog kaki, to je bilo ono. Preskočit ću šta je bilo u Novi Sad, Beograd, pošto ta priča bi trebala još jedno sat vremena.
Do you think the team, do you think the Overwatch team thought this announcement would be swept under the rug instead of the mass publicity it got? I think that they knew this was going to be bad. I think they absolutely knew it. I feel like they probably scripted this out like 10 different times, 5 different ways. To say it in exactly the right way. And I think that, again, they pulled off the Band-Aid and it was as good as it could have been. But at the end of the day, you're putting lipstick on a pig, you're still giving people a shit sandwich, even if it has spices on it. It's still a shit sandwich. So yeah. They've probably just been scripting this since the Overwatch 2 announcement. Yeah, I know. Why didn't they wait till after Diablo 4 to announce? Well, because Diablo 4 is going to take the negative press away from them. That's why. Because they think Diablo 4 is going to go very well. So by the time Diablo 4 comes out, the negative press for Blizzard will just get deleted. Which is like, I don't really care. You know, as a consumer, I don't care about their public image. That's not relevant to me. It doesn't matter. My responsibility as a consumer is simply to play their games. And to give feedback on those games. If Diablo 4 is bad and Overwatch 2 is good, okay. If Diablo 4 is good and Overwatch 2 is bad, okay. Right? That's it. Make Lilith's boobs bigger and the drama is over, plain and simple. I agree. I think, you know what, I think that would be an apology I would accept. Yep, there we go. Problem solved. Yeah, fuck this Overwatch shit, man. Let's just move on to bigger and better things. Oh, man. Yeah, it's a pretty good video from Kira. I don't know, like, I'm not, like, the biggest Overwatch fan, right? I mean, I know the lore of, like, almost all the characters. Like, I would say, I think I know the lore of probably, like, 80% of them. But, or, like, not extended lore, but just, like, I have, like, a general understanding of, like, what the character is.
Jesam, izvinjavam se, eto sljedeći put kad bude mi se ovo desilo, gledat ću da ne bude. Da vas ne razočaram, znaš.
Okay.
Druže, no, naš unutrašnje krvarenje, bio si sav izlomljen, naš, no,
anyway, no, I get it.
Do Novoga Sada stići.
That's it. It just sucks.
Ja rekao, dobro,
Maybe Overwatch 2 will be good in 2 years.
Mali mi lijek
That's
od
what I
toga
said
kao
2
ima,
years ago.
ono,
So I'm sure it's going to happen for sure. Yeah, this one, it's going to happen. We know it. Absolutely, guys.
Ne razumiješ ti ništa, ne razumiješ kurac molim. Ono što ti je kum reke je apsolutno u pravu. Ne možeš umrijeti dok ne odlučiš da ćeš da umriješ.
Kad se predaš mentalno, gotov si.
Tačno, a onda si gotov. Srećaj me što se mi baš ne predajemo baš tako lako. Mi smo, brate, malo drilovani, razumiješ, Nade? Mi smo drilovani da ne možeš baš tako lako da nas ovladiš. Možda probaš, naravno, ali... Ako mi kažemo doćemo taj smoljinac, zapalimo i tebe i njega...
Doći.
Budi siguran, ćemo ga zapaliti.
Doći.
Dobro. Samo ti čačkaj mečku u pičku, što bi se rekla po srbijancu.
Ne mogu da poslije nemo, Nešo.
Nešo, kakav Nešo, bre. Prvo što ću da nađem prve komunjare tamo, svetski, kažem daj da ražolimo ovoga glibova. Daj da ga razvalimo ovdje, oni kao ajmo gi. I onda oni dođu tamo, ja ih sleđa, ne nade sve u glavu. Razumiješ? I onda se ja ti smijemo kao aha, kako smo zajebali. I onda kum kaže da zajebali smo si kum neku lopatu tebi u glavu, bapa. Razumiješ?
Ne znam što ja ćeš govoriti na to.
Neću da lopata bude mi druga devojka.
Pušti mi da fantaziram, ali ne da koji ti kurac jebati, šta je s tobom? Mogu li malo da uživam jebati, šta je s tobom?
Fantazija.
Ćeš malo tog užitka da mi oduzmeš, šta je s tobom čeč?
Životno zadovoljstvo.
Jebati, kak si...
Sam ono nije ništa.
Kakav tip kume, a? Katastrofa, da?
Ješta.
Ćemo poći tamo kume, a?
Daleko mi.
Ne, ajde.
Da pošaljamo mi njemu kartu da on dođe do nas da ga bijemo u našem kartu.
Da poslaćemo ti kartu, dođu vamo da te bijemo. Ne, znaš kako, ne, da imam bolju ideju. Ne, imam kume savršenu ideju, slušaj ovako.
Možemo to biti od pića.
Mi ćemo da ga opljanimo, ne, samo malo. Mi te opljanimo i pošaljemo te kod Beki i Beka će te bije.
On voli da bije, to je plan.
Je to dobro, kume?
Ako se pojaviš pijan kod Belade, on će te istući.
Patine ćeš da dobiješ, i onda će biti kada smo te mi izbili.
Koga, Milana?
Da.
On je poznato da bije.
Pljane ljude.
Jesi ti našao klip od 500 kW?
Sad ću da nađem, samo da ga napravim.
Pa napravi ono.
Jesmo,
i onda da te spamuju tamo u kanalu.
Ajde, pojačaj me tamo na tvoj Discord.
Na moj stream?
Da, ali mutiraj sve, ajde.
Pa ja ne moram da pričam što toga tiče.
Evo sad, može čuje se. Samo pojačaš malo, ajde. Malo me pojačaj. Dobro, stani sad. Ne klikći. Jasmo! Kako sad da to klipujem?
Nije to taj vibe.
Klikneš na klip.
Nije to taj vibe.
Šta da radim? Klipujem mi? Šta nije vibe? Ne, boli me kurac što nije vibe. Video sad. Čekaj, clips. Kako ne, to klipa, aj klipuj mi to, ne.
Ovo ili je mora da ti izvučete iz upravo.
Možeš i sam to da uradiš. Umeš da nađeš stream nečiji da isečeš šta ti treba.
Ovo je mogu da isečem, ali to je snimak.
Pa možeš audio da izoleš od videa.
Brate, znaš koliko ti kasni stream, kume 5 minuta, majke, majko ne više. Ne mogu klipujem sad tvoj snimak, znaš. Aj klipujem mi to, li?
Ja ti klipujem.
Ne mogu da klipujem, čuče, kad stavim na video, stavim i prije, ne znam koliko ti ovaj snimak sad star. Prije 15 minuta je. Ne znam zašto je to. To si možda ti nešto
Šta sam?
petlja. Jel može?
Moment.
Čekam. Šta ima, ženče? Ne, to. Termin možeš imati kad budeš u Njemačku, dok si gocio u lipu Srbiju, na Nadovu. Termin katastrofa, da? Ćemo poći tamo, dođi vamo da... Samo malo. Patine ćeš da... Šta ću da radim, samo...
Moj stream.
Da, ali mutiraj sve. Dobro, stajem sad. Džasmo!
Goodbye for now.
To 39.000.
Kako znaš, jebem tu.
Čuo sam.
Čuo si što rade.
Že ti žena kaže da ne nosiš vamo.
Da, ti to voliš da čuješ.
139.000, Milena ima... Ko da smo mi buđavi.
Pa i jeste buđavi, brate.
Pamet.
Ništa, brate, vas da zove.
Če zapamtimo.
Če zapamtiš, džabe pamtiš. Ovo traž da uramiš, Miki, znaš? Znaš? Urami to? Licence. A? Pa znam, ali urami ga, što ti brige? Ne znam što sam ovdje zajeba, Mike. Ne mogu da se vidim ovamo nešto neki čošak tu. Kad čažem, če. Se spio kumara.
Znam kako se zove ovo. 1.8.
Da, ali vidiš ti, piše ti tu, gledaj, broj licence, to ti ukupno koliko ih... Da, ali nije.
Verovatno ima ukupno toliko, ali
to.
Svaka medicinska sestra na 7 godina obnavlja licencu. Znači, ko zna, možda neka obnavlja 25, 4.
Možda su neki otišli u penziju i to, znači, neđe možda... A gledaj, sad uzmeš prosek 40 godina, taj broj podeliš sa 40.
Welcome to my channel.
Znači, 2000, znači oduzmi od 130.000, to je 3 put 3.000, oduzmi od toga, toliko ima medicinskih sestara. Da vidim. Šta je dobro sad, stani sad, pa nisi stavi Jasmine.
Ne, ovo ti je pravi broj.
Ne sjeci što ti treba odatle, što ti ja znam.
Nebitni,
pa
to je broj
240.
izdatnih licenci.
Moguće.
Pitaj ako ne znaš sam da uradiš, nek ti to Nenad napravi.
Nenade, odradi mi to, Nenade.
I sjeci mu audio zadnjih 5 sekundi.
A zašto ti nisi zadnjih 5 sekundi?
Ne mogu ja da ti se obrađujem, već sam ti napravio klip i eksportovao.
A čovječe, samo svučeš
sad je ono... Najbolje da ja to uradim sve. Napraviti nešto sam, dovoljno sam napravio. Dobio si audio, dobio si file, uradi nešto sam.
Daj to na komančini da ti zvuči.
Ne može, na komančini mi izvuče, nego ti izvuči to.
Šta je, ne znaš da pretvoriš video file u audio?
Ne znaš, ili? Ne znaš, a nade?
Ne znam.
Nebitno, kume, džabi si se mučio, kume, izvini za utrošeno vrijeme, džabi si, aj ukucaj, dajte. Ajde, Nenad.
Kuci ti?
Ja? U ovom stanju, Nenad.
Pa vidim da nisi u tešnom stanju.
Kume, objasni mu kako sam stanju.
U dobrom stanju.
Čuo, Nenad?
Kažeš da si u dobrom stanju.
Pa Nenade, ako sam ja u dobrom stanju, znači da sam prosut. Ako sam u lošem stanju, onda sam normalan, razumiješ?
Ja ne primećujem da si u tešnom stanju.
Ne primećuješ? Kume, objasni Nenadu neki stvari.
Pa vidim da si normalan i to.
A zašto sam normalan, Nenade?
Pa ne lupaš gluposti, tako to.
A zašto ne lupam gluposti?
Otkud ja znaš ne lupaš, pa da nisi pijen, kad si pijen nisi normalan.
Ne, Nenade, obrnuto je, bolesničajan um, ja sam prosut, ne znam gdje sam čovječe. Ko me objasni Nenadu neke stvari, molim te, molim te. Objasni čovjeku, nemoj da živi u zabludi. Nade, ja sam sad miran zato što mi je sve kako treba, razumiješ, nisam nervozan i to. A kad ono, sam trizom, onda sam nervozan, razumiješ? Nade. Ne lupam glupost, pa ne lupam glupost zato što mozak sad radi ekstremno brzo, ali kad sam trizom da mi radi ekstremno pokvareno, zato što mi ne živa neke stvari, razumiješ? A sve vrijeme da se ja poučem, pošto ne mogu što sebi slušati. Laku noć, momci. Laku noć, ne radi!
Yes.
Je, kako je bolesno. Ćao.
Dakle, ti rame za taj audio klip i na kraju neka nisu. A dobra je fora, mene mrzi to da radim. Dobra je fora da od toga napravimo klip, mislit će da je on ušao u kanal, znaš? Ozbiljno ti kažem.
I odmah će svi da pobegnu.
Da, odmah će se deprimirati.
Šta mene, šta Bog izvoli. Ja, ovo je Gilpi.
Ko je?
Ajde li imamo medije do 8 sati već majko moje. Začet prošlo dan. Ovaj anime ti nije loš.
Tako je.
Evo ću ti pošalji na privatno.
Nemoj na privatno pošalje na public, vidiš su zatardirani ovdje, niko ništa ne gleda. Možda pošalješ koju god ćeš anime, niko to ne otvara.
A nije Sakai neki kao i to.
Imaš onaj kako se zove o grupi onih vojskovođa, heroja iz kao istorije, generala koji dospije u onaj drugi svet i mislim da je beše Hitler osnovno tu kao većina tih kao osoba su kao osobe koje su kao preminule kao na zemlji ili kao ono Bog ih uzeo pod svoje i umjesto kao da ih ono Bog pošalje u raj ili pakao, pošalje ih kao u neki kao svet i lovnjaka i kao...
Ja ovo znam, gledaj se.
Zaboravim se kako se zove, Drifters, ja mislim. Mislim da je Drifters.
Da ga pošalje, da bude kao žena, je to?
Ne.
Magije može da baci to.
To da.
Sad ću da ti kažem...
Drifters. Ja sam na taj mislio, ne znam na koji si ti.
Ali da je to. Juno ko se neki.
Da. Nije taj. Ne.
Pošalj da imamo ko taj.
Moment. Mislim da nema druga sezona, nažalost. Šteta.
Obično da te robe nema.
A nema, jedu govna, pre. Možda je bilo previše eksplicitno, znači tu ti je bilo... kako ti objasnim, imaš Hannibala, imaš Isus Hrist vodi kao te mračne driftere. Ne piše da je Isus Hrist, ali ono, znaš, po konotaciji, moćima koje koristi po... drifteri. Tako se zove. Lutalice. Dosta je kontroverzno. Jovanka Orleanka je isto na strani ovih negativaca, da kažem. Mislim, ona je kao zavedena, ajde, da tako kažemo. Dosta su bizarni karakteri. I pozitivni i negativni karakteri. Jako je mala razlika između motivacije pozitivnih likova i negativnih. Recimo ti što su kao na suprotstavljenim stranama, više nisu kao zli po znacima navoda, više su kao imaju svoje neka, kažemo, ubeđenja.
Uči se po kolju.
Ko?
Tvoj kum i ovaj... Grinoč.
Što? Obojica cirkaju, šta?
Vidiš, nisam novim. Ti si pokolj... Ti si bio ubao.
Dobro, obojice su ljubitelji dobre kapice, kako bi ti objasnio. Oh my god. Oof. Huh.
Idem. Sad ću rođi.
LM. Oh well.
Simeone. Zoi matto digimo. Kaži. Ne vezi. Kad on ne jadu.
Yes. Take care.
Pite ga je hoće.
Ja te pesmo znam.
Pa ne vedeš mu te na Viberu.
Mene da pitate da igram
A
Hanšodan.
tebi telefon u rukama, ja moram da ga...
Nemojte mene da pitate za Hanšodan.
A ja moram da uzem telefon i da palim ibe nekom... O, ja.
Da, Boris.
Gdje si, Boris, tamo pričamo tebi. Kažem mu te zove da igraš. Kažem mu te pozove da igraš.
Ma ne, mogu ja da uđem, ali onda će bilo biti da plaćem, pa moram da igram da se javim.
ja ne mogu da dozvolim da ti loziš lače, tako da
Ne plači, na da 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 da.
Empty Resident Evil 3 promašio sam ona 2 update za pištolj, one produženi. Produženi magazin.
Imaš red dot sight, koliko sam ja vidio. Ne znam kako si promašio oba upgrade-a, nije mi to jasno.
Ne, jedan sam imao laser sight, imam. A na ulici sam našao i 2 kofera, u jednom je bio produženi magazin i...
Mislim da Nemesis baca oba kofera, nisam siguran.
Ali ne mogu od njega da preživim, tu sam morat protrčim ili da ostavim.
Mislim da ni ne možeš da gubiješ, moraš samo da ga da ga pucaš dovoljno da klekne, da izbaci sanduk i kad izbaci sanduk pobegneš od njega. Ne možeš ga ti ubiti. Igra nije tako skriptovana da ti možeš njega da ubiješ, možeš samo da ga privremeno zaustaviš.
Pa bacim bombe pa klekne.
Mislim da tad kad je skriptovano da ti kažeš da klekne, mislim da u određenim trenucima tačno baca taj upgrade.
Nemam pojma između one pošto i probinice igrača kako mi je bio bacio, ali sledeći put pošto me ubio da samo protrčao, pa ne znam ni da li to ostalo tamo ili nemam pojma.
Ma da. Ajde idemo duos milo, ne?
Zar nemaš, a ne može onda igra duos?
Išao sam u kanalist, zaštio je temu materi njegovu da...
Ne može onda igra duos, znaš?
Ne umeš da igraš, no.
Ne, nego zaboravio da je igrao 1000-2000 sati, znaš, duos.
Ajde, zovi Milke, zovi Hazen, zovi nekog, ajde.
Njemu uvijek treba taj +1. Osjeća se nesigurno.
Evo ti znati online na Steamu.
Ja, zovi Makića.
Makić igra random 30.
A gdje vam je iPhone Drakulovi?
Možda smo ga smorili.
Ovo mu je dozvolio da nije kući. A tako ti ništa malo je. Sam to može tako da se ne igra. Evo upalio, zovim, pa će ti biti još da i... Možete slizati se s njim, svaki dan pijete kafu, a Nenad da mu šalje poruku. Pa ga nazovi jebote. Pa tako.
Ugini. Yes.
Ugini, čovječe, ugini.
Pa ima ljudi.
Gdje si Boris, što ima?
Živik.
Ime moje.
Pa ima u...
Sa novom aplikacijom.
Čo ti bo? Mater, dobro nas ti neko zakopa. Dobro da smo živi jebe. Ali ajde malo, to sad sve nekako leze, ja. Generalno meni se ne sviđa aplikacija sranje. Katastrofa, dobra. Nenad, the bomb lands.
Da.
Baš.
Pa ja sam neko više kila, Nenad možda napravi se bombom sve nego Milan se sabljom. Samo što ne igra Nenad toliko kukavički kao Milan da se nešto krije previše. Nenad igra agresivno sa bomblansom.
I ona, ja nemam 5000 sam. Ni Lija nema 5000 sati, sam siguran.
5300. Milan ima 5000 sati.
5 minuta. Važi, evo ti ovdje.
Ja više ne igram Hunt. On ga igra aktivno svaki dan, po 4-5 sati. Ti vidi ko će imat više sati.
Moj nađi neki ovi posao i me čini jako depresivno.
Što ga radiš ako te čini depresivno?
Jak budemo morali da se vraćamo na Ketić, pazite što vam kažem.
Mater, sad si mora da mi uletiš u pičku materinu.
O, vidi Kerala, brate. A nemam staminu. Kako će me neko sad skinuti gotovo ovdje.
Šta je, jesi uzeo trag neki na visini? Te tragove što su iznad zemlje, što stoje u vazduhu, znaš, to ti ja nikad ne skupam.
Ovo je baš bio na vetrenjači gore.
Ma kako, to ostaviš i jedeš dalje. Ne bi, da vredi $300 ne bi se pokrao. Da imam onaj, kako se zove, trade.
Serpent.
Da imam Serpent, možda bi ga digao, ali to je to. Ja penjem gore na glavu turbo stavljam za $50. Ja lično sam skinuo bar 4-5 ljudi, razumeš, koji su išli po takve tragove. Winchesterku, obično Winchesterku.
Nije, ja mislim na Log Bayu. To znači da su uglavnom bili spavnani sa leve strane i dole, na delniku. Otvej. Urlaj.
Brate, idemo na njih odmah.
Tako da ne dižemo avijane da imamo koliko toliki faktor iznenađenja.
Kakav faktor iznenađenja? Pa znaš s kim igraš? Emisija ne Borisa Makića.
Yes. Take care.
Evo ekipa dolazi.
Ma da, evo ti primjer. 19 metara. Dole negdje. Da. Bacić, ubio me sa crossbowom.
Šta baci čok? Milan baci čok.
Milane, ja mislim da imaš ekranse. Ne, imaš i...
Nažalost.
Ne treba se. Ma jebem ti grupu zombija.
Te zombi bio?
Da, Grant me ubio. Digni me opet, bojim se.
Neki naporan tip.
Tu su svi brate. Dižne, evo ulaze.
Vrati fond. Mo daj! Ubij zombija, Milane! Ubij zombija!
Nemoj, nek ubiješ jednom.
Nije to taj.
Tu je ovaj sa strelom, mamu mu jebem ja. Ovo je samostrel.
Evo ovaj ubio nogom. A ne pomene se, će pođu zorje pčela na tebe.
I've got a fever.
Yeah.
And it's called Resident Evil 4. Remake.
Is Bloodborne Remastered finally happening? Guys, it's gonna happen for sure this time. For sure!
When it comes to Bloodborne and rumors surrounding a potential Bloodborne remake, remaster, or sequel, it feels like every other week there's a new rumor or new potential leak that turns out to be completely false. And it's like clockwork where Bloodborne starts trending on Twitter, and fans get excited once again only to have their hopes crushed, realize that all the hype was false and unfounded. And admittedly, I am someone who has fallen for these leaks in the past.
I was too. Like the day that Elon bought Twitter,
and
there was that whole verified account problem, somebody changed their account to like From Software, and they posted some bullshit about how Bloodborne was going on PC, and it was coming out like at the end of the month, and I was like, and then like, I didn't even find out that it was fake. I was going to go live and talk about it. I was unironically a fake news victim.
I've made several videos talking about the Bloodborne situation and why I can't wrap my head around why we don't have a Bloodborne remake. I've completely forgotten about Bloodborne and I've tuned out any of the rumors going on in the gaming sphere.
Maybe they're gonna remake it. I don't know. I think that there's a chance they could remake it. I think, this is my opinion, I think that the Demon Souls remake was really fucking good, man. I thought it was incredible. So, yeah, I mean, maybe that's what they're gonna do. Maybe it's gonna be a remake.
We find ourselves here once again with some new rumors that have a little bit of credibility to them and some major PlayStation news that makes it look like this might be a chance to get our hopes up. But I want to present all the facts to you and break it down as technically as possible so that we have a clear picture of what's going on here and can give a proper verdict on how likely it is to be true. But as we get into all that today, I do want to remind you guys that since the channel is getting so close to 100,000 subscribers, I'm going to be giving away a copy of From Software's next game, Armored Core 6, once we hit that goal.
I'm so
all you gotta do to enter
this.
is number 1, be subscribed to the channel, number 2, leave a like on the video, and number 3, leave a comment in the comment section down below. But with all that, let's go ahead and get into this discussion about Bloodborne. Just a few minutes ago, PlayStation announced that they were going to have a massive showcase happening in about a week. Now that'll be shown on May.
I'm gonna be real, I never noticed that these guys at the beginning actually were holding the weapons. This is the first time I've ever seen that and actually noticed. I had no idea.
Pišu da sam čitar, ja čitar sa 1.12 kd.
A čitaš? A loš.
Ima mainbot. Ima mainbot.
It's almost time to see what's next. PlayStation Showcase broadcast live next Wednesday, May 24th at 1 p.m. Pacific Time, 9 p.m.
We will
British
definitely
time.
watch
The show will run for a bit over an hour, focusing on PS5 and PSVR 2 games in development from top studios from around the world. Expect a glimpse at several new creations from PlayStation Studios, as well as games from our third-party partners and indie creators. The live broadcast starts next Wednesday, May 24th at 1 p.m. Pacific Time, 9 p.m. British time on YouTube and Twitch. Hope to see you there.
It's actually weird to me that they haven't done It doesn't really make sense.
Huh?
Like, I actually don't know why it hasn't happened.
Obično ne smatraju da abduzujem ping. The possibility about this showcase and other showcases where we might see new From Software information, because this PlayStation showcase was leaked a little bit ago, and according to insiders is going to be a big deal. Now, what completely slipped my mind at the time, because I was focusing talking on Armored Core or Elden Ring mainly, but I had completely forgotten to mention the possibility of the rumored Bloodborne remake. And so I wagered that even if the showcase did get announced, it probably wouldn't be worth watching as a From Software fan, since Summer Games Fest is right around the corner. And that's a show that's much more likely to have what we're looking for. But now we find ourselves in a different place from when I made that.
I don't know. I feel like with a lot of these different shows nowadays, a lot of the big announcements, I feel like they're probably going to get saved for like the developer live streams themselves, because gone are the days of E3 and these other really big platforms for game developers to show their games. Now that anybody can just go and do a live stream. You know, look at E3, for example. Like BlizzCon is like the OG of that. Summer Games is the new E3. It is the new E3. But like, are we really gonna pretend? Like, look at the Nintendo Directs. Look at the Sony State of Play. I think Xbox did something like that too, but I know Sony and Nintendo did it. A lot of studios, Ubisoft Forward, I think that's what it was called. A lot of studios are opting to just do their own events.
Video, since the Bloodborne discussion has been reignited thanks to a new rumor that kind of blew up. And this rumor comes from David Jaffe, the original creator of God of War. Now, here's the thing we kind of got to keep in mind when talking about this.
So this
David
is the guy
Jaffe
whose
used to hold a very prominent involvement with PlayStation, but he doesn't have all the connections that he used to. As we know, God of War has switched hands for a while, now under the guidance of Cory Barlog, with Jaffe no longer working at PlayStation. And we'll break this down more in a minute, but the rumor originated last week when during one of his live streams, David Jaffe talked about how Bloodborne was supposed to be getting a remaster, and an announcement would be coming pretty soon.
Huge! Bloodborne is coming to PC and PS5 and is set to be revealed at the next PlayStation showcase. Yeah, man. Man, for sure, guys.
And the tweet for this got over 4 million views. Since it was coming right.
I do feel, I feel like there's a good chance this could happen. Because, like, PlayStation, I mean, fuck, I mean, like, they want to have new games that they can sell to get people to buy a PS5. So, yeah.
Off the heels of the leak about the PlayStation Showcase. However, after this news blew up, David Jaffe posted another video attempting to clarify exactly what he said, since this was apparently taken out of context. So go ahead and give this a listen.
Hey fellas, real quick,
Okay. Now here's the reality check.
Bloodborne fans, look. Jeez. I'm seeing people on Twitter It drives me batshit. I don't have insider knowledge. I don't put any value on, I know something you don't. All I said was, and it's not like I'm breaking some big story. Everybody's been talking about the Bloodborne thing. The remaster, remake, whatever, for a long time. And all I said was, I know a reporter, she told me that she's like, and I never said it was going to be at the show, even if there is a show this summer, which I think there is, but I don't know. But that was never what I said. All I said was, she said that, hey, no, it's happening, it's a real thing, and we should be seeing a reveal sooner than later. That was it. I loved Bloodborne, one of my favorite.
So somebody told them this. Well then, I mean, that settles it, it's going to happen. I mean, there you go. I mean, they wouldn't have told him that if it wasn't true. I mean, fuck. I mean, we might as well just start planning now.
For games, I rarely finish games and finish that one.
So as you can see, after this started getting some traction to it, he made sure to clear the air, saying that he doesn't have actual insider knowledge about it, and that what actually happened was that a reporter asked him if he was going to be playing the Bloodborne remake that was going to be getting announced soon. Now, how true is that? We have no idea. And I'm not gonna lie, the way his face looked when he was saying that makes me feel like he's lying a little bit, but I have no idea. But like he does.
It's really hard to say whether he was lying or not, but what I will say is that I think that it's not a matter of if, but when. It's obvious that they're gonna do a Bloodborne remake, a remaster, or something. And it's just like, look at it from Sony's perspective, okay? Even if it's only PS5 exclusive, how many of you guys would buy a PS5 or would be much more likely to buy a PS5 if you could play Bloodborne at like, you know, 60 FPS on it? I think a lot of people would.
Saying that video, the rumor that a Bloodborne remaster remake is coming has been circulating with PlayStation insiders for a long time.
And this is assuming, by the way, that it's only on PS5.
The situation as a whole is very similar to the Colin Moriarty leak of last year, where a very reputable PlayStation insider stated that he was told that Bluepoint Games, the company that made the Demon's Souls remake, was taking a trip down the Arno. However, a few months after that came out, he stated that he no longer trusted the source that told him that, and that the information was likely faulty. That's kind of how every single one of these rumors go. Some PlayStation insider will say that a Bloodborne remake is being made, and then come out shortly after and say that they don't actually know what's happening.
So yeah, you say the first thing, you get a lot of attention, and then afterwards you're like, well guys, I don't really know, I just made that up. Guys, it's coming out! Wait, when? Oh, I don't know, I just made it up.
Two possibilities here. Number one, everybody's just lying and trying to start false rumors for clout, and the people that are leaking this information either don't have very much or are getting it third hand as well. But let me paint you the picture here and tell you the facts of what we do know. We know for a fact, thanks to Omnipotent, the most credible From Software leaker, that FromSoft themselves are not working on anything Bloodborne related. We also know that Bloodborne as an IP belongs to Sony, and it's their decision to do with it what they want. So if a Bloodborne remake
Which is why I think they're gonna do it, is because I think that Bloodborne remake would sell PS5s. I'll tell you this, there are two games that I would buy a PS5 for right now. I'm not a big God of War fan. It's not that I don't like the game, it's that I've never had the opportunity to like the game. I played the first God of War and maybe a little bit of the second one, and that's it. So there's two games, you're already saying one in chat, Final Fantasy 16. The other one is Demon's Souls Remake. Obviously, I love Dark Souls games, love the From Software games. That's why I bought the PC. Like, I didn't buy an Xbox, I bought a Halo machine, which was upgraded in 2005, 5 or 6, to a Gears of War machine as well. A Halo and Gears of War machine. But that's about it.
Actually happening, it would likely be outsourced to another studio entirely, the same way the Demon's Souls remake was. We also know that about a year ago, PlayStation actually acquired Bluepoint Studios and have them working on unannounced projects.
That's great.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I think that honestly, after watching, like, the Bluepoint Demon's Souls completely changed my outlook on what a remake could be. It was such an incredibly good game. I was astonished at how good it was. I know there's some people that were, you know, questionable about it, but as somebody, I never played the original one, right? So it's hard for me to compare, but like, it was fucking flawless, man. Like, I thought it was incredible. I replayed it like 7 times. Looks better than any From Software game? Yeah, it does. So yeah, I mean, I would only buy a PS5 for Demon's Souls Remake or for Final Fantasy 16. And like, honestly, the only reason I do it for Final Fantasy 16 is because I don't want to wait until the, like, I mean, it's a streaming reason, right? I want to stream it on release. If I wasn't a streamer, I would just wait and then play it on PC when it comes out on PC at the end of the year. But like, Bloodborne would be another game that I would buy a PS5 to play. The only problem, though, is like, Bloodborne doesn't need a remake, needs a PC release. Just imagine the mods. I don't know. I mean, I do feel like a lot of the graphics in Bloodborne aren't super great. Like, I feel like they're so stylized and they're incredible. But like, if you really look at them, I don't think they're that great. I will tell you this, though. If they didn't do a remake and they just did a remaster and they said PC, I would be super happy. I don't care that much about a remake, and like, we're just talking about a remake for just like whatever reason. I just want to be able to play it on PC, and I want to be able to play it at a higher FPS. Whether that's better graphics or not is just, I don't, that's like, that's not the top of my priority list. But I do think that if they remastered Bloodborne to have the same color depth as Demon's Souls, this game would look fucking incredible. Like, I all the time love seeing the artwork that people do of, like, Bloodborne on Twitter, and some of it is just absolutely astonishing. And the game doesn't even look that good. I wish it did.
What I said the last time we talked about this Bloodborne situation as a whole. From the outside looking in, the landscape is perfect for PlayStation to drop a Bloodborne remake, which is why these rumors get so much traction, and it seems like a very likely thing to happen.
I also want to say, I'm kind of going off on a tangent here, but one of my main negatives about Bloodborne, besides like 30 FPS shit, is I really don't like how, I think that the colors are too samey. Like, it doesn't have the same, like, variety that other games have.
And what we might also want to consider is that all these rumors happening from these sources that do have credibility to lose if reporting something false, is that there is a good chance that people do know something, and the people that are actually leaking this are just doing a bad job at it, or keeping it pretty tightly under wraps. But as far as official information goes, there's almost none. Now, a little while ago, PlayStation did actually tweet out a pretty blurry picture of Bloodborne and said, guess the game. However, they quickly deleted it after getting torn apart by the fans, saying, don't post this if you don't have anything to show, which seemed to indicate by them deleting it that they didn't. So that's kind of how I'm feeling about this.
I think, yeah, that's probably true. I mean, again, it could also just be like the social media manager thought he'd do a funny. It's hard to say.
Not putting that much stock in the rumor. However, I am going to be watching the PlayStation Showcase. I do think that the rumor popping up right before the showcase happens a little bit fishy. So I think that while there is a chance that we do see something Bloodborne related here, I'm not going to be disappointed if we don't. We have a fantastic year ahead of us as From Software fans with both Armored Core 6 and Elden Ring DLC on the horizon.
And also, like, we're getting a lot of the mods that began whenever Elden Ring first came out. We're having a lot of the mods for Elden Ring actually finished development now, which is really fucking awesome. Which is like, that's not the same as a new actual game, but like, it's the next best thing.
So while Bloodborne putting out right now would honestly be a little overwhelming, but hey, if it happens, I will be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Either way though, I just wanted to make this video really quickly to inform you guys about everything that's going on. It has been a while since we talked about Bloodborne, and I wanted to kind of levy expectations with this big news about the PlayStation Showcase. But either way, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave a like on it and subscribe if you want to stay up to date on all things From Software. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments section below, and with all that, I will catch you in the next one.
Man, I do.
For so many years, we achieved so much.
Oh my god.
Prospered as no other people on earth.
Please,
it was because here in this land,
come out. That would be
we
amazing.
unleashed the energy and individual genius of man to a greater extent than has ever been done before.
Y'all talking about Bloodborne 2?
Freedom and the dignity of the individual have been more available.
I don't think Bloodborne needs
endured here
Hentai.
than in any other place on
Welcome to my channel.
The price for this freedom at times has been high.
It's a cyclical story in the same way.
We have never been unwilling to pay that price. Those who say that we're in a time when there are no heroes,
Dark Souls 3 is the Soul of Cinder, right?
They just don't know where to look.
I understand that you can make this exact same argument for
like the
Dark Souls,
Cemetery,
but personally, I think that with how many main characters there were in Bloodborne and how foundational the Great Ones and contacting them was,
they add up to only a tiny fraction of the price.
I don't think that Bloodborne needs a part 2.
For our freedom.
I think it is great.
Each one of those markers
what it is
a monument to the kind of hero I spoke of early.
I mean, again, you
Their
can
lives
say Sekiro,
ended.
right? There was like that
In
secret
places
ending
called
with him talking to the kid,
Argonne,
and there is a place where they could do more.
And halfway around the world on Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Port Chop Hill, the Chosin Reservoir,
and them going west.
And in 100 rice paddies and jungles of a place called Vietnam.
Bro,
Under 1 6 marker.
If it hasn't happened now, it's not going to. Should be happy they
Shutdown,
even gave you the boss rush mode.
who left his job in a small town barber shop in 1917.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know. Lovecraftian and stories also benefit from not being over-explained. Is that true? Yeah, I think it is. I think you're definitely right. Yeah, you are right. I agree with you. So yeah, I really hope that Bloodborne. Obviously, I'm gonna watch this event like whenever it happens. But yeah, do you think Sekiro has FromSoft's best combat? Yeah, I do. I think that Elden Ring is as good as Sekiro, but like Sekiro is, as I said, it is a perfect game. I would say that Elden Ring is, it is a perfect game, but there are extra things that are unnecessary.
Nezavisni
I like
model.
Sekiro more. I like Elden Ring way more than Sekiro. I think Elden Ring is probably one of the top 10 best games to ever be released. I'm not kidding. Like I think it is ridiculously head and shoulders above like basically any other fucking game. That like it's disgustingly fucking good. It's so good that From Software said, "Hey, look, we can't beat this. We're gonna go make Mech Warriors now." Bro, even the developers agree with me. Yeah, I mean, Sekiro fighting was awful. Parry simulator? You're right. But Sekiro was very good at being a parry simulator. It was a perfect parry simulator. What else is in your top 10? My top 10 best games of all time. It's so hard for me to say because, like, I would say Super Mario Brothers 3. Because, like, Super Mario Brothers 3 for its time was, like, I think
HVDES.
Super Mario World.
Welcome
but
to
I
my
think
channel.
Super Mario World is a better game. So it's, like, weird because, like Halo 2 for its time was better than Halo 3, but I think Halo 3 is objectively a better game. It would be really hard for me to come up with my top 10, like, best games of all time. I would say Halo, I think Halo Combat Evolved. For the first Halo would be in my top 10 best games of all time. Probably Ocarina of Time, New World. How is it? How is Super Mario 64 not in the top 10? This is the hard question, right? Because like Super Mario 64 was like Super Mario 64 changed the way that people looked at video games. It was fucking insane what it was. So it's like how do you compare that? Because like, you know, you go back and Super Mario 64 isn't as good as like other games now, right? Whereas like Elden Ring is as good as other games now because it just came out. So it's like do you rate them based off of like an objective analysis? Do you rate them based off of like what impact they had at their time? It's so hard for me to say. I really don't know. Like you'd have to average everything together. But like whenever you do that, then you add in like, yeah, there's like arcade games, stuff like that. Like in a way, like Pokemon. Like Pokemon was fucking massive when it came out. The first one. My personal top 10 best games of all time. Okay, let me try and do that. That's actually kind of good. I'm gonna go ahead and I'll link you guys this video. Ziostorm is fucking great, by the way. This guy makes tons of like Elden Ring and like From Software news videos. So like anytime that there's any information or any rumors around, this guy is number one. This guy is probably your number one stop to watch his videos for it. Yeah, he's got really good videos for From Software games. So make sure to give it a like.
Kako je rekao Psycho Ghost, citirat ću opet. Niko ti nije dužan stil igre. Niti svako igra kako želi da igra, ne možeš nikog da forsiraš da igra kako ti želi. Naravno što nikoga iz protivničke ekipe.
Halo Combat Evolved.
Ako ti se ne sviđa šta oni rade, možda izađeš s mape bez bounty. Šta kažeš?
Okay. Time. You know what? I don't know about this one. I really don't know. I could be wrong about this. And I'm going to have to revise this many times. But I actually think Star Fox 64 was so good. It was like disgustingly good. But I don't know. I'm going to have to really think about that. Oh, yeah.
Literally.
Smash. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I was thinking. I'm gonna just be honest. Warcraft 3. And, like, if I could do another RTS... let me think. Maybe Age of Empires 2. I mean, I think it might deserve to be on there. Metroid Prime? No, I don't really think so. Path of Exile? Maybe Path of Exile. I wonder if we ever really could do a top 10 games of all time and have it be objective at all. Because I don't think you can. I loved PUBG. I don't know if it's in my top 10, but I did genuinely love PUBG. I loved PUBG more than I loved Warzone. It's CS 1.6. I really only played CS because it was installed on the computers. I enjoy CS, I appreciate CS, and I even watch CS competitive games, but I don't, like, I won't really go out and play it on my own. I don't think I have it. I don't think I have a 10.
Yeah,
I hate to say it. I really don't think I have a 10 right now. I'm going to have to think about it for a while. I thought of Gauntlet, but, like, Gauntlet Legends was really, really good. I think Gauntlet Dark Legacy wasn't very good. I don't think it was that great of a game. Like, if you look at it objectively, and the original Gauntlet was, like, kind of garbage, too. It was just like, that was the game I grew up with. If I had to go with my top 10 right now, this would be my it would be Legend of Zelda Link to the Past.
Nemoguće. To je laž. To nije istina.
Kako to prelazi kroz polje, jebote? Gdje je tu? Nema šta. Opasna baba. Ja mislim da sam metar skroz.
Ma hajde,
Viš ti gdje je on mene pogodio, evo.
Sa lagom, a? Pogodio te metare za zaklonu.
Imamo. Nema da beže odatle ti s nekih, on šotku.
A jebi ga, što nego mogu.
Trojicu.
Zajebao me minalo zamka.
Kako ti minalo zajebao? To nije istina.
Gdje ka tebi Mione?
Naći ti tu ugao, nema. Kažem, nema da naći ti na tu ugao.
Bolje sam, tako da ne možemo naći ugao. Baci čopove.
Tu su blizu jedan do drugog. Jedan je malo bliže Milanu ovdje, a dvojica su tu na stran Nenada.
Tu je Milan ispred tebe. Tamo su, otišli te kući.
Da to grašamo ako je sam.
A ne znam ako je sam, tamo su dvoje mislim.
Tamo je jedan.
Ali otišao još jedan.
Nije, dvojica su tamo, vamo je jedan lik tamo. Možemo ga rašati ako će.
Yes. Take care.
Ma, jebem ti ja kad hoću da bacim grupu pčenu.